common lad from a humble mountain village unexpectedly found himself entangled in a local sect of the martial world, becoming a registered disciple. With this newfound identity, he must navigate his place within the sect and, despite his mediocre talents, strive to ascend among the ranks of cultivators, ultimately standing tall amidst the three realms. Chapter 1. The Village by the Mountain. Ere Lungzi awoke with wide eyes, fixated on the thatched roof above, its surface darkened by a blend of straw and mud. The old quilt draped over him had turned a deep yellow, obscuring its original hue, and faintly emanated a musty odor. Beside him lay his elder brother, Hanju, who slept soundly, occasionally breaking the silence with varying snorts of slumber. A mere half a zhang away stood a wall made of yellow clay, cracked and weathered over time, allowing the faint murmurs of Han Mu's persistent complaints to seep through the fissures. Occasionally, the rhythmic sounds of Han Fu's smoking pipe punctuated the air with a familiar pop as he drew in the smoke. With a heavy heart, Lungzi slowly closed his slightly weary eyes, urging himself to succumb to a deeper slumber. He understood well that if he did not fall asleep promptly, he would struggle to rise early the next day, thus missing the chance to venture into the mountains with his companions to gather firewood. Lungzi's full name was Han Li, a name that bore a semblance of dignity, yet one that his parents could not have conjured themselves. It was his father who, after crafting 2 coarse corn dumplings, had sought the village's Uncle Zhang to bestow a name upon him. Uncle Zhang, in his youth, had served as a companion to a wealthy gentleman in the city, the only literate man in the village, and a significant number of the village children bore names he had chosen. Though the villagers called Han Li Lungzi, he was far from foolish. Rather, he was the most astute child in the village. Yet, like many other children, aside from his family, he seldom heard anyone address him by his proper name. Instead, the moniker Lungzi had followed him throughout his life. The nickname arose merely because another child in the village was already known as Lungzi. This was of little consequence, as other children also bore nicknames such as Dogwa and Dan, which were no more melodious than Lungzi. Thus, while Han Li disliked his nickname, he found solace in self-acceptance. Physically, Han Li appeared quite unremarkable, with a complexion tanned by the sun, resembling an ordinary peasant child. However, within the depths of his heart, he possessed a maturity beyond his years. Yearning for the wealth and splendor of the outside world, dreaming that one day he might escape the confines of his small village and witness the wonders that Uncle Zhang often spoke of. Han Li had never dared to voice this desire to anyone, for it would surely astonish the villagers to learn that a mere child could harbor such audacious ambitions and aspiration that even adults seldom entertained. Most children of his age were preoccupied with chasing chickens and playing in the dirt, far from contemplating leaving their homeland. Han Li belonged to a family of 7, with 2 elder brothers, an elder sister, and a younger sister, placing him fourth in the birth order at the tender age of 10. Life at home was challenging, with the family barely managing to enjoy a few meals with meat each year, perpetually teetering on the brink of subsistence. At that moment, Han Li floated in a hazy state, caught between wakefulness and sleep, his thoughts lingering on the promise of gathering an abundance of his beloved sister's favorite red berries during their outing to the mountains. The following midday, under the scorching sun, Han Li trudged home with a hefty bundle of firewood on his back and a bag brimming with berries, unaware that a visitor had arrived at his home, one who would alter the course of his destiny. This esteemed guest was a close relative, his uncle, who had achieved a respectable position as a manager in a tavern in a nearby town. His parents often referred to him as a person of significance, the only esteemed relative the Han family had seen in nearly a century. Han Li had only encountered his uncle a few times in his early childhood. It was this uncle who had arranged for his elder brother to apprentice with an old blacksmith in the city, frequently sending provisions to support Han Li's family, earning the boy's admiration and gratitude. Han Li's elder brother was the pride of the family, with the apprenticeship offering not only food and shelter, but also a monthly stipend of 30 copper coins. Once fully trained and hired, his earnings would be even greater. Whenever their parents spoke of the elder brother, their faces would light up with joy, transforming them into entirely different individuals. Though still young, Han Li envied his brother's prospects, envisioning a future where he, too, might be favored by a skilled craftsman and become a respectable artisan. Thus, when Han Li beheld his uncle, adorned in a gleaming satin robe, his round face beaming with a small mustache, he felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. After placing the firewood behind the house, he bashfully approached the front room to greet his uncle, respectfully uttering, "Greetings, uncle," and then standing quietly to listen as his parents conversed with the esteemed guest. His uncle regarded Han Li with a warm smile, surveying him with admiration, and praised him for being well-behaved and understanding before turning his attention back to Han Li's parents to discuss his visit. Though Han Li was still quite young and could not fully comprehend his uncle's words, he grasped the general essence of the conversation. His uncle revealed that the tavern where he worked belonged to a martial sect known as Seven Profound Gate, which distinguished between outer and inner disciples. Recently, he had attained the status of an outer disciple and was permitted to recommend children aged 7 to 12 to participate in the sect's inner disciple recruitment assessment. The Onsen Faver's Seven Profound Gate recruitment test was set to commence next month. This astute uncle, who had no children of his own, naturally thought of Han Li, who was of suitable age. Han Li's father, usually straightforward and honest, felt hesitant upon hearing terms like martial world and sect, struggling to make a decision. He picked up his smoking pipe and took several deep puffs, sitting in silence, lost in thought. In his uncle's eyes, Seven Profound Gate was undoubtedly one of the most prestigious sects within hundreds of miles. Becoming an inner disciple would not only guarantee free martial training and sustenance, but also a monthly allowance of 1 or 2 silver coins. Moreover, even those who did not pass the assessment could still have the opportunity to join the ranks of outer disciples, managing the business affairs of the Seven Profound Gate. When Han Li's father heard the prospect of earning a monthly income and the chance to achieve a respectable status like that of his uncle, he finally made up his mind and agreed. Seeing his uncle's approval, Han Li's father felt a surge of happiness. His uncle left a few silver coins behind, instructing them to prepare Han Li for the upcoming assessment with nourishing meals to strengthen him. After bidding farewell to Han Li's parents and affectionately ruffling Han Li's hair, he departed for the city. Though Han Li did not fully grasp the implications of his uncle's words, he understood that going to the city meant the potential for great wealth. His long-held dream seemed within reach, and he found himself restless with excitement for several consecutive nights, unable to sleep. A little over a month later, his uncle returned to the village as promised, ready to take Han Li away. Before departing, Han Li's father repeatedly advised him to remain honest, to be patient in the face of adversity, and to avoid quarrels with others. While his mother urged him to take care of his health and ensure he ate and slept well. On the carriage, as he gazed at the receding figures of his parents, Han Li bit his lip, valiantly suppressing the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. Although he had always displayed a maturity beyond his years, he was still merely a 10-year-old child, and the prospect of departing on a journey for the first time filled his heart with a tinge of sorrow and uncertainty. In the depths of his youthful soul, he silently resolved that once he had amassed great wealth, he would return without delay, ensuring he would never again be separated from his parents. Little did Han Li realize that, after this departure, the accumulation of riches would lose its significance for him. He would embark on a path of cultivation that set him apart from ordinary mortals, forging his own unique journey in the realm of immortality. Chapter 2. Qingyou Town. This is a small town, though it is more accurately described as a larger village, known as Qingyou Town. Only the unsophisticated locals residing in the nearby valleys incessantly refer to it as Qingyou City. This is the candid reflection of Zhang Er, a gatekeeper with over a decade of experience. Indeed, Qingyou Town is not expansive. It features a single main street, Qingyou Street, stretching east to west. And there exists but one inn, the Qingyou Inn. The inn is situated at the western end of the elongated town, making it the sole refuge for merchants who wish to avoid spending the night outdoors. At present, a horse-drawn carriage, clearly having traveled a considerable distance, enters Qingyou Town from the west. It speeds past the entrance of the Qingyou Inn without pausing, racing to the opposite end of the town, where it halts before the entrance of Chuanxiang Restaurant. While the restaurant is not particularly large and carries an air of antiquity, it exudes a charming, classic elegance. As it happens to be lunchtime, the restaurant is bustling with patrons, nearly every seat occupied. A round-faced, portly man with a small mustache steps down from the carriage, accompanied by a dark-skinned boy of around 10 years old. The man strides confidently into the restaurant, the child in tow. Some familiar faces within the establishment recognize the rotund man as the innkeeper, Han Fatty, though no one seems to know the identity of the boy. Old Han, that dark little fellow bears a striking resemblance to you. Could he be your illegitimate son? Someone jests, provoking a hearty laugh from those nearby. Huh. This is my dear nephew. Of course he resembles me to some extent, the portly man retorts, not in the least bit offended, displaying a hint of pride. These two individuals are none other than Han Li, who has just arrived in the town after 3 consecutive days of travel, and his uncle, affectionately dubbed Han Fatty by others. After greeting several acquaintances, Han Fatty leads Han Li to a secluded courtyard at the back of the restaurant. Little Li, rest well in this room and regain your strength. I will summon you once the steward arrives. I must step out to attend to some familiar faces. Han Fati kindly instructs, pointing to a room in the courtyard. Afterward, he hurriedly departs. At the doorway, however, he appears somewhat uneasy, offering one last piece of advice. Don't wander off. There are too many people in the town. Stay close, and it's best not to leave the courtyard. Understood. Han Li replies obediently, which finally reassures his uncle, prompting him to leave. Once Han Li sees his uncle out of the room, fatigue washes over him, and he collapses onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber without a hint of the shyness typical of children. By evening, a young attendant brings forth a meal. While it lacks extravagance, it is nonetheless palatable. After he finishes, another young servant enters to clear the leftover dishes, at which point Han Fati leisurely strolls back in. How was the meal? To your liking? Are you feeling a bit homesick? Yes, a little, Han Li replies shyly. His uncle seems pleased with the response and begins to share stories of family and amusing anecdotes from his past. Gradually, Han Li feels more at ease, and their conversation turns jovial. Thus, 2 days pass in this manner. On the third day, after Han Li finishes his dinner and awaits his uncle's tales of the martial world, another carriage halts before the restaurant. This carriage, entirely coated in black lacquer, gleams ominously. The horse pulling it is a rare, magnificent yellow stallion. What captures attention most, however, is a small triangular black flag with the character Xian rusted on its edge, adorned with silver lettering and red borders, emanating an ineffable aura of mystery. Upon seeing this flag, any seasoned wanderer within a radius of several hundred miles knows that an important figure from one of the two dominant factions in the region, the Qishuan sect, has arrived. Known also as the Seven Exquisite Sect, it was founded 2 centuries ago by the illustrious Seven Exquisites elder, once dominating the Jingzhou region for decades and extending influence into several neighboring states, gaining great renown throughout the entirety of the Yu Kingdom. However, following the elder's demise, the sect's power waned significantly, eventually being expelled from Jingzhou City by rival factions. A century ago, the sect was forced to relocate to the remote Xinxiao Mountain, where it has since taken root, becoming a third-rate local power. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. The Qishuan sect, despite its decline, still possesses considerable latent potential. Upon establishing itself in Xinxiao Mountain, it swiftly took control of over a dozen small towns, including Qingniu Town, boasting 3,000 to 4,000 disciples, making it one of the 2 leading powers in the region. The only other force capable of rivaling the Qishuan sect is the Wild Wolf Gang. Originally a band of marauding horse thieves within Jingzhou, the gang was gradually diminished by government crackdowns. Some members accepted amnesty, while others formed the Wild Wolf Gang, retaining their fierce and bloodthirsty disposition. Consequently, the Qishuan sect often finds itself at a disadvantage during confrontations with the Wild Wolf Gang. Although the Wild Wolf Gang controls more towns, their management skills are lacking, rendering them far less prosperous than the towns under the Qishuan sect's influence. Recently, the Wild Wolf Gang has frequently instigated conflicts over several affluent territories held by the Qishuan sect, causing considerable distress for the current sect leader and prompting a surge in recruitment efforts within the sect. From the carriage emerges a lean man in his 40s. His movements agile and revealing a formidable skill set. He appears quite familiar with the area, striding directly toward the room where Han Li is located. Upon seeing this man, Han Fati immediately approaches with the utmost respect. Guardian Wang, what brings you here in person? Humph. Guardian Wang snorts disdainfully, his face betraying arrogance. The roads have been perilous lately. We must bolster our defenses. The elders have ordered me to personally escort someone. Enough chatter. This child is the one you wish to recommend? Yes, indeed. This is my own nephew. I hope you can look after him on the journey, Han Fati replies, quickly producing a heavy bag and discreetly handing it over. Sensing the man's impatience, Guardian Wang weighs the bag, his demeanor softening slightly. Han Fati, you certainly know how to handle matters. Your nephew will be looked after. It's getting late. We should set off without delay. Chapter 3. The Qishuan sect. The scent inside the carriage is undeniably unpleasant, which is hardly surprising given that it is meant to accommodate no more than a dozen individuals, yet is crammed with nearly 30 children. Despite their smaller stature, the sheer number makes the interior exceedingly cramped. Han Li cleverly shrinks into a corner of the carriage, discreetly observing the other children. Those here for the entrance examination can be distinctly categorized into 3 groups based on their attire and background. The first group consists of a well-dressed youth, the center of attention among the other children. This young man, named Wu Yan, is 13 years old, making him the oldest in the carriage. Though he exceeds the age limit, his familial connection to a powerful figure within the Qishuan sect grants him an exemption. Wu Yan's family operates a martial arts school, and they are quite affluent. He has practiced some martial arts since childhood, and while his skills are modest, they are more than sufficient to handle a child like Han Li, who possesses only raw strength and no formal training. It is evident that individuals like Wu Yan, coming from wealthy and influential families with some martial prowess, naturally assumed the role of leader among the majority of children in the carriage. Another group consists of the children surrounding Wu Yan. These individuals come from various backgrounds. Some have parents who own shops, others work laboriously, and some earn a living through their craftsmanship. Yet, they all share a common trait. They were raised in towns and have, to some extent, learned the art of reading expressions and pursuing profit from the adults around them. Thus, they flock to Wu Yan, addressing him as young Master Wu on one side and Brother Wu on the other, which he seems to accept with accustomed ease and appreciation. The final category comprises individuals like Han Li, who hail from remote and impoverished villages. Their families typically rely on the land and water for sustenance, living in considerable hardship. This group is the smallest in the carriage, with only 5 or 6 individuals, most of whom display a timid demeanor and refrain from speaking loudly. They silently observe the boisterous laughter and chatter of the other children, forming a stark contrast. The carriage sped westward from Qingyou town, stopping at several locations along the way to pick up more children, finally arriving at Saixia Mountain, the headquarters of the Seven Mystics Sect. By the evening of the 5th day, upon disembarking, all the children were captivated by the breathtaking sunset over Saixia Mountain until the urging voice of Wang Hufa snapped them back to reality, prompting them to move forward. Originally named Luofeng Mountain, the area is said to have been transformed into the mountain after a colorful phoenix descended here in ancient times. The mountain was later renamed Saixia Mountain due to its extraordinary beauty at sunset, resembling a veil of colorful clouds. However, since the Seven Mystics Sect took control, outsiders have been barred from leisurely enjoying such splendor. Saixia Mountain is the second largest mountain within Jingzhou, second only to Baimang Mountain, sprawling over a vast area. It boasts numerous peaks, each precarious and claimed by various branches of the Seven Mystics Sect. The main peak, Sunset Peak, is particularly treacherous, steeply rising with only a single path from base to summit. After establishing their main hall there, the sect set up 13 watchposts along this perilous route, ensuring their safety and security. As Han Li surveyed his surroundings while following the group, the procession suddenly halted, followed by a hearty voice. "Brother Wang, why the delay? We're 2 days behind schedule. Master Yu, we encountered some delays on the road. I apologize for the inconvenience," Wang Hufa replied respectfully, bowing to a red-faced elder, his previously domineering demeanor softening into a semblance of deference. "How many batches of disciples have arrived?" "This is the 17th batch." Ensure they are taken to the Chinka courtyard for a good night's rest. The selection of qualified disciples will commence early tomorrow. Those who do not pass should be sent down the mountain promptly to avoid breaking the mountain's rules." "Understood, Master Yu." As they ascended the stone steps, all the children were brimming with excitement, yet no one dared to speak loudly. Although they were all quite young, they understood that this place would determine their future destinies. Wang Hufa led the way with a smile, greeting many familiar faces along the path, showcasing his good rapport within the sect. Most individuals they encountered wore azure satin garments, some wielding swords or knives, while others appeared unarmed, their waists bulging with unknown contents. Their agile movements indicated that they were skilled fighters. Han Li and the others were brought to a lower peak, where they spent the night in a cluster of earthen houses. In his dreams, Han Li envisioned himself clad in splendid garments, wielding a golden sword, and defeating the blacksmith's son, who had always bested him. He awoke the next morning still relishing the victory. Upon rising, Wang Hufa did not provide breakfast, but directly led everyone to a sloped area abundant with bamboo at the foot of the mountain. There, they found Master Yu and several unfamiliar young men awaiting them. Chapter 4. Bone Refining Cliff. Master Yu addressed the group loudly. "Listen carefully. Proceed down the small path through the bamboo forest, which will lead you to the bone refining cliff of the Seven Mystics Sect. The first segment is through the bamboo grove, followed by rocky cliffs, and finally, a precipice. Only those who reach the summit will be allowed to enter the Seven Mystics Sect. If you cannot make it before noon, while you may not become official disciples, those who exhibit noteworthy performance may be accepted as registered disciples." Han Li did not fully grasp the meaning of being a registered disciple. He simply understood that they were to move forward and climb. Glancing ahead, he saw a slope that was not too steep, covered with bamboo of varying thickness. It did not appear too difficult to ascend. Han Li, unwilling to be outdone by his peers, noticed the atmosphere among the other children suddenly shift to one of tension. Master Yu gazed at the rising sun and declared, "It's nearly time. Prepare to set off. Do not be afraid. Your senior brothers will protect you from any danger. Han Li turned to look at the young men behind him, realizing that they were the senior brothers, likely previous disciples. If he were to join them, would he not also don similar impressive attire? As he pondered, he noticed that the other children had already dashed into the bamboo forest, prompting him to hastily follow suit. The bamboo grove appeared vast. As more than 30 children entered, they immediately dispersed. A tall, slender senior brother silently followed Han Li, his expression stern and unyielding. Han Li felt intimidated and dared not speak, merely lowering his body and cautiously advancing along the slope. The bamboo forest, though seemingly unremarkable, soon revealed its challenges. As time passed, Han Li's legs grew heavier, and he found himself clutching the bamboo stalks to ease his effort. After an arduous stretch, he was utterly exhausted and had no choice but to sit on a mound of earth, panting heavily. Taking a moment, he glanced back at the slender senior brother, who stood motionless, appearing untouched by dust, as straight as the bamboo itself, quietly observing him from a short distance below. Han Li, feeling the weight of the senior brother's cold gaze, quickly turned back, hearing the sounds of heavy breathing from ahead. Acknowledging that others were also resting, he resolved to press on. The slope grew steeper, and Han Li's strength waned. To avoid collapsing, he bent down, using both hands and feet to crawl forward. Grateful for the durability of his clothing, otherwise, his joints would have been severely scraped. Finally, nearing the end of the dense bamboo grove, Han Li found the final stretch increasingly arduous, as rocks began to replace the bamboo. He could no longer rely on the bamboo for support, inching forward painfully. Exiting the bamboo grove, he was met with a vast expanse before him, dominated by a colossal stone, atop which several diminutive figures were laboriously climbing, accompanied by similarly attired senior brothers. Without hesitation, Han Li rushed toward the great stone wall ahead. The colossal rock face is composed of layers of sedimentary rock, severely weathered in certain areas, crumbling at the slightest touch. However, there are also many resilient shards of stone, exceedingly sharp. In the span of a single meal, Han Li's hands have become a tapestry of wounds, his elbows and knees tearing through his clothing, exposing numerous cuts on his flesh. Though the wounds are minor, fine fragments of stone have embedded themselves into the injuries, intensifying the pain. The few individuals at the forefront have already distanced themselves significantly. Remembering his family and the admonitions from his uncle, Han Li gritted his teeth and persevered up the slope. Prior to his departure, Han Li's father and uncle had forewarned him of the arduous nature of the entrance examination, emphasizing that without unwavering determination, joining the Qishuan sect would be impossible. At this moment, Han Li's thoughts had shifted away from the prospect of entering the sect. Instead, a fierce determination surged within him, a pressing urge to catch up with the others. He raised his head and strained to see that the foremost climber was Wu Yan, who, being older and having trained in martial arts, was significantly stronger than the other children. Thus, his position at the front was hardly surprising. Han Li glanced back to see several figures still moving behind him, took a deep breath, and accelerated his ascent. Despite exerting all his strength, he failed to close the gap with the leaders, his body growing heavier with each passing moment. The sun climbed higher into the sky, while Wu Yan had already reached the summit of the rock face. There, a steep cliff, over 30 zhang high, loomed, with several hemp ropes dangling from its summit, each tied with large knots. Wu Yan was currently scaling one of these ropes, inching his way toward the top. Observing Wu Yan ahead, Han Li felt a wave of discouragement wash over him, realizing that catching up with the leading group was beyond his capability, and time was running short. As this thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain shot through his injured elbows and knees, leaving him weak and causing his grip on the rock to falter, sending him plummeting downward. Heart racing, Han Li pressed himself firmly against the rock face, fearing to move. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and reached for a protruding stone corner, pulling himself up carefully until he felt secure once more. Instinctively, he glanced back and saw his senior brother crouching, arms outstretched in a protective stance. Reassured by the sight, Han Li felt a surge of gratitude. Had he fallen, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. After resting momentarily, he resumed his ascent toward the coarse hemp ropes dangling from the cliff. Finally, he reached one of the unoccupied ropes. The sun was nearly at its zenith, with less than half an hour before noon. At that moment, Wu Yan had successfully reached the cliff summit and turned to look down, raising his arm and playfully signaling with his pinky finger before bursting into laughter and departing. Frustrated, Han Li grasped the rope and began to climb, but he had exhausted all his strength and could barely grip the knots. After considerable effort, he finally sat atop the last knot, feeling utterly drained, his body limp and immobile. Straining to look back, he noticed other children seated against the rock wall, gasping for breath, having likewise spent their last ounce of energy. Han Li could only offer a wry smile, realizing he had underestimated the challenge of this test. Fortunately, he had not fallen to the very bottom. Turning, he spotted his cold senior brother. After a brief hesitation, he summoned the last of his strength to climb higher. Although he knew reaching the summit before noon was impossible, remaining still would be too shameful. Han Li stretched his stiffened hands, utilizing the faint recovery of his strength to slowly inch upward along the knots. However, his hands were unresponsive, unable to grasp the rope. After a brief struggle, he still made no progress. Chapter 5. Dr. Mo. After a while, Han Li felt a tightening around his waist, and his body was suddenly lifted upward. Turning to look, he saw his senior brother, who had been closely following him, one arm embracing him while the other and his legs adeptly propelled them upward. Han Li noticed the sun hanging high in the sky. It dawned on him that he had not completed this segment of the journey, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Despite his relentless efforts, he still could not match the others. Upon reaching the top of the cliff, he found 6 children resting nearby, while Wu Yin conversed with a plump, 50-something man dressed in a deep blue robe, hands clasped behind his back. Both Sect Master Yu and Protector Wang stood beside him, along with several others, waiting for the remaining younger disciples to be brought up. After a while, all the children were finally gathered. At this point, Sect Master Yu stepped forward, addressing the assembled children with solemnity. There are 7 qualified candidates this time. 6 of you will enter the 100 Forging Hall and officially become inner disciples of our sect, he stated slowly. As for Wu Yin, the first to reach the cliff, he will be directly promoted to the 7 Absolute Hall to learn our sect's ultimate techniques. Sect Master Yu cast a glance at the elder in the blue robe, who stroked his beard in satisfaction and nodded. As for the others, after surveying the remaining children, Sect Master Yu gently stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before continuing. Zhang Tai and Han Li, although you did not reach the summit on time, your performance was commendable. It appears you can endure the rigors of martial training. You two shall first establish a foundation with several instructors in our sect, and after 6 months, you will be reassessed. If you pass, you will officially become inner disciples. If not, you will be relegated to the outer sect. Han Li glanced at the other child who had also stepped forward, Zhang Tai, the one who had closely followed him and nearly reached the summit as well. Protector Wang, distribute some silver to the remaining candidates and send them home. Sect Master Yu instructed, casting a cold gaze at the final group of children. Understood. Protector Wang stepped forward, bowing in compliance, leading the unsuccessful candidates down the cliff. Zhang Jun, Wu Mingrui, take these successful candidates to the 100 Forging Hall and present them to Vice Hall Master Gu and Instructor Li. 2 more young men responded to the call and stepped forward, dividing Han Li and the others into 2 groups as they descended the cliff. One of whom was that frosty senior brother. As they neared the base of the cliff, Han Li couldn't help but glance back at Wu Yin, who still appeared engrossed in conversation with the blue-robed elder, showing no signs of departing. He is unlike you all, destined for the core discipleship of the 7 Absolute Hall. Once he completes his training, he will at least attain the rank of Protector, remarked another lanky-faced senior brother, seemingly sensing Han Li's curiosity. Though his tone carried an undertone of envy and jealousy, he only relies on having a sister-in-law who's the vice sect master. Without her connections, would he have qualified for the 7 Absolute Hall at his age? The icy words from the senior brother sent a chill down the spines of those present. Zhang Jun, do you have a death wish? Is the vice sect master someone we can casually discuss? If any other disciples hear us, we both risk the punishment of facing the wall in repentance. The slender-faced senior brother was taken aback by the cold demeanor of another brother, hastily glancing around. Upon confirming that only these few young children were present, he sighed in relief. The cold brother snorted softly, seemingly harboring some reservations, and chose to remain silent. At this moment, Han Li learned that this aloof figure was named Zhang Jun. Han Li felt a vague understanding of their conversation. Yet he sensed that Wu Yin had not entered the Qijua Hall through genuine talent, but rather due to the backing of a relative of a deputy sect master within the sect. As they traversed the mountain path, both seniors were preoccupied with some disheartening matters within the sect, rendering them speechless. Han Li and the others, too, refrained from conversing, perhaps having subconsciously recognized the disparities between Qishuan's sect and their homes. While passing through a dense grove, an elderly man emerged slowly from the trees. He appeared to be in his 60s, tall and thin, with a sallow complexion and long white hair cascading to his shoulders, coughing incessantly as he walked. He seemed on the verge of collapsing, evoking great concern. Upon seeing the elder, Zhang Jun and his companion displayed no signs of worry. Instead, They hurried forward and respectfully bowed deeply to him. Dr. Mo, greetings. Is there something you need us to do? Zhang Jun's demeanor shifted, brimming with respect, as he regarded the elder with greater reverence than even the hall master or deputy sect master. Oh, are these the new disciples who just arrived? The elder finally ceased coughing and asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, among them are 6 formal disciples and 2 registered disciples, Zhang Jun replied meticulously. I am currently short-handed and require 1 alchemical apprentice and 1 herbal gathering disciple. These 2 will accompany me, Dr. Mo stated, pointing directly at Han Li and the other registered disciple, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Understood. It is a blessing for these 2 to be favored by you. Dr. Mo, they should pay their respects to you at once. Learning even a fraction of your medical skills would be a fortune for them. The 2 senior brothers showed no opposition, with the slender-faced Wu Mingrui even lauding the elder, seeing no objection from the seniors. Han Li and Zhang Tai naturally felt they had no grounds to oppose and followed the elder into the grove. The elder led them leisurely along a narrow path, turning this way and that, until suddenly, a vibrant green valley came into view. To the left of the valley was a spacious courtyard exuding a rich herbal aroma, filled with numerous medicinal herbs that Han Li could not name. To the right, there were several interconnected houses of varying sizes. Looking around, it appeared there was no other exit apart from the entrance they had entered. This is Shinsho Valley. Aside from the disciples within, outsiders generally do not come here unless they are ill or injured. You 2 will reside here from now on. Please rest first. Come to the main hall to see me tonight. I have matters to discuss with you, the elder instructed, gesturing towards one of the smaller houses. You may call me Dr. Mo from now on, he added, pausing before continuing, or simply Mo Lao. After speaking, Dr. Mo disregarded the 2 and slowly ambled into a more grandiose building, still coughing. Exhausted, Han Li paid no mind to Zhang Tai and collapsed onto a wooden bed in the room, slipping into a deep slumber. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt he could now consider himself at least a half-disciple of the Qishuan sect. Chapter 6. The Unnamed Formula. Wake up. Wake up. A faint voice, seemingly emanating from the heavens, jolted Han Li from his deep slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find a large face intruding closely into his own, Zhang Tai. Quick, eat something. We need to see Dr. Mo after dinner, Zhang Tai urged, handing Han Li 2 steaming buns. Where did you find this food? Han Li asked, momentarily taken aback before accepting the offerings. There's a large kitchen near the valley. I saw everyone getting their meals there, so I also want to get some. After eating, I realized you hadn't eaten, so I brought you these 2 buns, Zhang Tai replied, grinning warmly. Thank you, Brother Zhang, Han Li expressed, feeling a touch of gratitude and instinctively addressing Zhang Tai as brother due to his more mature appearance. It's nothing. I'm used to helping out at home. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just let me know. I may not have much, but I still have some strength to offer, Zhang Tai said, slightly embarrassed, his words somewhat stammering. Having skipped breakfast and lunch, Han Li was quite hungry and quickly devoured the buns in just a few bites. It's getting late. We should go see Dr. Mo, Han Li said, stifling a few burps and glancing at the setting sun outside, calculating that it was indeed time to pay a visit to the elder. Zhang Tai had no objections and followed Han Li to Dr. Mo's residence. Inside Dr. Mo's room, shelves lined the walls, filled with a myriad of dense books. Dr. Mo, they called, but Dr. Mo, seated comfortably in a grand chair with a book in hand, appeared completely absorbed in his reading, oblivious to their presence. As mere children, Han Li and Zhang Tai felt uncertain when Dr. Mo ignored them, standing awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do. It wasn't until Han Li felt his legs growing numb from standing that Dr. Mo finally set the book aside, coolly scrutinizing the 2 of them. After sipping some tea, he finally spoke. From this day forth, you 2 shall be my registered disciples. I will teach you some knowledge of herb gathering and alchemy, and perhaps even some medical skills to aid others. However, I will not teach you martial arts. Dr. Mo's expression remained impassive as he set his tea down. I possess a set of self-cultivation formulas that I will teach you. While they may not enable you to vanquish foes, they will strengthen your bodies. Should you wish to learn martial arts, you may seek instruction from other teachers. I will not object. However, in 6 months, I will assess your progress with these formulas. And if you do not meet the standards, you will be relegated to the outer sect as an outer disciple. Do you both understand? The elder's tone grew serious, indicating the importance he placed on the formulas. Understood, Han Li and Zhang Tai replied in unison. You may leave now. Return tomorrow morning. Dr. Mo gestured for them to exit, picking up his book once more. Before stepping out, Han Li couldn't help but glance at the title of the book in Dr. Mo's hands. Regrettably, he couldn't read. only recognizing that the title comprised 3 large black characters. Alas, they knew him, but he did not know them. As they exited Dr. Mo's abode, Han Li let out a quiet sigh of relief. Inside the room, he had felt so tense that he scarcely dared to breathe, but now, outside, he immediately felt at ease and returned to his usual self. In the following days, Han Li was filled with exhilaration, for he had finally become a disciple of the Seven Mysteries Sect. Although merely a nominal disciple, it was a privilege greater than that of other youths who had been sent home. Even if he failed the examination in 6 months, he could still attain the status of an outer disciple like his third uncle. In Han Li's eyes, his third uncle held a position of considerable esteem and significance. Thus, he did not regard the upcoming assessment with much concern. In fact, a part of him secretly hoped he would not pass, as it would allow him to return home sooner to reunite with his parents and beloved younger sister. In the days that followed, Dr. Mo imparted medical knowledge to them in the mornings, while afternoons were spent in a study room with other youths, learning to read and write, as well as the foundational principles of martial arts, including the 12 meridians, 8 extraordinary vessels, and the locations of various acupoints. They practiced stances and basic techniques together. After a month, Han Li and his companions were separated from the others, with no time left to learn anything else, as Dr. Mo began teaching them a set of unnamed mental formulas that consumed most of their time. He strictly forbade them from revealing these formulas to anyone, should they be leaked. Severe punishment would follow, including expulsion from the sect. During this period, Han Li gained a deeper understanding of the Seven Mysteries Sect and Dr. Mo through conversations with others. The sect was led by a chief disciple named Wang Lu, a direct descendant of the 7 absolutes, alongside 3 vice leaders. The sect was divided into 2 main branches, the outer and inner sections. The outer sect comprised the Bird Hall, Wealth Gathering Hall, Foresees Hall, and Outer Blade Hall, while the inner sect included the 100 Forging Hall, 7 Absolutes Hall, Offering Hall, and Bloodblade Hall. Additionally, there was an elder council that operated alongside the chief and vice leaders. Dr. Mo had not originally been a disciple of the Seven Mysteries Sect. Years ago, during an outing, Chief Wang Lu had fallen into an enemy trap and was gravely injured. In that desperate moment, Dr. Mo, a skilled physician, fortuitously arrived and saved Wang Lu's life with his remarkable healing abilities. Grateful for his assistance, Wang Lu later invited Dr. Mo to join the sect, providing him with a residence in a secluded valley, thus making Dr. Mo a revered member of the Offering Hall. Although the disciples had never witnessed Dr. Mo's martial prowess, they respected him for saving many lives with his exceptional medical skills, despite his often stoic demeanor and sparse words. Chapter 7. The Trials of Cultivation. Han Li gradually drew the energy flowing through his meridians back into his dantian. Having completed the 7th cycle of the Great Circulation for the day, he was acutely aware that his body had reached its limit. If he were to attempt another cycle, the likelihood of his meridians rupturing again was high, and he would once more endure the excruciating pain of such an event. The mere thought of his meridians tearing apart sent a shiver down his spine, a rare occurrence for one as bold as he. It had been over 6 months since Han Li entered the sect, and the formal assessment for nominal disciples had concluded over 2 months prior. Only a small fraction of the nominal disciples successfully joined the inner sect. The majority who failed were relegated to the outer sect, carrying their belongings down the mountain. Those who did not pass were typically assigned to the Wealth Gathering Hall or Bird Hall, with a few outstanding candidates potentially receiving further training for a chance at the more prestigious Outer Blade Hall. The most esteemed of the outer sect was the Foresees Hall, but alas, it only accepted renowned figures from the martial world, making it an unattainable dream for these inexperienced youths. Han Li's mind wandered back to the terrifying assessments faced by the other nominal disciples 2 months prior. They had to run laps around the expansive Caixia mountain range, engage in combat in sparsely populated forests, and withstand the relentless assaults of skilled brothers. The mere recollection of these trials filled Han Li with a sense of schadenfreude. He and Zhang Tai had been spared from these harrowing tests, as Dr. Mo had merely evaluated their progress with the mental formulas. However, this evaluation was not as easily passed as Han Li had hoped. To this day, he vividly remembered the challenges of that time. According to Dr. Mo, the mysterious mental formula was structured in multiple layers. Han Li and Zhang Tai had only grasped the first layer of the cultivation method. This meant that, as long as they could make progress within 6 months, they would be considered successful, allowing them to become formal disciples of Dr. Mo and enjoy the same privileges as the inner sect disciples of the Seven Mysteries Sect. Since learning about the disparities in treatment between inner and outer disciples, Han Li had discarded any thoughts of merely coasting through the next 6 months to become an outer disciple. For him, The prospect of receiving more silver from the Seven Mysteries Sect and being sent home far outweighed any other concerns. As he had grown weary of impoverishment and understood that every additional coin could significantly improve the lives of his family. Upon receiving the mental formula from Dr. Imo, Han Li confined himself to his quarters, immersing himself in day and night practice. With no guidance from Dr. Imo, he had to rely on his own insights, drawing inspiration from other disciples practicing the basic internal technique of the Seven Mysteries Sect, the Xinjiang technique. After 3 months of arduous training, Han Li was astonished to discover that his progress in mastering the formula was alarmingly slow. Despite his relentless effort, he could only produce a faint, cool stream of energy within, so subtle that it was nearly undetectable without careful introspection. Could this be what the instructors referred to as true inner energy? Han Li naively thought. However, he heard other disciples practicing the Xinjiang technique describe their inner energy as a distinctly warm flow, while his own felt chilling in comparison, yielding vastly different outcomes. Others had already demonstrated remarkable feats, capable of breaking small trees with a single punch or leaping over a meter high. While Han Li's abilities had barely improved at all, the only noticeable difference was an increase in his vigor and appetite. But what good was that? Watching his peers showcase their impressive skills only deepened Han Li's frustration. This unexpected realization nearly drove Han Li to abandon the efforts he had invested over the past months. He felt his aptitude was too poor to pass Dr. Mo's evaluation, and he even began contemplating descending the mountain. One day, by chance, he learned from Zhang Tai that his companion had experienced no changes whatsoever since beginning the cultivation of the formula. He had not achieved any effects, nor had he even produced a hint of inner energy like Han Li. This revelation rekindled some of the confidence Han Li had lost. In the days that followed, he resumed his grueling training regimen, pushing himself even harder than before. Han Li now dedicates every moment to meditation and cultivation. Even during his sleep at night, he attempts to maintain a meditative posture, hoping to gain even the slightest improvement in his cultivation. However, this frenzied practice lasted only a few days before it faltered due to his lack of sleep, which rendered him incapable of maintaining the efficiency of his daytime training. What perplexed Han Li was that since Dr. Mo imparted the cultivation technique to the two of them, he has shown no interest in their progress or any issues they might face, seemingly having completely forgotten about their existence. Each day, Dr. Mo immerses himself in a book with 3 black characters on its cover, as if it contained the secrets to beauty and wealth. Initially, Han Li and Zhang Tai even speculated that Dr. Mo had abandoned his medical practice to pursue scholarly endeavors instead. It was only after they learned to read that they recognized the 3 characters as Changxing Jing, a book about self-cultivation and longevity. At that moment, they realized that Dr. Mo was not aiming for scholarly success, but rather desired to live as long as the turtles in the river, extending his life for thousands of years. Chapter 8. The Initiate. After nearly half a year of fervent cultivation, Han Li finally stood before Dr. Mo to undergo his evaluation. Zhang Tai, feeling utterly helpless, stood closely beside Han Li. It was no surprise, as Han Li had previously learned from him that Zhang Tai had made no progress with the cultivation technique over these months. Han Li was aware that Zhang Tai was just as earnest in his practice, though perhaps not as reckless in his fervor. Nevertheless, he had put forth considerable effort and could be described as diligent and conscientious. Strangely, the technique had produced no effect on Zhang Tai, no matter how hard he worked. He seemed to have no affinity for it. Meanwhile, Han Li's heart raced with uncertainty. He knew that Zhang Tai was unlikely to pass this assessment, and although he had achieved some minor results himself, he did not feel significantly more capable. His relentless efforts had merely resulted in a slight increase in the strange energy within him, which had grown from the width of a hair to that of a cotton thread. However, whether this would suffice for Dr. Mo's scrutiny left him feeling anxious and unsettled. "Are you ready? Show me the fruits of your training," Dr. Mo said, narrowing his eyes as he coldly regarded the two. "Ready," Han Li and Zhang Tai replied, steeling themselves. Slowly, Dr. Mo rose from his chair, placing the ever-present book on the table. "Extend your hands. Demonstrate your abilities." He grasped Zhang Tai's right wrist with one hand and placed the other over his dantian. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hands and scrutinized Zhang Tai with an impassive expression. Zhang Tai's face turned crimson as he clumsily placed his hands behind his back and bowed his head, too ashamed to meet Dr. Mo's gaze. He understood that Dr. Mo had likely sensed his lack of progress and anticipated a stern reprimand. "Now it's your turn." Surprisingly, Dr. Mo displayed no intention of chastising Zhang Tai. Instead, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes as he turned his attention to Han Li. Once again, Dr. Mo grasped Han Li's right wrist. "How cold?" Ice cold, not at all like a living person's hand, Han Li thought, feeling somewhat unsettled. Dr. Mo's skin felt dry and calloused, and the pressure against Han Li's skin was slightly painful. This was his first impression of Dr. Mo's grip. Perhaps due to the external stimulus, Han Li's internal energy began to circulate on its own, flowing through his meridians and acupoints, moving from his dantian to his head and limbs before returning to his dantian. As the energy coursed through him, the discomfort on his skin vanished. Ah! Dr. Mo involuntarily exclaimed, evidently having detected the energy within Han Li. Quick, circulate the technique again. Although Dr. Mo attempted to mask his excitement, the fervor in his eyes was unmistakable, leaving Han Li momentarily stunned. Take it slowly. Let me observe closely, he added. His typically icy tone now tinged with urgency as he placed his other hand on Han Li's dantian. Han Li noticed a slight tremor in Dr. Mo's hands, revealing his palpable excitement, and he complied, allowing his internal energy to flow once more. Excellent. Yes, this is the sensation I desire. It cannot be mistaken. Haha. After a thorough examination, Dr. Mo could no longer contain his elation and erupted into laughter, gripping Han Li's shoulders tightly, his previously squinted eyes now wide open, fixated on Han Li as if he were a rare and precious treasure, revealing hints of madness in his gaze. The sound of Dr. Mo's laughter echoed in Han Li's ears, and he felt a twinge of pain in his shoulders from the grip, growing increasingly apprehensive at the sight of Dr. Mo's frenzied expression. Good, very good. Noticing Han Li's fear, Dr. Mo quickly regained his composure, ceasing his laughter. Continue to put forth such effort as you have today. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple. He released his hold and patted Han Li's shoulder in encouragement. Dr. Mo's expression returned to its usual calm demeanor, as if the earlier display of fervor had never occurred, though the occasional glint of excitement in his gaze suggested he remained exhilarated. His attention then shifted back to Zhang Tai, still reeling from the earlier events. Zhang Tai was startled back to reality as Dr. Mo addressed him, faced with the grim possibility of being expelled from the mountain due to his failure. Zhang Tai's eyes betrayed a desperate plea. Your aptitude is lacking. After such an extended period, you have achieved nothing. It would be a stretch for you to be my disciple, Dr. Mo said, shaking his head. With each shake of Dr. Mo's head, Zhang Tai's heart sank further. From the doctor's words, both of them discerned his reluctance to accept Zhang Tai. Yet suddenly, Dr. Mo seemed to recall something intriguing, his gaze on Zhang Tai shifting to one of curiosity. However, I just examined your potential and discovered another method more suited to you. Would you be willing to learn it? Dr. Mo's tone took an unexpected turn, hinting at a possibility for Zhang Tai to pass after all. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai eagerly agreed without hesitation. Excellent, excellent. You may both leave now. I shall impart the new technique to you tomorrow. It was evident that Dr. Mo's mood had improved significantly, letting slip another enthusiastic excellent. Han Li and Zhang Tai exchanged glances, both relieved that the day's testing had taken such unexpected turns, and to their surprise, they both passed the assessment, leaving them feeling quite gratified. Chapter 9. The Elephant Armor Technique. As Han Li recalled the events, a subtle smile crept across his face. Over the past 6 months, he and Zhang Tai had naturally become inseparable friends, bonded by their similar temperaments and backgrounds. Slowly, Han Li uncrossed his legs, rubbing his calves. For prolonged meditation had rendered his limbs somewhat numb and his circulation sluggish. After several moments of kneading, he felt the sensation return fully to his legs. Only then did he rise from the mat, instinctively brushing off the dust that clung to him, and pushed open the stone door to step outside. Casting a backward glance at the stone chamber where he practiced, Han Li couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-mockery. The chamber was carved from solid granite, with the door fashioned from a single massive slab of blue stone. For an ordinary person to breach this entrance without the might of a colossal axe would be a futile endeavor. Such a meditation chamber, reserved for those of considerable standing within the Seven Mystics Sect, was not something even core disciples of the Seven Absolute Hall could casually possess. This stone room was specifically designed for the study of profound internal martial arts, shielding practitioners from external disturbances that could lead them astray. It was unclear how Dr. Mo managed to convince several elders to permit the creation of such a chamber within the cliffs of the Divine Hand Valley, a privilege beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. Upon its completion, Dr. Mo designated Han Li as its sole occupant, a decision that left Han Li both surprised and honored. Dr. Mo's generosity towards his apprentice was remarkable. Since Han Li became his disciple, the doctor provided him with various medicinal concoctions daily and prepared herbal infusions for him to soak in. Although Han Li could not identify the names or functions of these herbs, he noted the rare emotional expression on Dr. Mo's typically impassive face whenever he prepared them, hinting at their exceptional value. It was evident that these external aids significantly enhanced Han Li's cultivation speed, allowing him to successfully break through to the first level of an unnamed technique not long ago. However, during the breakthrough, several of his meridians nearly ruptured, causing him moderate internal injuries. Fortunately, Dr. Mo's exceptional medical skills and the use of high-quality herbs ensured that he suffered no lasting repercussions. After Han Li's injury, Dr. Mo displayed a level of concern that surpassed that of a typical mentor, restlessly pacing throughout the treatment. Only after confirming Han Li's recovery did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. This unusual display of worry stirred a sense of unease within Han Li, who, had it not been for the lack of any other relatives from the Han family aside from his uncle, might have almost believed that Dr. Mo was a distant family member. Upon exiting the stone chamber and stretching his limbs, Han Li ambled toward his dwelling. Since becoming an official disciple, he and Zhang Tai had moved from their previous accommodations, each now possessing a private room of their own. As he passed Zhang Tai's quarters, Han Li cast a casual glance inside, discovering, as expected, that Zhang Tai was absent, likely training beneath the waterfall at Qishui Peak once more. Despite Han Li's formal apprenticeship under Dr. Mo, the doctor insisted he continue practicing solely the unnamed technique, showing no inclination to teach him any other martial arts. Perhaps as a form of consolation, Dr. Mo generously imparted his medical knowledge without reservation, providing hands-on guidance and answering every inquiry Han Li posed with thorough satisfaction, even permitting him unrestricted access to all medical texts within his room. In contrast, Zhang Tai was instructed in another highly practical technique known as the elephant armor technique, which, according to Dr. Mo, was exceedingly rare in the martial world. Few had ever seen it, let alone practiced it. Unlike conventional martial arts, which typically escalate in difficulty from easy to hard, the elephant armor technique is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are relatively simple, akin to those of ordinary martial arts. However, upon reaching the 4th level, practitioners are suddenly confronted with unimaginable pain and torment, leading many to abandon their training altogether. The subsequent levels, particularly the 5th and 6th, demand a level of endurance that is exponentially greater than what was previously required. Yet, once one breaks through the 6th level to the 7th, the path ahead becomes remarkably smooth, albeit with a few days each month dedicated to enduring excruciating pain. Such formidable demands deter many aspiring practitioners, contributing to the technique's near extinction. Nevertheless, those who achieve the 9th level possess astonishing power, akin to donning impenetrable armor, rendering them immune to blades and flames. They gain immense strength, capable of subduing ferocious beasts. This technique incites a mix of admiration and fear among those who are aware of it, and aside from its creator, no one has successfully mastered it to the 9th level. It is rumored that the original master was born without the sensation of pain, which enabled the creation of such a formidable technique. While Dr. Mo candidly disclosed both the advantages and drawbacks of this technique to Zhang Tai, he remained oblivious to its potential dangers, eagerly agreeing to train in it without hesitation. Seemingly well suited for him, Zhang Tai swiftly reached the pinnacle of the 1st level within just 2 months. Recently, at Dr. Mo's suggestion, Zhang Tai had taken to training under the powerful cascade of Qishui Peak's waterfall each afternoon, braving the tremendous force of the falling water in pursuit of a breakthrough. According to Zhang Tai, this method proved effective, and he was tantalizingly close to transcending to the 2nd level. Chapter 10. The mysterious bottle. Han Li strolled slowly out of the Divine Hand Valley, following the familiar mountain path toward the vaguely visible Qishui Peak. He had no pressing matters to attend to. His daily visits to Zhang Tai were merely to witness his friend's contorted expressions while training under the waterfall. The rigors of the elephant armor technique were beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Even the 1st level demanded an agonizing degree of endurance, and the subsequent levels would surely strip away layers of resilience. Han Li mused that Zhang Tai might already be regretting his choice. The overwhelming demands of the elephant armor technique far surpassed the imagination of their youthful minds. As he walked, he absent-mindedly kicked at fallen leaves and branches along the path. After a few more days, he planned to persuade Dr. Mo to allow Zhang Tai to switch to a different technique, sparing him from such torment. The thought of finding a way for his friend to escape this suffering filled Han Li with a sense of exhilaration. Han Li raised his gaze to the trees lining the path. At this moment, the season had reached late autumn, and all the branches were bare. A thick layer of fallen leaves and dry twigs accumulated on the small road, yielding a soft, uncomfortable sensation underfoot. From a nearby mountain peak, the faint sound of clashing weapons echoed, intermittently accompanied by loud cheers. Upon hearing these sounds, Hanli glanced back at the mountain, and the slight uplift in his spirits quickly soured. It was the senior disciples from the 100 Forgings Hall training their junior brothers in weapon combat. Each time Hanli witnessed his fellow disciples gathering for rigorous training with real swords and spears, a pang of envy stirred within him. He yearned to wield a genuine weapon and indulge in some practice. Unfortunately, ever since he formally entered the tutelage of Dr. Mo, he had been strictly forbidden from engaging with such implements, as it was said to hinder the progress of his cultivation. Thus, he could only watch with longing, occasionally borrowing a few weapons from friendly peers for a brief, private practice. What merit did the cultivation method he was learning truly possess? To this day, he had yet to discern its value. While others who joined at the same time were honing their skills and progressing rapidly, he remained stagnant, unable to perceive any change. Even Zhang Tai, who had only practiced the elephant armor technique for 2 months, had become tougher and stronger. Had he not been taken under Dr. Mo's wing, he doubted he could have passed the registration test for disciples 2 months prior, let alone remain on the mountain and send money home. If I cannot learn anything else, then so be it. Hanli grumbled internally while attempting to console himself. He withdrew his gaze from the distance, his mind still wandering. His vacant stare fixed on the foliage beside the path, oblivious to what he was actually observing. Suddenly, Hanli inhaled sharply, his expression morphing into one of astonishment as he broke into a wide grin. Reflexively, he crouched down, pressing his hands firmly against his right big toe, then fell back onto the grass, the sudden pain overwhelming him. His complexion paled as a piercing ache radiated from his toe. It seemed he had unexpectedly kicked a particularly hard stone hidden within the pile of leaves. Hanli bent over, wrapping his arms around his ankle, instinctively blowing on his injured toe through the fabric of his shoe, while secretly worrying about the severity of his injury and whether his toe would swell with bruising, affecting his ability to walk. After what felt like an eternity, Hanli finally managed to regain his composure. He lifted his neck and surveyed the leaf pile at his feet, seeking the culprit responsible for his misfortune. The ground was strewn with leaves of a monotonous, dull yellow hue, making it impossible for him to identify anything among the chaotic assortment. Frowning, he rummaged through the earth, grasping a relatively long branch for support, and cautiously rose to his feet on tiptoe. Reluctantly, he began to rake through the thick layer of leaves with the branch. To his surprise, an object the size of a fist was unearthed. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the source of his injury was a rounded, elongated bottle, its surface caked in dirt and entirely transformed into a dull gray, obscuring its original color. Initially, Hanli thought it was a small porcelain bottle, but upon lifting it, he realized it was surprisingly heavy. Could it be made of metal? He pondered, recognizing that such a small object could cause him such pain. His curiosity piqued. Hanli momentarily forgot the pain in his foot. Rubbing the dirt from the neck of the bottle, he revealed a beautiful, glistening green hue adorned with exquisite dark green leaf-like patterns, and a small, tightly sealed cap at the top. I wonder if there's anything inside, he mused, bringing the bottle to his ear and gently shaking it, feeling nothing shift within. When he attempted to twist the cap, it wouldn't budge. His curiosity intensified, and just as he prepared to take further action, a sharp pain shot through his foot. Oh no, he cursed inwardly, realizing he had forgotten the consequences of his earlier encounter with the object. With his injury, visiting Zhang Tai was out of the question. He should return to his quarters, tend to his wound, and contemplate this unexpected find. Resolutely, Hanli tucked the bottle into his robe, mindful of preventing others from noticing it, and turned back, limping along the path. On his way back, Hanli encountered few people. Only a couple of passing senior disciples paused, surprised by his limp, yet they said nothing further, seemingly indifferent to the plight of their junior. Upon returning to his quarters, the pain in his foot intensified. Hanli hastily sat on the edge of his bed, carefully removing his shoe and sock to inspect his injury. The swelling was significant. His right big toe had risen prominently, the skin stretched taut and bright red, resembling a swollen chili pepper. Quickly, he reached for a small medicine bottle hidden beneath his wooden pillow, a topical remedy expertly concocted by Dr. Mo, effective for bruises, swelling, and even bleeding. He had intended it for Zhang Tai in the event of an injury during training, yet now it would serve him instead. As he opened the cap, a potent medicinal aroma filled the room. He sprinkled the powder onto his swollen toe, instantly greeted by a cooling sensation. Truly, the remedy was remarkable, and its effects were immediate. Dr. Mo's medical expertise was unparalleled. Hanli then found a clean cloth and wrapped his injured toe, forming a makeshift bandage before donning his shoe and sock once more. Much better. The pain has subsided considerably, he noted, taking a few tentative steps. satisfied with his swift treatment. Now it was time to address the mysterious bottle, the source of his injury. Han Li retrieved the bottle from his robe and found a cloth to clean it thoroughly. As he wiped away the dirt, the bottle's true form revealed itself. It was not overly large, easily grasped within one hand, slightly smaller than his medicine bottle. The bottle was a delicate shade of light green, adorned with intricate dark green patterns resembling leaves, vividly lifelike and textured, as if actual leaves had been embedded into its surface. Weighing it in his hand, he noted its substantial heft, yet it was evident that this object was neither a metal he recognized nor a type of porcelain he was familiar with. Because when touched by hand, it lacked the typical chill of ordinary metal and the smooth texture characteristic of common porcelain. Han Li observed it intently for a considerable time before he confirmed that the bottle was crafted from a material unknown to him. The pale green hue appeared to be a natural color, inherent to this substance itself, rather than a result of artificial dyeing. Upon noticing the tightly sealed cap, Han Li's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to open the bottle to discover its contents. He placed his hand on the lid, exerting considerable force to twist it. Once, twice, thrice, yet the cap remained steadfastly affixed to the bottle, showing no signs of yielding. Han Li was taken aback. When he first found the bottle, he had been unable to twist it. At that time, he had been preoccupied with his injuries and had not exerted much effort. He had assumed that employing all his strength now would make the task effortless. To his surprise, it proved to be futile. After several more attempts, his arms began to ache, yet he still had not succeeded. He paused, shaking out his arms and flexing his wrists, having strained himself with his earlier efforts. Bringing the bottle closer for a meticulous inspection, he regrettably found no concealed mechanism upon it. This left Han Li in a quandary. Without opening the cap, how could he ascertain whether there was anything inside? If there was, such a uniquely exquisite bottle, sealed so tightly, must contain something of great value. Han Li clutched the bottle tightly, staring at it, lost in thought. Ultimately, he resolved to enlist the help of Zhang Tai, whose strength far surpassed his own, to see if he could open it. It was known that Zhang Tai could effortlessly lift heavy buckets of water with both hands and move swiftly up and down the mountainside, filling the large water vat in the valley daily with precision. With his mind made up, Han Li made his way to Zhang Tai's dwelling, eagerly anticipating his return. The wait was unbearable, and time seemed to crawl. After what felt like an eternity, he finally heard the creak of the door as Zhang Tai entered. Glancing up, Han Li observed Zhang Tai, clad in a thin blue shirt, his body emanating steam and drenched in sweat, having just finished his training. Han Li understood that this was a normal phenomenon post-exercise and did not find it odd. Upon seeing Han Li in his room, Zhang Tai was momentarily taken aback. But before he could speak, Han Li, now impatient, thrust the bottle before him. "Brother Zhang, could you do me a favor and help me open this bottle? Where did you find this? It looks quite beautiful." Zhang Tai was slightly stunned, but took the bottle nonetheless. "Wow, this thing is remarkably sturdy. It's quite difficult to open. What is it made of?" Without further ado, Zhang Tai gripped the bottle with both hands, attempting to twist the cap, but to no avail. "I can't manage it. Perhaps you should try asking another senior brother?" Zhang Tai shook his head apologetically, returning the bottle to Han Li, and offered another suggestion. "You can't do it either?" Han Li felt a surge of frustration, pacing the room anxiously. "Oh, what happened to your foot?" Zhang Tai finally noticed Han Li's peculiar gait. "It's nothing, just bumped into a stone while walking." Han Li, for reasons unknown, did not wish to divulge the true nature of the bottle. Perhaps it was instinctive to keep this matter as his little secret. Disheartened and lacking the spirit to engage in idle chatter with Zhang Tai, Han Li inquired briefly about his training progress before departing, intent on finding a solution to the bottle's dilemma on his own. Back in his small abode, Han Li placed the bottle upright on the table, leaning over it, his eyes fixed intently while his mind raced to devise a clever plan. Chapter 12. Breaking the bottle with a firm grip. Han Li clenched his fists and struck the table with one of his hands. The decision to break the bottle with a tool was the result of extensive contemplation. Resorting to brute force to open it was a method he had considered previously, albeit one he deemed less than ideal. Such an approach, while straightforward and effective, filled him with reluctance at the thought of damaging the exquisite bottle beyond repair. If there were another way to open it, he would never resort to such a violent method. Enlisting the help of other senior brothers might yield better results, but deep down, Han Li had subconsciously begun to regard this object as his treasure. He was unwilling to let anyone else know of its existence. Furthermore, each person on the mountain could potentially be the rightful owner, and if they learned the bottle was in his possession, what would happen then? This charming little bottle was too captivating and intriguing for him to consider returning it. Han Li was now thoroughly captivated by the mysterious contents that might lie within. Though he understood it could merely be an empty bottle, he was willing to take a gamble, believing that whatever it contained would prove far more fascinating than the vessel itself. The more he pondered, the more restless his heart became. If he did not unravel the mystery of the bottle's contents, he would find it impossible to sleep soundly at night. Resolute in his decision, Hanli stealthily entered the storage shed in the valley, selecting a relatively heavy small hammer from the array of tools. He returned to his room with it. Once inside, he unearthed a half-broken piece of hard blue brick from a corner of the room and chose a relatively flat area to place it down. He positioned the bottle securely atop the blue brick, raising the hammer with his right hand. He hesitated momentarily before decisively bringing it down onto the most prominent part of the bottle. Thud! Fearing that excessive force might damage whatever lay within, he struck gently at first, testing the bottle's hardness. Seeing no signs of cracking, Hanli felt a sense of relief. It seemed he could apply greater force. Thud! With a little more strength. Thud! With even more. Thud! With all his might. Thud! Hanli progressively increased his force, his arm movements becoming more exaggerated, and the speed of the hammer's descent quickening with each strike. Eventually, he struck so hard that half of the bottle's body sank into the blue brick, yet remarkably, the bottle remained intact, showing no signs of shattering. Hanli was astonished, still unable to believe it as he reached out to touch the area where the hammer had struck, finding no trace of damage. Its surface remained lustrous and pristine. This was beyond his expectations. At that moment, Hanli was certain that this small bottle was indeed an extraordinary find, certainly not something that had been carelessly discarded. It was highly likely the owner had inadvertently lost it. Perhaps the rightful owner was currently searching the mountains for it. If Hanli wished to keep it safe, he must ensure it remained well hidden from prying eyes. In Hanli's mind, as long as he did not actively steal or snatch it, anything found on the ground rightfully belonged to him. Had it been an ordinary object, he might have returned it to its owner. However, the bottle was so enigmatic that it likely belonged to a disciple of a wealthy family or someone of status from the mountains. Hanli held neither of these types in high regard. Coming from a family of humble means, he had witnessed his family toil throughout the day, often struggling to secure a single meal. Within the Seven Mystics Sect, he frequently observed the first type of individuals extravagantly squandering their wealth, indulging in lavish feasts. Disciples of the sect, if dissatisfied with the standard fare, could pay extra for better meals, treating money as if it were of no consequence. This spectacle left Hanli with an uncomfortable sensation in his heart. Furthermore, these affluent youths often looked down upon disciples from poorer backgrounds, frequently hurling scornful remarks and insults, leading to minor conflicts and brawls among the children. Hanli had been involved in one such altercation, only to find himself beaten and bruised by those trained in martial arts, unable to face the world for some time. It took several days of rest before he returned to normalcy. As for those of prominence in the mountains, they had not left Hanli with a favorable impression either. From the bribes collected by the guardian Wang from his uncle to the way the deputy master of the horse used his influence to gain entry into the Hall of Absolute Sabers, the once grand image of powerful figures in Hanli's youthful mind had been thoroughly shattered. Thus, when it came to returning lost items belonging to either of these groups, Hanli not only felt no inclination to return them, but also entertained mischievous thoughts of hiding them away. With this in mind, Hanli promptly removed a small leather pouch hung around his neck. This pouch had been lovingly crafted by his mother from animal hide before he left home. It was waterproof and designed to hold a peace talisman made from wild boar tusk, meant to protect him from harm and calamity. He loosened the pouch's opening, placed the bottle and the talisman inside, tightened the drawstring, and hung it back around his neck. After completing this task, he glanced around to ensure he was alone. With a sense of relief swelling within him, he felt reassured that no unforeseen events would occur and the bottle would not be reclaimed by its owner. Hanli quietly returned the hammer to its original place and pretended to be nonchalant as he strolled leisurely around the Divine Hand Valley until darkness enveloped the sky, at which point he limped back into his dwelling. Upon learning of Hanli's injury, Zhang Tai personally brought food to his room, intending to keep him company during mealtime. Observing Zhang Tai's clumsiness as he rearranged chairs and fussed over the table, Hanli couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling a swell of gratitude. Once settled at the table, they exchanged casual conversation about matters within the sect, while simultaneously indulging in their meal, occasionally sharing insights on their training experiences. When the topic of Zhang Tai's armor technique arose, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Presently, Zhang Tai possessed a dread of the armor technique. Having endured relentless torment from Dr. Mo, despite only having practiced the first level, not only was he required to regularly soak in unpleasant medicinal concoctions, but he also had to endure periodic strikes from Dr. Mo's wooden stick, purportedly to toughen his muscles and bones. These harsh training methods had rendered him unable to sleep soundly at night, as his body was covered in painful welts, and even the slightest touch against the wooden bed caused him to grimace in agony. For him, it had been a veritable nightmare. In contrast, Han Li's practice of the unnamed mantra evoked deep envy in Zhang Tai, who found it appealing that Han Li merely needed to meditate like a monk. Han Li could only respond to this with a silent nod. He understood Zhang Tai's apprehension regarding the further levels of the armor technique. Knowing that the subsequent trials would be exponentially more grueling would unsettle anyone. Zhang Tai's determination to persevere thus far without surrendering earned Han Li's profound admiration. Were he in Zhang Tai's position, he would never subject himself to such self-inflicted torment, even if it promised to elevate him to the rank of a master overnight. As their conversation continued, they nearly finished their dinner. Zhang Tai hastily cleared the dishes before rising to take his leave, reminding Han Li to rest and tend to his foot injury. After watching Zhang Tai depart from the doorway, Han Li hurried back inside, securing the windows and leaving only a ventilation skylight ajar. He then retrieved the bottle from the pouch and resumed his examination. However, as a boy of nearly 10 years, he soon grew weary after some time of futile exploration. Coupled with the pain in his foot and his fatigue, he unwittingly leaned against the bed, bottle in hand, and drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and while Han Li was ensconced in a blissful sleep, he abruptly felt an icy sensation emanating from one of his hands. Shivering, he struggled to pry open his heavy eyelids, groggily glancing at the offending hand. Suddenly, he sat up with a start, mouth agape, oblivious to the drool escaping from one side. His drowsiness evaporated upon witnessing the astonishing sight before him. A cascade of visible white light streamed through the sole open skylight, converging upon the bottle in his grasp, forming tiny white orbs that enveloped the entire vessel in a delicate glow. This ethereal light was soft, not blinding, and the chill he felt stemmed from this gentle illumination. Han Li gulped down a mouthful of the now cool saliva, jolted awake, and instinctively flung the bottle aside, scrambling to the opposite side in alarm. After observing cautiously for a moment and finding no immediate danger, he approached with trepidation. The bottle, ensconced in the white light, appeared extraordinarily alluring, imbued with an air of mystery. Hesitating, Han Li gently prodded the bottle with his finger, and upon seeing no reaction, he cautiously picked it up again. Placing it back on the table, he leaned in close, captivated by this unprecedented phenomenon. His eyes remained steadfastly fixed on the bottle amidst the white glow for over a minute before he discerned a fragment of its enigma. The bottle was not merely absorbing the drifting white orbs. Rather, they seemed to be desperately rushing into the bottle, each one vying for entry, as if animated. Curious, Han Li delicately touched one with his fingertip. It felt cool, but aside from that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. He glanced up to see that strands of white light continued to rain down from the skylight without any sign of abating. An idea struck him. He gently pushed the door open and peered outside. Fortunately, it was now deep into the night, and aside from the occasional chirp of autumn insects, the outside world lay in tranquil silence, devoid of any human presence. Han Li withdrew his head, swiftly seized the small bottle, stuffed it into the leather pouch, and dashed out into the night. After sprinting to a secluded and desolate area, he finally came to a halt. With vigilant eyes, he scanned the surroundings, ensuring that no one else was present. Only then did he cautiously retrieve the bottle, gently placing it on the ground once more. The luminous orbs that had previously danced around the bottle vanished without a trace once it was sealed within the leather pouch. However, Han Li remained unperturbed. Indeed, after a brief moment, an abundance of luminous threads, far more numerous than those inside the house, converged from all directions. Countless white dots densely surfaced around the small bottle, coalescing into a massive orb of light the size of a basin. "Ah!" Han Li exclaimed, raising his hand and clenching his fist in excitement. At that moment, his youthful exuberance was unmistakably evident. It appeared that his hypothesis was correct. The sealed doors and windows had obstructed the bottle's ability to attract the luminous threads. Only in this vast, unobstructed space could the bottle draw in the threads more effectively, resulting in a larger orb of light. Although he was uncertain of the source of these luminous threads or the purpose of the bottle absorbing these tiny points of light, he felt he had made significant progress towards unraveling the mystery. The thrill of potentially unlocking the secrets of the bottle filled him with exhilaration. He waited until dawn approached, at which point the radiance surrounding the bottle gradually faded, returning to a state of tranquility. During this time, Han Li observed the bottle's transformation while remaining alert to ensure that no one discovered his clandestine activities. He bent down to retrieve the bottle and examined it. It appeared unchanged. The cap remained tightly sealed, refusing to budge. Disappointed, Han reluctantly stowed the bottle away, realizing he needed to return to the stone chamber to meditate and practice. For several consecutive nights, at a designated hour, the bottle exhibited the same extraordinary phenomenon. Countless luminous threads, like moths drawn to a flame, flocked to the bottle, transforming into numerous small light points that it eagerly consumed. Just as Han Li believed this phenomenon would persist nightly, a change occurred on the 8th day. Upon returning to his usual spot and placing the bottle down, the absorption of light points lasted a mere brief moment before ceasing. Suddenly, the dark green patterns on the bottle emitted a dazzling green glow, revealing several golden characters and symbols on its surface. These peculiar characters, with their graceful structure and unique strokes, exuded an indescribable ancient charm, flickering and dancing upon the bottle's surface. This extraordinary occurrence was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only a few embossed golden characters, as if everything had returned to its original state. After several days of witnessing these bizarre phenomena, Han Li no longer reacted with the same astonishment as at the beginning. Even more peculiar events occurring with the bottle no longer shocked him. Nonchalantly, he picked up the bottle and instinctively attempted to unscrew the cap. With a gentle twist, the cap effortlessly came off. Unbelievable. Han Li stared in astonishment at the cap in his hand. Had he truly solved this vexing puzzle, which had confounded him for several days, with such ease? Once he confirmed the authenticity of the event before him, the bottle's secret lay revealed before his very eyes. Unable to contain his excitement, he leaned in closer to peer inside the bottle. Within, a drop of green liquid, no larger than a soybean, rolled slowly, casting a shimmering green hue upon the entire interior of the bottle. What is this? Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment. After all his efforts, he had merely acquired this unremarkable substance. Disheartened, he sealed the bottle once more and stowed it away, turning to return to his dwelling, having cast aside the earlier thrill of excitement. Although he had managed to unscrew the cap, the outcome left much to be desired. Han Li resolved to revisit the mystery of this green liquid during moments of boredom, hoping it might yield a small surprise. For now, his priority was to return and enjoy a good night's sleep to recuperate. Over the past few days, he had been unable to rest soundly each night, which significantly diminished his efficiency during daytime practice. The lack of vigor had also drawn inquiries from Dr. Mo. Since Han Li became Dr. Mo's personal disciple and broke through the first layer of the incantation, he felt a waning motivation to continue his practice. Furthermore, the results of his cultivation were far from satisfactory, leaving him disheartened and uninspired. Consequently, Dr. Mo had scolded him thoroughly. Yet, when it came time to practice, he remained drowsy and listless, devoid of any spirit. This situation had left Dr. Mo somewhat exasperated, pondering if he had chosen the wrong disciple. To Han Li's surprise, the day after he returned from a restful slumber, he proactively immersed himself wholeheartedly in fervent cultivation. The catalyst for this drastic change was merely a light-hearted remark from Dr. Mo. For every layer you advance in this incantation, I shall double your monthly stipend. Dr. Mo had finally discerned Han Li's craving for wealth and provided the solution with a simple phrase, binding him to the relentless pursuit of cultivation. In the days that followed, Han Li devoted himself tirelessly to mastering the next layer of the incantation. Each day, he traversed between morning and noon, from noon to evening, entering the stone chamber twice daily to meditate and practice, leading a monotonous and tedious existence, casting aside all else, to ensure he remained undistracted by external matters. Dr. Mo had temporarily sealed off the entire Divine Hand Valley, even conducting medical consultations outside the valley, relieving Han Li of any concerns regarding daily necessities. Thus, the matter of the bottle gradually faded from Han Li's mind. As autumn gave way to winter and spring advanced towards summer, for years swiftly passed. Han Li was now 14 years old, having transformed into a sturdy, resolute rural youth with a sun-kissed complexion. Externally, he bore no distinction from other ordinary farm boys, blending in seamlessly without drawing attention, neither handsome nor charming. His days were consumed by the routine of moving between his residence and the stone chamber, occasionally visiting Dr. Mo to learn some medical skills and perusing various books in his room. In this manner, the entire valley became his world, and he naturally progressed to the third layer of the incantation. Dr. Mo expressed satisfaction that Han Li dedicated all his time to cultivation. However, he remained dissatisfied with the pace of Han Li's progress in the nameless incantation. In recent years, Dr. Mo's health seemed to deteriorate further. His coughing spells had become more frequent and prolonged. As his physical condition worsened, he appeared increasingly concerned about Han Li's cultivation progress. From his frequent and urgent reminders, one could discern the anxiety that resided within him. Dr. Imo evidently held Han Li in high esteem, as he not only provided him with a significantly greater allowance than that of the other disciples, but also gazed upon him with a peculiar fondness, akin to that of a collector cherishing a rare treasure. Yet, as Han Li reached the third level of his cultivation, his senses became exceedingly sharp, and he inadvertently perceived, behind those seemingly affectionate glances, an unsettling flicker of greed and longing that made him uneasy. This disquieting expression led Han Li to feel as though Dr. Imo viewed him not as a living being, but as an object of desire, which left him perplexed. He firmly reassured himself that he possessed nothing of value that Dr. Imo might covet. Occasionally, Han Li speculated that perhaps he had become overly sensitive in his practice, secretly berating himself for being ungrateful. Nevertheless, he could not shake the instinctive wariness he felt towards Dr. Imo, a sentiment that only grew stronger with the passage of time. A significant dilemma soon confronted Han Li. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Compounding the problem was the fact that, after years of rigorous training and consuming medicinal herbs, the precious supplies in Dr. Mo's possession had been entirely depleted. It was evident that Han Li was no prodigy. Without the aid of these herbs, his progress had come to a complete standstill. This realization filled him with shame in the presence of Dr. Imo, who had devoted his entire efforts and resources to creating the best possible conditions for Han Li's cultivation, while he was unable to fulfill the expectations set before him. Strangely, Dr. Imo, despite his formidable skills, remained oblivious to the specifics of Han Li's cultivation struggles, only gaining a vague understanding of his progress through pulse readings. Thus, for some time, he remained unaware of the predicament Han Li faced. Recently, feeling an unsettling turmoil within, Han Li finally confided in Dr. Imo about his cultivation status. Upon hearing that Han Li had made no progress in his cultivation over the past year, Dr. Mo's previously tanned complexion lost its color, and his expression, typically devoid of emotion, became noticeably grim. Without casting blame, he informed Han Li that he would be descending the mountain for a period to gather medicinal materials, urging him to diligently continue his practice and not to neglect his cultivation. 2 days later, Dr. Imo departed from the Seven Mystics Sect, burdened with his belongings and herbal gathering tools, leaving Han Li alone in the Divine Hand Valley. His fellow disciple and friend, Zhang Tai, had mysteriously vanished 2 years prior after achieving the third level of the elephant armor technique, leaving only a farewell letter stating his intention to venture into the martial world. This event had caused quite a stir within the Seven Mystics Sect. It was later rumored that Dr. Imo had intervened on Zhang Tai's behalf to prevent repercussions for his mentor and family. The suddenness of this departure left Han Li in a state of melancholy for several days, and upon reflection, he sensed something amiss but was too young and insignificant for anyone to inquire about his thoughts, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Han Li speculated that perhaps Zhang Tai had fled in fear of the challenges presented by the fourth level of the elephant armor technique. After several days of fruitless training in the valley, Han Li, displaying the impulsiveness of youth, ventured out of the Divine Hand Valley to roam the picturesque trails of Kai Xia Mountain. As he tread upon these familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar paths, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Over the years, his dedication to cultivation had confined him to the valley, and he mused that his fellow disciples had likely forgotten him entirely. During his walk, he encountered several patrolling disciples who, upon seeing him donned in the sect's attire yet unfamiliar in appearance, approached him with caution. After an extensive explanation to extricate himself from their inquiries, Han Li decided to avoid unnecessary trouble by taking the more secluded paths, steering clear of crowded areas. Consequently, he encountered no further disturbances and enjoyed a leisurely journey deeper into the wilderness. As he marveled at the stunning scenery, listening to the melodious chirping of various birds, he momentarily cast aside all his worries. Suddenly, he was drawn by the clamor of clashing weapons and the fervent shouts of a crowd emanating from a concealed cliff. His curiosity piqued, he followed the sounds, no longer fearful of being questioned, and found himself near the source of the commotion. What a spectacle it was! He stood in awe as he observed over 100 individuals gathered beneath the tree-covered cliff, tightly packed in a relatively small area, with some even perched upon the branches of nearby trees to catch a glimpse of the unfolding event. In the midst of the throng, 2 groups stood in hostile opposition to one another, the larger group numbering around 12, while the smaller faction comprised 6 or 7 individuals. Han Li noted that all present, whether spectators or participants, appeared to be of a similar age to his own, likely in their teenage years. A faint smile crept across Han Li's face. How fortuitous! Among the multitude, He easily recognized several familiar faces: Wan Jinbao, Zhang Dalu, Ma Yun, and Sun Lisong. Wang Depang seemed even plumper than before. It was no wonder, considering his family's culinary background. And there was Lu Tai too, who had transformed from a coal-black visage into a fair-skinned youth. Han Li climbed a tree to better observe the familiar faces below. In the center of the gathering, two bare-handed youths were engaged in a contest of martial prowess. One was stout and robust, delivering powerful blows with every strike, while the other was a nimble, shorter individual who evaded the attacks, seemingly intent on wearing down his opponent before launching a counterattack. Naturally, Han Li's loyalties leaned towards his friend, and after watching for a while, he felt reassured that Wang Depang would not be defeated anytime soon. Looking around, Han Li sought someone to inquire about the situation. He spotted a youth nearby, animatedly gesturing while watching the match, mumbling to himself, aim for his head, kick his waist. Oh, so close. Yes, kick his backside, put some muscle into it. Intrigued by the boy's enthusiasm, Han Li slowly descended from the tree and approached him. Good fellow, do you know the participants in this match? What is the reason for their fight? Han Li asked, his expression earnest. Why ask? I, Xiao Suanpan, know everyone here. Of course, they're fighting because, hey, who are you? I've never seen you before. Are you new? Not quite. There are still several months before new disciples can enter. Who exactly are you? The person, initially somewhat dazed, was about to respond, but suddenly realized he had never encountered Han Li before and promptly regained his composure. I am Han Li, a friend of the valiant Wang Depang. Han Li replied with utmost seriousness. Wang Depang's friend? I know all his acquaintances, and I have never heard of you. The individual remained highly vigilant. Oh, I have been in seclusion for the past few years, so it is only natural that you do not recognize me, Han Li said, half truthfully. Is that so? You also entered the sect 4 years ago. I never would have imagined that there was someone in the mountain whom I, a veritable know-it-all, did not know. The person glanced at Han Li's attire, seemingly convinced by his words. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he could not help but divulge the circumstances surrounding the competition. You see, this is all the result of a beautiful woman's mischief. It all began with a certain young man who truly lives up to his title of know-it-all. As he recounted the entire matter in detail to Han Li, it turns out the story revolves around two individuals, Wang Yang, the cousin of Wang Depang, and Zhang Chongwei, the son of a moneylender. Both are disciples of the Seven Mystics Sect, albeit one is an outer disciple while the other belongs to the inner circle, though they reside in the same town. Their paths would not have crossed were it not for a girl from another town who had been promised to Wang Yang since childhood. Recently, while out, this girl caught the eye of the wealthy Zhang Dezhang, and under the influence of his monetary persuasion, both she and her parents succumbed, resulting in her being betrothed to Zhang Chongwei and Wang Yang's bride price being returned. The girl, enamored with wealth, turned her back on Wang Yang, delivering a devastating blow to him, who had long been infatuated with her. Upon receiving the news, he fell into despair and ultimately took his own life by jumping into a river. Under normal circumstances, this would have concluded as a tragic tale. However, Wang Depang, having been close to his cousin since childhood, could not let this matter rest. He confronted Zhang Chongwei, challenging him to a duel, with the loser required to serve tea and apologize. Although Zhang Chongwei was prideful, he understood that his martial skills were slightly inferior to Wang Depang's. So he proposed that friends could also participate, engaging in multiple matches to determine the overall winner. Wang Depang readily agreed. Subsequently, Zhang Chongwei, leveraging his wealth, sought out skilled disciples among the affluent to assist him, while Wang Depang, despite lacking funds, had a wide circle of friends among the lower ranks, many of whom offered their assistance. Consequently, many disciples came to witness the competition, creating an intense and polarized atmosphere. From the youth's tone, Han Li discerned that the conflict between the wealthy disciples and those of lower status had seemingly escalated. A mere competition had attracted such a large audience. You are also supporting Wang Depang, right? If they break the rules, we should band together and teach those young masters a lesson, ensuring they never dare to bully us again. The youth had not ceased his chatter since the beginning. Han Li chuckled inwardly. The conflict between the two factions had little to do with him, and it was difficult to ascertain who was right or wrong. After years of meditation and training, his youthful fervor had largely dissipated. Moreover, he had never practiced martial arts, making it impossible for him to defeat any ordinary disciple. It would be best for him to quietly return to the valley after observing the competition. Excellent. Suddenly, the youth's face lit up with excitement. Han Li turned to look into the arena, where Wang Depang's opponent had ultimately failed to evade Wang Depang's hefty fist, landing a blow to his forehead and collapsing unconscious. Instantly, part of the crowd erupted in cheers, while others appeared visibly distressed. Wang Depang, brimming with pride, bowed to the crowd before swaggering back to his side, completely shedding the fierce demeanor he had displayed during the match. Zhang Changgui's side also sent out 2 individuals to drag the unconscious disciple back. Soon after, both sides dispatched another pair, one wielding a knife and the other a sword. Clearly, they were both hot-headed, eschewing conversation and launching into a fierce clash with their weapons. Amidst the dazzling display of blades and flashing swords, the 2 combatants moved with agility, their weapons weaving a tapestry of cold light. Clashing continuously in a contest that was difficult to discern in terms of skill, Han Li watched for a while, unable to grasp the nuances, only perceiving the excitement and spectacle, completely unaware of the finer techniques involved, and who might be the more skilled of the 2. Han Jr., may I inquire under which esteemed master you have trained? Having emerged from seclusion, I presume your skills have greatly advanced? The young man, unable to contain himself, respectfully inquired about Han Li's master. It is well known that every inner disciple of the Seven Mystics Sect typically undergoes 2 years of foundational training at the 100 Forging Hall before being sent to pay respects and apprentice under senior disciples to learn more profound martial skills, only assuming specific duties within the sect thereafter. Of course, this is the standard process for disciples. Those who exhibit exceptional performance during the entrance examination may bypass the 2-year foundational training and directly enter the 7 Absolute Hall, becoming direct disciples of various sect leaders, learning the sect's ultimate techniques, a true leap to greatness. During the 2 years of foundational training, those who stand out may also catch the eye of elders or hall masters, becoming favored disciples. Although these disciples' futures may not rival those of the sect leader's disciples, they still receive considerably more attention than ordinary disciples. Upon hearing that Han Li had just emerged from seclusion, and having never seen him before, the young man naturally speculated that he must be a disciple of a prominent figure within the sect, thus respectfully inquiring in hopes of fostering a connection. Years ago, I was favored by a certain esteemed elder and accepted as a disciple. As for which elder, I cannot disclose his name, Han Li said, fully aware of the young man's intentions, while feigning a bashful demeanor, allowing a hint of pride to seep into his words. Is that so? Brother Han, you are quite fortunate. Your standing within the sect must be high, and your future boundless. I hope, should the opportunity arise, you might take me under your wing. The young man remarked, undeterred by Han Li's reluctance to reveal his master's name. Brother Han, it is evident you are no ordinary individual. Your rise to prominence is merely a matter of time. He continued to flatter Han Li. The young man, with his dark complexion and somewhat simple demeanor, pondered to himself why such an esteemed elder would take him as a disciple, while he, with his quick wit, had not attracted any prominent figures. Though his mind was filled with such thoughts, his expression remained one of utmost respect. Han Li found it amusing that the young man had suddenly shifted from addressing him as Han Jr. to Brother Han. However, he bore no contempt in his heart. Recognizing that seeking favor is merely a human instinct, who does not wish for a better life and to ascend higher? Furthermore, it was clear from his name that the young man was shrewd and adept at navigating his circumstances. However, he would be gravely disappointed. Although what he had just said was not without merit, the identity of this disciple as a servant was merely a fade. Any disciple from the Seven Mystics Sect could easily overpower him. He mistook himself for a great tree to lean upon, but it seems he has chosen the wrong person. Han Li, while secretly amused, feigned indifference as he listened to the flattery from the little abacus, occasionally responding to him with polite remarks. Senior Brother Han possesses formidable martial prowess. If he were to engage, he would undoubtedly leave that swordsman in utter disarray. The little abacus continued to praise, all the while discreetly observing Han Li's every move. Strange, he thought. A servant disciple should possess profound internal strength and remarkable skills. Yet I cannot discern the depths of this person. His temples are neither slightly protruded, nor do his eyes gleam with vitality. He appears to be utterly unskilled in martial arts. The little abacus grew increasingly perplexed. Victory has been determined. Han Li's light remark shattered his thoughts. The little abacus, startled, redirected his gaze to the arena. Indeed, the swordsman had discarded his weapon, one arm bleeding profusely while the other pressed against his wound. His face a ghastly shade of iron, clearly not having accepted defeat gracefully. It was no wonder. Both fighters were of comparable skill, and a momentary lapse had led to a miscalculation, resulting in the loss. Upon witnessing this, the little abacus bore a sorrowful expression, lamenting aloud. What is there to lament? Han Li pondered, unable to perceive the underlying significance. Yet, with such a ready commentator beside him, it would be remiss not to inquire. If Heaven-Defying's side were to win this bout, they would have triumphed in 3 matches, rendering the final contest unnecessary. Alas, they have not succeeded. Oh, but fear not. There remains one final match, and the contestant from Heaven-Defying's side is the most skilled among our group of disciples, wielding the Thunderblade technique with unparalleled ferocity, capable of shattering stone and severing gold. To witness Senior Brother Li's mastery of this technique makes my presence here worthwhile. Regardless of who Zhang Chongwei sends forth, victory is assured. Initially disheartened, the little abacus soon brimmed with excitement, radiating confidence in Senior Brother Li. Is this truly the final match? Han Li casually replied, musing about the identity of this Senior Brother Han, someone he did not recognize. At that moment, a cold-faced youth emerged from Heaven-Defying's side, brandishing a gleaming long knife. He approached the center of the arena step by step, remaining silent with his eyes closed. Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Li. The crowd erupted in excitement at the sight of the youth, collectively shouting his name, their voices crescendoing in an exhilarating roar that reverberated throughout the arena. Blurring the lines between wealthy and humble disciples, united in their cheers for the young man. Is this Senior Brother Li truly renowned? Han Li inquired, astonished. You don't even know Senior Brother Li? I have been in seclusion for several years, the little abacus replied. Ah, right. I had forgotten. My memory fails me, indeed. I always thought it impossible for anyone in the Seven Mystics Sect not to know of Senior Brother Li, forgetting your seclusion. The little abacus realized his oversight and quickly offered an apology. Could you enlighten me about this Senior Brother Li? Of course. We young disciples are well acquainted with Senior Brother Li's exploits. The little abacus eagerly began recounting tales of the celebrated figure. Noting that Zhang Chongwei's side had yet to reveal a challenger for Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Han, it is not mere boasting. Not only do we young disciples know of Senior Brother Li, but many of the older brothers are also well aware of his deeds. As he animatedly recounted the stories, his enthusiasm was palpable, as if he himself were the protagonist in those tales. Listening to the little abacus narrate the legendary feats of Senior Brother Li, Han Li found them indeed captivating. For years prior, Senior Brother Li had ascended the mountain, not as part of Han Li's group, but as a named disciple who had initially struggled to pass the assessments. However, 6 months later, he excelled in all categories, astonishingly becoming the sole disciple to withstand 30 exchanges during the final confrontation, breaking all previous records and capturing the attention of many influential figures. Upon evaluation, it was discovered that Senior Brother Li possessed only average innate talent and limited potential, which disheartened many, resulting in him not being taken under the wing of any prominent figure. After 2 years of basic training, he found himself under an ordinary guardian, learning only a few standard martial techniques, with the Thunderblade being one of the more commonplace mid-level skills of the Seven Mystics Sect. Had his journey ended there, Senior Brother Li might not have been regarded as legendary. Rather, it would have been a tale of unfulfilled promise. Yet shortly thereafter, he utilized this seemingly unremarkable Thunderblade technique to shine in the junior disciple competitions, securing a place among the top 16, the only newcomer to achieve such a claim, once again placing him in the spotlight. In subsequent contests, Senior Brother Li consistently displayed remarkable prowess, earning high rankings and bringing pride to his fellow new disciples. Last year, he even clinched 3rd place, competing against disciples who had been in the sect for over a decade, many of whom were in their late 20s. Possessing far deeper internal power, many believed that had Senior Brother Li possessed comparable internal strength, the 1st place would have been within his grasp. Thus, Senior Brother Li garnered further attention from the higher-ups and was specifically chosen to venture outside the sect, contributing significantly while other new disciples toiled within the sect. He earned the formidable reputation of Li Hu in the martial world, and reports suggested he was soon to gain special permission to enter the Hall of Seven Absolutes to cultivate more profound martial techniques. Han Li felt a stir of admiration within him upon hearing these accounts. If all these assertions were true, this Senior Brother Li was indeed exceptional. To achieve such accomplishments as a named disciple was commendable, and he found himself somewhat in awe. After considerable delay, a disciple from Zhang Chongwei's side finally stepped forward, appearing to possess considerable martial skill. He unsheathed a gleaming soft sword, slender as a thumb and undeniably a weapon not easily wielded by an ordinary individual. Sensing the presence of an opponent, Senior Brother Li slowly opened his eyes, which gleamed with intensity. He suddenly bellowed, a voice like thunder that echoed throughout the arena, causing the ears of all present to ring, and startling his opponent into a momentary tremor of fear. With his shout, the long knife was already in motion, its blade shimmering as it unleashed a series of rapid strikes. transforming into a whirlwind of 10 or more blade silhouettes that ensnared his opponent within a web of steel. The opponent, though initially startled, remained vigilant. Despite his confusion, the soft sword danced erratically, cunningly defensive and impenetrable. Who is this person? Han Li could not help but inquire. Zhao Xiling, disciple of Elder Wu. He wields the elusive willow sword technique, quite formidable. And how does he compare to Senior Brother Li? Certainly no match. The little abacus proudly asserted. Why hasn't Tizhong Changgue replaced him with a more formidable contender? Zhao Xiling is indeed the most skilled among them. Besides, who among us new disciples could possibly match Li Shixiao? It would be futile to switch anyone else in. He chuckled with a hint of malice. Indeed, although Zhao Xiling's swordsmanship remained intact, his spirit had utterly diminished, crushed beneath the might of Li Shixiang's long blade. Any discerning observer could tell that his defeat was merely a matter of time. Han Li pondered for a moment, a perplexity stirring within him. There is something I find rather peculiar. Why are there no elder brothers present? Even if they are not allowed to participate in the contest, surely someone would come to spectate. Yet the area is devoid of any senior disciples, filled only with us youthful new initiates. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Han Li candidly voiced his query. Upon hearing Han Li's question, Xiao Xuan's expression shifted, his gaze turning peculiar, leaving Han Li somewhat bewildered. Had he inadvertently touched upon a taboo? Brother Han, you truly are oblivious to the world outside. Such a significant matter has escaped your notice? Even in seclusion. Your master should have mentioned it to you. Xiao Xuan's tone implied a growing suspicion. Without hesitation, Han Li deftly produced a token from his possession and extended it toward Xiao Xuan. Brother Han, what is this for? Do you doubt me? Xiao Xuan exclaimed, his eyes darting to the token. Upon confirming its authenticity, he quickly donned a smile. Can you now enlighten me? Han Li pressed, still intrigued by his earlier inquiry. Of course, Xiao Xuan replied, though internally he worried he might have offended Han Li. Nevertheless, he divulged everything candidly. It turned out that in recent years, the conflict between the Seven Mystics Sect and the Wolf Gang had intensified, resulting in numerous skirmishes over a few affluent towns with ambiguous ownership, leading to considerable casualties on both sides. The Wolf Gang's members, trained as ruthless bandits, fought without regard for their lives, becoming even more frenzied upon tasting blood. In contrast, although the disciples of the Seven Mystics Sect possessed superior martial skills, they lacked the same ferocity, often hesitating in battle, which consequently led to greater losses among their ranks. After several bouts, the prominent figures of the Seven Mystics Sect could no longer remain passive. They dispatched most of their inner disciples to engage in the ongoing clashes, both to secure these territories and to expose their disciples to the brutal realities of the martial world, thereby honing their practical combat experience. As a result, during subsequent confrontations, the Seven Mystics Sect began to gain the upper hand, yet the toll on their inner disciples was steep, with many elder brothers who ventured out never returning. Xiao Xuan sighed at this point. Eventually, the sect leaders altered their strategy, assigning inner disciples to undertake less critical missions, allowing them to gain experience in other areas before re-engaging the Wolf Gang. This adjustment effectively reduced casualties. Thus, this strategy was formally incorporated into the sect's regulations over the past 2 years, mandating that all disciples must first descend the mountain for practical training before being granted official roles within the sect. Consequently, most elder brothers had been dispatched from the mountain, leaving only a handful of young disciples, yet to embark on their journeys alongside the necessary guardians. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally grasped the reason behind the significant changes on the mountain. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a soft sword soared into the air. Zhao Xiling, clutching his injured hand, staggered back, his complexion pale as he gasped for breath. He had been caught off guard by Li Shixiang's rapid succession of strikes and was forced to parry with his soft sword, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer force that sent his weapon flying. Li Shixiang, you are indeed formidable. I, your junior, humbly bow to your prowess. Zhao Xiling managed a strained smile and bowed. Cheers erupted from the spectators. Li Shixiang, such splendid skill. Li Shixiang, what impressive swordplay. Li Shixiang, would you impart some wisdom to this junior? The arena rang with voices, each echoing admiration for their idol. Li Shixiang sheathed his long blade, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, his expression shifted, brows furrowing as if recalling something. I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he gracefully exited the arena, showcasing his remarkable agility as he vanished into the pine forest by the cliff. Wow! Not only is Li Shixiang skilled with the blade, but his lightness skill is also remarkable. Indeed, the praises continued to resonate. Han Li furrowed his brow. While Li Shixiang's skills were commendable, he seemed somewhat prone to ostentation, perhaps a consequence of youthful exuberance. Reflecting on this, Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he was not much older than these youths, yet felt as if he bore the weight of age, likely due to his rigorous training that had aged his mindset. Brother, I still do not know your name. Han Li turned to Xiao Swan, who stood beside him, and inquired. I am Jin Dongbao, but you may call me Xiao Swan, he replied, visibly excited, as if he had secured a connection with a formidable ally. Should you ever fall ill or sustain injuries, seek me out, and I shall provide you with free treatment. Han Li clapped him on the shoulder, glancing back at the contentious crowd before striding into the adjacent pine forest without a backward glance. Left behind, Jin Dongbao stood in a daze, momentarily perplexed by Han Li's words. Having traversed a considerable distance from the cliff, Han Li could still faintly hear the uproar of voices. But he no longer felt inclined to concern himself with the resolution of the dispute between Wang Depang and Zhang Chongwei. The image of Jin Dongbao standing there, lost in thought, elicited a chuckle from him. His mood lightened, dispelling the gloom that had previously enveloped him in the valley. Emerging from the pine trees, he wandered further afield, and after meandering for a while, a slender stream came into view. Han Li looked up at the blazing sun overhead, then down at the gently flowing water of the stream, contemplating that it would be refreshing to wash his hands in the cool water. As he bent down to dip his hands into the stream, a series of pained groans drifted from upstream. Han Li was taken aback, even in such a remote location. There were others present. Following the sound of the groans, he ventured upstream, where he discovered a figure clad in the attire of an inner disciple. Face down by the stream, trembling uncontrollably. At once, Han Li discerned that the disciple was afflicted with an acute ailment. Without immediate assistance, he feared for the disciple's life. With a swift stride, he rushed forward, retrieving a sandalwood box from his bosom. Upon opening it, he extracted a series of glimmering silver needles, deftly inserting them into the acupoints on the man's back. He promptly completed the back treatment and turned the individual over, preparing to address the acupoints on the chest. As he spun around, the man's face was revealed, causing Han Li to gasp in shock. The critically endangered individual was none other than the formidable senior brother Li, who had recently displayed his prowess atop the cliff. Han Li paused momentarily, scrutinizing the familiar visage that had only moments ago exuded confidence and invincibility. Now, however, senior brother Li's once cold countenance was contorted in agony, his lips foaming, clearly indicating that he had succumbed to pain-induced delirium. Regaining his composure, Han Li pondered briefly before launching into a flurry of needlework, the silver needles flowing like water as they punctured his body continuously. After delivering the final needle, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, exhaling a sigh of relief. This method of emergency treatment was no small burden for him. As senior brother Li's body became adorned with a multitude of sparkling needles, he finally regained consciousness and clarity. Though he attempted to utter something, his strength was insufficient to articulate the remaining words. I am from the Divine Hand Valley. Do not speak. Focus on recovering your strength. I can only revive you momentarily. Your condition is peculiar. Only Dr. Mo may be able to save you. Regrettably, he is not on the mountain at present. Han Li took senior brother Li's pulse, furrowing his brow. The urgency in senior brother Li's expression heightened, his lips quivering as he attempted to raise an arm to convey something, yet he was unsuccessful. Do you possess the medicine to treat your ailment? Han Li quickly grasped his meaning and questioned in return. Upon seeing that Han Li understood, senior brother Li relaxed slightly and nodded laboriously. Han Li, unreserved, began to search through the various items on him, discovering a small white jade vial among the many trinkets. The exquisite and well-sealed bottle surely contained what he sought. He turned to gauge senior brother Li's expression. Indeed, joy illuminated his face as he fervently blinked. As Han Li opened the vial, unexpectedly, no fragrant aroma wafted forth. Instead, a pungent stench assaulted his senses. Upon inhaling this noxious odor, Han Li's expression soured, and he cautiously extracted a pink pill from within. This pill, though visually appealing, emitted an utterly repugnant scent that was hard to believe. Is this the pill? Han Li's expression regained its composure. Senior brother Li, now frantic, could only blink in response. The essence-extracting pill, composed of rare ingredients such as elan, scorpion tail flower, and the eggs of the century-old blue ant, among 23 other rare materials. Its exterior is pink, exuding a peculiar stench. Once ingested, it significantly exhausts the body's potential, trading future lifespan for present capabilities. Am I correct? Han Li gazed coldly at senior brother Li, enunciating each word with an undeniable tone. Upon hearing Han Li's words, senior brother Li's complexion drained of color. Panic etched upon his features. The consumption of this pill necessitated regular intake, accompanied by excruciating pain akin to a non-human experience. Failure to comply could result in paralysis or even death, and even with timely consumption, one's life would inevitably be forfeited within a decade due to the depletion of vitality. Han Li continued unrelentingly. Do not tell me that the pill I hold is not the essence-extracting pill. He paused momentarily. Hearing this, senior brother Li's expression revealed the despair of being unmasked, yet his eyes betrayed an astonishment that was hard to fathom. Are you surprised? Such pills are exceedingly rare. How could I possibly recognize one? Han Li discerned the confusion in his heart and shifted the conversation to himself. Actually, it is quite simple. I have consumed one such pill. The revelation left senior brother Li utterly astounded, though disbelief soon clouded his features. My method of ingestion differed from yours. I divided one pill into 10 portions, consuming it over 10 occasions, treating it as a catalyst for other medicines, thus avoiding any detrimental side effects. The pill's appearance and its pungent odor were so distinct that my memory of it remains vivid. I had always believed that aside from the one I consumed, no one else in the world would dare to take such a secret medicine. Yet here you are, having articulated these thoughts. Han Li regarded senior brother Li with a gaze that mingled admiration with pity. Senior brother Li, unwilling to meet Han Li's eyes, gently closed his own, his chest rising and falling, indicating the turmoil within. You must have been consuming this pill for several years. Should you cease taking it now? I could request Dr. Mo to concoct another secret remedy for you. While it may not restore your entire lifespan, it could extend your life by another 20 to 30 years. However, your martial prowess would be irretrievably lost. If you continue to take this pill, judging by your current condition, you might live another 5 to 6 years at most, during which your skills would advance at an accelerated rate, surpassing your current progress. Since you dare to consume such a secret medicine, you must be a resolute and decisive individual. The choice is yours. Will you take the pill or discard it? Chapter 21. Painkiller senior brother Li's eyelids trembled slightly, revealing the intense internal struggle raging within him. After a brief interval, he opened his tightly shut eyes, locking his gaze fervently upon the pill in Han Li's hand. Han Li said nothing more, placing the pill into his mouth, watching as he swallowed it with saliva. He then gently extracted the silver needles one by one from his body. Once all the needles were removed, the effects of the pill began to take hold. Senior brother Li's pallid complexion flushed with an unusual hue, his cheeks gradually becoming blood red. His body started to convulse, hands and feet trembling, accompanied by low groans. It was evident that he was striving to maintain composure before Han Li, suppressing his voice, yet the inhuman agony compelled him to cry out. As senior brother Li's cries grew louder, his body shook more violently. After what felt like an eternity, his cries began to wane, eventually fading entirely. His complexion started to regain a normal hue, and the convulsions ceased, suggesting he had endured the most excruciating phase. Slowly, senior brother Li straightened his posture, crossing his legs in a meditative position, once again closing his eyes, remaining still to recuperate his energy. Han Li found a clean stone to sit upon, idly observing him as he cultivated to restore his vitality. After a meal's worth of time, senior brother Li suddenly opened his eyes, swiftly drawing the long knife beside him and leaping to his feet. With a powerful swing of his arm, the blade glinted menacingly as it was leveled against Han Li's throat. Give me a reason not to kill you. Senior brother Li's eyes glinted with cold fury, brimming with murderous intent. I just saved your life. Does that not count as a reason? Han Li's expression remained unchanged, though his brow twitched slightly. A subtle detail that would go unnoticed by anyone not paying close attention. Li Shixiang's expression softened slightly, yet he continued to glare menacingly at Han Li. I was aware, even before saving you, that you might resort to silencing me to keep your secrets. I simply did not anticipate your swiftness in taking action. Han Li finally managed a bitter smile, a hint of self-mockery gracing his features. Ahem. Even though I realize that saving you is akin to courting trouble, I cannot turn a blind eye to death when I have learned the healing arts. Han Li sighed. Upon hearing this, Li Shixiang's face revealed a flicker of embarrassment, and the blade drew slightly away from Han Li's neck, though it remained poised. Han Li breathed a silent sigh of relief, his tone growing more composed. You need not fear that I will divulge your secrets. It is evident that I am not one to gossip. If you remain unconvinced, I can swear an oath. You should see that I possess no martial prowess. Should I break my vow, you could easily slay me. Han Li calmly suggested. Swear your oath, Li Shixiang replied decisively. At this, Han Li felt a weight lift from his heart. Although he had studied Li Shixiang's face prior to their encounter and discerned that he was not ungrateful or cruel. Such conclusions were not entirely reliable. After all, should he be a treacherous ingrate, Han Li would have no choice but to rely on his sole means of self-defense. With this thought, Han Li subtly shifted his fingers away from the concealed iron tube nestled in his sleeve. After Han Li solemnly swore his oath, Li Shixiang finally sheathed his long blade. Han Li touched his neck, where the sharp edge had left a faint crimson mark, sticky to the touch, and felt a chill running down his back. Clearly having broken into a cold sweat. That was indeed perilous. I have not been thorough enough in my considerations. I must learn from this experience and resolve never to engage in such thankless endeavors again. If others wish to live or die, it is their own affair. Han Li reflected with a twinge of fear. He resolved that without sufficient benefits and absolute certainty, he would never again intervene to save another. The unfortunate consequences of his first act of heroism directly led to a future where he would arise only for his own gain, casting aside his once innocent nature. Though he did not become a villain, he had strayed far from the path of sincerity and kindness. You have saved my life and promised to keep my secret. I, Li Feiyu, owe you a great debt of gratitude. As long as I live, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me. If it is within my power, I will certainly aid you. Li Shixiang, fully restored to his former vigor, gathered the belongings Han Li had retrieved and approached him sincerely, introducing himself and making his promise. I fear I may not trouble you, but you seem to have your own share of difficulties, Han Li replied with a faint smile. Countering him. How do you know? Li Feiyu exclaimed, taken aback. It is evident to anyone. You are merely an ordinary disciple. Yet you bear the weight of numerous hall masters, elders, and even the sect leaders' favored disciples above you. How could you possibly lead an easy life? Han Li pointed out incisively. Li Feiyu's expression darkened, and he fell silent for a moment. Your troubles are not my concern, nor can I intervene. However, I can alleviate some of the agony caused by the marrow-extracting pill you ingested. Really? Li Feiyu's spirit surged, his previously somber demeanor replaced by joy, indicating that the torment from the pill had been severe. Why would I deceive you? Han Li shot him a glance. He indeed possessed a formula that could ease suffering. One he had developed during his leisure hours for Zhang Tai, significantly reducing the body's perception of pain. This is splendid. Truly splendid. Li Feiyu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together eagerly, gazing at Han Li with anticipation. Why do you look at me like that? I do not have the medicine at present. I need to return to Xinshu Valley to concoct it first, Han Li explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu felt a bit embarrassed. Having just threatened Han Li with a blade and now requesting his assistance in preparing medicine. At noon tomorrow, wait for me at the entrance of Xinshu Valley. I will bring the finished medicine to you. Dr. Mo is not home, and I cannot permit outsiders to enter the valley, Han Li added. Very well. I will be there on time. Thank you, brother. Li Feiyu quickly agreed, anxious that Han Li might change his mind. I am Han Li, a direct disciple of Dr. Mo. Given your remarkable martial skills, you may simply call me Han Shidi, Han Li replied, keen to avoid any overly affectionate titles after hearing Li Feiyu's warm address. Chapter 22. Inner demons. Han Li watched as Li Feiyu gradually receded into the distance, standing silently in place, lost in thought. After their agreement to meet for the medicine the following day, Li Feiyu had taken the initiative to bid farewell, stating his need to return for further recuperation. Throughout their lengthy interaction, Han Li refrained from inquiring into Li Feiyu's reasons for consuming the secret pill. He understood that even if he were to ask, it would not alter what had already transpired. Li Shixiang's willingness to forsake his future for fleeting glory indicated that he must have compelling reasons for his actions. No one willingly chooses to take their own life, not even through a slow and costly process. To force him to reveal his burdens would only reopen wounds that were nearly healed. Clearly, Han Li's decision was prudent. Before departing, Li Feiyu had expressed gratitude for Han Li's discretion in not probing the specifics of his pill consumption. Although unspoken, Han Li recognized that he had earned a favor from him. Han Li intended to honor their agreement, not only by safeguarding Li Feiyu's secret, but also by committing to prepare the remedy that would alleviate his suffering upon returning to the valley. The rationale behind this was straightforward. As long as Li Feiyu was not a base individual and had not truly sought to harm him, Han Li would ensure that Li Feiyu owed him an even greater debt, making it difficult for him to refuse future requests. In the coming years, Li Feiyu's martial prowess would only increase, thus enhancing the likelihood of his assistance to Han Li. Even if he did not require Li Feiyu's help in the years to come, it mattered little. A gentle act towards someone who was not truly malevolent could bring Han Li a sense of joy and satisfaction. Though Li Feiyu might not be a paragon of virtue, at least after today, he posed no threat to Han Li. Having reflected on all aspects of the situation, Hanli felt no sense of oversight and leisurely returned to Shinsho Valley. Shortly after his relaxed arrival, he began preparing the secret medicine required by Li Feiyu. This remedy, designed to alleviate pain perception, was not difficult to concoct, as all necessary herbs could be found in the valley's medicinal garden. However, the preparation process was somewhat intricate and required careful attention. After a busy afternoon, Hanli successfully produced enough medicine for Li Feiyu to last a year. While he could have prepared more, he preferred that Li Feiyu return annually to retrieve the medicine, ensuring he would not forget this favor. As evening approached, Hanli unexpectedly found himself seated in front of his door, gazing up at the pitch-black sky and the luminous moon, lost in contemplation. He began to reminisce about his family back home. He had been away from his parents for over 4 years, dedicating himself to arduous training since ascending the mountain, leaving him little time to ponder matters at home, and he had never returned. He only sent most of his monthly earnings back home, receiving merely a letter from Uncle Zhang each year, crafted on behalf of his parents to assure him of their well-being. The contents of these letters were sparse. Aside from confirming that all was well, they seldom mentioned anything else. He was aware that life at home had improved significantly, with his elder brother having settled down and his second brother engaged to a new bride, likely to celebrate their union the following year. All these changes were attributed to the silver he had sent home. However, Hanli discerned a growing politeness in the tone of his family's correspondence, a formality that increasingly felt akin to that reserved for strangers. Initially, this realization filled him with trepidation, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Yet, as time passed, inexplicably, this fear gradually faded, and the image of his family began to blur in his mind. It was only during moments like tonight, when memories surged with the scenery, that he found himself reminiscing about his loved ones, recalling the warmth of home, a sensation that had become elusive and thus felt both comforting and precious. He savored it slowly, piece by piece. Placing his hand over his heart, he gently caressed the small pouch containing the protective talisman through his clothing. In the past, this simple act had brought him a sense of quiet satisfaction, but tonight, for reasons unknown, his heart was restless, refusing to calm. A feeling of inexplicable melancholy overwhelmed him, and his body felt out of sorts. The energy he had cultivated began to churn within him. The ominous thought of losing control flashed through his mind, prompting him to rise, take a deep breath, and force himself to regain composure. With Dr. Mo absent, he was left to confront this crisis alone. He pondered the cause of this unprovoked turmoil. Though it was not the time for in-depth analysis, tracing the root of this disturbance seemed the most viable path to resolution. He scanned his surroundings, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. As he absent-mindedly stroked his chin, his elbow brushed against something firm. Instinctively, he focused on that object. The name of the protective talisman sprang to mind. Could it be the source of his troubles? Uncertain, he decided he could hesitate no longer. His internal state was deteriorating, and he risked losing control at any moment. Hanli decisively yanked the pouch from around his neck and hurled it far away. Yet, to his dismay, his discomfort intensified, and the tumult within him surged. He struggled to suppress this internal upheaval and fixed his bloodshot eyes on the small pouch, hoping to discern the reason for the escalating crisis. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, perhaps a stroke of fortune. He dashed towards the pouch he had discarded, swiftly retrieving it. With nimble fingers, he opened the pouch and seized the protective talisman his parents had given him. The moment his palm made contact with the talisman, a wave of serene clarity washed over him, soothing his agitated spirit. The earlier feelings of frustration and discomfort vanished completely, and all unusual sensations within his body receded as if they had never existed. Everything seemed to revert to normal. Hanli, now unconcerned with the previous turmoil, gently cradled the talisman in one hand, bringing it close to his eyes, while he caressed it tenderly with the other, immersing himself in its presence. After a considerable time, he sighed and ceased his ministrations, shifting his gaze away from the talisman. He remained unaware that the peril he had just narrowly escaped was not merely a loss of control, but rather an invasion of the heart's demons that afflict practitioners of the path. Had he not acted swiftly to expel these inner demons with the aid of the talisman, he might soon have succumbed to their influence, trapped in a delusion, his body moving uncontrollably to its demise. Of course, he would only grasp the full implications of this experience much later on his journey of cultivation. Hanli focused on his body, assessing himself and finding no issues. To his astonishment, he realized that his cultivation level had considerably increased. Though he had not yet broken through to the 4th level, he had reached the peak of the 3rd level, with advancement imminent. A smile crept onto his face at this unexpected turn of events, but he quickly reined in his excitement, fearful that emotional instability might lead him to another perilous episode. He grasped the pouch containing the talisman, intending to return it safely within, ensuring it was well kept. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an object he had long forgotten, a mysterious small vial, a cherished item he had collected years ago. This vial had completely slipped his mind, and had he not seen it now, he would have remained oblivious to its existence. Hanli, having grown in knowledge and discernment over the past 4 years through extensive reading and practice, recognized that this vial was indeed an extraordinary artifact, possessing remarkable properties. His current objective was to unlock its full potential, ensuring it did not languish unused in the pouch, wasting its enigmatic capabilities. He carefully extracted the vial, not rushing to open it, but instead examining it anew with the wisdom he had gained over the years, searching for any details he might have previously overlooked. Unfortunately, despite his thorough inspection, he found no new revelations. Deciding not to squander more time, he gently removed the cap, revealing a drop of emerald liquid resting at the bottom. Unchanged since 4 years prior, Hanli understood that the vial's secrets likely resided within that small drop, which surely held undiscovered properties. To uncover the mystery of this liquid, he realized he would need to procure some small animals for testing. However, it was nighttime, and the darkness made it impractical to search for living specimens. Additionally, after the exhausting events of the afternoon and early evening, he felt fatigued. Moreover, if he were to find something, the dim light would hinder his ability to accurately observe the results of any experiments. After careful consideration, Hanli resolved to rest for the night, planning to conduct his tests the following day when he was well rested. Perhaps a significant surprise awaited him after a good night's sleep. He held on to this hope as he prepared for bed. The next morning, after rising and freshening up, Hanli proceeded to the large kitchen outside the valley for a modest breakfast. Once, when Dr. Immo resided atop the mountain, he would personally instruct the kitchen staff to deliver meals to the Shinsho Valley. Benefiting from Dr. Mo's influence, Hanli enjoyed the convenience of not having to venture outside the valley for his meals, as the kitchen would also send his food. However, with Dr. Mo's absence from the Chishuan sect, the kitchen staff naturally ceased their deliveries, prompting Hanli to reflect on the vanity of those in power, lamenting the capriciousness of authority. After finishing breakfast, Hanli did not hastily depart from the kitchen. Instead, he sought out the kitchen steward and spent a few coins on 2 lively gray-haired wild rabbits, which he brought back to Shinsho Valley. Upon returning, Hanli tethered the rabbits in a spacious area of the medicinal garden, allowing them to bask under the sun. Once the rabbits appeared lethargic and parched, he carefully retrieved a large white porcelain bowl, pouring a vial of green liquid into it before diluting it with some ordinary water. The pea-sized green liquid effortlessly dissolved, transforming the entire bowl of water into a vibrant emerald hue. This verdant brilliance evoked an instinctual, refreshing coolness that surged from the depths of his being. Hanli presented the diluted concoction before the thirsty rabbits, placing the bowl beside them. The rabbits, already parched from the sun, eagerly approached, surrounding the porcelain bowl and drinking heartily. Not wishing for them to overindulge, he removed the bowl once they had consumed about half of its contents. Standing aside, he patiently awaited their reactions, curious to observe any intriguing transformations. Before long, within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, the rabbits began to exhibit restlessness, their movements growing increasingly frantic and vigorous. Astonishing changes manifested upon their bodies as egg-sized lumps began to protrude beneath their fur, multiplying rapidly until they covered their entire forms. The lumps coalesced into a singular mass, rendering the rabbits' bodies amusingly disproportionate compared to their small heads. The rabbits' corpulent figures maintained their shape for only a brief moment before gradually swelling, the expansion accelerating with time, as if some gas were being incessantly injected into them. Eventually, they resembled 2 enormous watermelons, bloated and spherical. Observing this bizarre transformation, Hanli was taken aback. The unfolding scene far exceeded his expectations. While he had anticipated the liquid to be either a deadly poison or a potent elixir, he had never envisioned such a grotesque spectacle. As though the rabbits were being inflated to an alarming degree. As he watched the rabbits continue to enlarge, a sense of foreboding struck Hanli. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily discarded the porcelain bowl, which he now regarded with disdain, into the medicinal field and sprinted to a safe distance, halting only when he was several dozen feet away. Just as he turned to glance back, 2 simultaneous explosions erupted, sending a chill down his spine. To his horror, he witnessed the 2 rabbits, their bodies ruptured, exploding into numerous pieces, their remains scattering grotesquely across the ground. The area where the rabbits had been tethered now bore 2 gaping holes, surrounded by the disarray of their mangled remains, a gruesome sight of blood and flesh strewn everywhere. Hanli exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been caught in the explosive aftermath, while he may not have suffered severe injury. Being splattered with rabbit blood and entrails would have been far from pleasant. After regaining his composure, Hanli rose and approached the scene of carnage. He surveyed the blood-soaked aftermath, casting a glance at the shattered porcelain bowl in the medicinal field, rendered speechless. He had hoped to uncover some miraculous elixir from the green liquid, yet it had turned out to be something horrifying. A poison is still poison, but the rabbits met such a tragic end. He resolved never to tamper with such substances again. It was simply too terrifying. Though Hanli had encountered lethal toxins before, under Dr. Mo's tutelage, nothing had ever led to such a gruesome demise. Fortunate for him, his psychological resilience was considerable, allowing him to maintain his composure a while longer before deciding to leave. As noon approached, he needed to deliver the prepared secret medicine to Senior Brotherly. He would defer dealing with the aftermath of this incident until after his delivery. With this thought in mind, Hanli refrained from lingering at the explosion site, leaving all troubles for another time. He returned to his dwelling, took a moment to rest, and then set off with the medicine toward the valley entrance. Hanli was punctual, arriving precisely at midday, only to find Li Feiyu anxiously awaiting him. Li Feiyu stood alone at the valley's mouth, clad in a white brocade robe, still bearing the long sword that had left a lasting impression on Hanli. Upon spotting Hanli, his anxious demeanor softened into a smile, and he remarked, "Junior brother Han, you are truly punctual. You said noon, and you arrived right on the I've been waiting for over half an hour. Apologies. I spent too long preparing the medicine yesterday and did not sleep until late. I woke up a bit late this morning, but once I finished my tasks, I arrived just in time for noon," Hanli replied, half seriously. "Junior brother Han, did you manage to prepare the medicine?" Li Feiyu asked, his impatience causing him to stammer slightly. Hanli did not respond directly to the inquiry. Instead, he smiled calmly and slowly produced a palm-sized medicine pouch from his robe, tossing it to Li Feiyu. "Before taking the marrow extraction pill, mix a spoonful of the powdered medicine from this pouch with cool boiled water to alleviate your suffering." "Thank you, Junior brother Han. Thank you," Li Feiyu exclaimed, elated. The prospect of even a slight reduction in pain was a tremendous boon for him. The agony of consuming the marrow extraction pill had left him trembling. Having previously tried numerous painkillers with little effect, he felt hopeful that this medicine, crafted by someone who understood the pill's intricacies, might actually work. "Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. You can thank me once the medicine proves effective. Additionally, this is only enough for a year's supply. I have exhausted my current stock of ingredients. I will prepare more once I gather sufficient materials," Hanli stated candidly. "Not a problem. This is enough for now," Li Feiyu replied, his demeanor returning to normal. He gratefully acknowledged Han Li's kindness, indicating that he owed him a significant favor. Han Li smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and bid farewell to Li Feiyu as he made his way back. Li Feiyu held the secret potion in his hand, eager to return and test its efficacy. Thus he did not attempt to retain Han Li any longer, and the two bid each other farewell. Upon returning to the valley, Han Li first tended to the medicinal garden, clearing away the remnants of the rabbit, the bloodied soil, and shattered bowls, sweeping everything into a pit. He then leveled the two inexplicable mounds of earth, rendering the area indistinguishable from its state prior to the experiment. Satisfied, he brushed off the dust from his hands and surveyed the surroundings for any overlooked details. When his gaze fell upon the spot where the porcelain bowl had shattered, he fell into contemplation. He vividly recalled that when he discarded the bowl, the diluted clear water had splashed onto a small patch of medicinal herbs, moistening several plants. This left him in a quandary, uncertain if these herbs would become toxic after absorbing the water. Would consuming these potentially poisonous herbs lead to a fate akin to that of the rabbit? Should he remove these toxic plants immediately? A cascade of questions surged in Han Li's mind. After much deliberation, he resolved to wait and observe the herbs for a while longer, treating it as another small experiment. If the herbs indeed turned toxic within the following days, he could remove them then. With his decision made, he found himself devoid of further tasks and retreated to the stone chamber to practice, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. At this point, Han Li no longer contemplated the specific utility of the mantra. Its practice had become an instinctual response. Without it, he found himself at a loss for what to do on the mountain. Striving for a higher level of mastery in this mantra had become the entirety of his existence. After dedicating an afternoon to concentrated practice, Han Li despondently realized he was not a prodigy. Although he sensed he was merely a finger's width away from breaking through to the fourth layer, he made no tangible progress after a day of arduous training. It seemed that without the aid of external substances, he would remain stagnant at the third layer, unable to advance further. Hanli began to yearn for the return of Dr. Mo, hoping he would be fortunate enough to procure ample medicinal materials to help him surmount his current predicament. The following morning, Hanli set out early towards the medicinal garden, eager to ascertain if there had been any changes in the herbs. Before he even entered the field, he was suddenly enveloped by a medley of rich herbal fragrances. Taken aback, he felt a flicker of recognition. Could it be? He hastened his pace, soon arriving before the herbs emanating a potent aroma. Were these the same plants from yesterday? Hanli could hardly believe his eyes, slapping his still sleepy face in disbelief until the sting brought him back to reality. The leaves of the huanglong grass had taken on a purplish hue. The bitter lotus had blossomed with 9 petals, and the skin of the forgetting-worry fruit had turned black. A joyous laugh erupted from him. He could no longer contain his exhilaration. Fortune had smiled upon him. Overnight, these herbs, possessing only a year or two of medicinal properties, had transformed into those of a decade or more. The colors of the leaves, the shape of the fruits, and the fragrance of the petals all indicated they were now rare and mature herbs. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed their alignment with the descriptions in his herbal texts, realizing they were indeed precious materials aged for several years. If this method of hastening the growth of herbs proved effective, he could have an abundance of rare medicinal materials at his disposal. Moreover, any surplus could be sold, allowing him to recover a substantial amount of silver. Unable to suppress his excitement, Hanli began to fantasize wildly. The more he envisioned, the more he felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. In a fit of exuberance, he rolled on the ground joyously, abandoning his usual composure, resembling a youthful boy reveling in his delight. After a considerable time, he regained his senses, his mind sharpening to the reality of the challenges that lay ahead in reaping this unexpected boon. While the herbs appeared sound externally, their true medicinal properties remained untested. They had absorbed that peculiar liquid, and who could say if they had mutated in any way? He had witnessed the tragic fate of those rabbits firsthand. Caution was paramount. Moreover, the mysterious green liquid in the small vial had been exhausted. He wondered if any further anomalies might arise. Would it prove to be a one-time occurrence? He resolved to verify this that evening. If both concerns were addressed satisfactorily, he would need to meticulously grasp the details and procedures involved in this remarkable method of stimulating herb growth, ensuring he could control this extraordinary process. After thorough contemplation, Hanli identified several problems that required resolution, realizing that without addressing them, this great opportunity would remain an illusory mirage. Having considered every aspect, he set about taking action. He first visited the valley's large kitchen, inquiring with the steward to procure 2 more gray rabbits. The steward, bemused yet pleased, wondered why this youth frequently bought live rabbits. Was he planning to practice his culinary skills by personally slaughtering them? Unfazed by others' thoughts, Hanli did not tether the rabbits in the medicinal garden this time, but secured them at his door for constant observation. He then carefully harvested the newly matured herbs, crafting several potent remedies for strengthening bones and muscles. He mixed the concoctions with the rabbits' favorite foods, feeding them thrice daily to test whether the herbs were toxic. After completing these tasks, Hanli anxiously awaited the arrival of night. As time seemed to stretch interminably, the anticipated darkness finally descended. As dusk settled, he hurried outside. Retrieving the small vial from his bag and placing it on the ground, wholly focused on the vial's anticipated transformation. Minutes passed, and the vial remained still. Time slipped away, and as the minutes dragged on, Hanli's heart sank further. He waited almost until dawn, yet the vial showed no signs of change. He felt utterly disheartened. Was this vial truly a one-time consumable? Had he erred in some way? Summoning his spirits, he surveyed his surroundings. Nothing appeared amiss, save for the encroaching darkness. Then, a realization struck him. He abruptly glanced skyward. The heavens were obscured, shrouded in clouds, concealing any stars or moon. The thought occurred to him. Could the lack of celestial bodies due to overcast skies be the reason for the vial's inactivity? He recalled that previous anomalies had occurred on clear nights when the stars and moon were visible. With renewed determination, he noticed the lightening of the sky and understood that nothing further would transpire that evening. He collected the vial, preparing to wait for clearer skies to conduct another trial. Unexpectedly, during the subsequent half-month, the sky not only failed to clear but instead was drenched with a continuous drizzle. This weather persisted until now. As Hanli gazed at the soft, persistent rain outside, his heart grew increasingly troubled. The more he anxiously awaited the sun's return, the more relentless the rain became. Showing no signs of abating, he turned his attention to the 2 rabbits sheltering from the rain indoors. Their lively demeanor only deepened his despondency. Ever since these rabbits consumed food laced with medicinal herbs, they not only displayed no adverse effects, but seemed even more spirited than before. For over 10 days, Hanli meticulously observed them, confirming that they exhibited no symptoms of poisoning, and instead appeared to have grown stronger due to the nourishing properties of the herbs. This positive outcome did not bring Hanli joy. Rather, it filled him with a sense of anxiety. He found it impossible to calm his mind. For him, the question of whether the vial could yield green liquid again had become the crux of all his concerns. And the persistent inclement weather only served to shroud this mystery in further uncertainty, causing him immense frustration. As Hanli anticipated the continuation of this gloomy weather, the sun finally re-emerged in the sky, and the clouds dispersed. It had been nearly half a month since he uncovered the secret of the green liquid, and his patience was wearing thin. That very night, he witnessed a phenomenon reminiscent of one he had observed 4 years prior. Countless specks of light swarmed around the vial, forming a radiant orb. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. It became evident that this small vial was not a one-time consumable, but a remarkable object capable of repeated use. After 7 days of waiting, a drop of green liquid finally reappeared within the vial. Although Hanli had already felt a sense of certainty about this outcome, he was nonetheless filled with extraordinary joy, for this indicated a continuous supply of rare medicinal materials, freeing him from future worries. The value of such medicinal materials was largely determined by their age. The older the herb, the more potent its properties. Similarly, older herbs were increasingly difficult to obtain, typically found in remote mountains or steep cliffs, making their procurement fraught with risk. While some pharmacies and physicians cultivated various herbs, these were mostly common varieties that could be used after a short growth period. Few would be foolish enough to cultivate herbs requiring decades to mature. However, wealthy families sometimes took precautions by having rare herbs planted for emergencies, as these materials generally required significant aging to acquire any medicinal effect. Ordinary individuals lacked the financial resources to engage in such endeavors, and any fleeting appearances of rare herbs in the market were often swiftly purchased by these affluent families, leading to skyrocketing prices and a scarcity of such materials available for purchase. Hanli harbored little optimism regarding the prospects of Dr. Mo's recent expedition, suspecting he would not return with significant findings. However, he no longer felt the weight of such concerns. With the vial in his possession, he could cultivate an abundance of precious herbs in no time. With a unique sense of anticipation, Hanli conducted several experiments in the following days to hasten the growth of herbs. On one occasion, he sprinkled diluted green liquid onto various herbs, only to find the next day that he had merely produced a plethora of ordinary herbs with a mere 2 years of growth, far inferior to his initial harvest. From this experiment, he began to glean certain patterns. During his next trial, Hanli omitted the dilution step entirely and applied the green liquid directly onto a ginseng plant. To his astonishment, upon awakening the next day, he discovered a century-old ginseng, indistinguishable from a wild specimen of the same age. This successful experiment elated Hanli, not merely for acquiring a rare herb, but for having grasped the method of utilizing the green liquid. Subsequently, Hanli conducted several preservation tests with the green liquid, placing it into various containers, ceramic jars, jade vials, gourds, silver bottles, and more. He discovered that regardless of the container, the green liquid could not be preserved for more than a quarter of an hour. Once removed from the mysterious vial, it had to be used within that time frame, or it would vanish without a trace. The diluted liquid exhibited similar characteristics. Although it could last slightly longer, after a certain period, only the residual liquid remained, with the green essence entirely dissipated. After conducting several such experiments, Hanli lost all confidence in preserving the green liquid in other containers. It appeared that the mysterious liquid could not be stored in bulk, leading him to pursue a different method of enhancing the potency of herbs. He dripped a drop of green liquid onto a green sanwu herb, transforming it into a yellow sanwu herb with a century's worth of medicinal properties. A few days later, he applied another drop, further enhancing its age by over 100 years. Witnessing the efficacy of this method, Hanli persistently repeated the process over the next 2 months. Each time new green liquid manifested from the vial, he applied it to the sanwu herb, which responded splendidly, its leaves transitioning from yellow to a dark hue, eventually culminating in a glossy black appearance, thus becoming a rare millennium-old sanwu herb. This experiment proved highly successful, indicating that with patience, he could continue to elevate the herb's age. However, for Hanli, this was unnecessary. Understanding that the method was indeed viable sufficed, as he did not require herbs of excessively ancient lineage. Herbs aged a few hundred years would be sufficient for his needs. After completing this series of lengthy experiments, Han Li finally found time to relax and reflect, having been some time since Dr. Mo descended the mountain. Now, Han Li lay on his wooden bed, holding the millennium-old Sanwu herb, lost in thought. His gaze fixated on the dark herb, seemingly studying it. Yet, anyone entering the room could discern from his distracted expression that his mind was elsewhere, wandering through uncharted realms of contemplation. He felt no joy from the acquisition of the Sanwu herb. Instead, he pondered the advantages and dangers the vial had bestowed upon him, strategizing his future course. Han Li observed numerous examples of the adage possessing a jewel brings misfortune among the various books in Dr. Mo's abode. The vial in his possession could be deemed a priceless treasure. If outsiders were to discover its existence, he would undoubtedly not survive until the dawn of the following day. He would meet the same grim fate as countless others who had previously possessed rare treasures, overwhelmed by the insatiable greed of those who came seeking. To illustrate his point, should the masters of his sect become aware of the vial's secrets, they would not hesitate to devise means to eliminate him and seize the treasure, leaving him with a sorrowful end. Thus, he resolved to keep the vial's existence a secret from anyone, exercising extreme caution even while on the mountain. For the commotion caused by the vial's absorption of light was considerable, and any lapse in vigilance could expose its secrets to the outside world. Determined to maintain silence, he nonetheless found himself in urgent need of medicinal herbs for his cultivation. It would be a shame not to utilize the vial, so he sought a way to achieve a balance. Reflecting on his stagnation in progress, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Regardless, he knew he could not delay the advancement of his cultivation mantra. His motivation for practice was not merely to appease Dr. Mo, but rather stemmed from a subtle awareness of the unusual changes he had experienced in recent years, which were inextricably linked to the enigmatic mantra he had been cultivating. Before Dr. Mo returned to the mountain, Han Li recognized that using the vial in the Valley of Divine Hands was presently safe, as he was the only inhabitant of the valley, and typically, no outsiders would dare intrude. This ensured that no unexpected incidents would arise during this period, allowing him to use the vial with confidence. Estimating Dr. Mo's return, Han Li speculated that the doctor would likely need to venture far afield in search of rare herbs, potentially requiring him to explore remote, untraveled wilderness areas where such precious materials could be found. The journey would consume nearly a year, considering the time spent foraging for herbs. Now, nearly half a year had passed since Dr. Mo had descended the mountain, and Han Li estimated that he would return to the Seven Mystics Sect in approximately 6 or 7 months. During this interim, Han Li resolved to cultivate as many useful herbs as possible, meticulously following the few rare formulas he had learned to ensure he would not squander the precious green liquid. The concoctions he aimed to create would aid in enhancing his power and breaking through his current limitations, all of which were exceptional holy medicines that Dr. Mo had previously aspired to formulate, but had been unable to due to a lack of the necessary herbs. Each of these substances, if brought to market, could lead an ordinary family to ruin. They were highly coveted treasures fiercely sought after in the martial world. Despite Dr. Mo's remarkable medical expertise, he had never encountered any of these finished medicines, let alone crafted them himself. It was known that although he possessed the knowledge of how to formulate these holy medicines, he could only lament without the required ingredients. During his time studying medicine under Dr. Mo, Han Li had developed a keen interest in these rare formulas. While he had never anticipated being able to concoct such precious medicines, he diligently memorized many of the formulas. Dr. Mo, indifferent to Han Li's enthusiasm, would gladly provide detailed explanations whenever Han Li inquired, exhibiting no desire to withhold knowledge. Perhaps Dr. Mo regarded these formulas as trifles, lacking true value. Now, these formulas had become dear to Han Li's heart, compelling him to diligently cultivate the herbs according to the required years specified in the recipes. He could not afford to relax, for time was not on his side. He needed to prepare these medicines before Dr. Mo's return and thereafter secure the vial. Vowing not to use it lightly on the mountain again, Han Li possessed no confidence in using the vial in front of Dr. Mo without revealing any telltale signs. He was acutely aware of the doctor's astuteness and had no intention of disclosing the vial's secrets to him. Han Li felt that his relationship with Dr. Mo was peculiar, far more complex than a typical master-disciple bond. Dr. Mo often regarded him with a strange gaze, leading Han Li to suspect that the doctor harbored some secret that could be detrimental to him, a feeling that had intensified in recent years. This sense of unease created a barrier between him and Dr. Mo, preventing the camaraderie that usually characterized a mentor-student relationship. In daily life, Dr. Mo treated him quite well, refraining from physical reprimands or harsh words, and he spared no effort in creating optimal conditions for Han Li's cultivation. Yet, An invisible wall lingered between them, permeating their interactions with an awkward atmosphere. Dr. Mo appeared to be aware of this rift, but showed no inclination to mend their relationship, continuing to focus solely on urging Han Li's progress in cultivation. However, the peculiar look that once accompanied his gaze seemed to have diminished over time, with its absence becoming pronounced. Yet, Han Li's keen intuition suggested that Dr. Mo had not genuinely abandoned his designs, but rather concealed them more skillfully, deepening Han Li's wariness. In such circumstances, how could he dare to reveal the vial's secret? Han Li had gleaned an ironclad lesson from various historical texts. One should harbor no malice towards others, yet remain ever vigilant against potential threats. Whether Dr. Mo's intentions were indeed nefarious or merely a misinterpretation on Han Li's part, heightening his caution was prudent. If Dr. Mo truly harbored ill will, such vigilance would shield him from harm. If his instincts were mistaken, then being alert would still serve him well. He would never act disloyally towards Dr. Mo, remaining a devoted disciple, committed to fulfilling his filial duties. Reflecting on this, Han Li felt an uncomfortable sense of uniqueness in his odd mentor-student relationship within the Seven Mystics Sect, prompting a sigh. The vial must not be used again after Dr. Mo's return. This was imperative. The world is rife with secrets, and even if he managed to evade Dr. Mo's notice, there was always a chance that others within the sect might uncover the truth. The safest course was to conceal the vial and treat the entire affair as though it had never transpired. Having resolved to keep the vial hidden and refrain from its use, Han Li felt a weight lift from his mind, and he drifted into slumber. In the months that followed, he clandestinely utilized the green liquid within the vial to cultivate an abundance of precious herbs. He employed these materials to concoct several rare medicines according to the formulas at hand, though he encountered numerous failures along the way. Each failure was a painful reminder, as the ingredients used were exceedingly rare and valuable, with each mishap representing a significant financial loss. However, he could not place blame solely on himself. Everyone faced challenges when attempting to formulate these recipes for the first time. Even Dr. Mo would likely have experienced failures had he attempted the same. Han Li could only console himself with this thought. The rare and extraordinary elixirs, such as Huanglong Dan, Qingling San, and Jinsui Wan, were meticulously arranged in a dozen small vials before Han Li. His countenance radiated joy upon beholding these miraculous potions. With these spiritual concoctions, not only would he effortlessly master the fourth layer of his cultivation mantra, but he could also achieve the fifth and sixth layers with relative ease. Among these potions, Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Wan were of utmost benefit to him, possessing the remarkable ability to enhance his power and facilitate a profound transformation, whereas Qingling San was a rare antidote capable of neutralizing numerous lethal poisons. And finally, Yangjing Dan was a miraculous remedy effective for both internal and external injuries, promising significant healing even in dire circumstances. Initially, Han Li had no intention of concocting the latter two potions, which were unrelated to his cultivation. However, upon reflection, he recognized that, as a semi-resident of the martial world, he could not predict when disaster might strike or when he might become embroiled in conflicts. Thus, it was prudent to prepare antidotes and healing remedies in advance. The thought of succumbing to poison or injury due to a lack of proper medicine was too unjust to bear. Consequently, he decided to brew a small quantity of the latter two potions to carry with him, valuing the singularity of life above all else and unwilling to meet an untimely demise. Although this decision would slightly diminish the quantity of the other two elixirs, thereby slowing his progress in refining the mantra, he understood that one could not always expect perfection in life. At times, sacrifices must be made. On the day he completed the concoction of the potions, he followed the prescribed methods and consumed one Huanglong Dan and one Jinsui Wan. These legendary elixirs truly lived up to their reputation under the potent effects of the medicine. He effortlessly broke through his bottleneck that very evening and achieved the fourth layer of the mantra. Upon reaching the fourth layer, Han Li experienced an entirely different sensation. His five senses were suddenly elevated to an extraordinary realm. Everything around him appeared vividly bright and clear. Previously imperceptible details were now magnified, allowing him to discern even the finest threads of cobwebs in the corners of the room. His hearing became acutely sensitive, as a myriad of sounds, familiar and unfamiliar, flooded his ears, such as the rustling of an earthworm burrowing several yards away or the buzzing of an unknown insect passing by. These sounds resonated with striking clarity, as if they were echoing directly beside him. Additionally, he detected peculiar odors that revealed a significant enhancement in his sense of smell. Astonished and elated, Han Li realized that the time he had devoted to cultivating this mantra had not been in vain. This remarkable experience indicated that the mantra possessed unique merits. While the previous layers had improved his senses to some extent, none had brought about such a profound transformation as the fourth layer. It was a qualitative leap, akin to a complete metamorphosis. Furthermore, he felt his body was significantly lighter, and his mental acuity had vastly improved. Now, he could likely go several days without sleep without suffering any adverse effects. Han Li savored the newfound sensations within him, standing still and comprehending all that transpired within several dozen yards. This feeling of omnipotence captivated him profoundly. He now understood that reaching the fourth layer of the mantra was a true milestone. He could not help but wonder what exquisite sensations awaited him upon mastering the fifth and sixth layers. Just as Han Li grasped the intricacies of his cultivation, his nominal master, Dr. Mo, returned to the valley. Not only did he return himself, but he also brought along a mysterious figure. As soon as Dr. Mo entered Shunsho Valley, Han Li recognized the familiar sound of his cough from afar. At that moment, he was meditating in the stone chamber, striving to advance to the next level. Upon hearing Dr. Mo's voice, he promptly gathered his energy, exited the chamber, and made his way toward the valley entrance to greet his master, whom he had not seen in nearly a year. He soon encountered Dr. Mo not far from the entrance. Upon seeing Dr. Mo, Han Li was taken aback. The man remained the same, yet his complexion appeared ashen and devoid of vitality. Although he had previously looked pale and unwell, he now seemed utterly drained, resembling someone on the brink of death. To Han Li's greater astonishment, a towering figure cloaked in black and draped in a voluminous green robe, concealing every inch of skin, followed closely behind Dr. Mo. This person was extraordinarily tall, towering over Han Li by at least 2 heads, possessing an imposing physique reminiscent of a giant. However, due to the cloak, Han Li could not discern the stranger's features, only sensing that they were likely grotesque and fearsome. Suppressing his curiosity, Han Li approached and respectfully greeted Dr. Mo, standing attentively to the side, awaiting his master's inquiries. He understood well that Dr. Mo was indifferent to whether he showed respect, yet it was essential for him, as a disciple, to uphold the customary etiquette, lest he appear unruly and find himself in an even more disadvantageous position. Given Han Li's understanding of Dr. Mo's character and his usual concern for his disciple's progress, he anticipated that upon their reunion, Dr. Mo would inquire about the status of his cultivation to ascertain his advancement. As expected, upon seeing Han Li emerge from the valley, Dr. Mo paused for a moment, coughed twice, and then weakly asked, "How has your mantra practice progressed? Have you made any slight advancements?" His face revealed a mix of anxiety and expectation. Han Li had already mentally prepared a response and conveyed it. It remains much the same. There have been no significant changes. He did not intend to disclose the truth of his cultivation progress, for he could not explain how he had inexplicably surged from the initial third layer to the fourth without external aid. "Extend your hand," Dr. Mo commanded, his expression darkening, and his tone becoming stern. Han Li noticed the shift in Dr. Mo's demeanor and felt a twinge of unease. However, he was not afraid of Dr. Mo personally examining his pulse to assess the state of his internal energy. Since reaching the fourth layer, Han Li had discovered he could manipulate the unique energy within him at will, capable of controlling it to the intensity he had in the third layer, allowing him to conceal his true progress from Dr. Mo's scrutiny. Chapter 29. The onset of conflict. Dr. Mo displayed an impassive demeanor, his eyes slightly ajar, one hand firmly resting on Han Li's wrist. His entire focus was devoted to discerning the strength of the true energy within Han Li, remaining silent for an extended period. After a while, he exhaled deeply, seemingly expelling all the vexation from his heart. Suddenly, his eyes flared open, a glimmer of sharp light emanating from his murky gaze, making it difficult for anyone to meet his stare. His expression was grim, clearly dissatisfied with Han Li, yet no reprimanding words emerged from his lips. With an indifferent gesture, he signaled for Han Li to follow him. Han Li obediently trailed behind, though curiosity about the enigmatic figure beside them stirred within him. He understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Upon entering the room, Dr. Mo, appearing somewhat fatigued, settled into an armchair, leaning back against the support, half sitting, half reclining. The brilliance in his eyes had faded, reverting to the pallor of someone long ailing. The mysterious figure remained closely behind him, unwavering, standing like a sentinel at the back of the chair. Recognizing Dr. Mo's discontent, Han Li refrained from provoking him further. Mimicking the mysterious figure by positioning himself in the center of the room, bowing his head in deference, and remaining still, awaiting the doctor's inquiries. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Han Li began to feel a twinge of curiosity and, unable to contain himself, attempted to steal a glance at Dr. Mo. Just as he tilted his neck, the doctor's cold, stern voice cut through the quiet. Startled, Hanli promptly raised his head, his gaze flitting across Dr. Mo's face before quickly retreating. Though his expression remained unchanged, a tempest of emotions roiled within him. The doctor's countenance, suddenly strange, bore an ashen hue, overlaid with a faint aura of dark energy, which seemed almost alive, extending numerous delicate tendrils that danced ominously across his features. What alarmed Hanli further was the stark transformation in Dr. Mo's demeanor, from his usual stoic expression to one filled with ruthless determination. Casting a malevolent gaze upon Hanli, his lips curling into a sardonic smirk, a sense of foreboding washed over Hanli, as unease crept into his mind, an air of danger pervading the room. Cautiously, he took a half-step back, his hand retreating into his sleeve to grasp a concealed iron tube, easing the tension in his nerves. Suddenly, he heard the doctor's low, derisive tone. "Do you dare to flaunt a modicum of cleverness?" Dr. Mo shifted, transforming from a reclined position to standing upright. With a shadowy smile, he glided towards Han Li like a specter, regarding him with a chilling grin. Han Li's complexion paled, sensing the peril, and hastily attempted to raise his arm, yet was seized by a sudden paralysis, unable to move. It was then that he noticed the doctor's fingers had withdrawn from the acupoint on his chest. The swiftness was astonishing. He had not detected the doctor's movements at all. "Doctor, what is your intention? If I have erred, please express your grievances without resorting to restraining my acupoint." Han Li managed to utter, his composure faltering. Dr. Mo remained silent, merely tapping his back a few times, clearing his throat as if feigning frailty. However, having witnessed his earlier speed, Han Li dared not regard him as an ordinary, ailing elder. This pretense only heightened his caution. "Doctor, what is your true identity? Why stoop to engage with me in such a manner? Should you release my acupoint, I shall accept any penalties you deem fit," Han Li continued, offering flattery in a desperate attempt to appease. Yet, Dr. Mo paid him no heed, retrieving the iron tube from Han Li's sleeve, regarding it with a mocking, contemptuous gaze as if observing an amusing performance. In that moment, Han Li's heart sank, realizing that the hope of swaying the doctor with words had vanished. It was clear that he would not grant Han Li even the slightest opportunity. Han Li gradually sealed his lips, adopting a tranquil expression, returning the doctor's gaze with an emotionless stare. In an instant, the entire room seemed to come to a standstill, enveloped in a profound silence, akin to the eerie calm before a storm. Good, good, good," Dr. Mo abruptly exclaimed. "Truly, you are a remarkable individual whom I, Mo Jiren, have recognized. To remain unperturbed and composed in the face of danger speaks volumes of your character. It is indeed worth the substantial investment I placed in you. What exactly do you intend to do with me?" Han Li queried, not responding to Dr. Mo's praise, but rather pressing for clarity. What to do with you?" Dr. Mo echoed, his tone ambiguous. "That shall depend on how you conduct yourself." "What do you mean?" Han Li frowned, vaguely sensing the doctor's underlying intentions. "If I do not elucidate, your cleverness should allow you to discern some aspects, should it not?" While he could grasp a fragment, the entirety of the matter remained elusive, and Han Li candidly acknowledged his confusion. "Excellent. That is the correct approach. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask directly. Do not harbor them within." Dr. Mo remarked with a sinister smile, the dark energy around him intensifying, rendering his visage even more menacing. "I am aware that you have been wary of me, not truly viewing me as your master. However, this is of little consequence, for I do not regard you as my disciple either," Dr. Mo retorted dismissively. Welcome, dear readers, to indulge in the latest, fastest, and most comprehensive collection of novels. Chapter 30. The Fallen Hero. How old do you believe I am? His facial muscles twitched as he posed a seemingly irrelevant question. To the eye, perhaps in your 60s, yet since you ask, your true age must differ significantly from your appearance. Are you perhaps much older or much younger? Han Li replied, maintaining a neutral tone despite his surprise. "Ah, truly, a practitioner of the eternal spring technique. A mere country boy transformed into such a perceptive and astute individual." Dr. Mo exclaimed with growing enthusiasm. "You are correct. I am merely 37 years of age." An astonishing revelation escaped Dr. Mo's lips. "Impossible." Han Li, who had maintained his composure until this moment, was taken aback. "It is indeed improbable. Those who have encountered me would not only assume I am 60, but would believe I am 70 without a hint of skepticism." Dr. Mo's voice sharpened, resonating painfully in Han Li's ears, as if striking a chord in his core. "I, Mo Jiren, once commanded great renown in the martial world of LNZHU. establishing a formidable reputation through sheer strength, carving out my domain. Huanel and Zhu was unaware of the prowess of my ghostly hand. Those who aligned with me thrived, those who opposed me, Dr. Mo recounted, his tone gradually returning to its previous calmness as he narrated his history, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity reminiscent of his former glory. Listening to the words of Dr. Mo, Hanli felt an unexpected astonishment. He had not anticipated that his nominal master possessed such a significant background. Unfortunately, the good fortune was short-lived. Just as he was entering middle age and eager to further showcase his talents, he fell victim to the treachery of a petty villain, who employed insidious means through a trusted confidant. Although he managed to control the onset of his injuries through his exceptional medical skills, he could not attain full recovery, and his martial prowess diminished significantly, rendering him unable to establish himself in the Northern Territories. Fearing further plots from his enemies, he was compelled to abandon his established career and family, disappearing into obscurity while seeking remedies in other regions of the U-Kingdom, hoping to discover a way to restore his former abilities. As he recounted the tribulations that followed, he became wholly immersed in his memories. His hands clenched into fists so tightly that his fingers dug painfully into his palms, drawing blood without his awareness. A fierce expression of resentment twisted his face, sending chills down Han Li's spine, for it was evident that he harbored a profound hatred for the villain who had betrayed him. Detecting the lingering animosity in his words, Han Li could not help but shudder, feeling a coldness seep into his heart. Providence smiled upon me, for in a certain mysterious place, I stumbled upon an enigmatic tome. This book was perplexing and profound. It took immense effort for me to grasp its essence, yet within its pages, I discovered a shortcut to restoring my abilities. I followed the prescribed methods, but Dr. Mo paused, his expression darkening with frustration and a hint of regret. And thus, you have become the wretched figure you are now. Han Li interjected coldly, completing the thought that lingered unspoken. Indeed, I had not expected that following the instructions of that tome would restore my abilities. Yet it hastened my aging, transforming me into this wretched half-man, half-ghost appearance. Dr. Mo nodded somberly, unfazed by Han Li's mockery. You must have unearthed the reason by now. My misapplication of the techniques allowed malevolent energies to invade me, resulting in a life force consumption equivalent to that of an ordinary person living 10 days for every day I endure. I am perpetually draining my life essence. Thankfully, my mastery of health regimens enabled me to concoct a secret elixir as per the book's guidance, which has slowed my aging in recent years, allowing me to persist until now. What does the mantra you practiced have to do with resolving your troubles? Han Li boldly approached the crux of the matter. Shortly after my transformation, I deciphered the means to break free from this predicament. It is your practice of the eternal spring technique. If I can find someone who has cultivated it to the 4th level to assist me in channeling energy and performing acupressure, I could escape my current plight and reclaim my lost vitality. Why must you seek me out? Could you not find anyone else who practices this technique? Han Li pondered for a moment before voicing a question that had lingered in his mind for some time. Do you think the eternal spring technique can be learned by just anyone? This mantra not only requires a young practitioner to start from scratch, but also demands the practitioner possess a spiritual constitution. Though I am unfamiliar with the concept of a spiritual root, I have already sought out hundreds of youths before you, and none could master the eternal spring technique. Dr. Mo replied, his face contorted with irritation. Is that so? Han Li was taken aback, surprised by the stringent requirements of the technique. In the remaining years, I believed I would never find another practitioner of this mantra, so I resigned myself to a life masquerading as a wandering physician. Unexpectedly, I encountered the leader of the Seven Mystics Sect, who had also suffered betrayal. In a moment of shared misfortune, I saved his life, and upon his invitation, I became a revered guest in his sect, intending to live in obscurity for my remaining days. Yet, a miracle occurred. Initially, out of fear of losing all my medical and martial knowledge, I invited you both into the valley, genuinely wishing to take you as my disciples. However, for reasons unknown, I inexplicably had you attempt the eternal spring technique, perhaps still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Even if you could not master this mantra, I would still have taken you in and passed on what I knew. To my utter astonishment, you responded to this technique. Truly, heaven does not forsake those in despair. Dr. Mo unveiled these riddles in one breath, his face flushed with excitement, clearly pleased with his serendipitous fortune. But I have yet to master the 4th level of the eternal spring technique. Why do you restrain me and reveal all this? Han Li finally posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. This is your own doing. I have invested tremendous effort and care in you. Yet you have failed to meet my expectations, constantly playing tricks. Now we are but one step away, yet you refuse to progress further. I could have waited another 2 years for you, but during my descent from the mountain, I was recognized by an enemy. After a hard-fought battle, although I defeated them, I exhausted my already limited vitality, significantly shortening my lifespan. Even with all my strength, I can only extend my life for another year. How can I afford to wait any longer? The triumphant expression on Dr. Mo's face vanished, replaced by a fierce glare, and he roared at Han Li. Han Li, upon hearing this, maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, revealing no signs of being shaken. Yet inside, he was tumultuous, feeling far from the composed facade he presented. Though he had long suspected Dr. Mo harbored deep intentions towards him, he had not anticipated such extensive secrets regarding the man's identity, experiences, and the mantra he practiced, all of which far exceeded his imagination. Chapter 31. Corpse Insect Pill. Han Li's thoughts were a chaotic whirl. He felt fear, regret, and confusion. Despite the delay, he could not conceive a means of escape, and anxiety began to set in. After all, he was still quite young and could not match the cunning of an old fox like Dr. Mo. His forced calmness betrayed him. Beads of sweat emerged on his brow, revealing his faade to the keen eye of Dr. Mo, who took satisfaction in the pressure he had exerted. You think I am deliberately slacking off, stalling your progress? Han Li was taken aback by this unprovoked accusation. Of course, if you have not mastered the 4th level in 2 years. Do you truly believe I would not see through your little ruse? The first 3 levels took me merely 3 years to complete. Even if the 4th level is exceedingly difficult, it should not take 2 years without any progress. Dr. Mo spoke ominously, his eyebrows raised in fury, as if he had harbored dissatisfaction with Han Li long before this moment. It seems that no matter how I explain myself, old Mo will not believe me. Han Li chuckled bitterly to himself, realizing that the concealment of his progress was the very cause of the current predicament. He had truly shot himself in the foot, unaware if revealing the truth to Dr. Mo was the right course of action. There is no need for further discussion. I do not wish to know whether your past actions are true or false. Listen carefully. I have but one question for you. If given another year, can you master the eternal spring technique to the 4th level? Dr. Mo sneered, slowly articulating the most critical question of the day, his gaze fixed intently on Han Li. Awaiting his response with great seriousness, Han Li was acutely aware that the answer to this question not only concerned Dr. Mo's life a year hence, but also held the key to his own survival at that moment. You must know in your heart that I cannot provide you with any other answer. Now, please release my acupoints. Han Li relaxed entirely, his tone becoming light and airy. Upon hearing the words spoken, Dr. Mo's expression softened, revealing a hint of appreciation in his eyes. However, he refrained from approaching Han Li to release his acupoints. Instead, he cautiously retrieved a meticulously carved square box made of sandalwood from his robe. Your assurances alone do not instill confidence in me. What if you merely feign sincerity while neglecting your training? That would render our situation no different from before. For the sake of our lives, it is prudent to add a layer of security, he said ominously. Carefully opening the lid of the box, he revealed a white pill resting silently at its center. Dr. Mo jabbed Han Li with his finger, unsealing his acupoints, and before Han Li could react, he extended the box towards him. You are a clever individual. There is no need for me to elaborate further. You comprehend what must be done, he remarked, narrowing his eyes with a hint of malice. Han Li slightly moved his somewhat numb limbs, and without further ado, he accepted the sandalwood box, delicately pinching the pill between his fingers. Without glancing at it, he swiftly placed it in his mouth and swallowed. Bravo! A wise man acknowledges the times. Should you assist me in regaining my normalcy, I shall express my gratitude most generously. I will not deceive you. Due to the rift between us, it is impossible for me to accept you as my disciple. However, I can assure you a lifetime of wealth and honor, Dr. Mo proclaimed earnestly, clapping his hands together. Now, do enlighten me about the effects of this pill, lest I unknowingly transgress and lose my life. Han Li replied, his expression devoid of emotion, showing no sign of being swayed. Hee. This pill is known as the corpse insect pill. It is not a conventional medicine, but rather an egg concocted from a secret method. Once ingested, it will lie dormant within you for a year. Fear not. During this period, you will be entirely safe and it will not impede your other endeavors. After a year, should you consume the specially formulated antidote, it will dissolve on its own, leaving no lingering dangers. However, if the antidote is not taken after a year, well, the egg will absorb enough nutrients, hatch, and consume your internal organs alive, leaving you to suffer in agony for 3 days and nights before succumbing. Dr. Mo casually described the pill's terrifying nature, subtly warning Han Li. Han Li trembled slightly at the pill's viciousness, his face paling as he struggled to contain his anger. Yet, Dr. Mo was poised to unleash his ultimate weapon. By the way, I have heard that your family is rather numerous. I wonder if the monthly silver you send home is sufficient? If not, do not hesitate to ask me. I have great concern for your relatives. Dr. Mo said with a weighty tone. At that moment, he revealed his true predatory nature, striking Han Li at his most vulnerable point. Han Li's complexion turned a deep shade of ashen, unable to maintain the calm demeanor described in literature. With his last ounce of willpower, he bit his lip, fearing that he might unleash a torrent of curses or desperate pleas. He understood that no amount of pleading or threats would dissuade the other party from holding onto this significant leverage. Rest assured, within a year, I will certainly reach the 4th level. Han Li gritted through clenched teeth, every word deliberate, no longer concealing his disdain for Dr. Mo. Under the blatant threat, he had no choice but to submit for the time being. He was not yet prepared to disregard his familial ties and the lives of his parents. Now, having been caught in a deadly bind, Han Li even had to abandon thoughts of retaliating against Dr. Mo. This initial confrontation had resulted in his utter defeat. Upon hearing Han Li's submission, Dr. Mo exhaled a sigh of relief, his tension equal to that of Han Li, though his expression masked it with a facade of cunning. This eternal spring technique is truly insidious. This young rascal is far from easy to deal with. Dr. Mo cursed inwardly, unsure whether he felt envy or jealousy. In truth, while the eternal spring technique does possess certain capabilities for cleansing and enlightening practitioners, its effectiveness varies depending on the individual. Han Li's natural maturity and intellect far exceeded that of his peers, and having practiced this technique, he was even more adept in cunning and strategy compared to ordinary youths. Chapter 32. A bold spirit. Han Li turned and walked towards the door. As he approached the entrance, he suddenly turned back and inquired, "The brother standing behind you, Dr. Mo, has remained silent. I wonder what his background is." Dr. Mo, slightly smiling at Han Li's unexpected question, cleverly evaded the answer. "You are so astute. Why not take a guess? I am certain you can figure it out." Han Li shook his head, decisively exiting Dr. Mo's abode. Whether because he could not guess or simply did not wish to speculate. Once outside, his countenance darkened. In this confrontation with Dr. Mo, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, revealing his naivety in believing that mere cleverness could enable him to negotiate. The elaborate concoction of 5 poisons water he had painstakingly produced had proven ineffective and was seized instead. He realized he needed to return and contemplate how to enhance his own strength. With this thought in mind, he strode purposefully towards his residence. Unwilling to accept being controlled by Dr. Mo inside, Dr. Mo stared in astonishment at the wooden floor, where a large hole, the size of a bowl, had appeared. Moments ago, he had carelessly tested a substance from the iron tube, and the toxic liquid that spewed forth had effortlessly corroded the floor. Witnessing the bizarre toxicity of this liquid, Dr. Mo could no longer suppress his fear, jumping up and cursing, "You little rascal. When did you learn to concoct such poisons? I have never taught him this. I thought it was just an ordinary fairy drug." This wretched boy truly was ruthless, turning against me without remorse. Unaware of the fright he had instilled in Dr. Mo, Han Li returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. The day had brought immense upheaval, leaving him physically and mentally drained, in desperate need of rest to recuperate. After replenishing his energy, Han Li gradually awoke. Rising to glance at the sky, which was beginning to lighten in the east, indicating it was now the following morning. This sleep had indeed been lengthy. Sitting upright, he did not get out of bed but instead propped his chin on his hands, contemplating a method to escape Dr. Mo's control. Clearly, within this year, he would be completely safe. The other party, concerned for his own life, would not harm him but would instead strive to protect him. However, what would happen after a year remained uncertain. Han Li was not worried about the eternal spring technique. He had recently reached the 4th level, and achieving the 5th level within a year would undoubtedly be within his grasp, requiring little additional effort. The issue of the corpse insect pill was also resolvable. At that time, he would simply need to display his training progress to the other party and leverage it to demand the antidote before any treatment was requested. Confident that the other party would not dare offend him. Suddenly, Han Li recalled something. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a vial, pouring out a jade green pill and swallowing it whole. After a while, as the effects took hold, he began to quietly introspect. Cough. Dr. Mo did not deceive me regarding the corpse insect pill. The cleansing spirit powder, which neutralizes all poisons, has proven ineffective against it. It seems I will indeed have to wait a year for the antidote, Han Li murmured in frustration. After placing the vial back into his pocket, he rose from the bed and approached the floor below. He circled around the only table in the room. beginning to pace in a slow manner with his hands clasped behind his back, all the while continuing to contemplate the myriad questions swirling in his mind. To be frank, Hanli did not entirely trust Dr. Mo's words. He was well aware that many of the claims made were undoubtedly false. Unfortunately, despite this knowledge, he found himself powerless to resist, as he was being threatened with the safety of his loved ones. Hanli harbored deep doubts about whether Dr. Mo would truly honor his promises a year hence. If it were as simple as Dr. Mo suggested, it would indeed be a different matter, and he would have no need for resistance. However, he feared that the other party was concealing detrimental truths, and should they turn hostile, he would be left with no means of preparation or defense. After repeatedly mulling over the situation, Hanli concluded that no satisfactory solution emerged. Currently, both he and Dr. Mo were filled with trepidation. The latter feared Hanli would neglect his training and jeopardize his own life, while Hanli worried that once Dr. Mo's concerns were alleviated, he might unleash his wrath upon him. Originally, Hanli could have leveraged this situation to intimidate Dr. Mo, but now, with his loved ones held as leverage, he felt compelled to retreat and reluctantly acquiesce. Was he truly to entrust his life to another's whims, hoping that they would show mercy in the end? Hanli felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. No, he resolutely decided, he could not allow his fate to rest in the hands of another. To surrender complete control of his life to someone else was the height of folly. He promptly dismissed this foolish thought. After exhausting his mind, Hanli devised a rather rudimentary plan. He intended to bolster his own strength from multiple aspects, seeking to enhance his bargaining power to instill fear in Dr. Mo, so that even if the latter did decide to strike, he would retain some means of self-preservation. Though it was a rather simplistic approach, relying on passive defense while allowing the other party to take the initiative, it was the only feasible option remaining, relatively comprehensive and prudent. Having made up his mind, Hanli decided to take a stroll outside. He pushed open the door and stepped into the open area, stretching lazily and yawning. Facing the biting morning breeze, he gazed at the half-risen red sun and proclaimed with great fervor, "My fate shall rest solely in my own hands. I will not allow it to be manipulated by others." Chapter 33. Private Transactions. Hanli grasped the rope of a wooden bucket and tossed it into the water, then pulled it back up. He effortlessly lifted the filled bucket above his head, and with a flick of his wrist, doused himself from head to toe with the refreshing spring water. Ah, how invigorating! How delightful! Hanli and another young man exclaimed in unison. It was no wonder, for it was the sweltering summer season, and the intense heat made the cool mountain spring water a most welcome relief. Hey Han, you certainly have a knack for finding excellent spots. This secluded little pool is a gem, the seemingly aloof youth remarked suddenly. That's nothing. I've discovered many places even harder to find, but none have water as refreshing as this, Hanli replied, unabashedly accepting the compliment. The youth was none other than Hanli himself, while the other was Li Feiyu, who had come to procure medicine. Ever since Li Feiyu first obtained pain relief medicine from Hanli and tested it, he found it remarkably effective in alleviating the agony caused by marrow extraction. Since then, Li Feiyu had become insatiable. Unable to endure the pain without Hanli's remedies, he exhausted his supply in just a few short months, which would have lasted a year. Tormented by excruciating pain, Li Feiyu had no choice but to muster the courage to approach Hanli for more medicine. At this juncture, Hanli was intent on enhancing his own strength. Upon learning that Li Feiyu had entered the Seven Absolute Hall for training, he proposed an exchange for the teachings of the hall's martial arts. Given that Li Feiyu had little time left to live, he readily agreed to Hanli's proposal. To prevent outsiders from discovering their secret, Hanli sought out several discreet locations within the sprawling Saisha mountain range to conduct their transactions. The two would meet clandestinely at intervals. Hanli would provide the medicine, and Li Feiyu would share some martial techniques learned from the Seven Absolute Hall. This arrangement continued satisfactorily for over half a year. During this time, both Hanli and Li Feiyu found each other agreeable, and unbeknownst to them, they became true friends who shared everything. Li Feiyu was particularly pleased with the locations Hanli had discovered, especially this secluded pool surrounded by steep cliffs, forming a small basin. The only access was through a narrow cave that required one to crawl through, leading to an astonishing exit nestled within the hollow of an ancient locust tree clinging to the cliff side. Most importantly, on such a sweltering day, having a cool spring pool was a rare blessing. After stretching and enjoying the refreshing water, Hanli glanced at the sun and said, "The fierce python technique you taught me last time is too aggressive. I feel it does not suit me. Do you have any techniques that are more delicate and subtle? Do you truly believe that the Seven Absolute Hall belongs solely to me? You can learn whatever techniques you wish. I, too, can only select a small portion to study." and my martial arts lean towards the vigorous. Naturally, I will learn the more forceful techniques. Li Feiyu shot back, casting Han Li a skeptical glance. What a remarkable individual you are, Senior Li. As the leader among all disciples, how could you possibly compare to the average student of the Seven Absolute Hall? Han Li replied, smiling sheepishly and quickly offering some flattering remarks upon noticing Li Feiyu's irritation. Ah, how difficult it is to receive compliments from our genius Han. Li Feiyu teased with a hint of a smile. Genius? I'm always bested by just a few of your moves. Humph. That was me employing true energy to overcome skill. It's hardly a measure of ability. If I were to refrain from using true energy, I could easily best you within 100 moves. Who competes without using true energy? You are far too modest, Senior Li. Modesty? I am not being modest at all. You have never practiced martial arts or engaged in combat before, and the only thing you've learned is that utterly useless heart technique. To grasp the techniques so thoroughly in such a short time, are you not a genius? By the way, that mantra you mentioned has no power at all. I wonder why you still practice it daily. Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself, do you think I want to learn it? I am caught in a dilemma. Not learning is not an option now. Junior Han, I'm not trying to nag you. But given your talent for martial arts over the past half year, you should discard that useless mantra and focus on learning genuine skills from me. I assure you that within 2 years, you will stand out and make your mark, and together we shall dominate the Seven Profound Sect. Wouldn't that be delightful? Li Feiyu earnestly urged once more. Han Li felt a touch of warmth in his heart, though he had heard this many times and found it somewhat tiresome. He could still sense the sincerity in Li Feiyu's words. Gently shaking his head to express his refusal, he sought to redirect the conversation. In the Seven Absolute Hall, are there no martial arts techniques that can triumph over opponents without relying on true energy? Li Feiyu, noticing that Han Li was reluctant to dwell on the topic, chose not to press further, aware that both of them likely harbored unspoken burdens. He lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it to say, there indeed exists a peculiar sword technique that can be employed without the need for true energy. But what? Han Li's heart leapt at the prospect of finding a martial art suited to him, prompting him to inquire eagerly. However, this sword technique has lingered in the Hall of the Seven Absolutes for over a century, and no one has ever successfully cultivated it. It is said that even the elder who created this technique passed away before mastering it, and it bears the peculiar name of the blinking sword technique. Do you not find the name amusing? As Li Feiyu spoke of this technique, he expressed his astonishment repeatedly. Chapter 34. The blinking sword technique. The blinking sword technique? Han Li echoed the name to himself. Indeed, what does blinking have to do with swordplay? Is the name not rather comical? Have you ever practiced this technique? He asked with concern. Of course not. Who would practice a martial art that requires no true energy? It would merely be a decorative display. Not only I, but since its inception, no one has attempted to cultivate it. It is rumored that if it weren't for the elder who established it, having saved the Seven Mystics Sect multiple times from peril and bequeathing a will to ensure this technique was included in the Hall of the Seven Absolutes, the blinking sword technique would never have been acknowledged as an esteemed art. Li Feiyu, possessing a mouth that was as large as his cold exterior suggested otherwise, revealed the entire history of the technique before Han Li even had the chance to ask. Of course, his loquacious nature only surfaced in Han Li's presence. Outside, he reverted to the persona of the aloof and cool senior brother Li. After listening to Li Feiyu's account, Han Li's sixth sense subtly indicated that this was precisely what he had been searching for. Senior brother Li, could you possibly transcribe a copy of this sword technique for me to take from the Hall of the Seven Absolutes? No problem. While I would hesitate to transcribe other martial arts due to daily inspections, this blinking sword technique is neglected in a corner and goes unnoticed. However, copying it could be cumbersome. Instead, I could quietly bring you the original manual. Once you have memorized or transcribed it, I shall return it discreetly, and no one will be the wiser, Li Feiyu proposed boldly. Seeing his confidence, Han Li consented to the plan. He had harbored some concern about Li Feiyu's habit of being forgetful, fearing that he might inadvertently omit details while transcribing the technique, which would be unjust. Thus, acquiring the original manual was indeed preferable. Well then, it is getting late, and I must return to my training. Otherwise, the overseer of the Hall of the Seven Absolutes will discover my unauthorized absence, Li Feiyu remarked, drying himself off and donning his clothing in preparation to leave. Han Li refrained from saying more, merely advising him to be cautious while retrieving the manual, lest he be caught. Li Feiyu casually turned, waving his hand in a nonchalant gesture as he slowly exited the nearby cave. As Han Li watched his figure gradually fade from view, a smile slipped from his face, revealing a hint of concern. Shortly after Li Feiyu departed, Han Li returned to the Valley of Divine Hands. Upon arriving, he spotted a tall, enigmatic figure standing motionless outside Dr. Mo's abode, cloaked and seemingly indifferent to the scorching summer sun. Han Li approached his own door, halting to observe this silent man, who had piqued his interest ever since Dr. Mo had threatened him. This individual appeared to be mute, having never uttered a word since entering the valley. Remarkably, the man's stamina was astounding. He could remain standing still for an entire day without showing signs of fatigue. Han Li had long since dubbed him a monster in his mind. He had attempted to engage in conversation, but the man remained unresponsive, as if made of wood, ignoring Han Li's every elaborate expression. Han Li was thoroughly impressed by Dr. Mo's ability to train a living being into a puppet-like figure, devoid of any vulnerabilities. This man exhibited absolute obedience, extraordinary endurance, and a complete lack of verbal communication or emotion. Although Han Li was uncertain of his martial prowess, he concluded that it could not be weak. Han Li recognized that this individual might become another formidable asset for Dr. Mo, yet he found himself powerless to uncover any weaknesses. The only source of confusion was the familiar sensation he felt when glancing at the man's back, as if he had seen a similar silhouette before. However, he could not recall whose figure it resembled. After a while, Han Li sighed, closed his door, and returned inside, knowing that without Dr. Mo's command, this man would not rest. Feeling somewhat agitated, he leaped onto his bed, reclining and placing his hands behind his head, closing his eyes. He replayed the techniques he had learned from Li Feiyu, mentally simulating each move, dissecting every detail into segments, and refining them meticulously. This ability was a newfound skill he had acquired after reaching the 5th level of his Eternal Spring technique, granting him perfect recall. With this advantage, he could mentally retain any martial art and replay it countless times in his mind for further honing, which was why Li Feiyu had considered him a prodigy. 2 months prior, buoyed by the effects of 2 sacred herbs, Han Li had broken through the 4th level of the Eternal Spring technique, reaching the 5th level. The potency of the Huanglong pill and the Jinsui pill far exceeded his expectations. He had underestimated the immense power of those formulas. Indeed, those concocted pills were priceless treasures. However, he had expended nearly half of the 2 cleansing herbs, and the remaining quantity would barely suffice for him to reach the 6th level of the Eternal Spring technique. He was eager to discover what surprises the 6th level would yield. With only half a year remaining until Dr. Mo's final ultimatum, Han Li realized that although he had learned some techniques from Li Feiyu, lacking the accompanying internal energy rendered them merely ornamental skills. They might suffice against those with a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, but against Dr. Mo, they would be futile. As these thoughts plagued him, Han Li felt a mix of worry and frustration. His Eternal Spring technique was commendable, yet it was ineffective in actual combat. He could only place his hopes on the blinking sword technique, wishing it would bring him unexpected fortune. Chapter 35. Stealing the manual. On a certain afternoon a few days later, Han Li discreetly slipped out of the Valley of Divine Hands to meet with Li Feiyu. In truth, it was not so much a clandestine exit. Dr. Mo was already well aware of Han Li's frequent departures from the valley, yet he remained unconcerned, allowing Han Li the freedom to come and go as he pleased. This indifferent approach initially unsettled Han Li, leaving him uncertain of Dr. Mo's intentions. However, after a few uneventful outings, he realized that no one was following him, which alleviated his concerns, allowing him to focus on his own endeavors. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Han Li gradually began to understand the reasons behind the leniency shown by the Dr. Mo. Although Mo had tightly secured Han Li with the dual locks of the corpse insect pill and the lives of his family, he was aware that such a blunt method of control would inevitably breed resentment within Han Li, making his cultivation efforts lack sincerity. If further restrictions were imposed on Han Li's freedom of movement, it would certainly backfire. Ultimately, Mo's intention was to encourage Han Li to actively cultivate the Eternal Spring technique rather than forcing him into it. With this newfound understanding, Han Li grew bolder. Previously, he had to avoid Mo's gaze, entering and exiting the valley with caution, but now he strolled confidently past Mo without a word. To the casual observer, he appeared nonchalant and indifferent, yet internally, he maintained a disposition of caution. Upon exiting the valley, he employed the Eternal Spring technique to elevate his senses to an extraordinary level, allowing him to perceive all moving entities within a radius of several dozen meters. Han Li believed that even if Mo himself were to shadow him, he would not escape Han Li's heightened perception. While he might not excel in direct confrontations, he was entirely confident in his mastery of the 5 senses. As he traversed the path, Han Li carefully evaded the patrolling disciples and accessed a secret passage hidden among the old locust trees, arriving near the small pond where they had met previously. Upon entering, he spotted Li Feiyu, barefoot and seated by the water's edge, with his head bowed, energetically splashing the cool water with his feet, creating a colorful spray, lost in delight. Hearing Han Li's approach, he did not look up but complained, "Junior brother Han, you are getting later every time. Must you always keep me waiting for half the day? Could you not arrive a bit earlier?" "Apologies, Han Li began, brushing the dirt off his clothes, but before he could finish, Li Feiyu tossed a large package he had hidden behind him directly at Han Li. "What is this? Something delicious?" Han Li asked, bemused, but soon realized the package was hard and heavy, far from edible. "You only think about eating. Did you not ask me to bring the sword manual for the blinking sword technique?" Li Feiyu shot him a glare before speaking earnestly. "This is a sword manual? You can't be serious. You didn't mistakenly pack your sharpening stone from the yard, did you?" Han Li stared incredulously at the hefty object in his hands. How heavy! He strained to lift it, nearly losing his balance. "Haha!" Li Feiyu could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into fits of mirth and rolling on the ground. Covered in grass and dirt, Han Li regarded his friend's peculiar antics with skepticism, then glanced at the enormous package. He nudged it with his foot, and it indeed felt like a book. Ignoring his friend, who was still chuckling, Han Li stroked his chin thoughtfully, squatting beside the package. For him, speculating about something whose outcome was immediately evident seemed a futile waste of energy. With his fair hands, he grasped the tightly knotted string of the package, his fingers deftly dancing over it, and in a miraculous turn, the knot loosened. Clap, clap. A series of crisp applause rang out. Han Li refrained from opening the package immediately, instead turning to the still cheerful Li Feiyu. At some point, Li Feiyu had ceased his laughter and put on his shoes, now clapping his hands heartily, as if oblivious to the redness of his palms. "TSK, TSK. Every time I see you wield the silk binding technique with such finesse, it astounds me. This martial art seems to have been crafted specifically for you, and it has only been 2 short months since I taught you." Li Feiyu continued to applaud, showering Han Li with praise. "You didn't go through all this trouble just to make me perform, did you?" Han Li retorted, somewhat annoyed. "Of course not. Once you unwrap the package, everything will become clear," Li Feiyu said, his playful demeanor suddenly turning serious. Curiosity piqued, Han Li turned his head back, focusing his gaze on the package before him. Tilting his head slightly, he extended his index and middle fingers, gently lifting a corner of the wrapping to reveal its contents. The sight made Han Li's forehead break out in a cold sweat, his eyes nearly bulging. "How about that? Quite the surprise, isn't it?" Li Feiyu approached leisurely, patting Han Li on the shoulder. Han Li turned to face him, speechless for a moment. "Why are you looking at me like that? I won't offer myself to you, you know?" Li Feiyu teased with a grin. Hearing this playful banter, Han Li seemed to snap back to reality. "I need to draw a line with you. From now on, consider me a stranger, as if we have never met," Han Li exclaimed angrily. "Am I seeing things, or have you lost your mind? You've brought over half of the 7 Absolute Halls collection. If the patrol guards discover this, we won't be able to escape with our lives," Han Li shouted, pointing at the pile of manuals of various sizes before him. All the spines of the books bore the prominent calligraphy of the 7 Absolute Hall. Upon witnessing Han Li's outburst, Li Feiyu remained unfazed, his expression still indifferent. He tilted his head, inserting his little finger into his ear, diligently cleaning it as if the world around him did not matter. After venting his frustration, Han Li observed Li Feiyu's unyielding demeanor and realized there was something more to the situation. "You are neither a fool nor arrogant. Undertaking such a reckless act must have some underlying reason," Han Li inquired, regaining his composure. Li Feiyu, noticing Han Li's anger dissipate so swiftly, felt a twinge of regret but feigned a pitiful expression, exclaiming, "Oh my, I am truly wronged. I intended to explain, but you didn't give me a chance to speak. Now you are complaining about me. I find myself in a truly difficult position." His exaggerated mockery was so transparent that it was impossible to take seriously, evoking a desire in Han Li to deliver a sharp kick in response. "Enough with the theatrics. Just explain yourself. Do you not fear being seen by those disciples who admire you? If they catch a glimpse of your slothful behavior, your carefully crafted image as a cold-hearted killer will be utterly shattered." Han Li did not offer him a pleasant demeanor, subtly mocking him instead. He was not in the mood for playful banter. Mishandling this matter could lead to significant troubles for both parties. Li Feiyu seemed to comprehend Han Li's current thoughts and refrained from countering his mockery. Instead, he lazily approached the pile of packages, bent down, and carelessly picked up a book of secrets before standing upright. Upon straightening, a mysterious glimmer adorned his face as he handed the book to Han Li with a half-smile, gesturing with his eyes for him to unveil the cover and take a look. Han Li accepted the slender volume with a puzzled glance at his companion. He was somewhat at a loss, uncertain of Li Feiyu's intentions. Open it, and you will understand everything. Li Feiyu enticed him in a tone laced with a hint of mischief. Why not just say it directly? Why all this mystery? Han Li, despite his evident reluctance, began to turn the pages. Upon opening the cover, the first page revealed the bold characters Blinking Sword Manual in stark black ink. Han Li expressed mild surprise. The very first book Li Feiyu handed him was precisely what he had been seeking, which astonished him. Do not be alarmed. Take a look at these other books. Li Feiyu continued, tossing several more manuals in his direction. Han Li caught them one by one, quickly skimming through each before becoming utterly dumbfounded. Each book bore the same title, Blinking Sword Manual, inscribed clearly on their front pages. After a significant pause, Han Li finally tore his gaze from the volumes in his hands. He raised his head and pointed at the large pile of manuals on the ground, stammering. You mustn't tell me that all these are the Blinking Sword Manuals. Regrettably, you have guessed correctly, Junior Brother Han, Li Feiyu shrugged, spreading his hands in a feigned display of helplessness. However, the slight smirk at the corner of his mouth and the tone of delight in his voice contradicted his words. This is impossible. There are nearly 100 books here. How could they all be Blinking Sword Manuals? Han Li, disregarding the other's playful antics, incredulously questioned. Ask me. Who should I ask? I was just as astonished to find so many books with the same title in a corner of the library. Li Feiyu rolled his eyes, mumbling in a tone of mock trepidation. Then, noticing Han Li's stunned expression, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. For Li Feiyu, Han Li's astonished visage was a rare spectacle. Typically, Han Li exuded composure and confidence, as if the concept of surprise would never grace his countenance. At that moment, Han Li's bewildered demeanor made Li Feiyu feel that the efforts of the past days had been worthwhile. After a while, Han Li finally regained his composure. Gripping the few manuals tightly, he lowered his head in contemplation for a brief moment before looking up with a thoughtful expression and asked, Have you counted these books? How many are there in total? I have indeed counted, not just once but several times. There are precisely 74 manuals with the same title, Li Feiyu promptly replied, providing the exact number without hesitation. It was crucial to ascertain the accurate count of these books. If even one or two were missed upon return, it could lead to serious complications. He further explained his reasoning. Gently pinching the slightly yellowed pages, Han Li slowly began to flip through one of the manuals, meticulously examining its contents. Chapter 37. The three unpracticed. The sound of the pages turning was crisp and pleasant. However, Li Feiyu found this sound rather distasteful. Ignoring Han Li, who was engrossed in reading, he returned to the edge of the pool, unsheathed the long knife embedded in the soil, and began to practice on his own. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at him, noticing his vigorous energy, and chose to disregard his antics, redirecting his focus back to the book in hand. The phrase reading 10 lines at once likely referred to Han Li's astonishing speed in perusing texts. He swiftly finished a thick book, his head bowed, barely glancing up as he reached for another volume, continuing to flip through it incessantly. His eyes narrowed, and as he read, he occasionally displayed a contemplative expression, fixating intently on the text, unwilling to look away, with his head bobbing in a manner reminiscent of an engrossed scholar. Time passed swiftly, and one Blinking Sword Manual after another was rapidly scanned by Han Li. Upon finishing the 11th manual, he abruptly halted his impressive reading pace, tossing the recently completed book back into the pile. He closed his eyes to rest for a moment. Once his mind felt slightly refreshed, he settled down cross-legged, employing the long spring technique to replay the information from the more than 10 manuals he had just reviewed in his mind. Before long, Han Li's face became a canvas of emotions, alternating between excitement, furrowed brows of contemplation, and moments of dismay. After an indeterminate time, Han Li finally opened his eyes, only to be startled by Li Feiyu's face, which had somehow come alarmingly close, nearly touching noses. What are you doing? Weren't you practicing your sword techniques? Junior Brother Han, what time do you think it is? You still ask such foolish questions. Li Feiyu retreated, pouting slightly. It was only then that Han Li noticed the surrounding light had dimmed. He looked up at the sky, now shrouded in a gray hue, indicating it was evening. Ah, time truly flies. I didn't realize how long had passed. Han Li stood up, stretching his limbs. Well, have you discovered anything intriguing from the books? Li Feiyu gazed at him eagerly, hoping to glean some final insights. Yes, quite satisfactory, very suitable for me, Han Li responded. What do you mean by satisfactory? Be more specific. Li Feiyu expressed his dissatisfaction. To elaborate, these manuals are a hodgepodge, lacking any cohesive structure. They appear to be a compilation of various fragments. Han Li spoke slowly. What does the blinking sword technique entail? Does it truly exist? Why such an odd name? Li Feiyu pressed on, still unsatisfied. The blinking sword technique does indeed exist. Though it is merely a small part of this eclectic collection, Han Li explained patiently. As for the name, it has its rationale. What rationale? Why can't you just explain everything in one go? Stop speaking in such a drawn-out manner. It's akin to conversing with the town's old philosopher. Li Feiyu glared at Han Li, unable to tolerate his languid pace. With no choice but to comply, Han Li slightly quickened his narration. According to the texts, this sword technique utilizes various lights and visual discrepancies to triumph over adversaries, often leading them to lose their lives in the blink of an eye. Hence the name blinking sword technique. Such an odd sword technique truly exists? There are indeed many remarkable individuals in this world, Li Feiyu remarked with great interest. Yet his enthusiasm quickly waned with Han Li's subsequent statement. This swordsmanship has 3 prohibitions. Those with only a modest mastery of true energy cannot practice it. Those lacking great perseverance cannot practice it, and those without innate talent cannot practice it. Upon hearing the first condition, Li Feiyu immediately abandoned his curiosity about it. His internal energy had already reached a considerable level, and it would be foolish to forsake his hard-earned skills to learn a technique whose potency remained uncertain. As Li Feiyu lost all interest in these scriptures, he was reluctant to linger any longer. He rose to take his leave, advising Han Li to transcribe these texts promptly, as he would bring the originals back during their next meeting. It is important to note that although these scriptures may not be valued by others, the prolonged disappearance of such a substantial collection would inevitably attract attention. Shortly after Li Feiyu's departure, Han Li also left the place. The entire mountain range was shrouded in a thin mist, appearing somewhat dim. On either side of the narrow mountain path, dense coniferous forests grew, rustling eerily as the mountain breeze swept through. Han Li hurried along this somewhat ominous trail towards the Valley of Divine Hands. Having set off rather late, darkness enveloped the sky by the time he reached midway. Were it not for his mastery of the eternal spring technique, which heightened his night vision, he would never have dared to navigate such treacherous terrain in such dim conditions. This narrow path was fraught with peril, twisting and turning at every corner, where a moment's carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. As he traversed the shadowy forest, Han Li remained vigilant, attuning his senses to his surroundings. The path, which appeared blurry to an ordinary person, was as clear as daylight to him. His caution stemmed not from fear of wild beasts lurking in the woods, but rather from a deeply ingrained instinct. Since the Seven Mystics Sect relocated to the colorful Clouds mountain range, the wildlife had been systematically eradicated, leaving not even fierce beasts or venomous snakes to roam freely. This meticulous vigilance was not inherent, but cultivated after his narrow escape from Dr. Mo. A habit he had deliberately nurtured. Such awareness would undoubtedly serve him well in future endeavors, minimizing the likelihood of unforeseen dangers. The mountain wind seemed to intensify, howling ominously, sending shivers down his spine. Han Li sensed he was nearing the edge of the forest, a sigh of relief escaping his lips as he walked alone in the oppressive darkness. He quickened his pace, striding more purposefully, eager to exit the woods. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind struck him head-on. After the wind passed, he abruptly halted, sensing something amiss. Frowning, he tilted his head and strained to listen. Moments later, his expression grew solemn as he discerned faint footsteps approaching. Though the footsteps were light and distant, it was evident that 2 individuals were drawing nearer. With a swift motion, Han Li slipped into the thicket beside the path, agile and soundless, concealed behind a large tree several dozen feet off the trail. He curled his body into a tight ball, hiding behind the trunk, his form entirely invisible from the front. Once hidden, Han Li felt a measure of calm wash over him. His sensitivity was not unwarranted, as it was unusual for 2 individuals to be traversing this remote area at such a late hour, suggesting they were involved in something clandestine. He had no desire to inadvertently stumble upon their secrets and provoke a deadly confrontation. However, if he could glean some insight without jeopardizing his safety, he would be more than willing to listen. He was not a rigid hypocrite. Opportunities such as this were not to be dismissed. A series of low, hushed voices drifted towards him from a distance, punctuated by the howling wind which scattered most of the conversation. Only fragments reached his ears. Han Li's heart raced as he realized he had unwittingly eavesdropped on some significant secret. In this vast expanse, there was only one individual known as the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, Jin Lang, Jia Tianlong. The very presence of such a formidable adversary was indeed intriguing. In the eyes of the disciples of the Seven Mystics Sect, Jia Tianlong was an unrepentant bloodthirsty fiend, described in rumors as a hulking figure with a fearsome visage. Known for his brutal temperament and a voracious appetite for human flesh and blood, instilling terror in many young disciples. Yet, according to Li Feiyu, the reality was quite different. Jia Tianlong was not the towering monster depicted. Rather, he was of average height, slender and youthful, barely in his 30s, a stark contrast to the tales. His ruthless nature, however, was as terrifying as the legends suggested, for how else could he command the loyalty of his band of marauders? As Han Li contemplated his memories of Jia Tianlong, he felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively huddling closer, his breathing slowing. The whispers grew clearer, indicating the two were drawing nearer. Han Li dared not make a sound, fully aware that discovery would lead to his demise. These two were undoubtedly spies from the Wild Wolf gang, and they would not allow a third party to survive to divulge their secrets. Gradually, their conversation lowered in volume, suggesting a shift towards a more sensitive topic. After a brief pause, their voices rose again, only to fade into the wind as they passed the segment of the mountain path before him, their figures receding into the distance. Han Li remained hidden behind the tree, too cautious to move until he confirmed, through his eternal spring technique, that no one else lurked within several dozen feet. This time, he had narrowly escaped death, fortunate to have sensed the spy's presence before they crossed paths. Given their identities, he knew he would have met a grim fate, and sadly, with his current abilities, there was no hope of escape. Remaining still, Han Li gently rubbed his chin, gazing in the direction of their disappearance, lost in thought. From their fragmented conversation, it seemed they were planning some action detrimental to the Seven Mystics Sect, likely connected to a specific list. What surprised Han Li further was that, despite not having seen their faces, he recognized one of the voices. Though they had only interacted once or twice, his exceptional memory allowed him to link one of the speakers to the inconspicuous steward from the mountain's large kitchen. The individual who once sold him rabbits, remembered for his penchant for petty gains, sporting a distinctive mustache and an air of commercialism, proved to be an informant for the Wolf Gang, a revelation that greatly tested Han Li's composure. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Such a persona would allow for frequent trips between the mountains, conveying messages without arousing suspicion. In Chapter 39, titled Perverse Conditions, Han Li encountered a voice unfamiliar to him, presumably belonging to another informant he had never met. Judging by the tone, the speaker was likely in his 20s. Cautiously, Han Li refrained from stealing a glance, fearing that their refined abilities might sense his scrutiny, thus exposing his presence nearby, an outcome he could ill afford. Following this incident, the journey back was remarkably tranquil. After a lengthy period post-dinner, Han Li finally returned to his residence. As per usual, Dr. Mo exhibited no curiosity regarding Han Li's mysterious arrival, showing little interest aside from delivering a selection of prepared medicines. He allowed Han Li's every action to unfold without interference. Had Han Li not recognized the medicines as precious concoctions derived from rare herbs collected during his last descent, he might have assumed that Dr. Mo had abandoned hope for him, perhaps concocting some malevolent scheme instead. At present, Han Li regarded Dr. Mo's so-called precious medicine with disdain. Yet to avoid arousing suspicion, he swallowed it down, pinching his nose. He harbored no fear that the medicine might be poisoned. Harming him would simultaneously jeopardize the perpetrator. On his way back, contemplating the Wolf Gang informants he had encountered, Han Li devised a clever strategy to address the situation. Although he did not harbor deep feelings for the Seven Mystics Sect, he felt a sense of responsibility as a semi-inner disciple not to ignore threats to the sect occurring right under his nose. Moreover, he had already identified the most suitable person to handle the matter, his senior brother, Li Feiyu. From Han Li's observations, it appeared that Li Feiyu, possibly due to the effects of the marrow-extracting pill, had developed an insatiable ambition, yearning to ascend to the higher echelons of the Seven Mystics Sect and become a focal point of attention. Han Li speculated that Li Feiyu likely wished for him to become increasingly reckless and flamboyant in his final days. Presenting such a significant achievement directly to him would undoubtedly elate Li Feiyu, thus repaying the favor of obtaining the sword manual. The mere thought of the blank sword manual stirred excitement within Han Li. Regarding the manual, he had not misled his friend. Indeed, it was ill-suited for Li Feiyu's practice. Yet he had withheld many details. For Han Li, maintaining certain secrets before others was an unwavering principle of survival, regardless of how intimate a relationship might seem. However, the techniques documented within these manuals were far from ordinary martial arts. In Han Li's view, they were more aptly termed sword techniques rather than mere swordplay, as they constituted a rare assassination art that integrated various elements, timing, terrain, and human factors, into a lethal skill. The manuscripts detailed techniques for striking down foes with a single sword thrust, utilizing the environment to create visual distractions and exploit vulnerabilities in an instant. This art emphasized a high degree of skill. Without innate talent, mastering it was virtually impossible. Thus, practitioners needed to possess heightened senses, vision and hearing far exceeding those of ordinary individuals, to have any hope of success. Yet, even if they met these criteria, many disciples, enticed by its power, would still attempt to learn it. The conditions, however, were exceptionally stringent. Practitioners were forbidden from possessing pure internal energy, as conflicting forces would render their training excruciatingly difficult. Even if one managed to overcome this hurdle, an excess of vital energy during combat could inadvertently distort their sword techniques, leaving them vulnerable and potentially leading to their demise. Such a stipulation effectively deterred most individuals from pursuing this path, as the martial world often held the adage that neglecting internal cultivation for the sake of an obscure sword technique would render one a laughingstock. Consequently, only a handful of individuals remained intent on continuing their training. Nevertheless, even those with exceptional talent faced a final formidable barrier: the overwhelming complexity of the techniques. The voluminous manuals, filled with intricate details, would intimidate any casual observer. Each manual represented a single sword style, dissected into hundreds of variations, each demanding specific methodologies for different environments and conditions. The sheer magnitude of techniques was daunting. Attempting to memorize and comprehend them was a formidable challenge. These exorbitant training conditions have thwarted countless aspiring disciples, who silently cursed the elder who devised this exceptional technique. As time passed, interest in the sword technique waned within the Seven Mystics Sect, with many believing it impossible for anyone to master such a martial art, suspecting it to have been a mere fabrication of the elder before his demise. Chapter 40. The source of the secret technique reveals that those who complained were unaware that the elder who created this sword technique once possessed profound skills. However, during a fierce conflict in his youth, he was inadvertently incapacitated by an opponent, rendering him incapable of practicing internal energy. Fearing a decline in his standing within the sect, he concealed this truth from others, instead adopting an enigmatic persona to maintain his influence. In a desperate attempt to regain his former prowess, the elder covertly directed his authority to launch attacks against lesser-known sects, seizing numerous clandestine martial arts manuals in search of a technique that did not rely on internal energy. Despite years of relentless pursuit, he ultimately failed to discover an appropriate martial art suited for his use, leading to profound disappointment. This elder was indeed a man of exceptional intellect and talent. In a moment of despair, he unexpectedly conceived the idea of utilizing his myriad secret techniques to forge a unique martial art for himself. This inspiration filled him with excitement. For the establishment of a distinctive martial discipline is the lifelong aspiration of every martial artist. Thus, he became utterly engrossed in this endeavor, dedicating himself to researching and experimenting with his various ideas. Ultimately, to avoid the distractions of worldly affairs, he even entered a state of seclusion, turning a blind eye to the sectarian conflicts beyond his door. Creating a martial art is an arduous undertaking, especially one with such constraints, requiring it to be operable without the use of vital energy and to encompass numerous secret techniques, thus becoming an esoteric and profound skill. The journey of establishing this unprecedented martial technique proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. However, he was a person of remarkable perseverance. After nearly half a lifetime of toil and the passage of several decades, the coveted sword manual finally came into existence. The elder was filled with elation as he rushed to share the news with others in the sect, only to discover that the Seven Mystics Sect had completely fallen into decline. The entire sect was under siege by numerous rival factions, facing the imminent threat of annihilation. This elder, now in his 60s, was both astonished and enraged. In this critical moment, he unleashed his newly perfected and enigmatic sword techniques, defeating many formidable foes and instilling fear in the remaining experts. He carved a bloody path through the encirclement, securing a future for the Seven Mystics Sect. Regrettably, just after achieving this miraculous escape, the elder succumbed to his fate. He left behind his meticulously crafted sword manual as his final bequest to the Hall of the Seven Absolutes and departed. Even more lamentable was the fact that in the years that followed, no disciple, up until Han Li, ever attempted to practice this skill, allowing this gem of knowledge to remain shrouded in dust, unseen by the light of day. Han Li was entirely unaware of these past events. Even if he had known, it would not have stirred any desire within him. For him, the sword technique was simply a means of survival in the hands of the Dr. Mo, and that sufficed. As for its origins and the identity of its creator, he held no interest. He was a pragmatic individual, unwilling to invest effort in matters that bore no tangible benefit. Within the confines of his room, Han Li lit an oil lamp and leaned over his wooden desk, poring over numerous manuals in the dim light. He had no intention of transcribing the texts, but aimed to commit them all to memory through his extraordinary recall. This way, he could ensure their safety from loss and avoid the risk of leaks. It was essential to maintain a heightened vigilance around Dr. Mo. He would not be foolish enough to assume he was not being monitored. Should a multitude of copied manuals appear in his room, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions and prompt caution from Dr. Mo. The flickering orange flame of the lamp suddenly burst with a small flare, reminding Han Li that considerable time had elapsed and that he ought to rest. Yet, he remained indifferent, wholly absorbed in the world of the manuals, captivated by the bizarre techniques within. As the lamp's flares popped one after another, the shadows cast upon the wall danced erratically, fluctuating in size. Meanwhile, Han Li sat motionless, creating a striking contrast between movement and stillness, evoking an oddly harmonious sensation to any onlookers. Time slipped away, and after a quarter of an hour, the shadow behind Han Li faded from clarity to obscurity, and then into nothingness, with the dawn light brightening outside. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent the entire night engrossed in his studies. With a sudden crack, the final large flare of the lamp erupted, extinguishing the oil light completely and jolting Han Li back to reality. He raised his gaze to the lamp and then glanced out the window at the brightening day, feeling a bittersweet smile emerge. He had not anticipated becoming so obsessed with the study of lethal techniques. After reflecting for a while, Han Li stood up, stretched his neck, and moved his limbs, eliciting a series of satisfying cracks from his joints. He then turned and stepped outside, fetching a basin of cool water from a nearby deep well to wash his face, invigorating himself. He followed this with a session of his long spring technique, circulating it throughout his body, which dispelled all traces of fatigue. After a night of reading and research, Han Li understood that fully mastering this martial art would require no less than a decade of arduous practice. Even with his exceptional talent in this area, it would still take 2 or 3 years to achieve any significant progress. Yet, time was not on his side. Chapter 41. The Knight of Notes. Han Li did not have the luxury of such a lengthy wait. In 4 or 5 months at most, Dr. Mo would confront him, and he needed to acquire sufficient self-defense capabilities before that moment. Thus, he ultimately resolved to focus solely on a few simple techniques that could be mastered quickly and put to immediate use, setting aside the others for later study once he had successfully escaped from danger. This decision significantly shortened his training period, allowing him to learn several rapid and easily grasped techniques in due time. In truth, Han Li was well aware that even if he mastered all these techniques, it would not guarantee victory against Dr. Mo. If the latter had not lied during their last encounter, his previous status as a dominant figure likely concealed many lethal methods that had not been revealed. The skills he displayed were probably just a fraction of his true power. Nonetheless, the thought of that ghostly finesse sent chills down Han Li's spine, instilling profound apprehension towards Dr. Mo. He knew all too well that the limited knowledge he could acquire in such a short time would pose minimal threat to Dr. Mo, rendering it nearly negligible. Yet, he would never be foolish enough to submit himself to the mercy of another. Han Li recognized that if he were to engage in combat with Dr. Mo again, his only chance of victory lay in the element of surprise, stemming from the latter's underestimation of him. Only if Dr. Mo let his guard down and overlooked him could Han Li seize an opportunity to strike unexpectedly. In the days that followed, Han Li committed the entire sword manual to memory and selected several techniques that were currently useful to him for further study, seeking to devise an efficient path to mastery. After several days of intense contemplation, he systematically organized a complete set of training methods derived from the texts. He took great pride in his efficiency, having accomplished such a complex task in such a short span of time. Over the subsequent half-month, Han Li meticulously resolved various minor matters, ensuring he was well prepared and leaving no loose ends. First, he returned the original manuals to Li Feiyu without alteration on a particular day and took the opportunity to inform him about the encounter with the Wild Wolfgang's spy, including the revelation regarding the identity of the kitchen steward. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu was indeed astonished and delighted, embracing Han Li's shoulders and repeatedly expressing his gratitude for the significant favor Han Li had bestowed upon him. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li was preoccupied with securing his own life. He had no interest in chasing down spies. If he could manage to ensure his own safety with minimal effort, he had no reason to refuse. Having concluded matters with Li Feiyu, Han Li then personally sought out several skilled blacksmiths within the sect. In their presence, several uniquely styled short swords with sheaths were custom-made, with a request for subtle modifications to be executed discreetly. Additionally, a few unnamed components of indeterminate purpose and several delicate iron bells were also commissioned for prompt completion, for which Han Li expended a significant sum of silver, causing him a twinge of regret. Days later, Han Li received his bespoke items from the blacksmith. Upon beholding the gleaming short swords and the exquisitely crafted iron bells, he felt a sense of satisfaction and praised the blacksmith's craftsmanship, believing his expenditure to be worthwhile. That very night, Han Li vanished without a trace from his abode, leaving behind a note at his bedside, which read, "Old Mo, there is no need for you to become anxious. I am not fleeing. Rather, I find the oppressive atmosphere of sharing the same valley with you detrimental to my cultivation of the eternal spring technique. Thus, I have resolved to seek a secluded place on the mountain to enter into seclusion for my practice. Rest assured, I shall return to meet you on the same day in 4 months." Leaning back against a grand chair, Dr. Mo held the note in his left hand, scrutinizing it with a stormy expression. On the table beside him lay another note, documenting the order Han Li had entrusted to the blacksmith not long ago. The room was silent, save for the sound of Dr. Mo's right hand tapping rhythmically on the table. Suddenly, he let out a cold snort, crumpling the paper into fragments that scattered across the floor. Irritated, he rose and paced the room, deep in thought, furrowing his brow. After several laughs, he halted and muttered to himself, "You little rascal, though I am unaware of your true intentions, no matter what tricks you may attempt, you cannot escape my grasp. I have you firmly within my sights." With that, Dr. Mo abruptly turned, approaching the window, and let out a low, prolonged whistle. Shortly thereafter, a nameless little bird with yellow feathers flew in through the window, circling the room before landing on his shoulder. Once settled, the bird affectionately rubbed its beak against his face while emitting a series of cheerful chirps. "All right, I know you are hungry. Here, this is your favorite, yellow chestnut ball." Dr. Mo's somber demeanor softened into a hint of a smile as he extracted a piece of yellow bird food from his pocket and offered it to the little creature. "Now go, and as before, follow that individual closely. The moment he departs from this mountain, return immediately to inform me." The little bird, upon receiving its treat, flitted excitedly around the room. After acknowledging his command, it spiraled out of the window and disappeared into the sky. "Huh," with the watchful eye of the cloud-winged bird, said to be swifter than arrows from a strong bow. "Let us see what tricks you can conjure," he mused darkly. "For months, I await your return, for it appears my plans are nearing fruition. Anyone who dares obstruct my path in executing these plans shall meet their demise. Gods be damned, and Buddhas be slain." With an unhinged laugh, Dr. Mo succumbed to a fit of maniacal mirth, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. "You are far too complacent. This young man is quite astute, not to be underestimated. Do not let your hubris lead you to failure at the hands of this boy." A sudden voice of another young man echoed in Dr. Mo's mind. Dr. Mo's expression shifted, frost descending upon his features as he coldly reprimanded, "You Zitong, refrain from meddling in my affairs. I do not require your admonishments. If I succeed, there will be benefits for you, but your technique appears to harbor flaws. Are you secretly wishing for my failure?" His skepticism was palpable. The voice, seemingly intimidated by Dr. Mo, hastily responded, "How could there be any error? Have you not tested it on animals? The death of one is merely due to your inexperience with the technique. Surely, it will not hinder your plans." "Humph, I hope so. Alas, I cannot afford to practice further. Otherwise, my chances would be considerably bolstered." After reflecting on the previous technique trials, Dr. Mo's last flicker of doubt dissipated. Once he uttered those words, the voice seemed to take heed of the earlier reprimand and fell silent, leaving Dr. Mo to engage in neurotic soliloquies, casting an eerie atmosphere throughout the room. Meanwhile, Han Li found himself nestled in an inconspicuous ravine, which proved even more remote and secluded than the place where he had met Li Feiyu. The terrain was elongated, flanked by 2 steep peaks forming a narrow passage, with both ends choked by dense thickets, rendering any approach impossible. The only means of access was a rope discreetly lowered from the summit of the shorter peak. The area was overrun with brambles, occupying vast stretches of land, and leaving only a small clearing for Han Li to occupy. Above, countless unknown vines intertwined, creating a natural green canopy that shielded him from any inadvertent onlookers. Han Li placed his belongings beneath a massive boulder and returned to the center of the clearing. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes, revealing a resolute expression, and softly declared, "Let us commence with the most challenging of practices, the soft bone technique." Thus, Han Li embarked upon his solitary path of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, a yellow bird perched on a branch, vigilantly observing him day and night. Noticing his lack of intent to flee, it refrained from returning to report to its master. Time raced on, and half of the 4 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the ravine lay desolate, devoid of any presence. Hanli had vanished without a trace. Only the little yellow bird remained, unhurriedly grooming its feathers, seemingly indifferent to the absence of its target, as if it had cast its mission to the winds. Suddenly, a gray bird flitted through the overhead vines, entering the ravine. After circling above a few times, it alighted on a nearby wooden post, appearing to pause for rest before taking flight again. The yellow bird cast a haughty glance at its newly arrived counterpart, displaying a derisive expression, as if to dismiss the gray bird entirely. The newcomer, standing on one leg and surveying the surroundings, eventually spotted its counterpart. It spread its wings, seemingly preparing to approach. In an unexpected twist, a withered yellow hand descended from above, ensnaring the bewildered gray bird. The sudden turn of events instilled panic in the little creature, which struggled desperately, but alas, could not escape the grasp of its captor. It was then that the bird realized the wooden post beneath its feet had transformed into a youth clad in yellow, his skin darkened by the sun. He possessed an unremarkable appearance, with thick brows and large eyes. Aside from the clarity in his gaze, there was nothing particularly captivating about him. The young boy smiled as he watched the little bird in his hand struggle incessantly. Only when it was on the verge of complete exhaustion did he loosen his grip and gently utter, "Go on, don't be so foolish next time. Ensure you see where you land." Instantly, the bird gained its freedom, flapping its wings in a panic, heedless of its companion, and flew out of the ravine without looking back. After watching the bird disappear into the sky, the boy stood still for a while, before softly murmuring to himself, "It seems my skills in breath control and concealment have reached a certain level. Now it is time to practice my assassination techniques in the secret chamber." With that, Hanli moved towards a newly constructed wooden cabin nearby. As he passed by the tree where the peculiar little yellow bird resided, he couldn't help but glance up at it. Hanli had discovered this strange little creature over half a month ago. It remained perched on nearby branches, constantly watching him, seemingly imbued with a remarkable intelligence. When he first laid eyes on it, he was captivated by its spirit and grew fond of the little yellow bird. He attempted to capture it, but no matter what method he employed, luring, enticing, or setting traps, it remained utterly unfooled, often casting him a disdainful look as if he were a fool, leaving Hanli both amused and somewhat disheartened. In a fit of frustration, he tried to seize it by force, but before he could get close, it would take flight, soaring into the sky. Yet, as soon as he left, it would return to its original spot, leaving Hanli standing there, helplessly watching. Reflecting on this, Hanli turned away, choosing to ignore it. Deep down, he had begun to suspect that the bird's origins were likely connected to the enigmatic Dr. Mo, possibly acting as a spy sent to monitor him. However, Hanli was unfazed. As long as it wasn't Dr. Mo himself keeping an eye on him, what could a mere bird reveal? Moreover, he genuinely cherished the little creature, unwilling to resort to harsh measures against it. Meanwhile, Dr. Mo was in a stone chamber, sketching a peculiar formation with powdered beast bones. Engaged in a discussion with another person in his mind, completely unaware that Hanli had seen through his spying tactics. Chapter 43. All preparations complete during this period. The Seven Mystics Sect had also experienced a significant event. The idol of the new generation of disciples, Brotherly, exhibited remarkable alertness, promptly uncovering the schemes of 2 spies from the Wolf Gang who sought to steal the list of disciples undergoing training. Along with a dozen fellow disciples, he captured them, earning considerable credit for his efforts. A few days later, in front of numerous disciples, sect leader Wang appointed Li Feiyu as a protector, formally elevating him to a mid-tier position within the Seven Mystics Sect, which caused quite a stir, further amplifying Li Feiyu's renown. Hanli, however, remained oblivious to this news. He was deeply engrossed in intensive training within the secluded wooden cabin. Apart from occasionally venturing to the kitchen for food, he had not interacted with anyone for several days, thus remaining unaware of his friend's current glory. As summer faded into autumn, time flew by, and at last, the agreed-upon final day arrived. In the thorny thicket at the bottom of the ravine, a remarkably strange figure flickered in and out amidst branches adorned with sharp spikes. The dangerously pointed thorns posed no hindrance to him. He glided through the intricate web of thorns like wisps of smoke, appearing and vanishing silently, as if he were not flesh and blood, but rather an ethereal entity. Eventually, the figure came to rest on a tree trunk, standing upright on a branch. Gazing into the distance, it was Hanli, who had made considerable progress in his cultivation. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, exposing his skin beneath, his hair disheveled. and his face marked with streaks of dirt that obscured his features. Most astonishingly, small iron bells dangled from his neck, waist, arms, thighs, and ankles. Upon seeing these bells, and considering Han Li's ghostly movements through the forest, it became clear how extraordinary his agility was. He stood motionless, gazing toward the direction of the Divine Hand Valley, murmuring to himself, "The timing is perfect. I've finally mastered the smoke step just in time for the last day. With it, I have a greater assurance of self-preservation." Although his facial expression was obscured, the joy in his eyes shone through unabashedly. After months of diligent research and practice, Han Li had mastered several potent secret techniques, instilling him with confidence. He believed that while he might not be able to contend with Dr. Mo's unfathomable prowess, he was sufficiently equipped to ensure his own safety. A gentle breeze swept through, sending a chill across his body. He glanced down at his tattered attire and contemplated his current appearance, stifling a bitter laugh. Recalling the experience of practicing the smoke step, he felt a lingering trepidation. Training in the thorny thicket had indeed been perilous. Initially, his clumsiness resulted in numerous painful scratches from the rigid thorns, leaving him bloodied. Fortunately, he had spirit-replenishing pills on hand, which not only healed internal injuries, but proved remarkably effective for external wounds as well. After consuming one, he found that bleeding ceased and scabs formed almost immediately. And by the next day, even the scars vanished without a trace. Han Li marveled at this for quite some time. This medicine was far superior to ordinary wound salves. He pondered why it was named a spirit-replenishing pill, believing a name pertaining to scar removal or blood coagulation would be more fitting. If the creator of the spirit-replenishing pill were to hear such thoughts, he might be incensed, for his meticulously crafted healing elixir would be compared to a mere common remedy. How could that not infuriate him? However, it was precisely in such a treacherous environment that Han Li was able to unleash his full potential, rapidly refining the smoke step to a usable level. Moreover, just a few days prior, his long spring technique had unexpectedly reached the 6th level, the highest tier of the formula imparted by Dr. Mo. Without the assistance of over a dozen bottles of spirit medicine, he would have never achieved this in his lifetime, no matter how hard he tried. After years of cultivation, Han Li had gained substantial insights into the long spring technique, finding it to be exceptionally unique. Both its cultivation method and effects differed significantly from typical martial arts. Firstly, Han Li believed that the success of this technique, as well as the speed of one's cultivation, largely depended on the individual, specifically the practitioner's aptitude and compatibility with the technique. Those with exceptional gifts could navigate their path smoothly, likely achieving a high level even without external aid. Conversely, those with lesser aptitude might find themselves stymied at a certain level without the assistance of spirit medicine, likely stagnating indefinitely. Han Li's own experience mirrored this. He had advanced smoothly through the first 3 levels, but faced immense difficulty at the 4th, making no progress whatsoever. Yet, with the aid of spiritual elixirs, what was once impossible became feasible, allowing one to transcend their limitations and advance further. This highlighted just how reliant the technique was on the potency of the medicine. However, few, if any, would indulge in spiritual elixirs as liberally as he did, consuming 1 or 2 daily. Thus, it stood to reason that he could effortlessly attain the more challenging 5th and 6th levels, devoid of the struggles he had encountered at the 4th level. The 6th layer of the Changchun Gong, although it invigorated Han Li and sharpened his intellect, has yet to reveal any other remarkable benefits. Curiously, since he began his practice, the Changchun Gong has only enhanced his mental faculties, senses, and overall acuity, while its physical effects have been minimal, merely rendering him more robust and light on his feet. The energy flow he has cultivated, which he refers to as pseudo-true qi, can circulate through his meridians like regular true qi, yet aside from heightening his tactile sensitivity, it lacks any substantial practical application and does not possess the formidable power of true qi. Furthermore, Han Li suspects there must be incomplete verses beyond the 6th layer. Perhaps the true marvels lie within the final layers. With this thought, he shook his head in resignation and sighed. Given his current relationship with Dr. Mo, the advanced techniques of the latter layers were beyond his reach. Shaking off such distractions, Han Li leapt gracefully to the ground, landing soundlessly, and strode purposefully toward the small wooden cabin. Tomorrow, he would meet with Dr. Mo, and before that, he aimed to fully utilize his innate talents to mentally map out the steps for their encounter, meticulously contemplating every possible nuance and devising optimal strategies for any unforeseen dangers. Chapter 44. The Antidote. The sun hung high in the sky, and even though autumn had just begun, a trace of heat lingered. Inside his chamber, Dr. Mo fidgeted restlessly. Although he was confident in his method of coercing Han Li, a sense of trepidation lingered. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, gradually approaching the dwelling. Upon recognizing the familiar cadence, Dr. Mo's heart leapt with joy, and he hurried to the door, eagerly pushing it open. A figure emerged in the distance. It was none other than Han Li, the long-awaited target. As Han Li drew near, Dr. Mo suppressed his excitement, forcing a semblance of a smile upon his face. Indeed, you are punctual. I am delighted to see you have no intention of fleeing. It indicates your wisdom. Come inside. We have much to discuss. At that moment, Dr. Mo's demeanor resembled that of a benevolent elder, his face radiant like a blossoming flower. Rest assured, there are no traps within. This is not a den of peril, Dr. Mo assured, noticing Han Li's cautious gaze toward the interior. Humph, now that I am here, would I fear entering your abode? Han Li scoffed lightly, seemingly provoked, and stepped forward. Dr. Mo, with a beaming smile, stepped aside to grant passage. But as Han Li entered, he abruptly heard Han Li's voice from behind. If you dare close the door, I shall take it as a ploy to trap me, and our discussion will cease immediately. Taken aback, Dr. Mo hesitated for a moment, then stepped away from the door, nonchalantly declaring, I genuinely wish to discuss matters with you. I harbor no ill intentions. If you prefer the door to remain open, so be it. With that, Dr. Mo reclined in his armchair, while Han Li, unceremoniously, dragged a stool over and seated himself opposite. The two had not seen each other for nearly half a year, and they took a moment to appraise one another. Han Li noted the evident signs of aging on Dr. Mo's face, now resembling that of a man in his 70s, prompting him to ponder. Could it be that the elder's previous claims were indeed true? Did he merely wish for Han Li to restore his vitality without ulterior motives? Or had he overthought the situation? Scanning the surroundings, Han Li's gaze suddenly narrowed. A tall, enigmatic figure stood silently in the corner, as still as a lifeless object. Had he not been actively seeking, he would have failed to perceive its presence. At that moment, Dr. Mo had also finished his appraisal of Han Li and seemed satisfied with his condition. He spoke gently. Seeing you now reminds me of when you first arrived, just a child barely past your teens, and now look at you, so tall and robust. Time indeed spares no one. The casual conversation left Han Li bewildered, unsure of its purpose, yet internally heightened his alertness. He reminded himself that Dr. Mo was a cunning old fox, having consumed more salt than Han Li had rice. He must tread carefully to avoid falling into a trap. Dr. Mo, your kindness has not gone unnoticed. I remain ever grateful. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me, Han Li replied, his demeanor softening as he reverted to addressing him with respect, reminiscent of his former obedient self. Excellent. Your words reassure me that my efforts in your training have not been in vain. Now, let me assess your progress in the Changchun Gong. Dr. Mo seemed to embrace the role of a benevolent mentor, rising to approach Han Li, intent on taking his pulse. Old fox, you truly rely on your age to intimidate, shamelessly pressing on, Han Li mentally chastised, swiftly sidestepping the elder's reach. Do not rush, doctor. Allow me to clarify. I have indeed mastered the fourth layer of the Changchun Gong. However, might you first bestow upon me the antidote for the corpse insect pill? Once my concerns are alleviated, I shall gladly allow you to inspect my skills. Han Li smiled, speaking earnestly. Oh, how forgetful of me. My mind must be slipping with age. I had intended to present you with the antidote as soon as you entered, Dr. Mo exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened. He rummaged through his sleeve and produced a silver vial, from which he poured a dark pill, tossing it to Han Li, feigning clumsiness. Han Li barely managed to catch the pill, bringing it to his nose to inhale its sharp scent. He glanced up at Dr. Mo, who observed him with a knowing smile, causing Han Li to hesitate, doubting the authenticity of the remedy. Yet, he had no choice but to consume it. For the effects of the corpse insect pill were imminent, and failure to do so could spell his doom. Trusting that the elder still found use for him, he grimly swallowed the pill and awaited its effects. Dr. Mo, on the other hand, appeared unperturbed, lazily reclining back in his chair and engaging Han Li in idle conversation, seemingly oblivious to the ultimate purpose of his visit. Before long, Han Li felt a brief pang in his abdomen, which quickly subsided. Checking his body, he discovered that the corpse insect pill had completely dissolved, causing a wave of joy to wash over him, with a subtle smile gracing his features. These changes did not escape Dr. Mo's keen observation, and as Han Li finished assessing the effects of the antidote, he grinned and remarked, Han Li, I must say, administering the corpse insect pill was a necessary measure. Without its impetus, you might not have so easily mastered the fourth layer. Thank you for your thoughtful intentions, Dr. Mo. But I would prefer not to be subjected to such measures in the future, Han Li replied, having alleviated a significant concern and feeling somewhat reassured of the elder's sincerity, thus refraining from being confrontational regarding his previous duplicity. "Now, may I take your pulse?" Dr. Mo inquired, uttering the very phrase that placed Han Li in a difficult position, uncertain of the elder's true intentions. Chapter 45. Deception and Fangs. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation, realizing that it was no longer feasible to prevent the other party from assessing his capabilities. The opponent had unhesitatingly provided him with the antidote to the corpse insect pill, thereby demonstrating a measure of sincerity. Should he continue to resist, he risked arousing undue suspicion, leading the other to believe he had not truly mastered the 4th level of Eternal Spring skill, but rather was deceiving him with falsehoods. Such a turn of events could spiral into unforeseen complications. Furthermore, he had anticipated this scenario and had made prior preparations. Even if the other party were to turn hostile, he had a means of escape. With this in mind, Han Li raised his gaze to meet Dr. Mo's eyes, speaking slowly. "Old Mo, in light of your willingness to provide the antidote, I extend to you my final trust. I hope you will not let me down." Upon concluding his words, he extended his right wrist, carefully monitoring the other's reaction, ready to withdraw at the slightest hint of treachery. Regrettably, Dr. Mo maintained his fabricated smile, revealing no discernible change, save for a slight twitch of his brow upon hearing Han Li's agreement, which quickly reverted to its prior state, indicating that he had long anticipated Han Li's response. Without uttering another word, he extended his withered left hand, gently resting it upon Han Li's wrist. His smile gradually faded into a solemn demeanor, as if he were engaged in an act of utmost sanctity. Han Li discreetly concentrated on maintaining the 4th level of his skill, his heart racing at the sight of Dr. Mo's expression. He heightened his vigilance, quietly pressing his left hand against his waist, where a custom-made, sheathed dagger lay. Slowly, a look of delight spread across Dr. Mo's face, for he had sensed the continuous flow of extraordinary energy within Han Li's meridians, the intensity of which far surpassed his initial expectations. Even with his cunning and scheming nature, witnessing the fruition of a long-planned endeavor brought an involuntary smile to his face, the earlier forced grin now transformed into genuine delight. "Splendid. You truly possess the 4th level of Eternal Spring skill. Huh. This is truly marvelous." Dr. Mo unabashedly burst into laughter, the sound resonating throughout the room. Yet his grip on Han Li's wrist remained unyielding. "Old Mo, what are you doing? Shouldn't you release me now?" Han Li's expression darkened as he realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He attempted to pull back his right hand with force, but was held firmly in place. "Release you? Very well, I shall." Dr. Mo's laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a sinister countenance. He suddenly shouted, "Halt!" Han Li felt a deafening roar in his ears, his vision blurred as darkness enveloped him, his body losing balance and collapsing to the ground, his left hand slipping helplessly from the dagger's hilt. This is bad. Though his body betrayed him, Han Li's mind remained clear. He recognized his oversight in allowing the other to strike first, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. "You are still rather inexperienced, aren't you? Now, you find yourself unable to employ any tricks," Dr. Mo remarked, savoring his advantage. "Come here." Dr. Mo forcefully pulled Han Li from the ground to his feet, then leaned down, extending his right index finger directly toward Han Li's acupoint on his chest. With a resounding thud, Dr. Mo's finger struck what felt like iron, producing a dull sound as the tip was met with resistance, causing a dull ache. His attempt to seal the acupoint had failed. "What is this?" Dr. Mo was taken aback, his mind racing with confusion. Could he possibly be wearing armor beneath his garments? He surveyed Han Li's attire, which appeared too thin to conceal any hidden defenses, leaving him bewildered. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Han Li regained control over his body. His recovery abilities, honed through relentless training, far exceeded Dr. Mo's expectations. The 6th level of his Eternal Spring skill had not been cultivated in vain, and his resilience against abnormalities was beyond ordinary comprehension, a fact he himself had not anticipated. Dr. Mo, dismissing his previous doubts, sought to employ a different tactic to subdue Han Li, yet was suddenly astonished to find the wrist he had tightly grasped had become inexplicably slippery and pliable. Eluding his grasp, startled, he exerted more force, but Han Li slipped away like an eel, leaving Dr. Mo momentarily stunned. Without regard for his opponent's astonishment, Han Li executed a swift roll, evading Dr. Mo and retreating to a corner of the room. Once a safe distance away, he cautiously rose to his feet, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes coldly fixed upon Dr. Mo. He refrained from exchanging further words, although he was uncertain of the other's motives for capturing him. He knew with certainty that they were far from benign. It appeared that the prior claims of relying on his eternal spring skill to stimulate acupoints were nothing but grandiose lies, entirely untrustworthy. For his own sake, and for the safety of his loved ones, Han Li slowly drew the short sword from his waist with his left hand, measuring approximately 1 foot in length. It glimmered with a sharp azure sheen, promising lethality. Today, it is either you or I. Only one of us shall leave this room alive. Han Li's voice was icy, revealing for the first time his fangs before Dr. Mo. Chapter 46. A sword through the heart. Dr. Mo regarded Han Li's left hand with mild surprise before shifting his gaze back to him, speaking with disdain. Interesting. It seems you have indeed been busy this past year, developing such peculiar skills. But do you truly believe that these trivial techniques make you my equal? Clearly. I have not engaged in combat for some time. It will do me good to stretch my limbs. I shall allow you to strike first. Han Li disregarded the disparaging remarks aimed at him, having resolved to take the initiative and seize the advantage. He held the short sword horizontally in front of him, drawing Dr. Mo's attention, while discreetly allowing a white paper pouch to slip from his right sleeve into his palm. With a swift motion, he tossed the pouch into the air, releasing a cloud of white powder that quickly enveloped him in a dense fog, obscuring his form and rendering him nearly indistinguishable. The smoke rapidly spread throughout the room, creating a thick white haze in which visibility was reduced to mere inches, causing Han Li to vanish from sight amidst the cloud. Dr. Mo furrowed his brow, caught off guard by Han Li's unexpected maneuver. However, his seasoned experience led him to dismiss it as inconsequential. He had plenty of ways to counter such a lowly tactic. Yet, to ensure the smoke was not tampered with, he held his breath, confident that his profound cultivation would allow him to withstand several moments without air. Humph, a mere parlor trick, and you dare to flaunt it before me. Dr. Mo scoffed, unleashing a swift palm strike into the fog. The mist swirled violently as if stirred by a massive force, revealing a clear opening in its wake. Upon failing to catch sight of Han Li, Dr. Mo remained undeterred, swiftly unleashing a series of empty palm strikes that dispersed the smoke within the room, restoring it to its former clarity, save for the absence of Han Li. Peculiar, he mused. This lad possesses a certain cunning, managing to render himself invisible before him. Dr. Mo, though surprised, maintained his composure, for he had been vigilantly stationed near the entrance. Even the faintest disturbance would not escape his notice. He meticulously scanned the surroundings. Numerous bookshelves, a writing desk, and an armchair. All appeared normal, yet how could such a living presence as Han Li vanish in this confined space? Though his countenance remained unchanged, unease began to creep into Dr. Mo's mind. With no one else around, could it be that he had been deceived by the heavens or the earth? This thought sparked a flicker of realization within him, prompting deeper contemplation, when suddenly a metallic clang resonated above him. A sudden clarity struck Dr. Mo. He understood that his adversary was concealed beneath the eaves. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and executed a fierce empty palm strike aimed at the unseen foe above, intent on incapacitating the threat. The sound of a thunderous impact reverberated, accompanied by a series of sharp metallic clinks. Puzzlement washed over Dr. Mo as he glanced upwards, only to be met with an empty expanse. No specter of Han Li appeared. Only a black iron bell hung from the beam, swaying violently from the force of his strike, creating the clanging sound. Where was Han Li? At that very moment, a glimmering blade shot forth from beneath him with lightning speed, aiming for his abdomen. The swiftness of the attack was such that it could only be likened to a flash of lightning. Only as the blade was about to graze his garments did Dr. Mo become aware of its presence. Alarmed, he instinctively executed a bridge maneuver, folding his body in half as if devoid of a spine, narrowly evading the blade, which grazed his abdomen and tore a slender opening in his clothing, nearly delivering a fatal blow. Even after dodging the attack, Dr. Mo did not dare to ease his vigilance. His feet seemed to spring back, propelling him several paces away as he steadied himself to confront the source of the lethal strike. He beheld the ground where he had stood moments before slowly bulging upwards, ultimately forming the shape of a yellow figure. Han Li, who had skillfully combined the techniques of soft-boned agility, breath concealment, and a semblance of invisibility. At this moment, Han Li donned a garment that matched the color of the floor, holding in his left hand the very dagger that had nearly succeeded in its deadly intent. A look of regret flickered in his eyes, indicating his disappointment over the missed opportunity. Meanwhile, Dr. Mo's previously sallow complexion had taken on a slightly ashen hue, still shaken by the perilous encounter. Despite having faced risks before, the proximity to death that he had just experienced was a rarity, particularly at the hands of someone he had previously underestimated. Taking a deep breath, he finally regained his composure and, with a somewhat dry voice, remarked. It appears I have indeed underestimated you, my dear disciple. Your skill is commendable and merits my full attention. After delivering this admonition, Dr. Imo gradually raised his hands, resting them before him, gazing at them with a rapt expression, as if they were beloved companions, seemingly oblivious to Han Li's presence. Han Li arched an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he tightened his grip on the dagger and approached Dr. Mo with deliberate, measured steps. Chapter 47. The Silver Hand of Sorcery. The words Silver Hand of Sorcery rolled off Dr. Mo's tongue slowly, his deep voice resonating as if from beyond the heavens, imbued with an almost otherworldly allure that momentarily halted Han Li's advance. As the last syllable fell from Dr. Mo's lips, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. A tempestuous force akin to a raging storm, swelling and expanding, saturating the confines of the small room. Han Li, caught in the path of this sudden onslaught, was driven back several steps, struggling to regain his footing. His expression shifted dramatically. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he recognized that his opponent was unleashing a formidable technique, evidently spurred by the earlier encounter. Ah, young one. To witness my renowned technique, the Silver Hand of Sorcery, is indeed a stroke of fortune, Dr. Mo's thunderous voice boomed, reverberating in Han Li's ears. Fortunately, it lacked the infusion of internal energy, mitigating its impact, suggesting that Dr. Mo deemed it unnecessary to rely on previously failed tactics against him, which offered Han Li a measure of relief. However, hearing Dr. Mo's prideful reference to the Silver Hand of Sorcery for the second time prompted Han Li to scrutinize the doctor's hands. What he beheld filled him with astonishment. His lips parted slightly in disbelief. Dr. Mo's arms, from the elbows upward, had expanded remarkably, as if filled with air, becoming more robust than before. Even more astonishing was the transformation of his once dry skin into a lustrous silver hue, reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight, seemingly impervious, as though forged from genuine silver. This revelation signified Dr. Mo's true prowess. As Han Li absorbed this sight, a heavy sensation settled within him. Sweat trickled from his grasp on the dagger, leaving his palm damp. His lack of combat experience rendered him acutely aware of the shift in atmosphere and the uncanny nature of Dr. Mo's hands, making each breath feel laborious. Nevertheless, Han Li maintained an outward facade of indifference, his expression devoid of any hint of trepidation, seemingly unfazed by Dr. Mo's imposing presence. Dr. Mo, perturbed by Han Li's demeanor, while beginning to regard him with newfound respect, still felt it was excessive to deploy such a potent technique against a mere boy, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He yearned to witness Han Li's fear and disarray, believing such an expression would validate his display of power. Do you realize how much I detest that expression of yours? A mere child, yet you strut about with an air of confidence, as if you have everything under control. Dr. Mo remarked coldly, failing to disguise his disdain for Han Li. Oh, is that so? To evoke such feelings in you, esteemed Dr. Mo, is indeed an honor. I shall endeavor to cultivate this trait further, Han Li retorted, no longer silent, countering with sarcasm in hopes of provoking a slip from his opponent. However, it is evident that Han Li's ambitions were in vain. Dr. Mo ceased his discourse and, with a sudden clash of his hands, produced a sound reminiscent of metal scraping, unsettling all minds present. In the next moment, he blurred and ascended into the air, his silver hand sweeping like a tempest, bearing down upon Han Li with an overwhelming force. It seemed he had no intention of lingering any longer, but rather sought to employ his formidable skills to swiftly subdue Han Li. Han Li's expression grew grave as he focused intently on his opponent's advance. As Dr. Mo leaped above him, he raised his dagger, aiming directly at the vulnerable throat of his assailant. Dr. Mo, taken aback by Han Li's audacity to confront his fierce assault head-on, felt a surge of delight and sneered die. He then extended one of his silver hands, brazenly attempting to seize Han Li's dagger, while the other hand struck downwards towards Han Li's shoulder with tremendous force. Yet, despite the ferocity of this blow, it was delivered with only half of his power, a stark contrast to his menacing words, as though he feared inflicting serious harm upon Han Li for reasons unknown. Unaware of this subtlety, Han Li, even if he had grasped the truth, would not recklessly test the hardness of Dr. Mo's palm with his own flesh. He merely flicked his wrist, causing the dagger to arc sideways, transforming into a shimmering shield that enveloped his upper body. Dr. Mo's lips curled into a mocking smile. Yet his hands continued their relentless advance, plunging into the radiant sword light without a hint of retreat. With a resounding clang, Han Li's dagger struck against the silver palm, creating sparks that flew, yet it failed to pierce the skin of his opponent, instead ricocheting back with great force. Seizing the opportunity, Dr. Mo flipped his hand, extending a finger that gently flicked the blade, causing Han Li to feel a sudden warmth in his grip as the dagger flew from his hand, embedding itself deeply into the wall without a trace of hesitation. In quick succession, the other silver hand morphed into a claw, targeting Han Li's ribcage in an attempt to incapacitate him. Despite finding himself in dire straits, Han Li exhibited no signs of panic. He slightly shifted his shoulder, and in an astonishing display, his figure blurred, transforming into a wisp of smoke that surged forward. Dr. Mo, taken aback by this ghostly maneuver, attempted to envelop Han Li within a dense silver curtain of his hands, showing no intention of letting him escape. Yet this smoke was most peculiar. It suddenly dispersed in all directions at an unimaginable angle, slipping through the veil and swiftly darting to the corner of the room to the left of Dr. Mo, where it solidified into Han Li's true form. As Dr. Mo lightly settled where Han Li had once stood, he turned around like a specter. His once arrogant demeanor completely faded, replaced by a blank expression that hinted at a subtle unease in his eyes. Meanwhile, Han Li was not faring well. He panted heavily, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and an abnormal flush adorning his cheeks. All these signs indicated that the life-saving maneuver he had just executed had drained much of his stamina, and he might not be able to employ the same technique again. Letting out a deep breath, Han Li endeavored to relax his body to alleviate the strain from the previous use of the elusive smoke step. He could only seize every opportunity to regain some strength for the next bout, hoping for a glimmer of victory. Looking down at his trembling left hand, which had lost all feeling and was rendered useless for wielding a sword, he realized that his painstakingly trained left-handed technique had been temporarily incapacitated, leaving him reliant solely on his right hand for combat. This thought elicited a bitter smile from Han Li. Now, having lost more than half his stamina and unable to utilize his intricate smoke step, he found himself in an exceedingly dire predicament. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his last hidden technique. He glanced outside at the sun, gauging the time and feeling it was nearly ripe for the execution of his final move. He cast a final look at the dagger embedded in the wall, recognizing that retrieval was futile, as his opponent would not allow such an overt action. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved another weapon from his robe, an equally short blade, more akin to a dagger than a sword, its gleaming edge promising sharpness. With the sheath discarded, Han Li grasped the blade in his right hand, extending his arm and positioning the tip towards his adversary in a stance of attack. Dr. Mo observed this with keen eyes, but did not rush in for an assault. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, his demeanor transforming to one of amiability as he spoke in a soothing tone. Han Li, your repeated evasions have indeed caught me off guard. However, do you truly believe you can replicate your previous luck and escape my grasp once more? The footwork you displayed was indeed remarkable, yet it appears to have significant limitations. From a purely physical standpoint, you cannot sustain it any longer. Surrender now. Surely you can see that I harbor no intention of gravely injuring you. Complying with my wishes may not be as dreadful as you imagine. Dr. Mo's sudden shift in demeanor sent shivers down Han Li's spine. One moment he was a benevolent mentor, the next a merciless foe, now attempting to persuade him to surrender, leaving Han Li at a loss for words. Did he truly believe Han Li would fall for such a crude ruse? Yet, this line of reasoning only served to bolster Han Li's confidence. If Dr. Mo resorted to such juvenile tactics, it was clear he felt a measure of trepidation. In an instant, Han Li comprehended this entirely. He sighed softly and shook his head, uttering not a single word, merely gesturing with his dagger towards Dr. Mo, conveying his defiance. The veins on Dr. Mo's forehead throbbed angrily. Seeing Han Li disregard his entreaties and instead provoke him with his weapon ignited a fury within him. Foolishness, he exclaimed, taking a bold step forward and vehemently declaring, a step away is a world apart. In an instant, he floated to within mere steps of Han Li, as if employing a technique of spatial contraction, astonishing all who witnessed. Han Li, startled by the sudden proximity, instinctively retreated a couple of steps, widening the distance between them, before raising his dagger defensively, its blade glinting with cold light, creating a barrier against Dr. Mo's advance, seemingly oblivious to the lessons learned from their previous encounter. Dr. Mo suppressed a mocking laugh. He had no intention of offering any friendly advice. He spread his hands, dividing his assault into two, charging towards Han Li, ignoring the glimmering blade. As his silver hands neared the sword light, a light-hearted chuckle echoed from the other side, reminiscent of a hunter reveling in the sight of prey stepping into a trap, full of triumphant mirth. Dr. Mo felt a shiver run down his spine, involuntarily slowing his advance, his form momentarily stagnant. He then heard a chilling remark. Right now, you have truly been deceived. Just take a look at the short sword in my hand. Compelled by the voice, Dr. Mo's gaze fell upon the short sword, only to realize that his opponent had ceased their previous movements and assumed a peculiar stance. The upper body tilted slightly backward, the sword held horizontally at the waist, while the lower half was poised in a taut, ready stance, resembling the peculiar posture of drawing a bow to shoot an arrow. The short sword mentioned, aside from a glimmering azure light, exhibited no other peculiarities, leaving Dr. Mo somewhat bewildered. Did his adversary truly believe that by adopting such an odd posture and employing deceptive words, they could disturb his composure and seize the opportunity? Amused by this thought, he nearly scoffed at his opponent. But just then, Han Li surged forward like an arrow shot from a powerful bow, launching himself toward him with astonishing speed, causing Dr. Mo's expression to change dramatically. In haste, Dr. Mo brought his parted hands together, intending to trap the opponent's sword blade between his palms. However, the short sword shimmered, transforming into a multitude of indistinguishable blades that struck from various angles, making it nearly impossible to discern the real from the false. With a grunt, Dr. Mo's opinion of Han Li diminished further. Employing such flashy yet impractical techniques before a master like him was tantamount to courting death. He could easily perceive the true blade's trajectory. Thus, he widened his eyes, fixed on the genuine sword's approach, while simultaneously accelerating his own movement in an attempt to shatter the blade with a single strike, leaving his adversary defenseless. As the two were on the verge of collision, Han Li slightly twisted the sword in his hand, altering its angle just a fraction. To Dr. Mo, this minuscule adjustment heralded a cataclysmic transformation. He was suddenly blinded by a dazzling burst of white light that radiated with an intensity so fierce it seemed to pierce through his very essence. Realizing the imminent danger, he hastily retreated, shutting his eyes, but it was too late. The blinding light invaded his vision instantaneously, offering no respite for reaction. A searing heat enveloped his eyes, followed by an excruciating ache that prompted tears to stream uncontrollably. Ignoring the discomfort, he struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with an expanse of whiteness, rendering not only the shapes of objects indistinct, but even their outlines blurred and elusive. At that moment, a mixture of shock and anger surged within him, regretting that he had unwittingly fallen prey to his opponent's trickery once more. Yet, as one seasoned in the ways of the world, Dr. Mo had accumulated a wealth of experience in confronting various dangers. He continued to retreat, creating distance, hoping to buy some time, while simultaneously drawing his hands back to shield his vital areas with his indestructible silver hands. Resolutely, he decided that until his vision returned to normal, he would refrain from any proactive attacks, waiting until he could clearly discern his opponent's actions to avoid falling into this cunning adversary's trap again. The earlier disdain he had felt towards Han Li had vanished without a trace. This confrontation bore a perilous intensity that rivaled his past life-and-death struggles with formidable foes. Although he could not see his opponent's movements, he sharpened his senses, honing in on sounds to deduce Han Li's next move. He vaguely perceived a shadow darting in front of him, quickly followed by a sharp sound accompanied by a gust of cold wind rushing toward him. Rather than panic, Dr. Mo felt a surge of exhilaration. His opponent's tactics revealed a certain naivety. If Han Li had chosen to stealthily ambush him from the shadows, he might have genuinely felt apprehensive. However, such a brazen frontal assault posed no true threat. His honed ability to discern sounds was impeccable. He could detect even the slightest approach, whether it be a direct stab from the short sword or even a fine needle piercing through the air. As he listened intently, Dr. Mo deliberately feigned a moment of hesitation, allowing a small opening to appear before him. Sure enough, the attack redirected, capitalizing on the gap, aiming straight for his throat. A sinister smile crept across Dr. Mo's face as his right hand, poised for action, sprang forth with lightning speed, seizing the sword blade with unwavering resolve. Unafraid of its sharp edge, realizing the precariousness of the situation, Han Li attempted to yank the sword back forcefully, but under the grip of Dr. Mo's enchanted silver hand. Resistance proved futile, a mere display of effort. A sense of satisfaction welled within Dr. Mo, yet he dared not grow complacent. Fearful that Han Li might regain his wits and escape, he ignored the fact that his vision remained compromised. With a surge of strength, he yanked the sword toward himself, attempting to draw Han Li closer for capture, only to feel an unexpected lightness in his grip, as if the sword had become weightless. Bewildered, he pondered how the blade he had firmly grasped could suddenly feel so insubstantial. Even if Han Li had released it, it should not have felt this weightless. Before he could unravel this enigma, a sharp sound sliced through the air mere inches from his throat, accompanied by a rush of piercing wind. signaling the approach of a slender object at an extraordinary velocity. With no time to contemplate, his body's reflexes kicked in, instinctively tilting his head aside, contorting his neck at an improbable angle in an effort to evade the fatal strike. Years of rigorous training bore fruit in that instant. Dr. Mo felt a chilling sensation at his neck as the sharp object grazed his skin, inflicting only a minor wound rather than a grievous injury. Having narrowly escaped this assault, Dr. Mo, fearing further tricks from his opponent, hastily resorted to the evasive maneuvers Han Li had initially employed. Collapsing to the ground in a rolling motion, distancing himself from Han Li before daring to rise again. Once upright, he felt a stinging pain at his neck and, upon inspection, found his fingers damp with blood. Evidently, he had sustained a significant injury. Swiftly, he pressed 2 fingers against the nearby blood vessels to staunch the flow. In that moment, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He realized that the previous strike should have been unavoidable, yet his body had instinctively performed beyond expectation, allowing him to escape a dire fate. With this thought, he lifted his gaze to Han Li, only to find that his vision had inexplicably returned to clarity. Han Li, with an expression of bitter indignation, glared at Dr. Mo, clearly frustrated by the latter's continued evasion. In his hand, he held a short, pointed weapon resembling an oddly short cone, its hilt still resembling that of a sword, stained with the blood of Dr. Mo, evidence of their recent clash. Dr. Mo's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could no longer tolerate the close brushes with death, and was on the verge of unleashing his pent-up rage when he suddenly noticed that his right hand still seemed to grasp something. He lowered his head to observe a hiltless blade, light as a feather. Upon lifting it for closer inspection, a sudden realization struck him. The blade was hollow, and concealed within was the very sharp spike. This blade was merely a deceptive sheath that encased the true weapon. Instantly, his burning rage was extinguished by this unexpected discovery. Chapter 50. The fragrance thread. At that moment, Dr. Mo recalled how, upon entering the room, Han Li had insisted on keeping the door open. It seemed that the other had already laid the groundwork for a trap using the reflection of sunlight. Despite his tender age, this individual had crafted such an intricate and cunning scheme that had ensnared the seasoned Dr. Mo, rendering him nearly helpless. The depth of this person's cunning was truly incongruous with his years. Could he truly be a prodigy or a reincarnation of a genius? As he pondered, the more he reflected, the more he felt a chill of dread creeping over him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Following this setback, Dr. Mo's apprehension towards Han Li intensified. He faced Han Li with utmost caution, hesitant to act rashly. Meanwhile, Han Li, for reasons unknown, merely stared at Dr. Mo, devoid of any aggressive intent. The two found themselves in a tense stalemate, exchanging silent glances. After a moment of awkward silence, Han Li suddenly broke the stillness with a statement that left Dr. Mo utterly astonished. "Old Mo, shall we come to an agreement? Or perhaps I should surrender? What do you think?" Upon finishing his words, Han Li casually tossed his weapon to the ground, revealing a bright smile that showcased his white teeth, embodying the naivety of a country youth. Surrender? Dr. Mo initially thought he had misheard, but quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the iron spike discarded by Han Li, skepticism flooding his mind as he retorted, "What trickery is this? Do not assume I will fall for your deceit. You could have surrendered from the very beginning. Why wait until it comes to a life-and-death struggle to propose such a gesture?" Han Li smiled at Dr. Mo, seemingly accepting his accusations, and they both fell into another standoff. Moments later, Dr. Mo appeared to recall something exceedingly amusing, suddenly bending over and clutching his abdomen as he erupted into hearty laughter, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. "Haha, how amusing. I almost forgot such a crucial detail, and here I am, engaging you in a fair fight." Dr. Mo stammered through his laughter. Han Li furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, gazing out the window as a smile crept across his face. "Old Mo, don't you think we've delayed for too long? It is time to bring this to a close." Dr. Mo paused, momentarily ceasing his laughter. He straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor as he regarded Han Li. After a brief silence, he replied coolly, "I too believe it is time to end this." Suddenly, both men felt a surge of confidence, as if they had each found the means to subdue the other and compel submission. After a brief silence, Han Li slowly spoke, filled with self-assurance, convinced that his words would compel Dr. Mo to yield. "Old Mo, do you not realize that your life rests in my hands?" Dr. Mo was taken aback, incredulity etched across his face. "My life rests in your hands," he scoffed, disbelief radiating from his expression. "Do you not sense something unusual at your wound?" "Nonsense. I have examined it closely. Your dagger is devoid of anything unusual," Dr. Mo retorted. Yet as he spoke, His expression shifted, recalling that it was not the dagger that had inflicted the wound, but rather the hidden spike. It seems there is no need for further explanation. You have grasped my meaning, old Imo, Hanli said with a playful grin. And even if that were the case, do not forget that your medicinal knowledge is rooted in my teachings. What poison could I not counter? Dr. Imo regained his composure, responding calmly. Oh, I neglected to mention that the blade is coated with the fragrance thread. Fragrance thread? Dr. Imo gasped, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, old Imo. I trust you are aware of the potency of this drug, Hanli teased languidly. Nonsense. How could you concoct such a poison? I have never disclosed a single detail regarding its formula, Dr. Imo insisted, maintaining his facade. Yet deep down, he recognized the truth as he felt an odd sensation at the wound. Noticing that Dr. Imo was reluctant to concede, Hanli sighed and elaborated. Do not forget, your medical texts were completely open to me. The formula was tucked within an obscure medical book, and had I not scrutinized it closely, I might have overlooked it entirely. Dr. Imo recalled that upon acquiring the formula, he had meticulously transcribed the ingredients and preparation method onto a slip of paper, fearing he would forget the complex steps. He had carelessly placed it within a book and subsequently forgotten about it amidst a flurry of events, never anticipating that it would lead to such trouble for himself. Let us sit down and discuss a resolution, shall we? Hanli proposed confidently. With a scoff, Dr. Imo disregarded Hanli's suggestion, his mind racing to recall the preparation method and effects of the fragrance thread. The name itself seemed innocuous, even alluring. Yet its potency was akin to the unyielding longing of a lovesick maiden, deeply penetrating and unbearable. Chapter 51. The giants might once afflicted by the fragrance thread's poison. Its effects would permeate through the bloodstream, gradually spreading throughout the entire body. In the short term, if the poisoned individual were an ordinary person, the threat remained minimal. However, for a martial artist, the implications were dire. If the poisoned individual dared to channel their internal energy during this period, it would exacerbate the poison's effects, causing their blood to reverse flow and induce excruciating pain. As time passed, and the poison entrenched itself deeper within, the situation grew even more precarious. Although one might regain control over their internal energy, they would be compelled to consume an antidote daily to suppress the poison's effects. Otherwise, their bones would gradually undergo mutation, leading to a complete atrophy, ultimately reducing them to a helpless, immobile state. Most frightening of all, due to the poison's infiltration into the marrow, there existed no method for complete eradication. The afflicted could only rely on prolonged consumption of specific antidotes to temporarily stave off its effects, leaving them forever bound to the poison, as if shackled by an unbreakable bond. Moreover, the ingredients for this poison were varied and numerous, many of which were interchangeable. While the consequences remained consistent, the specific toxicity varied depending on the individual who prepared it, rendering it unpredictable. The antidote would also differ, and only the creator of the poison could concoct the appropriate remedy. Others, even if they possessed knowledge of the preparation method, would find themselves at a loss in producing an antidote. As a result, the life of the poisoned individual lay firmly in the hands of the poisoner, leaving them no choice but to comply, too fearful to resist. Dr. Imo sifted through his memories of the fragrance thread, now understanding why Hanli appeared so fearless. He let out a cold sneer in his heart, his face remaining unchanged as he calmly spoke. Is this your final tactic? Young man, if you have no other tricks up your sleeve, you might as well surrender obediently. Hanli's heart sank sharply, observing the unwavering expression on Dr. Mo's face. It became evident that his threats were dismissed entirely, indicating that he had surely overlooked something crucial. He could tell that Dr. Mo was genuinely unconcerned about the venom coursing through his body, seemingly unaffected by it, which only heightened Hanli's awareness of his dire predicament. It was clear that the opponent possessed immense confidence in capturing him. As Hanli fell silent, Dr. Mo chuckled sinisterly, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes before he bellowed, "Iron Slave, seize him." At the sound of this command, Hanli was suddenly reminded of a significant figure he had overlooked upon entering the room. Without a moment's hesitation, he used the tip of his foot to flick the weapon at his side, and the iron spike leapt into his hand. In that instant, a colossal shadow surged from one corner of the room like a fierce gale, arriving before him with such velocity that Hanli found himself unable to evade it. In desperation, he thrust the sharp spike towards the shadow's abdomen, hoping to create a momentary obstacle that would afford him a chance to escape. However, aiming for such a vulnerable area with a short weapon proved futile. The opponent was simply too towering, and his weapon was but a mere inch in length, rendering him capable of only this meager strike. Suddenly, Hanli felt as though he had collided with a monstrous entity. His outstretched wrist felt as if it had been struck by a massive tree, dislocating it instantly. His body was propelled backward several steps, and the iron spike, akin to piercing stone, was knocked from his grasp, disappearing from sight. Fury and alarm surged within Han Li, just as he managed to stabilize himself after the violent impact. He sensed a shadow loom before him, followed by excruciating pain in his shoulders as two enormous hands gripped his shoulder blades tightly, causing him to feel as if he might be crushed. He struggled fiercely, but his body felt as though a mountain had fallen upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded everything else and lifted his knee, forcefully driving it toward the shadow's crucial area. A pained yelp escaped Han Li as cold sweat poured down him. The targeted area was astonishingly hard, and he felt as if his kneecap had shattered against rock. However, this act seemed to enrage the opponent, as the grip on his shoulders intensified, nearly sending him into unconsciousness, and he collapsed to the ground. "Be gentle, Iron Slave. This man still has great value to me," came Dr. Mo's authoritative voice just as Han Li found himself in peril. As the words fell, Han Li felt a release of pressure on his shoulders, and the pain diminished significantly. He could not help but sigh in relief, for the first time finding Dr. Mo's voice quite pleasing. Yet amidst his relief, the lingering doubts that had plagued him for so long deepened. From the outset, Han Li had sensed that for some inexplicable reason, Dr. Mo had been sparing him at critical moments, seemingly fearful of causing him harm. He was well aware that this was not a display of kindness, but rather a sign of something unspeakable that prevented his adversary from unleashing his full might. Resolute, Han Li decided to exploit this vulnerability to negotiate his escape from the clutches of his captor. Dr. Mo approached him, seemingly aware of his thoughts, a mocking expression flashing across his face as he first felt Han Li's chest and retrieved a heart-protecting mirror, which had apparently obstructed his pressure point. He shook his head in silence, then produced a rectangular yellow wooden box from his robe. This exquisitely crafted box was adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, clearly a rare treasure seldom seen among common folk. Before Han Li, Dr. Mo solemnly opened the lid, revealing several identical silver blades within. These blades possessed an unusual shape, appearing neither like a knife nor a sword, their curved bodies resembling crescent moons, and their size akin to that of a dagger, rendering them quite peculiar. Upon Dr. Mo extracting one of the silver blades, Han Li noted its astonishing thinness, akin to parchment, with a chilling gleam that danced along its edge, suggesting an unparalleled sharpness capable of slicing through flesh as effortlessly as cutting through cloth. Even more bizarre was the grotesque figure embedded at the end of the blade's hilt, featuring a green face, sharp teeth, and two horns, presenting a menacing visage. Holding the strange blade, Dr. Mo cast a significant glance at Han Li from the corner of his eye. This gesture sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. Could it be that his initial apprehensions had come true, and the opponent intended to use this blade against him? Chapter 52, Seven Ghosts Devouring Souls. Han Li's complexion began to pale as he watched Dr. Mo raise the peculiar blade high. Under the sunlight, the blade gleamed ominously, enhancing its menacing allure. Panic flickered within him, yet reason reminded him that such an elaborate effort to capture him would not culminate in his immediate demise. It was merely intimidation. Thus, as the sharp blade descended slowly towards him, he remained silent, striving to maintain his composure. It was only when the blade was a mere half-inch from his head, the coldness brushing against the tips of his hair, that he slowly closed his eyes. A fleeting thought of regret flickering through his mind. Was the opponent truly prepared to strike? Had he known it would come to this? Perhaps he should have begged for mercy, as there might still have been a sliver of hope for survival. He was still young and did not wish to meet his end in such a manner. What would his parents feel upon receiving the news of his demise? Would they regret sending him to the Seven Mystics Sect? Faced with this life and death juncture, a tumult of thoughts surged within Han Li. A cascade of reflections on life's joys and sorrows flooding his mind, imbuing him with a profound understanding of existence. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, and Han Li's body quivered slightly, only to be met with astonishment as he realized he felt no pain whatsoever. What was happening? He opened his eyes in disbelief. To his astonishment, he saw that the peculiar blade had lodged itself into Dr. Mo's own shoulder, burrowing deep within, leaving only the hilt exposed, trembling slightly. Remarkably, no blood flowed from the wound, an eerie phenomenon. As Han Li stared in shock, Dr. Mo began to commend him in a rather mundane tone. "Well done, young man. You possess quite the courage, allowing the blade to hover at your throat without uttering a word of surrender. Commendable indeed. During my travels in the past, I encountered countless self-proclaimed heroes who claimed to fear nothing, yet upon falling into my grasp, With but a hint of intimidation, they transformed into pitiful creatures, groveling and begging for mercy. Han Li was left speechless, his mouth agape, unsure how to respond. He had nearly embarrassed himself, having held on through sheer will until that moment, still clinging to a shred of hope that his opponent would not truly harm him, which had allowed him to escape unscathed. Moreover, his skin was exceedingly thin, making it difficult for him to alter his expression or plead for mercy. Now, faced with Dr. Mo's incessant praise, Han Li naturally refrained from offering any explanations, yet a myriad of emotions surged within him, leaving him uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. While Han Li was lost in thought, Dr. Mo swiftly embedded the remaining peculiar blades throughout his own body, leaving only the ghostly hilts protruding. When Han Li regained his senses, he was horrified to discover a total of 7 blades lodged in Dr. Mo's shoulders, legs, abdomen, and chest, creating a grotesque sight reminiscent of a dismembered corpse. Amused yet astonished, Han Li realized that such self-mutilation likely signified the invocation of an extraordinarily powerful technique, though he wondered if it was intended for him. After embedding the blades, Dr. Mo ceased to speak, instead bowing his body and sitting cross-legged opposite Han Li, closing his eyes as he entered a meditative state, no longer distracted by his surroundings. Han Li felt a flicker of hope at this rare opportunity for escape, attempting to move his limbs, but the moment he shifted, he felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, rendering him immobile once more. With a wry smile, he chastised himself for forgetting about the hulking figure beside him, who vigilantly watched his every move, leaving him no chance to escape. Clearly, Dr. Mo had meticulously planned for this moment, showing no fear of any tricks Han Li might attempt. The giant, known as Iron Slave, seemed to be an enigma, impervious to harm just like Dr. Mo's enchanted silver hands, even in the most vulnerable areas. Today, he had fallen entirely into the hands of this being. As Han Li internally berated the giant, the other figure before him underwent an eerie transformation. Dr. Mo's face began to twitch uncontrollably, his body trembling as his features contorted in agony, as if enduring immense pain. The sight of the blades embedded in him added to the sinister atmosphere, filling the room with a chilling aura. Suddenly, Dr. Mo halted his convulsions, and from deep within his throat emerged a guttural roar, infused with primal ferocity. In that moment, he seemed to transcend his age, transforming into a beast that had just emerged from the wilderness. Then, a more terrifying phenomenon occurred. The ghostly mist that had once appeared on Dr. Mo's face a year prior reemerged, but now it was denser and darker, enveloping him like a sinister mask that concealed his true visage. The tendrils that emerged from the mist had undergone a dramatic transformation, their sleek, dark forms appearing almost tangible, writhing across Dr. Mo's face with wild abandon. Dr. Mo's fingers formed a peculiar gesture, and his lips moved as if reciting an incantation, though his voice was too soft for Han Li to discern. With this enigmatic action, the mist on his face seemed to react violently, bubbling like hot oil meeting cold water, and more tiny tendrils emerged, displaying their menace as they attempted to thwart Dr. Mo's actions. As the black mist thickened, Dr. Mo opened his eyes, and even through the dense shroud, Han Li could see the brilliance within them. 7 ghosts devouring souls. Dr. Mo bellowed, naming the secret technique he was employing. Han Li's heart quaked at the sound, but what unfolded next delivered a profound shock to his consciousness, revealing the vast unknowns of the world. As Dr. Mo shouted, the 7 peculiar blades began to quiver, emitting a buzzing roar from their ghostly hilts, the sound escalating in volume and pitch, as if they were striving to free themselves from his body. Dr. Mo, noticing the blades' erratic movements, appeared frustrated. He muttered something under his breath, but the words were too faint for Han Li to catch, though he surmised they were not pleasant. Rising to his feet, Dr. Mo circled the room, ultimately stomping in frustration before extending a finger into the gaping maw of one of the ghostly hilts. In an astonishing turn of events, the lifeless ghostly head closed its mouth around his finger, its formidable fangs sinking in as it began to draw sustenance. Dr. Mo trembled slightly, as if enduring immense pain. The mist obscured his face, preventing Han Li from discerning his expression, but it was surely one of distress. After a brief moment, the ghostly head, satiated, released Dr. Mo's finger, and the buzzing ceased. Following this, Dr. Mo repeated the process with each ghostly head, reluctantly retracting his finger afterward. Once this was accomplished, he resumed the strange hand gestures and murmured incantations. This time, the 7 blades ceased their agitation, their eyes opening to reveal crimson irises, their mouths gaping wider as they began to inhale deeply, sucking in the air around them. The mist on Dr. Mo's face seemed to sense impending doom, roiling in tumultuous waves as the tendrils flailed violently, yet it was of no avail. 7 slender black lines spiraled upward from the mist, tracing elegant arcs in the air before plunging precisely into the waiting mouths of the ghostly heads, which voraciously consumed them bit by bit. Hanley watched in a daze, the events unfolding before him with vivid clarity, including each tooth on the ghostly visage. Having encountered a glimpse of another world, Hanley was utterly astounded by this extraordinary power. The bizarre silver blades, the eerie ghostly heads, and the sinister black mist that enveloped Dr. Mo were phenomena that defied logical explanation, shattering his previous understanding. Once, Hanley had regarded tales of the supernatural with skepticism, believing them to be mere fables unless witnessed firsthand. Now, however, the very scenes that had only existed in legends unfurled before him, leaving him breathless with disbelief. In a moment of confusion, Hanley's mind became a whirlwind, and faced with such inhuman power, he, as a captive, found himself at a loss for how to respond. Gradually, the mist on Dr. Mo's face thinned, becoming less dense as it was consumed by the ghostly heads. Eventually, only a faint veil remained, lightly cloaking his features. At this point, Dr. Mo's visage became discernible, and when Hanley beheld the face that emerged from the black mist, he gasped in astonishment, unable to close his mouth for a long while. Today had already been filled with remarkable surprises, yet none had been as profoundly shocking as the revelation before him. The face that emerged from the mist was that of a robust man in his 30s, undeniably resembling Dr. Mo, yet appearing at least several decades younger. His strong, defined features, eyes exuding a commanding gaze, and a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth combined to create the visage of an extraordinarily handsome man. The visage of such a mature man possesses an irresistible allure for women. Whether they are youthful maidens in their prime or discontented wives ensconced in the confines of their opulent homes, they often find themselves unable to withstand his advances. With but a subtle beckoning, they invariably succumb, becoming ensnared in his charm. Upon witnessing this striking countenance, Hanley felt an inexplicable urge to shatter it, for it seemed to provoke the jealousy of other men. As the last remnants of dark mist dissipated into the abyss, Hanley recalled that Dr. Mo had once mentioned that he was originally only in his 30s, having aged prematurely due to a mishap during treatment, wherein malevolent forces had drained his essence over time. It appeared, therefore, that in this regard, he had not been deceived. The current appearance of Dr. Mo was presumably his true form, yet the method by which he had restored it was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, Hanley realized that Dr. Mo's youth was not confined to his visage. His physique and hair had undergone a transformation as well. The lustrous black hair and robust frame indicated that he was in the prime of his life, with vitality and energy at their zenith. However, if Dr. Mo had the means to reclaim his original appearance, why then had he resorted to such drastic measures? Hanley found himself puzzled. Awakening from his shock to recognize that he remained in peril, his mind began to race, analyzing the situation in search of an escape route. He observed that the rejuvenated Dr. Mo appeared somewhat dazed, standing silently as if lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he lifted a hand, examining the smooth skin of his palm with the gaze of one who beholds a long-lost treasure. He then closed his eyes, pressed his palm against his cheek, and gently caressed it, seemingly relishing the vitality of his youth. Hanley, witnessing this self-absorbed display, found it increasingly difficult to endure. He could not fathom the myriad emotions coursing through Dr. Mo at this moment of rediscovery. Dr. Mo, you seem to have returned to your former self. Does this mean you no longer require my assistance? Might you consider sparing me, allowing me to serve you in the future? Hanley's impatience surged. He was still unaware of how Dr. Mo intended to handle him. Knowing full well that it was unlikely he would be let off so easily, he feigned ignorance, hoping to glean insight into his fate and make alternative plans. Hanley, you truly possess the ability to adapt, Dr. Mo replied with a slight smile, his youthful visage radiating a sunlit charm that could drive women to madness. Yet, his voice, imbued with an inexplicable magnetism, was utterly different from the earlier bitter timbre, revealing that in addition to his looks, his voice was equally captivating. For the first time, Dr. Mo addressed Hanley by name. Although the news was not favorable, it bestowed upon Hanley a sense of recognition, far more gratifying than the previous condescension of being called kid. Thus, the weight upon his heart lightened somewhat. In terms of appearance alone, Dr. Mo was now devoid of any flaws. His every movement exuded elegance, a striking figure far removed from the image of the decrepit old man he once was. One could only imagine how many heroic women in the realm were captivated by such a visage in his heyday. What exactly do you intend to do with me? Please, be clear. Han Li, not being a woman, could not afford to be courteous simply due to Dr. Mo's striking beauty. Moreover, since there was no indication in his words that he intended to spare him, there was little reason to feign politeness. Well, what do you think? Dr. Mo replied with a playful smile, stretching his newly invigorated limbs and failing to respond to Han Li's inquiry. Instead, he produced an object from within his robe. This time, it was a small silk pouch, folded neatly, its vibrant color akin to flames, with each stitch appearing exceptionally meticulous, indicating it was no ordinary item. What could be contained within this satin pouch? Perhaps another peculiar artifact like the silver blade? Han Li's curiosity surged, momentarily distracting him from his prior line of questioning. Dr. Mo did not keep Han Li in suspense for long. He deftly unwrapped the silk and carefully extracted a crumpled piece of yellow paper. Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment, yet a sense of alertness surged within him. He understood that the most unassuming objects often held unimaginable significance. Given the bizarre occurrences that had transpired, this paper was likely to be no exception. With 2 fingers, Dr. Mo delicately lifted the yellow paper, cautiously smoothing it out. Han Li took a closer look. The paper was small, roughly the size of a palm, cut into an elongated shape and showing signs of age. Most striking were the silver symbols painted upon it, their peculiar forms unlike anything Han Li had ever encountered. However, upon first glance, he felt an inexplicable stirring within him, as if the essence of his being was awakened by the symbols, causing his internal energy to stir uncontrollably. Realizing something was amiss, Han Li focused intently on the symbols, seeking to discern their hidden meanings. They were curvilinear and convoluted, yet seemed to embody some underlying order, their arrangement and shape concealing profound knowledge. Unfortunately, time was too short for Han Li to decipher them fully. In that moment, Dr. Mo approached Han Li, observing him with a mixture of pity and intrigue as he fixated on the yellow paper with an expression of fascination. However, this fleeting look of sympathy was quickly replaced by his usual demeanor. He lowered his head slightly, leaning in so that his lips brushed against Han Li's ear. Whispering in a voice barely above a murmur, Han Li, do not blame me. I have no choice in this matter. It is time for you to be reborn. What do you mean? What are you saying? Han Li was jolted from his reverie by Dr. Mo's words. A sense of dread washing over him as he sensed a terrible fate looming on the horizon. Ignoring the threat posed by the giant behind him, he began to struggle, desperate to retrieve the small items he had on him, hoping to create some chaos and seize a chance to escape. Iron Slave, restrain him, do not let him move. Alas, with Dr. Mo's chilling command, Han Li's final attempt at resistance was swiftly quelled. 2 massive hands, like mountain ranges, bore down upon his shoulders, immobilizing him completely. Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, trickled down his temples as he widened his eyes, biting his lip in desperation. Watching helplessly as Dr. Mo began to chant incantations before him, the yellow paper, held between Dr. Mo's fingers, began to flutter without any breeze as the silver symbols illuminated one after another, radiating a mysterious glow. Though Han Li could not move, he remained acutely aware. It seemed that once all the symbols were aglow, it would be the moment of his reckoning. With a grave expression, Dr. Mo focused intently on the yellow paper. As the last symbol emitted its silver light, a flicker of joy crossed his face, and he began to perform a series of intricate gestures with the paper, as if orchestrating an unseen force. A decisive word slipped from his lips, akin to the resounding thunder of spring. Simultaneously, a yellow paper was forcefully affixed to Han Li's forehead, firmly adhering to his skin. The moment the note touched his head, Han Li felt a loss of control over his body. Even his eyelids could not flutter, rendering him utterly numb to his physical form, yet his vision remained intact, and sound still reached his ears. His consciousness felt like a stranger, unable to command his body, akin to a living corpse. This sensation was entirely different from that of being acupressured. While the latter also rendered him immobile, he could still perceive sensations in his body. Panic surged within Han Li as he pondered how his adversary intended to brew his demise and seize control of his body. Was this the moment of his failure? Do not rush. Your body can still endure for a brief moment, as if Dr. Mo was intentionally informing him, or perhaps merely engaging in soliloquy. From this day forth, I shall endeavor to update twice daily, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Dear readers, please extend your applause and do not forget to cast your votes. Chapter 55. The third party. Your thoughts are indeed vibrant. If you could move freely, it would be my burden to bear, Dr. Mo stated with a calm demeanor. He then extended an arm, effortlessly lifting Han Li as he stepped out of the room. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, And although Hanli felt as though he had been inside for an eternity, in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. Dr. Mo carried Hanli as if he were a mere object, casually traversing the medicinal garden beside the house until they arrived at a secluded stone wall, where a hulking figure silently followed like a shadow, never straying far behind. Through his eyes, Hanli clearly observed that, at some point, a stone house had been constructed, a structure he had never encountered before. This stone house bore resemblance to the stone chamber he had previously meditated in, entirely built from stone. The sole distinction being that its exterior walls had been hastily coated with a layer of lime wash. Judging by the materials used, although the construction was somewhat rudimentary, it was evident that it had been completed recently. Had he still possessed his sense of smell, he would have detected the pungent odor of fresh lime wash. Iron Slave, remain outside. Should any living being approach this house, kill without mercy. Dr. Mo issued a bloody command, evidently wary of unforeseen circumstances that might jeopardize his plans. The stone door swung open effortlessly, and without a moment's hesitation, he entered, naturally closing the door behind him, an indication that he was quite familiar with this place, most likely having built it himself. The stone house was entirely sealed, devoid of windows. After closing the door, Hanli expected it to be shrouded in darkness. But to his surprise, the interior was illuminated with various oil lamps and candles of varying sizes, casting a brilliant glow that made the small space as bright as day. The scene within left Hanli speechless. Of course, even if he wished to speak, he lacked the means to do so. Yet, none of this mattered as much as the unsettling sight in the center of the stone house, a peculiar pattern spanning several feet, seemingly created from some sort of powder. Hanli could not approach closely enough to discern its exact nature. Surrounding the design were several fist-sized pieces of jade, glimmering under the candlelight, clearly rare specimens. Had an aficionado of such treasures laid eyes upon them, they would surely lament the sight of such exquisite raw jade being carelessly embedded into the stone floor. As Hanli remained transfixed within his body, he suddenly found himself unceremoniously thrown into the center of the pattern, lying supine on the ground. With only the ceiling in his view, anxiety gripped Hanli. At such a critical juncture, he could not observe Dr. Mo's every move, which did little to ease his troubled mind. Yet, as the helpless become mere instruments of fate, he sought to reassure himself, thankful that he was not face down, else he would have had no view of the ceiling. A series of strange sounds erupted, drawing Hanli's curiosity, but he soon realized that the light had dimmed significantly. Dr. Mo had extinguished many of the flames. The intent behind this action remained a mystery. Moments later, Dr. Mo suddenly spoke. "Is your method truly viable? Know that I have wagered everything on it." His voice was chillingly cold. Hanli felt bewildered, unsure if the words were directed at him. The tones seemed misaligned. However, aside from the two of them, there was no one else present. Perhaps Dr. Mo had forgotten that he was still affixed to that cursed yellow paper, rendering him mute. "There is no issue. The 7 ghosts devouring souls talisman I pass to you has never been false." A strange young man's voice emerged from within the room, sounding youthful, perhaps in his 20s. Hanli felt numb. The bizarre occurrences he had encountered today far exceeded those of the past few years, rendering the sudden voice less astonishing. "Humph. What use is it if it worked before?" Dr. Mo spat with exasperation, leaving Hanli taken aback. In previous times, such language would not have seemed remarkable. Yet considering Dr. Mo's current handsome visage, the coarse words were amusingly incongruous. "If you intentionally leave me a way out at the last moment, trapping me in a scheme, whom am I to blame?" Before the young man could respond, Dr. Mo continued, "Do not speak. You shall act as a guarantor. Know that you were meant to be dead, and the one who killed you is me. Can you harbor no resentment? Would you not secretly deceive me?" Dr. Mo's relentless questioning left no room for rebuttal, as if he sought to expel all his inner turmoil. Following this, all that filled the air was Dr. Mo's heavy breathing, accompanied by an extended silence. After a lengthy pause, the young man finally spoke, his voice tinged with indignation. "What more do you want from me? I have sworn a toxic oath in the name of my ancestors, parents, entire family, and even my entire clan. Is that not sufficient to satisfy you?" Hanli's heart sank at this revelation. This young man, having once died, must be a ghost. Moreover, from their dialogue, it was evident that the strange techniques Dr. Mo employed were derived from this individual. "Then what do you propose I do? Your physical form is destroyed, and only your spirit remains, unable to see the light of day. Compared to total annihilation, your situation is hardly superior." Dr. Mo's tone softened, indicating a reluctance to sever ties completely. Chapter 56. The Battle of the Light Orbs. You Zitong. I merely wish to remind you one last time. Should I encounter any misfortune, your fate shall not be any better. Know that your current spiritual form cannot endure for long. If I do not find you a suitable body, you may truly dissipate into nothingness. Therefore, if there are any remaining discrepancies in the technique, now is the time to inform me. It is not too late. I will not hold it against you. I can even swear an oath before you. Dr. Mo persisted in his attempts to persuade the young man. Han Li finally grasped the underlying meaning behind Dr. Mo's seemingly pointless words. The doctor, beset by anxiety, feared that the individual named Yu Zitong might have manipulated the transmission of the cultivation techniques, potentially causing Han Li to err in his practice, which could lead to disastrous consequences for himself. Thus, in this critical moment, he found himself hesitating, attempting to verify his concerns through Yu Zitong's words to achieve peace of mind. I assure you, the method of soul-seizing I imparted to you has undergone not a single alteration. Should I deceive you, may my entire clan face divine retribution and meet a wretched end, resulting in our total annihilation. Without the slightest pause, Yu Zitong resolutely swore this oath, evidently aware of Dr. Mo's apprehensions. Furthermore, he continued, while utilizing the seven ghosts devouring soul technique may grant you temporary access to a modicum of magical power, enabling the execution of simple spells, it is ultimately a sacrifice of your essence to feed the spirits. Will the residual essence within your body allow you to employ this technique again? After swearing his oath, Yu Zitong further obstructed Dr. Mo's retreat. Following these words, silence enveloped the stone chamber once more, broken only by the sound of Dr. Mo's restless pacing. Han Li silently prayed, for the first time in his life, to a passing deity, wishing that the entity would be deterred and abandon any nefarious intentions toward him. Even though he knew this was a futile and somewhat self-deceiving hope, it was the only recourse available to him at that moment. Trust in those we employ. Distrust those we do not. If one seeks to gain such substantial benefit, a modicum of risk is only fitting. Dr. Mo ultimately resolved to proceed. Upon hearing this, despair washed over Han Li. If he had the capacity to feel, his countenance would surely have turned pale, reflecting his despondency. In stark contrast, Yu Zitong appeared elated, his words brimming with excitement. This is how it should be. Consider it. You were once an ordinary individual devoid of spiritual roots, entirely unqualified to tread the path of cultivation. Yet, upon the successful execution of the method, you will possess a vessel imbued with spiritual roots, enabling you to seek refuge within a family or sect devoted to cultivation, thus liberating yourself from the cycles of life, death, and the five elements, living far longer than an ordinary mortal. I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Rest assured, I, Mo Jurin, honor my commitments. The moment we achieve success, I will promptly assist you in finding a vessel imbued with spiritual roots, ensuring that you, my dear you, are not wronged. Dr. Mo's thoughts, ignited by Yu Zitong's words, wandered into realms of possibility, and he became notably more courteous, seeking to establish rapport. My gratitude, Brother Mo. Upon achieving success, I shall share all cultivation techniques without reservation. Yu Zitong, cunning as ever, adeptly drew closer, establishing a connection with Dr. Mo. Han Li, listening intently from the sidelines, felt a surge of rage. These two were indeed colluding shamelessly, treating his body as their personal possession, disregarding the opinions of its rightful owner. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Casting aside his doubts, Dr. Mo resolved to act without further delay. He retrieved several slender golden needles from an unknown source, deftly inserting them into the secret points at the back of his head, his complexion reddening, invigorated with sufficient energy to execute the spell without error. He then approached Han Li, propping up his body and positioning him correctly on the ground. Dr. Mo seated himself opposite, crossing his arms tightly around his shoulders. With a decisive gesture, he formed a spell with his hands and flicked them, sending forth a red light that struck the diagram beneath Han Li, instantly illuminating the surrounding jade stones. Soon, a low, sonorous chant began to emanate from Dr. Mo's lips, akin to an incantation, inducing a profound drowsiness in those who heard it. Han Li felt his consciousness dulling as the chant washed over him, lulling him into a state of lethargy. A sense of foreboding gripped Han Li. He recognized the malevolent intent behind this, aware that it was a prelude to the seizure of his corporeal form. Resentful and unwilling to succumb passively, he exerted every ounce of strength to resist the captivating sounds. Yet, his efforts proved futile. Had he the ability to control his body, he might have employed methods such as biting his tongue or pinching his flesh to maintain awareness, but now he could only endure passively. Under the powerful hypnosis of the incantation, Han Li quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before slipping into oblivion, he caught a glimpse of Dr. Mo's once handsome visage, now rendered grotesque and terrifying in the dim light, devoid of its former allure. You have become quite hideous. This was Han Li's final thought before descending into slumber. A powerless curse devoid of obscenity. In the depths of infinite darkness, Han Li experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, he transformed into a green orb of light, possessing his own small realm, where he soared freely and joyously. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by the sudden arrival of a yellow orb of light. Diminutive in size, yet brimming with malice. Upon spotting Han Li, it charged aggressively, bearing its large maw to bite him. Han Li, undeterred, retaliated with an equally fierce mouth of his own, engaging in combat. In a matter of moments, the yellow orb was effortlessly consumed by Han Li, leading to a swift conclusion of the conflict. Victorious, Han Li reveled in the sweetness of his spoils. Just then, another intruder entered his domain. This time a green orb similar to his own, though significantly larger, its glow feeble and dim compared to Han Li's brilliance. Upon encountering Han Li's green orb, the new adversary appeared startled, hesitating momentarily. Yet, having just savored the delightful experience of devouring another orb, Han Li was unwilling to let this opportunity pass, charging forward without regard for their differing strengths. The opposing orb, seeing this, had no choice but to engage, and they clashed in a fray of bites. Though slightly larger, the opponent was weak and insubstantial, collapsing under the pressure and attempting to flee. Han Li pursued relentlessly, but the cunning orb managed to detach itself from Han Li's grasp, escaping with a diminished size, having lost a third of its mass. After 2 fierce battles, Han Li maintained control over this realm, eagerly anticipating further intruders, yet regrettably, none returned. As time passed, he became indifferent, continuing to drift joyfully on his own, seemingly destined to linger in this state forever. Chapter 57. Awakening. Amidst the fall of enemies, a chill seeped from the depths of Han Li's being, gradually enveloping him, awakening him from his slumber. As consciousness returned, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head, accompanied by a dull ache, while his body felt languid and weak, akin to a patient recovering from a severe illness. He struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt impossibly heavy, rendering him immobile. In his haze, Han Li recalled the events preceding his fainting spell. A jolt of realization coursed through him, sharpening his awareness as he hastily examined his condition. It appears my body has not been seized, he mused. Although he could not open his eyes, the discomfort pervading his entire being distinctly indicated that his body had indeed returned to him. Could it be that Dr. Mo's spell had failed? This unexpected revelation struck Han Li as the only plausible explanation. Suppressing the excitement within, Han Li patiently regained some strength before laboriously opening his eyelids just a crack to observe the world around him. As soon as he did, he was met with a visage that was starkly familiar, a frail, haggard face, adorned with a mane of white hair, belonging to the aged Dr. Mo. However, this face appeared to have aged a decade more since their last encounter, transforming into a decrepit relic of its former self. At that moment, Dr. Mo's wide-open eyes were fixed upon Han Li, reflecting sheer terror. Taken aback, Han Li instinctively tensed his muscles, casting aside any remnants of weakness. His first thought was to strike first, to seize the initiative. Following the lessons learned from his past, he vowed never again to allow himself to be easily subdued. Yet, he soon noticed something amiss. The old man's expression was frozen, unmoving, and devoid of breath, as if he had long since departed from the realm of the living. Han Li furrowed his brow, unwilling to let his guard down, and focused intently on Dr. Mo's face, searching for any sign of life. After a painstaking observation lasting a quarter of an hour, Han Li was compelled to acknowledge that the figure before him bore no resemblance to a living being. Hesitating momentarily, he cautiously approached, extending a hand to grasp the old man's wrist while placing the other beneath his nostrils, testing for any hint of breath. It was then that Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the immense weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. It was hard for him to believe that his formidable adversary, the cunning and ruthless Dr. Mo, had perished so silently and inexplicably, meeting his end with such unexpected ease. He touched his forehead, searching for the so-called spirit-anchoring talisman, now vanished without a trace, leaving him perplexed. Later, upon mastering the art of talismans, he would realize that the yellow talisman had likely disintegrated into ashes due to the depletion of its magical essence, explaining its absence. With his spirit now at ease, Han Li shifted his gaze beyond Dr. Mo's lifeless body, seeking clues as to the cause of his demise. The surrounding oil lamps and candles still flickered, indicating that he had not been unconscious for long. Nearby, several jade pieces appeared dull and lifeless, as if their quality had diminished significantly in an instant. As his gaze roamed, something caught his eye in the corner of the stone chamber, a figure attempting to conceal itself from Han Li's line of sight. This object was familiar to him. It was the adversary he had battled in his dreams, the green orb that had slipped from his grasp after being partially consumed. Now, it seemed to be desperately trying to burrow into the wall, clearly fearful of Han Li's presence. Initially surprised, Han Li pondered thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand before rising and approaching the orb. He halted when he was merely 5 paces away and spoke slowly. "I believe we should introduce ourselves. You must be Yu Zitong." The green orb trembled, its luminescence flickering, and upon hearing Han Li utter its name, it dimmed momentarily before regaining its glow. "You have deduced my identity. It appears you are indeed a disciple of Mo Jiren, just as difficult to contend with," it replied, as if resigned to its fate. The voice unmistakably that of a youth. Without attempting to dispute Han Li's assertion, it acknowledged the truth of his claim. "Should you not provide me with some explanations and recount the events that transpired?" Han Li inquired, remaining composed and unruffled. Despite the revelation that this entity was one of the conspirators against him, Yu Zitong, observing Han Li's calm demeanor, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Sensing impending doom, having recently experienced the horrors of their psychic battle, where he had been partially devoured, he was left with but a fraction of his magical power, capable only of casting minor illusions devoid of any real threat. Faced with the reality of Han Li, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Lacking the means to defend himself, "What do you wish to know?" he asked, fully aware that Han Li had narrowly escaped death and was likely in a volatile emotional state. Although Han Li appeared calm on the surface, beneath lay a tempest of suppressed fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Now that he had been discovered, the wisest course of action was to cooperate, avoiding any verbal provocations that might incite Han Li's wrath, as he was not keen on being buried under the weight of the other's impulsiveness. "First, do tell me who you truly are, and recount in detail your relationship with Dr. Mo, along with the plans you devised together. I have ample time to listen," Han Li stated flatly, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. In truth, I too am a victim," Yu Zitong began, seeking to elicit Han Li's sympathy and distance himself from Dr. Mo. However, upon witnessing Han Li's indifference, he continued, "I was once a solitary cultivator." With sincerity, Yu Zitong recounted his origins and the events that led him to this moment, portraying himself as a hapless pawn coerced into complicity by Dr. Mo, shifting all blame onto the deceased. Han Li was naturally skeptical of his narrative, yet by piecing together the fragments of truth from Dr. Mo's earlier revelations, he could ascertain a clearer understanding of the circumstances. Stripping away the potential fabrications in Yu Zitong's account, Han Li gleaned the essence of the tale. The story Dr. Mo had shared prior, detailing his treachery and the quest for a means to restore his powers, seemed authentic, devoid of any need for deception. Conversely, the claim of having found a mystical tome at a certain secret location to regain his abilities was surely a fabrication. It was Yu Zitong who had facilitated Dr. Mo's recovery, and likewise, it was Yu Zitong who had ensnared him with a curse. It turned out that Yu Zitong was originally a member of a reputed clan of cultivators, having practiced a technique known as the Eternal Spring Art up to its 7th level. However, due to limitations in his innate talent, he could not progress further, rendering him unable to establish a foundational cultivation. Without a solid foundation, he could not truly be considered a cultivator, nor could he engage in the realm of cultivation. Thus, he reluctantly emerged from seclusion, seeking opportunities in the mundane world, hoping to break through his current stagnation. Naturally, he also aspired to acquire rare medicinal herbs to craft elixirs. Although he understood the slim chances of success, nonetheless, he harbored a flicker of hope that fortune might smile upon him, allowing him to seize a fortuitous opportunity. With such enticing aspirations, the youthful Yu Zitong ventured into the secular realm, only to be dazzled by its splendor. Soon, his wavering resolve crumbled, leading him to indulge in the extravagant comforts of the elite, gradually dulling his once fervent desire for cultivation. In dealing with a disciple like Yu Zitong, who has faltered midway, his family would naturally erase his name from the ancestral records a century later. From that point onward, this branch of the family, even as mere mortals, would no longer be permitted to interact with the main lineage, unless a descendant with exceptional talent in cultivation were to emerge, thereby allowing them to reclaim their ancestral ties. If this were to continue, although Yu Zitong's path to enlightenment appeared bleak and his hopes of becoming an immortal were dashed, he might still aspire to a lengthy and prosperous life. Such circumstances, while rare among cultivators before establishing their foundation, have occurred before and are not insurmountable. However, whether it was a twist of fate or a stroke of luck for Yu Zedong, one day, several years later, he inadvertently wandered the streets and habitually meandered into an apothecary. There, he stumbled upon a rare blood spirit herb, which bore a striking resemblance to the ordinary red oil flower and was thus carelessly placed together by the unknowledgeable shopkeeper. Upon discovering this herb, Yu Zedong was overwhelmed with joy. Possessing this herb would greatly enhance his chances of breaking through his bottleneck, rekindling his aspirations for cultivation. He promptly prepared to purchase it. Unexpectedly, a rival cultivator entered the shop and also laid eyes on the precious herb, unwilling to relinquish it. A dispute ensued between the two. The shopkeeper, seizing the opportunity, proposed that the herb would go to the one willing to pay the higher price. As Yu Zedong had slightly more funds, he successfully acquired the coveted herb. However, he was not naive. He knew his opponent would not relent easily. That very night, he fled his residence, making his way to his family's territory. Yet, after covering half the distance, he was pursued by the rival, leading to an inevitable confrontation. The adversary's magical prowess far exceeded his own, and Yu Zedong was left bloodied and defeated. Yet, he could not bear to part with the hard-earned herb. Gritting his teeth, he activated a life-saving talisman he had brought from his family, utilizing a desperate technique that frightened off his opponent, allowing him to escape. Injured yet again, he encountered Dr. Mo, who was also in search of a remedy. It was, perhaps, fate that despite Yu Zedong having traversed the world for several years, he had no experience dealing with the intricacies of the martial world. Upon observing Dr. Mo's condition, he inadvertently divulged his possession of the precious herb. This revelation would soon bring him grave peril, for Dr. Mo, in a state of desperation, would stop at nothing to obtain the remedy he believed could cure him. While Yu Zedong's remedy was not as extraordinary as the blood spirit herb, it comprised several rare medicinal materials, painstakingly concocted through the expenditure of substantial vital energy, and he possessed only a limited quantity. Given his current injuries, he cherished it all the more and had no intention of offering it freely to a mortal he regarded as insignificant. Dr. Mo, feeling humiliated by his desperate pleas for medicine, harbored murderous intent. He stealthily followed Yu Zedong to a secluded place and struck him with a secret, concocted poison. Normally, such poison would not affect Yu Zedong, but the peculiar concoction used by Dr. Mo, which even he did not fully comprehend, proved effective. Weakened from his prior injuries and now afflicted by the poison, Yu Zedong found himself on the brink of death. It was then that Dr. Mo revealed himself, brazenly rummaging through Yu Zedong's belongings. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Zedong, fueled by a surge of rage, unleashed the blood arrow soul curse, transforming his life essence into a blood curse that he unleashed upon Dr. Mo. He then abandoned his physical form, allowing his spirit to drift outside his body. Once outside, however, he recognized the oversight in not preparing a vessel for his spirit. With no alternative, he entered Dr. Mo's body, temporarily evading the threat of his own spiritual dissolution. Dr. Mo, startled by the sudden shower of blood, initially reacted with surprise. However, upon discovering nothing amiss, he soon dismissed it. Relying on his knowledge of elixirs, he identified several pills from Yu Zedong's corpse and, overjoyed, consumed them, finding himself miraculously restored. Ecstatic, Dr. Mo gathered the spoils from Yu Zedong and a volume of incomprehensible teachings, intent on returning to Lanzhou for revenge and to restore his former glory. Yet, the euphoria of Dr. Mo was short-lived, as the effects of the soul curse soon manifested. He aged at an alarming rate, nearly a year for each day, and was engulfed by fear as he sought ways to control the bizarre phenomenon occurring within him, with little success. Should this continue, he would soon meet his end, deteriorating like an ordinary old man. Meanwhile, Yu Zedong's spirit was also in dire straits. After a prolonged period within Dr. Mo's body, he began to experience a process of spiritual assimilation. Assimilation is a passive form of possession, wherein a foreign spirit, lingering within a host's body, is subtly influenced by the host's own spirit. Ultimately, only one consciousness can prevail in this grim scenario. Faced with this predicament, Yu Zedong reluctantly resolved to take the initiative in the possession. His reluctance stemmed not from any moral qualms, but from the fear of the three ironclad rules of possession known in the cultivation world. First, a cultivator cannot possess a mortal, otherwise, the body being taken over would collapse under the strain. Second, only a cultivator with superior power can successfully possess one of lesser power, with a greater disparity ensuring safety. Third, a cultivator may only attempt possession once in their lifetime. A second attempt would result in the inexplicable demise of their spirit. These three immutable laws, tested countless times, have curbed the ambitions of many who would seek to exploit possession for mischief or to evade disaster. Heaven has warned against such transgressions, ensuring that cultivators cannot wreak havoc through these means. Thus, if Dr. Mo were a cultivator, Yuzitong would have no fear. He could confront him in a struggle for the body. However, as a mere mortal devoid of any magical power, Dr. Mo could not withstand the act of possession, and it was likely that the body would collapse before the process was complete. Moreover, even if Yuzitong sought another host, he would be unable to escape the fate of assimilation, facing the same awkward predicament, compounded by the fact that his power would diminish with each transition, leading to a loss of vitality. Without a body to meditate and replenish his energy, he would swiftly deplete his reserves, ultimately becoming trapped within another's body and facing dissolution. Realizing the imminent collapse of Dr. Mo's body and the peril of being assimilated by his spirit, Yuzitong, driven by a desire for self-preservation, reluctantly set aside their enmity. He reached out to Dr. Mo, revealing the whole story and the stakes involved. Upon hearing the news, Dr. Mo initially felt a surge of anger, but he quickly recognized the tremendous opportunity that lay before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Yuzitong established 3 crucial agreements, revealing his true nature as a cunning strategist. Firstly, Dr. Mo committed to controlling his consciousness according to the methods taught by Yuzitong, striving to avoid assimilating the other's primordial spirit. In return, Yuzitong would impart certain secret techniques that would enable Dr. Mo to slow the aging process and temporarily wield magical powers. Secondly, Dr. Mo was tasked with locating a young boy endowed with spiritual roots capable of cultivating the eternal spring technique, whom he would then teach. Once the time was ripe, Dr. Mo would leverage the temporarily acquired magical powers to seize control and attain a new life. Dr. Mo harbored doubts about this plan and attempted to practice the technique himself, only to achieve nothing and be mocked by Yuzitong, who made him aware that those without spiritual roots could not cultivate magical powers, leaving him to realize he was regarded as a mundane by practitioners of immortality. Lastly, after successfully seizing control, Dr. Mo would, after an ample period of adjustment, assist Yuzitong in finding a suitable physical vessel and aid him in the process of seizing control. The terms appeared to favor Dr. Mo considerably. Yet, given the imminent threat of Yuzitong's assimilation, he found himself in a precarious position, inevitably bearing some losses. However, whether he truly suffered losses remained known only to him. During their discussions, Yuzitong requested Dr. Mo to seek assistance from his family's secluded abode, but the seasoned Dr. Mo flatly refused, unwilling to relinquish any control, which left Yuzitong seething with resentment in the days that followed. As events unfolded, there was little more to recount. Dr. Mo had been unable to find a suitable candidate for several years and, disheartened, entered the Seven Mystics Sect, where he unexpectedly took in Han Li and taught him the eternal spring technique. These occurrences were not vastly different from Dr. Mo's narrative, and Han Li himself had undergone a series of experiences. After listening to these revelations, Han Li exhaled deeply, feeling that most of his lingering doubts had been resolved. However, upon noticing that Yuzitong had ceased his narration, Han Li's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "It seems you have yet to disclose the reason for Dr. Mo's demise." There was little need for elaboration. Dr. Mo had underestimated your progress with the eternal spring technique. His magical powers paled in comparison to yours, leading to his failed attempt at seizing control and resulting in his own consumption. Yuzitong hesitated momentarily before revealing the truth. "So, the yellow orb that first entered my body was Dr. Mo's primordial spirit, and the second green one is yours," Han Li stated nonchalantly. "At that time, I too believed you and Dr. Mo had perished together. To avoid wasting this physical form, I simply sought to borrow it," Yuzitong admitted, somewhat awkwardly. Perhaps it was not a mere belief, but a deliberate design on your part. Yuzitong, when you imparted the soul-seizing technique to Dr. Mo, it is likely you did so with ulterior motives, deliberately omitting details regarding the success or failure of the technique and its connection to the depth of magical powers. According to your original scheme, Dr. Mo, using self-destructive soul-devouring techniques and my 4th level of the eternal spring technique, would have powers nearly equal to yours, leading to mutual destruction in their struggle for control, thereby allowing you, the opportunistic third party, to seize my body and succeed in your endeavor. Am I not correct, esteemed Yuzitong? Han Li calmly articulated his deductions in one breath. Yuzitong fell silent for a moment, and after a long sigh, he expressed his frustration without rebuttal. "I initially praised you merely in passing, but now I genuinely commend you. You are indeed astute, surpassing even the cleverest of foxes, Dr. Mo. You have guessed correctly. All of this was indeed by my design. However, I did not anticipate your exceptional talent for cultivation, allowing you to swiftly reach the 6th level of the Eternal Spring technique, just one level below me. Not only did you effortlessly consume Dr. Mo's primordial spirit, but you also proved too formidable for my own depleted spirit, resulting in considerable loss of my vitality. Yet, he abruptly shifted his tone to one of arrogance, declaring, Dr. Mo is merely a mundane, foolishly aspiring to stand equal with us cultivators, seeking camaraderie. Who does he think he is? Even more intolerable is his vile method of destroying my true form, yet daring to tread upon the path of immortality. What a delusion! Yu Zitong spoke through gritted teeth, revealing the deep-seated animosity he harbored toward Dr. Mo. However, you are different. Born with spiritual roots and exceptional aptitude, it is a travesty that you remain among the mundane. If you are willing to assist me in finding a suitable physical vessel and aid in the seizing of control, I would gladly be your guide, introducing you to the elders of my family and accepting you as my disciple. What say you? Chapter 60. Testing the poison. Yu Zitong spoke with confidence, believing no one could resist the allure of ascension to immortality and eternal life. Once, Dr. Mo had harbored intense hatred for him, yet under similar persuasion, he had complied with cooperation. Yu Zitong believed that with just a little more incentive, Han Li would surely acquiesce. To Yu Zitong's disappointment, Han Li did not display excitement at this tempting proposition. Instead, he remained composed, as if the words had stirred no ripples within him. I will consider the matter of cooperation in due time, but I currently have a question that I hope you can clarify. Answering this question will lead to your willingness to cooperate. Yu Zitong inquired. That depends on whether your response satisfies me, Han Li replied. Very well, ask away. Yu Zitong consented readily, demonstrating his understanding of the principle of humility when under another's roof. Han Li did not respond immediately, instead gazing upward at the ceiling in contemplation for a moment, as if deliberating how best to articulate his inquiry. Yu Zitong was taken aback by his serious demeanor, inwardly fretting about what troublesome question Han Li might pose. I wish to know, after I have devoured portions of Dr. Mo's and your primordial spirits, what adverse consequences might arise? Why do I experience pressure in my head, feeling as though I've accumulated many new things, yet unable to examine them? Surely, there cannot be anything amiss. Han Li finally voiced the concern that had weighed on his mind since awakening. Upon hearing this, Yu Zitong relaxed, realizing that Han Li had merely been preoccupied with this minor issue. His voice brightened considerably as he replied, Ah, so it's this matter. My dear brother, you are overthinking it. There is no need for concern. You should know that the things lodged in your mind will gradually dissipate within a year or two, and you need not worry about it at all. So, I am essentially engaged in a futile endeavor by consuming these things, unable to retain any of them? I find that hard to believe. Han Li expressed his skepticism, casting a doubtful glance at Yu Zitong. To say you retain nothing at all would be inaccurate. However, what you can retain is indeed quite limited, Yu Zitong quickly clarified, fearing Han Li might misinterpret his words. Among those memories, experiences, and emotions, you must not touch them at all. If you absorb them, the consequences could range from becoming a fool or experiencing a split personality, to severe mental strain leading to catastrophic outcomes. You must understand that the primordial spirit is the most delicate of entities. It cannot be carelessly merged with others. Though temporarily housing another's primordial spirit within your mind is permissible, transforming it into your own is mere folly. Otherwise, with a mere act of possession, one could acquire the experiences, memories, and techniques of another, resulting in chaos across the world. Who would diligently practice their craft or seek to comprehend different realms and mental disciplines. With a single act of possession, everything would be theirs. Within the devoured primordial spirit, the only usable essence is a minuscule amount of inherent power, which can slightly augment one's own spirit. However, this is only a fleeting enhancement, as such energy dissipates rapidly, vanishing within days from the consumed spirit, rendering it unusable. As Han Li listened to Yu Zitong's explanation, he released the last thread of concern from his heart. He could discern that the other was not lying. At this moment, Yu Zitong was likely contemplating a collaboration akin to that with Dr. Mo, and thus would not deceive him on a matter that would reveal the truth after a brief period of scrutiny. After concluding his final statement, Yu Zitong noticed Han Li nodding, indicating belief in his words, which brought him a surge of joy. The orb of light formed from his primordial spirit seemed to shine even brighter as he eagerly inquired, Brother Han, it appears you are quite satisfied with my explanation. Shall we now discuss the potential of our collaboration? Of course. To partner with an immortal cultivator is a most coveted opportunity. Han Li suddenly beamed, revealing a brilliant smile that showcased his pearly white teeth, exuding sincerity. "Really?" Yu Zitong exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. He hadn't expected Han Li to agree so readily without further persuasion and quickly sought confirmation. Indeed, Han Li responded promptly and clearly. He then smiled and retrieved an item from his robe, addressing Yu Zitong in a friendly tone, "Since we are now partners, would you mind cooperating with me for a small experiment before we delve into specifics?" "Experiment?" Yu Zitong was taken aback, gazing at the cylinder in Han Li's hand, which appeared familiar, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. Indeed, a toxicity test. Before Yu Zitong could react, Han Li's thumb moved, and a foul, thick liquid erupted from the cylinder, rushing toward its target with a putrid stench. "Ah!" A scream escaped Yu Zitong as the black liquid splashed upon his primordial spirit, the green light within it dimming significantly, indicating he had sustained serious injury. You dare to poison me and launch a surprise attack?" Yu Zitong screeched, his voice strained, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Han Li disregarded his fury, reaching for the belt clasp above his abdomen, swiftly drawing forth a gleaming sword. This blade, about the width of a finger and roughly 18 inches long, was remarkably flexible, a rare jade short sword, crafted at great expense by a blacksmith. It was the last and most precious sword Han Li owned, though he had not utilized it until now. Gripping this long-concealed weapon, Han Li's expression darkened, his earlier smile vanishing entirely. With a look of disdain directed at the trembling primordial spirit, he stepped forward and swung the sword down upon the orb of light, wielding it as one would a chopping tool. Chapter 61. The destruction of the divine. Yu Zitong's primordial spirit was ensnared in a confined corner, flailing about like a fly with broken wings. Every time it attempted to escape, a surge of black liquid would drive it back, followed closely by the lethal glint of Han Li's sword, continuously weakening the green light. Despair enveloped him, although the relentless strikes of the blade diminished his spirit. He paid little heed to that. What truly incapacitated him was the incessant erosion of the black liquid. Ever since being splashed, he felt a tingling numbness, a debilitating weakness, as it gradually wore away his remaining magical power. More critically, it obstructed Yu Zitong's ability to cast spells, rendering his attempts futile, as if he were ensnared. "Why are you trying to kill me? Why?" Facing Han Li's ruthless assault, Yu Zitong's hoarse voice echoed from the orb, filled with bitterness. Yet, Han Li remained silent, responding only with the swift, decisive movements of his blade. Soon, Yu Zitong's voice grew faint, dwindling until it faded into mere murmurs, eventually falling silent. Han Li did not cease immediately. He relentlessly struck the feeble remnants of the primordial spirit on the ground, delivering several more blows until he could no longer extinguish the last flicker of green light. Only then did he sheath the sword back onto his belt. Coldly, Han Li declared, "I never collaborate with those who swear by their own parents, let alone follow in Dr. Mo's footsteps." Placing faith in the assurances of a scoundrel like you. Casting a final, icy glance at the remnants of Yu Zitong's spirit, Han Li turned without hesitation, approaching the stone door and forcefully pushing it open. As the door swung wide, beams of radiant sunlight streamed in, illuminating the remaining primordial spirit, which immediately flickered and extinguished, dissipating into ethereal wisps of green smoke. Thus, Yu Zitong's sole mark upon the world was entirely eradicated by Han Li, leaving no trace behind. It is worth noting that Han Li learned of the primordial spirit's aversion to light from Dr. Mo's earlier actions of extinguishing many lights upon entering. Otherwise, he might have struggled with this last, indestructible threat, remaining in constant trepidation. However, Han Li's effortless obliteration of the opponent's spirit was significantly aided by another vial of 7 poisons water he had prepared. This liquid, an enhanced version of the 5 poisons water previously acquired from Dr. Mo, included an additional ingredient: the soil mushroom flower, a toxin not only lethal to ordinary individuals, but also highly detrimental to the primordial spirit of cultivators. This was the reason Yu Zitong had been unable to successfully cast spells, leading to the ease with which his spirit was destroyed. Han Li's choice to first spray 7 poisons water upon Yu Zitong's spirit was influenced by various tales where all manner of demons and monsters feared liquids like chicken blood and black dog blood. Inspired, Han Li treated Yu Zitong's spirit as one of those malevolent entities. In this fortuitous turn of events, one wonders whether Yu Zitong, were he aware, would be infuriated enough to spew blood once more. Han Li remained oblivious to these coincidences. He simply knew that even without the efficacy of the toxin, once he opened the door, the destruction of the opponent's spirit was inevitable. With such thorough considerations in mind, he had no qualms about striking Yu Zitong down without mercy. At last, he felt liberated, no longer burdened by the threat of a knife at his throat, perpetually prepared for peril. Returning slowly to the center of the stone chamber, Hanli lingered in silence for a moment. Suddenly, he leaped up, soaring 3 feet into the air, and bellowed joyfully, fervently expressing the elation within his heart. At that moment, he truly returned to himself, embodying the essence of a 16-year-old boy. "I am finally free. I am finally free." His jubilant exclamations abruptly ceased, as if severed by a blade. A colossal figure, drifting not far from the stone gate, caught his eye. It was the giant known as Iron Slave. Han Li's expression suddenly soured. Upon sighting this individual, he felt a familiar pang of pain in his shoulder. He realized he had made a grave error, having neglected to inquire about the giant's origins and weaknesses from Yu Zedong's spirit. However, a slight comfort arose within him as the giant seemed utterly disinterested in the happenings inside the stone house, merely wandering outside and adhering strictly to the late Dr. Mo's cautionary orders, not casting a single glance at the open stone door. Furrowing his brow, Han Li sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. The giant, though seemingly dull-witted and obedient to commands, posed a formidable challenge for Han Li, as he found it impossible to persuade such a person to cease hostilities and seek a peaceful resolution through dialogue. Should a confrontation ensue, Han Li would be at a distinct disadvantage. His only means of threatening the giant lay in the now empty vial of toxic liquid. Pacing back and forth within the confines of the room, Han Li racked his brain, desperately seeking a way to subdue his opponent. Yet, his thoughts were as tangled as a ball of yarn, providing no clear solutions. By chance, his gaze fell upon Dr. Mo's lifeless body. An idea sparked within him. Perhaps he could discover something on the corpse that might help him manage the giant. Turning to glance outside, he noted that the giant continued its tireless patrol, showing no signs of approaching. With this reassurance, Han Li approached Dr. Mo's body, unhesitatingly extending his hands to meticulously explore every inch. Chapter 62. The transaction. A variety of peculiar and familiar items emerged from Han Li's search, which he sorted into 2 piles based on their suspiciousness, placing them aside. Gradually, he found himself astonished by the sheer number of items on Dr. Mo's person, many of which were undeniably lethal. A dart capable of silencing its target, a pouch of sand infused with snake venom, and several razor-sharp boomerangs were among the discoveries. As the quantity of items increased, so too did Han Li's breath quicken. The more he searched, the more alarmed he became. It dawned on him just how fortunate he had been during his initial confrontation with Dr. Mo. Had the latter sought merely to capture him, he might have met a grim fate long ago. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Han Li chuckled at his own absurdity. How could a living man be so unsettled by the possessions of the deceased? Finally, having completed his search, he began to examine each item he deemed suspicious. A small vial emitted a foul odor, seemingly containing some sort of antidote, which he deemed harmless. An odd weapon resembling a small wheel, while unknown in purpose, likely had no connection to the giant and was set aside. As he fiddled with the items, he chattered to himself, his enthusiasm palpable. At that moment, he held a simple sachet embroidered with white silk flowers. Ordinarily, such an unremarkable item would not raise suspicion. However, its presence on someone as formidable as Dr. Mo was anything but ordinary. He first weighed it in one hand, finding it light and presumably devoid of any heavy contents. Before squeezing it slightly, detecting a paper-like texture within, suggesting it concealed some pages. With renewed vigor, Han Li opened the sachet, uncovering a few sheets of paper. A cursory glance revealed Dr. Mo's own handwriting, instilling him with a sense of certainty. Upon closer inspection, Han Li was taken aback. It was a farewell letter addressed to him from Dr. Mo. Feeling perplexed and increasingly curious, he read through the sheets meticulously. Once finished, Han Li released a long, heavy sigh, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. He began to pace, resembling a small elder lost in thought, meandering about. After every few steps, he would pause to ponder, then, indecisively, continue walking before halting once more to reflect. In this manner, he unwittingly circled around Dr. Mo's corpse, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions, red with anxiety one moment, pale the next, betraying the turmoil within him. Such a display of inner turmoil in Han Li would surely have drawn ridicule from Li Feiyu, had he been privy to it. The cause of Han Li's distress lay within the letter, which bore grim tidings and a dilemma. The antidote for the corpse bug pill was, in fact, poisonous. A rare and insidious toxin, as stated in the letter, could only be countered by a family heirloom known as the Warm Sun Jade. Without it, no legendary antidote could suffice. Thus, throughout those pages, Dr. Mo clearly communicated that this letter, along with the previously mentioned toxin, was his contingency plan, Should he fail in his bid for possession of Han Li's body, it was highly likely that Han Li would be the one to survive. To safeguard his own interests, he proposed a simple transaction with Han Li, aiming for a mutually beneficial arrangement that would alleviate his own concerns while granting Han Li considerable wealth and untold benefits. As for whether Yu Zitong would be the one to survive, Dr. Imo dismissed this notion with contempt, regarding him as a cold-hearted, cowardly individual with only a modicum of cleverness. Even as a cultivator, he would amount to little, and the ultimate victor would certainly not be him. Upon reading this, Han Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dr. Mo's elaborate schemes had ultimately ensnared him, while he himself had concealed the true progress of his own cultivation. Had he not done so, he might have perished alongside Dr. Mo, allowing Yu Zitong to reap the rewards. This was also a testament to Dr. Mo's deluded state. Having been blinded by the dream of ascension, it seemed that no cultivator should ever be underestimated. In the letter, Dr. Mo proposed a straightforward transaction. He required Han Li to visit his home within a year, or at most 2. This was due to the fact that the toxin would manifest within 2 years, and he had a wife, concubines, daughters, and a significant estate to protect. Although Dr. Mo had made numerous arrangements and shrouded his departure in secrecy, prolonged absence would likely arouse suspicion among his unruly subordinates and enemies, endangering his loved ones. Therefore, Han Li was obliged to act before matters turned dire, ensuring the safety of Dr. Mo's family and arranging for them to live lives free from the bloodshed of the martial world. In compensation for his underhanded plotting and to encourage Han Li to assist him, Dr. Mo offered his daughter in marriage, along with half of his entire fortune and the warm sun jade. Dr. Mo had already entrusted the jade to his legitimate wife for the purpose of his daughter's dowry. Thus, for the sake of his own life, Han Li had no choice but to comply. However, he made it clear that his enemies were formidable, and his subordinates were not easily controlled. Given Han Li's current abilities, facing them head-on would likely be beyond his means. To this end, he deliberately arranged 2 false identities for Han Li within the hidden compartments of his residence, leaving behind tokens and handwritten letters for Han Li to choose a suitable identity. He also provided a list of trusted personnel, suspicious individuals, and enemies, along with critical matters to heed. Ultimately, to substantiate the sincerity of this will, he included methods to control and summon the Iron Slave and the Cloud-Winged Bird. What perplexed Han Li was the vague indication that the Iron Slave was a soulless corpse, merely a walking shell, with its original soul having long since reincarnated, assuring Han Li that he need not feel sorrow. This left Han Li somewhat bewildered. Did he truly appear to be a person of deep emotions? Regardless, even setting aside the issue of poison, faced with such a vast fortune, it would be disingenuous to claim that Han Li was not tempted. Always sensitive to wealth, he found himself greatly intrigued by the transaction proposed by Dr. Mo. As for marrying his daughter, this stirred unfamiliar feelings within Han Li, who was at an age of budding emotions, especially considering that one glance at Dr. Mo's true appearance suggested that his daughter could not possibly be unattractive. Yet, the risks involved were considerable. A single misstep could cost him his life. The enemies deemed worthy adversaries by Dr. Mo were not easily dealt with. With meticulous arrangements for his affairs, Dr. Mo intertwined Han Li's safety with the allure of wealth, beauty, and peril, compelling Han Li to reluctantly consume this honey-coated poison. Chapter 63. True Countenance. After much contemplation, Han Li finally came to a halt. Whether to engage in this transaction or to wait until a solution to his poisoning presented itself remained an unresolved dilemma. He resigned himself to this thought. Then, casting a glance at the towering figure outside, he recalled the enigmatic words mentioned in the will, stirring a flicker of curiosity within him, prompting him to attempt the control method for the giant. Han Li bent down, retrieving a small bell crafted from brass, no larger than a palm, yet exquisitely made with harmonious proportions, clearly the work of a master craftsman. The only distinguishing feature was the faint traces of blood imprinted on its surface, making it conspicuously striking. Upon closely examining this artifact known as the Soul Summoning Bell, Han Li could discern no particular power within it, yet according to the letter, it could subdue such a terrifying creature as the giant. The notion seemed unbelievable. With the bell in his left hand and a dagger in his right, Han Li cautiously stepped through the stone door, slowly approaching the giant. Stopping at a distance of over 2 paces, he hesitated to draw closer, wary of potential danger. At that moment, the giant stood with its back to Han Li. With a resounding ring, the bell chimed as Han Li gently tapped it with his dagger. Frowning, he noted that the sound bore no difference from an ordinary bell. Could this truly subdue the giant? Doubts crept into his mind as he crouched slightly, preparing to retreat to the stone chamber should anything go awry. Upon hearing the bell, The giant's shoulders twitched, indicating a reaction. Han Li's heart leapt with joy, prompting him to strike the bell repeatedly. The ringing echoed incessantly, causing the giant to tremble until it could no longer maintain its balance, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a stupor. The giant's massive form stirred up a cloud of dust upon contact with the dry earth, causing Han Li, caught off guard, to sneeze repeatedly in a rather undignified manner. Yet, he paid no heed to such trivialities, swiftly leaping atop the giant and pulling back its hood, revealing a swollen visage that sent chills down Han Li's spine. Suppressing his discomfort, he hastily drew his dagger across his wrist, allowing blood to flow freely, saturating the giant's face until it was thoroughly coated. Only then did he bind the wound with a clean cloth, staunching the flow of blood, and calmly awaited the giant's response. An extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The blood gradually seeped into the giant's skin, leaving not a single drop behind, leaving Han Li astounded, oblivious to the renewed flow of blood from his own wound as he pressed too hard. After the blood was absorbed, the giant opened its eyes and slowly rose, its expression vacant, devoid of any emotional display. However, when the giant turned its head and locked eyes with Han Li, a peculiar sensation enveloped Han Li. A strange familiarity mingled with the unfamiliar, as if something foreign yet intimately known had suddenly taken residence in his heart, like a cherished pet persistently calling out for attention. Taken aback, Han Li quickly regained his composure, for he observed the giant's previously expressionless face now adorned with a look of submission, evoking within Han Li a sense of control over its fate, a most extraordinary feeling. Suppressing his excitement, Han Li issued a command to the giant for testing. "Go and dismantle that stone door for me." Without uttering a word, the giant strode forward, raising its fists as if wielding a colossal hammer, and with just a few strikes, shattered the door to smithereens. It then returned to Han Li's side with the swiftness of a whirlwind, awaiting further instruction. Typically averse to extremes of joy or sorrow, Han Li could not restrain a broad grin, knowing he now possessed a powerful ally at his beck and call. The perils of the future seemed trivial in comparison. As he reveled in thoughts of a splendid life ahead, he scrutinized the giant with eager eyes. The more he observed, the more satisfied he felt. What once appeared as an excessively grotesque visage now seemed oddly pleasing, even familiar. Familiar? Han Li was startled by this sensation, surprised by his own reaction to a face he had never encountered before. With this question lingering in his mind, he began to closely examine the giant's features, seeking to uncover the reason behind this uncanny familiarity. Gradually, he discerned that if the giant's swollen features were restored and slightly reduced in size, the face was not unattractive. Indeed, it bore a wholesome, endearing quality that felt eerily familiar to Han Li. His complexion paled, and he remained silent for a considerable time before extending his hands to gently caress the giant's face. "Zhang, is that truly you?" His voice was barely above a whisper, calm, yet laced with disbelief. The reconstructed face bore an uncanny resemblance to his long-lost friend Zhang Tai, and when coupled with Dr. Mo's cryptic final words, Han Li felt a profound certainty that the giant was deeply connected to Zhang Tai. Could it be, as stated in the letter, that this giant was merely the shell of Zhang Tai, with his soul long departed? Yet, what had caused this transformation into such an imposing figure? Chapter 64. The soul of the melody. Han Li felt the frigid temperature of the giant's body with his fingertips, gazing into the lifeless, vacant eyes, his mind swirling with speculations about Zhang Tai's plight. It was highly probable that Dr. Mo, in collusion with Yu Zitong, had abducted Zhang Tai, who had once made significant progress in the elephant arm technique, and fabricated a false narrative of his departure, deceiving many within the Seven Mysterious Sect. In secret, they must have employed some form of sorcery to obliterate Zhang Tai's soul, subsequently transforming his body into this bizarre state, reminiscent of a perfected practitioner of the elephant arm technique. Han Li's conjecture was astutely accurate. The reality was indeed not far from his assumptions. Years ago, Dr. Mo, driven by a sudden whim, sought to amalgamate the elephant arm technique with the corpse refining methods provided by Yu Zitong to create a legion of obedient, formidable undead warriors capable of sweeping through the martial world. Yet, in such a brief span of time, he had only managed to produce this one giant, whom he cherished like a treasure, keeping him hidden in a secret locale at the foot of the mountain, only bringing him back during his last return. However, Yu Zitong held no interest in such an imperfect undead being, even scoffing at it, for he believed that while his true form still existed, there were countless methods to subdue such incomplete corpses, and compared to true cultivators' advanced iron-armored corpses, these were significantly weaker, only capable of displaying a semblance of power in the secular realm. The The sole advantage they possessed was the simplicity of materials required for their creation. Anyone with a modicum of magical ability could fashion one. After a prolonged moment, Hanli suddenly withdrew his hand from the giant's face and averted his gaze. His eyes drifting to the dilapidated stone door, lost in thought. At that instant, he felt a chill in his heart, not out of sorrow for Zhang Tai's tragic fate, but due to the unsettling realization of his own emotional detachment. He had anticipated that upon learning of his friend's dismal end, he would raise his head in anger, calling out the names of Mo Jiren and Yu Zitong, his voice brimming with hatred and fury. Yet, in truth, aside from a hint of sadness, he found himself devoid of any significant emotion or rage, as if the fallen friend was not Zhang Tai, but merely a stranger passing by. Was it because he recognized that the figure before him was merely a shell, devoid of its former essence? Or had his heart grown cold and unyielding? This display of selfish indifference instilled a sense of fear within Hanli. He realized, at some point, he had become a stranger to himself. Finally breaking free from his stupor, Hanli cast a complex glance at the giant, uncertain of how to address him. Recalling Dr. Mo's words about the soulless, walking corpse, he looked skyward and softly uttered, "Brother Zhang, I trust you have been reincarnated. Your discarded body is of no use now, so allow me to make use of it. I promise to wield it with caution. I hope you will not hold it against me." Having uttered this prayer-like sentiment, Hanli felt a modicum of peace settle within him, and he turned to the giant, saying, "Since you are but the shell left behind by Brother Zhang, lacking an independent soul, I shall call you Chu Han. I hope you will assist me in the days to come." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the giant stood motionless, maintaining his usual docile demeanor, showing no signs of awareness, confirming his lack of independent consciousness, relegated to passively receiving commands. How foolish of me to speak to a mindless husk. Han Li chuckled at his own absurdity, then took leisurely strides toward the stone chamber. "Chu Han, follow me." Han Li had fully emerged from his despondency, his demeanor returning to normal, as if nothing had transpired. It appeared he had indeed become as unyielding and rational as he believed, no longer easily ensnared by emotions. This remarkable transformation, was it a harbinger of misfortune or fortune for Han Li, who was about to embark on the path of a cultivator? In the time that followed, Han Li busied himself meticulously managing the aftermath of events. He not only buried Dr. Mo's remains beneath a grand tree, but also ensured that every remnant within the stone chamber was obliterated and discarded. He even commanded Chu Han to demolish the entire stone structure, reducing it to rubble so unrecognizable that its original form was entirely lost. Only then did he cease his labors. After this tumultuous endeavor, twilight descended, and the sun began its descent. Han Li stood before what was once the stone chamber, now a mere heap of stones, surveying the area for any overlooked details, finally nodding in satisfaction. "Chu Han, let us depart. Tomorrow holds a myriad of matters to attend to. Alas, you lack consciousness and cannot speak. Otherwise, I would feel more assured discussing things with you." Bathed in the fiery glow of the setting sun, Han Li dragged his elongated shadow, chattering incessantly to the giant he had named Chu Han, finally finding a receptive listener to whom he could unburden his thoughts, one who would not complain or judge him. In this moment, any trace of his former coldness and indifference vanished, revealing the countenance of a neighborly youth. After ensuring Chu Han was settled, Han Li returned to his abode. Inside, he felt like a stranger returning home after a long absence, exploring the surroundings, the tables and chairs, touching one here, examining another there, murmuring to himself, "This day feels interminably long. It seems to stretch longer than the entirety of the past decade combined." Then, in an instant, he collapsed onto his bed, plunging into a deep slumber. He was utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically drained. Yet, the sheer joy of having returned alive brought a smile to his lips as he drifted into dreams. Chapter 65. Han the Divine. Dr. Han Li reclined in the grand chair once favored by Dr. Mo, holding a tome bound in a cover inscribed with the title The Longevity Sutra, though its true content was the incantations of the Eternal Spring Technique. He was utterly absorbed in its pages, savoring every word. This book had often been in Dr. Mo's possession, a source of endless fascination for him, a peculiarity that had once puzzled Han Li. Now, having uncovered its secret, he realized that Dr. Mo was not merely studying a treatise on health, but was, in fact, delving into the intricacies of the Eternal Spring Technique. It seemed Dr. Mo had not entirely relinquished hope regarding his inability to cultivate magical powers, remaining skeptical of Yu Zidong's claims about spiritual roots, and had been quietly pondering the technique on his own. This manuscript had been discovered among other items in a hidden compartment, and it encompassed not only the 6 foundational layers he had previously practiced, but also detailed the 2 advanced layers of the technique. A revelation that thrilled Han Li for quite some time. Upon realizing that he was cultivating what was rumored to be a power that could summon winds and rain, Han Li's desire for the subsequent teachings of the Eternal Spring technique intensified. After all, who would not wish to ascend to the ranks of immortals? At that moment, the sun shone brightly, its warm rays streaming in through the open skylight, bathing Han Li in light as he read, causing him to squint his eyes into narrow slits. With his body reclined at an angle, he appeared exceedingly languid. He slightly lifted his gaze to the skylight, finding it overly dazzling. Grabbing the open book, he shielded his face from the glaring sunlight. Instantly, the world before him darkened, and he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, invigorating his spirit as he silently memorized the 7th layer of the incantation once more. He had recently noticed signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation of the Eternal Spring technique due to the continuous consumption of spiritual herbs. Soon, he would reach the 7th layer, and gaining insights into the lower tiers of the technique would greatly aid him in overcoming his current bottleneck. More than half a year has passed since the day Dr. Mo took possession of his new form. On the 2nd day following that fateful event, Han Li, in a bid to conceal the signs of Dr. Mo's demise, meticulously imitated his handwriting to craft a letter feigning a desire to return to his hometown for family visits. He presented this missive to the elder in charge of the gate, masquerading under Dr. Mo's name. In the letter, he unabashedly adopted Dr. Mo's tone, asserting that he had inherited all of Dr. Mo's medical skills and was now capable of treating others. He further claimed that Dr. Mo, due to the long journey home, was uncertain when he would return and thus requested the gate's leaders to allow him to temporarily assume the responsibilities of a physician until Dr. Mo's return. Upon receiving the letter, the overseeing elders exhibited no hint of skepticism. Dr. Mo had often been absent for extended periods while gathering medicinal herbs, and although he held a title of reverence within the Seven Mystics Sect, his actual status was akin to that of a guest elder, allowing him considerable freedom. However, the elders remained somewhat doubtful about Han Li's claim of having mastered all of Dr. Mo's medical expertise. While Dr. Mo occasionally treated minor ailments for junior disciples, his exceptional skills were mainly directed toward higher-ranking individuals, such as the hall masters and elders, leaving most junior disciples to seek care from other physicians on the mountain. Consequently, the elders refrained from immediately allowing Han Li to take over Dr. Mo's duties. Instead, they assigned him to treat lower-ranked disciples, intending to assess his true capabilities. Han Li, unfazed by the higher-ups' skepticism, maintained a nonchalant attitude regarding whom he treated. His motivation to assume Dr. Mo's role stemmed from his admiration for the secluded tranquility of the Divine Hand Valley and its expansive medicinal gardens. Should he be permitted to remain in the valley, exercising control over the area, he could openly utilize his mysterious vials to cultivate rare herbs without fear of discovery. Although the valley was currently under his sole use, Han Li was concerned that if Dr. Mo did not return for an extended period, the leaders might reclaim it. Therefore, to demonstrate his medical prowess, he exerted considerable effort in treating the disciples, employing the abundant rare medicinal herbs he had secretly cultivated. As a result, he performed near-miraculous feats of healing, curing almost all patients who sought his care. As anticipated, his reputation soared like a thunderclap across the Seven Mystics Sect, with everyone in the mountain knowing that a young healer of remarkable talent had emerged. This young physician's skills were deemed extraordinary. Under his care, ailments, whether external or internal, were resolved within a mere 3 days, surpassing even Dr. Mo's abilities. In truth, Han Li's medical skills were still inferior to Dr. Mo's. However, the latter lacked access to such an abundance of rare herbs to lavishly utilize, making Han Li's healing effects appear far superior. Thus, when Han Li once again revitalized an injured disciple within just a few days, the higher-ups could no longer remain idle. Merely a day later, they summoned him for a meeting. To his surprise, the individual awaiting him was none other than the deputy sect master Ma, with whom he had crossed paths at the bone refining cliff. It was evident that Ma had completely forgotten Han Li, who had once been an inconspicuous named disciple. Upon seeing him, Ma expressed a willingness to let Han Li take over Dr. Mo's responsibilities, entitling him to all of Dr. Mo's previous benefits. Despite the fact that Han Li could not yet be granted the title of a revered physician due to his youth, only 16 or 17 years of age, he would receive a monthly stipend equivalent to that of a revered physician. Finally, Deputy Sect Master Ma encouraged Han Li to voice any dissatisfaction, promising to address it appropriately. This generous demeanor made Han Li realize that as long as his requests were not overly unreasonable, they would likely be granted. Thus, It seemed that his original goals could be easily achieved. Such leniency was rare within the Seven Mysteries Sect, highlighting the high-ranking official's understanding of the significance of a skilled healer in the martial world. Han Li did not hesitate to assert his desire to inhabit the Divine Hand Valley alone, requesting that no outsiders disturb his medical studies within. This seemingly modest condition was readily agreed upon by Deputy Sect Master Ma, perhaps in an effort to win Han Li's favor. Ma even proposed assigning a beautiful young maid to attend to his daily needs. For a fleeting moment, Han Li was taken aback by this unexpected offer, nearly acquiescing. But upon recollecting the multitude of secrets he bore, he ultimately declined. This response earned Han Li the admiration of Deputy Sect Master Ma, who regarded him with newfound respect, extolling his youth and virtue in not being swayed by carnal desires, remarking that any daughter of his would surely be fortunate to marry him. Such flattery left Han Li in a bemused state. He was not disinterested in women, merely constrained by circumstance. Thus, the entire Divine Hand Valley became Han Li's private domain, with outsiders generally prohibited from entering it. To facilitate this, he installed a large bell at the valley's entrance. Anyone wishing to see him could simply ring the bell, prompting Han Li to emerge promptly. This peculiar regulation was prominently established next to the bell, affecting even some mid-level officials. The rationale behind Han Li's unusual rule was to mitigate any potential leakage of his secret regarding the vials. As long as no one intruded upon the valley, he could ensure that the astonishing properties of the vials remained undisclosed. Initially, this rule posed little concern for the junior disciples, yet it incited considerable discontent among the higher-ups, who deemed Han Li overly arrogant, questioning how a mere apprentice could dare to assert such authority when even Dr. Mo had not acted so presumptuously. However, once Han Li successfully rescued a severely injured guardian from the brink of death and fully healed him, all dissent vanished without a trace. And no one dared to mention it again. No one would jeopardize a relationship with a physician capable of saving their lives over a trivial matter. Thus, the act of ringing the bell to request an audience with Han Li was soon accepted as a quirk befitting a healer of his caliber. As time passed, even the sect masters gradually acquiesced to this regulation, sending respectful requests to ring the bell whenever they sought medical assistance, thereby solidifying Han Li's status as an anomaly within the Seven Mysteries Sect. Though he held no high-ranking position nor wielded any power, he was no ordinary disciple. Even the sect masters would address him as Dr. Han. The name Han Li was seldom spoken directly anymore, except by the likes of Li Feiyu, the senior disciple. Li Feiyu maintained his aloof demeanor in front of others, yet upon seeing Han Li, he immediately adopted a carefree attitude, unabashedly calling him by name. Unlike other disciples such as Wang Dapeng, who had grown distant and respectful due to Han Li's elevated status, Li Feiyu's familiarity offered Han Li a sense of comfort. After all, the feeling of isolation can be quite burdensome. The playful expression on Li Feiyu's face inevitably reminded Han Li of another acquaintance with a rather morose demeanor. Recently, he unexpectedly encountered Wu Yan, a core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall, who had once traveled with him to the mountains. Wu Yan was suffering from a peculiar ailment that was neither too severe nor too trivial, having proven difficult to cure by several mediocre physicians. He was tormented by his condition and had to rely on the influence of Master Toma to seek Han Li's medical expertise. It must be said that Wu Yan had a remarkable memory. Upon seeing the renowned Dr. Han, he immediately recognized his former travel companion. The astonishment and peculiar expression on Wu Yan's face remained vivid in Han Li's mind, especially since Wu Yan's previous attitude towards him had been far from cordial, even bordering on hostile. Han Li found Wu Yan's embarrassment rather amusing, yet he would not deny him treatment due to it. To preserve his reputation, Han Li deliberately increased the dosage of the medicine he prescribed, allowing Wu Yan to recover within a mere 2 days. However, the potency of the medicine caused Wu Yan considerable discomfort during his recovery, serving as a subtle retribution for his past unkindness towards Han Li. This indicated that Han Li was not as magnanimous as he perceived himself to be. He bore grudges after all. Thus, Han Li gradually supplanted Dr. Mo's position in the mountains, even surpassing it. Every day, he would extract a small vial and place it in an open area within the valley, allowing it to cultivate a miraculous green liquid every 7 or 8 days, which he used to nurture rare herbs of great age, meticulously concocting various medicinal preparations. A small portion of these remedies was utilized for those who sought his healing. The majority, however, was consumed by Han Li himself to enhance his vitality and support his cultivation of the eternal spring technique. Han Li shifted slightly in the grand chair, seeking greater comfort. Although it was Dr. Mo's chair, he resided not in Mo's abode but in his own quarters. He had unceremoniously appropriated all the items he deemed useful from Dr. Mo's residence and moved them into his own, given his current standing. Even if someone were to witness his disrespectful actions towards Dr. Mo, they would not dare to reprimand him. After all, in the eyes of others, Han Li's importance had eclipsed that of Dr. Mo. People are, after all, quite pragmatic. In truth, Dr. Mo's residence was much larger than Han Li's, making it a more suitable living arrangement. However, Han Li felt an odd discomfort residing there, as Dr. Mo's demise was closely intertwined with his own actions. It felt unsettling to dwell in the home of one whose life he had inadvertently extinguished. Such thoughts sent a chill down his spine. He found solace and comfort in his own humble abode, which he regarded as a safe haven. Nevertheless, thoughts of Dr. Mo inevitably led Han Li to reflect on the frustrations stemming from his current predicament. During this period, he meticulously examined his own body numerous times, discovering a subtle, chilling presence lurking within his dantian that eluded his understanding. Han Li attempted to employ the Qingling powder and various detoxification methods, but alas, none yielded results. It appeared that a journey a year hence was unavoidable. Chapter 67. Fireball Technique. After a brief moment of inactivity, Han Li suddenly raised his right hand, extending a single finger in a manner that befuddled onlookers. Soon after, a ripple in space occurred just above his outstretched fingertip, giving rise to several sparks. As these sparks manifested, they crackled and, amid the distortion of space, coalesced into a small red fireball the size of a walnut. Though diminutive, an intense heat radiated from the fireball, permeating the entire room. Han Li remained reclined, seemingly asleep with a book covering his face, while the fireball continued to emit the sound of crackling flames, starkly contrasting with his stillness. Time passed, and the fireball retained its remarkable vitality, showing no signs of extinguishing. Yet, Han Li began to exhibit a different reaction. His fingertip trembled slightly at first, but as moments elapsed, his wrist, entire arm, and eventually his whole body began to shake. Suddenly, Han Li sat upright in the chair, oblivious to the book that had slipped from his face to the floor. He fixed his gaze intently on the fireball, his face flushed with exertion. Beads of sweat formed on his exposed skin from his forehead to his neck, as though he had just completed an arduous physical endeavor, his body radiating heat. After a moment, the fireball began to sway violently in response to Han Li's intense trembling, its flames fluctuating between expansion and contraction, unable to maintain stability. Eventually, it shrank and transformed back into sparks, vanishing into the air. As the fireball dissipated, Han Li collapsed back into his chair, utterly fatigued, resembling one who had just engaged in an exceedingly taxing activity. The fireball technique was indeed challenging to master. After nearly half a year of dedicated study, he had yet to fully grasp its essence, merely extending the duration of its manifestation slightly. Han Li gazed at the ceiling and mused to himself. It turned out that the final pages of the Eternal Spring Technique Manual contained several rudimentary spells, clearly intended for novice cultivators. This discovery thrilled Han Li, keeping him awake with excitement for several nights. No wonder he was so elated. Ever since witnessing the various spells demonstrated by Dr. Mo, Han Li had developed a keen interest in these extraordinary and enigmatic powers. Unfortunately, despite possessing formidable mastery of the sixth layer of the Eternal Spring Technique, he felt like a beggar holding a golden bowl, utterly ignorant of any spellcasting techniques, unable to comprehend even the most fundamental principles of magic. Yet now, he had stumbled upon several incantations suitable for a novice like himself, which was a source of immense joy. The final pages detailed 5 spells: Fireball Technique, Spirit Binding Charm, Wind Control Technique, Object Manipulation Technique, and Heaven-Defying Technique. Each incantation was steeped in archaic language, rendering them enigmatic and difficult for Han Li to decipher. This was hardly surprising, as the vocabulary used in these incantations was derived from a form of ancient grammar. Though he had read many books, his understanding of this area was quite superficial, making it difficult for him to grasp the meanings immediately. Faced with this challenge, Han Li, with the same fervor he had applied to learning the Eternal Spring Technique, plunged into a plethora of texts on ancient literature, dedicating countless hours to dissecting the true significance of the incantations. He meticulously pondered over every phrase and word, ensuring complete comprehension without any ambiguity. Even though he had never practiced spellcasting before, he was acutely aware that such potent powers, if mishandled, could be far more perilous than merely losing control of one's vital energy. They could potentially cost him his life. For his own safety, Han Li approached the study with utmost caution, refusing to be careless in the slightest. After 3 months of intensive research, Han Li finally synthesized the theoretical understanding of these incantations, paving the way for him to embark on the practical application of his newfound magical skills. This practical hands-on learning experience delivered quite a blow to Han Li. He initially believed that, given his intelligence in mastering the blink sword technique, learning spells would not pose a significant challenge. However, to his surprise, he found himself utterly inept in this new pursuit. Although he grasped the underlying principles, he struggled to execute them correctly. Either his technique was flawed, or he mispronounced the incantations, or his magical energy was insufficient, rendering him seemingly dull-witted. Han Li felt utterly helpless in this regard. If the issue were merely a lack of magical energy, he could easily remedy it by consuming a few more spiritual herbs. Yet, this was a matter beyond his control. It appeared that his innate talent for spellcasting was not as promising as he had once imagined. A conclusion he reached after much toil. After extensive practice, Han Li finally made minor progress with the fireball technique and the heavenly eye technique. However, he had yet to even scratch the surface of the other three spells, achieving no results whatsoever. In his frustration, he focused his energy on the fireball and heavenly eye techniques, nurturing considerable hope in their potential. The fireball technique, in particular, did not disappoint. Its power far exceeded Han Li's expectations. Despite the small size of the fireball, the terrifying heat it contained rendered it nearly unstoppable, incinerating anything in its path. Even weapons forged from fine steel would melt into molten metal upon contact with the fireball. Witnessing such inhuman power, Han Li experimented by tossing a fireball onto the water's surface, igniting the area as if it were oil, displaying no inclination to be subdued by the water. After comprehending the formidable strength of the fireball technique, Han Li finally understood why Yu Zitong looked down upon mortals with such disdain. Just imagine. A cultivator with even a modicum of spellcasting ability could effortlessly eliminate so-called masters of the martial world with a simple spell like the fireball technique. If a more powerful cultivator were to intervene, they could sweep through the entire realm, becoming invincible. The disparity in strength was so vast. It was no wonder that cultivators like Yu Zitong regarded ordinary people with the disdain one might reserve for ants. As for the heavenly eye technique, after witnessing the fireball technique's remarkable prowess, Han Li held high expectations for it as well. However, upon casting the spell, he realized it merely involved a simple application of magical energy to the eyes. It was, in essence, quite easy to master. Yet, its utility matched its simplicity, serving solely as an auxiliary spell to observe whether a body possessed magical energy and the depth of that energy. Initially, Han Li was enthusiastic, repeatedly casting the heavenly eye technique upon himself, then observing his physical condition through the enhanced vision. He saw a faint white light enveloping him, notably denser near his dantian. This, it seemed, was what they referred to as magical energy. Upon reaching out to touch the white light, he felt nothing, indicating that magical energy, much like true qi, was formless and intangible, observable only through the heavenly eye technique. However, after several uses, Han Li completely lost interest. In the entire Seven Mystics Sect, he was the only one who could be considered a half-cultivator. Whom could he employ the heavenly eye technique on? Surely, he couldn't spend his days gazing at himself in narcissism. Consequently, aside from intensifying his practice of the fireball technique, hoping to adeptly wield it in combat, he redirected his focus to the other spells he had yet to master, beginning the cycle of repetitive practice and experimentation in hopes of achieving further breakthroughs. Reflecting on the arduous nature of cultivating the other spells, Han Li sighed. He noticed that since he embarked on his spellcasting journey, he had been sighing far more often than before. A deep tolling of bells resonated from outside the valley. Han Li furrowed his brow, inexplicably. The number of individuals seeking medical attention had surged recently, most suffering from severe injuries like severed limbs and deep cuts. He could not afford to be negligent. After all, saving lives is akin to extinguishing a raging fire. Grabbing his prepared medical kit, he swiftly exited his dwelling and made his way to the valley entrance. Upon reaching the forest exit, Han Li spotted a finely dressed senior disciple anxiously pacing beneath the grand bell, resembling a restless ant on a hot stove. Upon seeing Han Li, the disciple's face lit up with joy as he hurried over. "Dr. Han, you've come. My master has been poisoned and is on the verge of collapse. Please, could you examine him and see if you can counteract the poison?" As the disciple approached, Han Li recognized him. He was Ma Rong, a favored disciple of Elder Li, the fifth-ranking elder of the sect, with whom Han Li had met on several occasions. Thus he was somewhat familiar. Poisoned. Han Li followed the disciple hastily, feeling a sense of foreboding as he inquired about the details, acutely aware that he himself had yet to resolve his own poison issue. "Yes. My master was engaged in a skirmish with a master from the Wild Wolf gang while descending the mountain and was inadvertently struck by a concealed dart. Initially, he paid it no mind, even managing to kill the assailant. However, upon returning to the mountain, he immediately succumbed to the poison and fell into a coma. Have you sought other doctors? Of course. If it were a mere ordinary poisoning, I wouldn't trouble you, Dr. Han. Those quacks only discerned that my master was afflicted with a rare poison but offered no remedies. Not even a prescription, Marone replied, his face contorted with disdain. Clearly dissatisfied with the other doctors, Han Li maintained a neutral expression, merely responding with a non-committal HM as he continued on the path with Marone. Yet inwardly, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Truthfully, he was not particularly adept at detoxifying poisons. When it came to treating internal or external injuries, he was somewhat confident due to his reliance on several effective remedies. However, the prospect of counteracting a rare and potent poison left him uncertain. Although he possessed a miraculous antidote, the clear spirit powder, the myriad of poisonous substances in the world was staggering. Who could guarantee that it would be effective against this specific poison? Moreover, the other doctors on the mountain were not inept. They surely possessed unique skills for treating common ailments, or they would have long been expelled from the sect, as they cherished their lives and would not keep incompetent practitioners around. The fact that they had not even dared to prescribe a remedy indicated that this poison was indeed formidable, not something to be trifled with. Han Li resolved to adapt as circumstances dictated. Even if he were unable to save the individual, it would not tarnish his reputation. After all, no physician could claim to have a cure for every ailment, and his standing within the sect would not suffer significantly. As Han Li pondered his strategy, Ma Rong nearly dragged him along, sprinting towards Elder Li's residence, tugging at his sleeve in a fervent rush. Observing his frantic demeanor, Han Li realized the deep bond shared between the master and disciple. A wave of melancholy washed over Han Li as he recalled his own relationship with Dr. Mo, which, while labeled as a master-disciple bond, was more akin to rivalry. If only their relationship could mirror the harmony between Ma Rong and his master. Deep down, Han Li still held a measure of respect for Dr. Mo, as his formidable medical skills and longevity techniques were both imparted by the elder. Regrettably, fate can be capricious. It was destined that the two of them could not coexist in this world. They clashed fiercely, resulting in Dr. Mo's untimely demise at the hands of one of his own. While Han Li was lost in contemplation, stirred by the memories of the past, Ma Rong guided him to Elder Li's residence. Chapter 69. Li Feiyu and the young girl. Elder Li's abode was modest, neither ostentatious nor expansive. Merely a conventional dwelling encircled by a 2-meter-high, half-meter-thick earthen wall, forming a simple courtyard. The wall featured a semicircular archway facing the approach, through which many visitors could be seen peering in. Upon entering the courtyard, Han Li discovered that the actual number of individuals present far exceeded what he had initially perceived from the outside. Groups of people gathered in small clusters, quietly discussing Elder Li's condition. Han Li had long been aware that Elder Li was one of the few kind-hearted figures among the upper echelons of the Seven Mystics Sect, rarely showing anger towards junior disciples or peers, and never engaging in the pursuit of power or profit. Consequently, his amiable nature had garnered him widespread admiration within the sect. Now that Elder Li was in distress, those of some standing felt compelled, whether sincerely or otherwise, to pay their respects, resulting in the congregation before him. As Han Li stepped inside, he was immediately recognized by the gathering, and soon, lower-ranking protectors surrounded him, vying for his attention with enthusiastic greetings. Dr. Han. The esteemed Dr. Han has arrived. The chorus of flattery inundated his ears, making it impossible to ignore. Amidst the warm faces, Han Li reciprocated their greetings with a radiant smile, displaying remarkable courtesy. Yet internally, he felt a profound aversion to the superficiality of their exchanges. Thankfully, those of higher status, including several vice hall masters and esteemed elders, maintained a degree of decorum, merely nodding discreetly in his direction without encroaching upon his space. Their restraint garnered Han Li's appreciation, sparing him the need to engage further with the more loquacious individuals. Ma Rong, unable to interject due to his lower status, anxiously observed Han Li's interactions, his hands fidgeting restlessly. Eventually, after Han Li concluded his exchanges, Ma Rong could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, seizing Han Li's arm and pulling him towards the inner chambers. This impulsive act incited mild discontent among those hoping to curry favor with the esteemed doctor. Although Han Li appeared to wear a wry smile, he felt an inner sense of relief. He was grateful to escape the incessant chatter of the crowd. Thus, he was ushered directly into the living room. Inside, the gathering was small, consisting of a few family members, two elders, and Vice Hall Master Ma. To Han Li's astonishment, he spotted Li Feiyu among them. This revelation startled him, as he believed Li Feiyu had no connection to Elder Li. As he pondered this unexpected sight, Han Li observed Li Feiyu standing beside a petite young girl, her face stained with tears, offering her comfort. His demeanor was markedly different from his usual self, revealing a tender vulnerability. Realizing Li Feiyu was enamored, Han Li couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and amusement. He scrutinized the girl, curious about the captivating beauty who had ensnared the usually reckless Li Feiyu. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, adorned with a jade hairpin, dressed in a light green gown that complemented her diminutive stature. Her long, dark hair was styled into two playful braids cascading down her back, enhancing her already sweet visage with a hint of mischief. However, her swollen eyes conveyed a sense of sorrow, evoking an instinctual desire to embrace and console her. Indeed, she is a genuine beauty, Han Li mused inwardly, acknowledging that it was no surprise for Li Feiyu to fall for such a girl. A pang of envy stirred within him, as he wondered when he might encounter a kindred spirit of his own. Perhaps sensing Han Li's interest, Ma Rong hurriedly began to introduce the individuals present. He had already met Hall Master Ma and Elder Qian, so he approached them with familiarity. Greetings, Hall Master Ma and Elder Qian. Ah, the esteemed Dr. Han has arrived. Hall Master Ma greeted warmly, displaying a personable demeanor without any airs of superiority. Why call him Little Dr. Han? Han Li inwardly scoffed at the title. Elder Qian, in stark contrast, merely nodded with a cold demeanor, but Han Li dismissed it, aware that Elder Qian's unique cultivation required him to maintain an emotionally detached disposition. A robust, red-faced elder stood among them, unfamiliar to Han Li. His calloused hands and stout fingers indicated he had trained in a particular martial art. This is Elder Zhao, a close friend of my master. He has been supervising the gathering treasure hall outside the mountain and has only recently returned, Ma Rong explained beside him. Elder Zhao grunted in acknowledgement, his expression skeptical, evidently doubting the skills of the young doctor before him. Given Elder Zhao's apparent disdain, Han Li chose not to engage further, offering a polite greeting before attempting to bypass him. Tomorrow, I shall address the concerns raised by my readers and make the necessary revisions. But I can only update one chapter. I hope for your understanding. I will strive to enhance my writing. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 70. Provocation. Hall Master Ma seemed to sense the underlying tension between the two men. Rather than worry, a hint of delight crept onto his face. Though young, Han Li's medical skills are undoubtedly extraordinary. I believe Elder Li will surely recover. Is that so? At such a tender age, could his skills truly surpass those of Dr. Mo? Elder Zhao, with a fiery temperament, took the bait presented by Hall Master Ma, expressing his skepticism without hesitation. This remark left the nearby family members in a quandary, unable to openly agree, as they relied on the young doctor to save Elder Li. Yet, to refute Elder Zhao seemed inappropriate, given his close ties to Elder Li. Oh, Elder Zhao is unaware that Dr. Han is the prized disciple of Dr. Mo, whose skills have surpassed those of his master. Hall Master Ma, secretly pleased, further fueled the fire. A mere child, even if he learned from the womb, how high could his medical skills be? I remain unconvinced unless I witness it myself. Elder Zhao shook his head vigorously, oblivious to his own folly, having unwittingly offended someone he should not have crossed. It was perplexing how such a brash individual could hold a high position among the elders. Han Li rolled his eyes at the unfolding exchange, thinking, do you really need to validate my skills? He was acutely aware that Master Ma was deliberately luring the other party into speaking. Yet he could not help but feel a tinge of frustration. It was evident that Elder Zhao and Master Ma were not from the same faction, and there was an undercurrent of animosity present. Elder Zhao's mastery of the mixed round technique was nothing short of extraordinary, possessing immeasurable power. Upon noticing the displeasure etched on Han Li's face, Master Ma felt a surge of delight. He abruptly shifted his tone and made a cryptic remark. Humph. There is no comparison to the purity of Master Ma's profound finger. Elder Zhao seemed unfazed by the other's status, retorting without a hint of courtesy. Haha. Elder Zhao has made a miscalculation. Master Ma, clearly a person who hides daggers behind a smile, took no offense at the implied sarcasm, graciously accepting the hollow compliment with a smile. This was not the first time Elder Zhao had encountered such a situation. He felt helpless and was unwilling to continue tangling with such a brazen opponent. Thus he fell silent, though he was somewhat perplexed by the unexpected remark directed at him. It was worth noting that despite being from different factions, it was the first time Master Ma had openly revealed upper-level conflicts in front of so many juniors. Han Li listened to their verbal exchanges, his expression betraying no change as he feigned ignorance. In truth, he understood all too well that Master Ma was once again attempting to sow discord between him and the other high-ranking members. Ever since their initial encounter, Master Ma had made several insinuations, hoping to entice the skilled healer Han Li into his faction to amplify his influence. However, Han Li had no intention of engaging in the power struggles of the Seven Mysterious Sect. It was not that he deliberately sought to maintain an air of superiority, but rather, after interacting with eminent figures like Dr. Mo and Yu Zitong, his perspective had unknowingly broadened significantly. He had long since lost interest in the petty power struggles of such a minor sect. Even if he were to aspire to be a man of stature, he would not be content to remain beneath someone like Master Ma, to be manipulated at will. Although Han Li's strength was considerable, he did not wish to offend Master Ma. Thus, he engaged in a war of attrition, neither acceding to the other's requests nor completely shutting him out, but rather persistently withholding a definitive response. This predicament left Master Ma in a state of vexation, due to Han Li's reluctance to provide an answer, and with his medical skills being indispensable, he could not afford to force the matter, resulting in a prolonged standoff with no clear resolution. Yet, to prevent Han Li from aligning with other factions, Master Ma would seize every opportunity to undermine Han Li's interactions with other high-ranking individuals, attempting to sow discord. Whether these seemingly juvenile tactics were effective, Han Li could not ascertain. However, it was true that no other faction leaders had approached him thus far, which he found to be an unexpected boon. Now, Master Ma was employing the same tactics, and it was likely that he would not leave a favorable impression in Elder Zhao's mind. Observing the tension akin to a cockfight, Ma Rong felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly continued with the introductions. "This is my master's wife, Lady Li," he said, pointing to a middle-aged woman who bore some resemblance to the young girl. This is. The youngest, a girl named Zhang Xiaoer, turned out to be Elder Li's niece, which took Han Li by surprise. When it came to introducing Li Feiyu, the latter deliberately feigned ignorance of Han Li, adopting a cool demeanor that made Ma Rong, who was poised to introduce them, feel somewhat awkward. He quickly leaned in to explain to Han Li. "Elder Li is usually like this. She has this temperament and is not specifically targeting you, Dr. Han. Please don't take it to heart." Han Li smiled slightly, understanding that Li Feiyu wished to keep their relationship under wraps in front of so many witnesses. "It's nothing. I will not engage in petty squabbles like some. Let us focus on Elder Li's condition first. Saving a life is paramount," Han Li remarked, intentionally taking a jab at Li Feiyu. Upon hearing this, Ma Rong felt a weight lift off his shoulders and promptly led everyone into the patient's room. Li Feiyu, hearing this, momentarily twitched her lips, seemingly unfazed. But as everyone turned away, she suddenly made a face at Han Li, then instantly reverted to her previous demeanor as if nothing had transpired. Han Li stifled his amusement, ignoring her antics, and followed Lady Li to Elder Li's bedside. Upon seeing the patient's face, even the usually bold Han Li could not suppress a gasp of shock. It was then he understood why the other doctors had hesitated to prescribe treatment. The once kind and gentle Elder Li now lay in a comatose state. From his face to his neck, and from his hands to his feet, there were toxic spots the size of coins, each vividly colored and alarming to behold. What troubled Han Li further was the bluish tint to his lips and the dark aura shrouding his face, clearly indicating a severe level of poisoning. Saving his life would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 71. Qingling powder. Han Li furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He had just completed the pulse examination and assessed the tongue and pupils, preliminarily concluding that the poison was a complex mixture akin to the entangled incense silk he had encountered before. To effectively eliminate the various toxins, Han Li did not possess the requisite skill. He could only attempt the Qingling powder along with several other unconventional methods. With this thought, Han Li silently berated the other doctors for shirking their responsibilities and leaving him with such a dilemma while feigning deep contemplation. After a moment, Elder Zhao could no longer contain himself and asked, "Can you save Elder Li or not? Speak up, Elder Zhao. You are being overly impatient. Can't you see that Dr. Han is contemplating a solution? Have some patience." Before Han Li could respond, Master Ma interjected, playing the role of the Good Samaritan and ridiculing Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao glared, ready to retort, but Han Li preemptively cleared his throat, interrupting him. His cough elicited a wave of surprised glances from those present. It suddenly dawned on Han Li that it was somewhat comical for someone of his youth to mimic an elderly man's cough. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His objective had been achieved, and he wished to avoid any further disputes between the two. This poison is indeed a complex mixture, and the antidote is quite troublesome. I cannot guarantee a complete resolution, but I can attempt it. However, The process may pose risks that could endanger Elder Li's life. I wonder if you all are willing to proceed. Han Li feigned hesitation as he spoke. For him, it would be preferable if he were not permitted to attempt the antidote, as his confidence was not particularly high. His statement left the family members exchanging glances, none daring to agree to immediate action, but it seemed that the other doctors were even less capable than Han Li. After a lengthy silence, Elder Li's wife, Lady Li, suddenly inquired, "What is your confidence level in saving my husband?" 50%, Han Li replied without hesitation. "Very well, Dr. Han, please proceed with your treatment. If anything were to happen to my husband, I would not hold you responsible. It must be fate," Lady Li declared resolutely, surprising Han Li with her swift decision. "Sister-in-law, shouldn't you consider this further? This young doctor looks a bit uncertain," Elder Zhao exclaimed, growing anxious and eager to dissuade Lady Li from her impulsive decision. After careful contemplation, "I have concluded that if we do not allow Dr. Han to administer the antidote, my husband may not survive the night. It is better to take the risk. There is still a 50% chance of salvation." Li spoke softly, her head bowed in sorrow. Elder Zhao was rendered speechless by her words. Han Li glanced at the others, noticing that none opposed Li's decision, and retrieved a small azure porcelain vial from his medical kit, extracting a crimson pill from within. "Who will fetch a bowl of warm water? Dissolve this medicine in it and administer it to Elder Li," he instructed. "I'll go," a clear, crisp voice responded. Zhang Xiu'er, who had been teary-eyed, stepped outside promptly. Li Feiyu hesitated for a moment before following suit, provoking Han Li's silent scorn for his impulsiveness. Soon after, Zhang Xiu'er returned with a resigned expression, her hands empty. However, Li Feiyu cautiously carried a white porcelain bowl, closely trailing behind her. The sight elicited suppressed amusement among the onlookers, their expressions betraying a sense of anticipation, which caused a faint blush to rise on Zhang Xiu'er's cheeks, rendering her somewhat flustered, exuding the demeanor of a bashful maiden. Nonetheless, this lightened the tense atmosphere in the room, allowing many to relax considerably. Li Feiyu obediently handed the bowl to Li. "Dr. Han, is this bowl of water suitable?" she inquired, seeking Han Li's approval. "Yes," Han Li replied, surveying the white bowl and nodding. He then took it with one hand, dropping the pill into the water, which instantly transformed into a vibrant red hue. "Administer it to Elder Li. Your meticulous nature makes you more suitable for this task." Han Li extended the bowl back to her. Li accepted without hesitation, as each of Han Li's words held the weight of her husband's life, and she could hardly disregard them. "What kind of medicine is this?" Elder Zhao, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, as everyone else in the room shared his eagerness to know. "It is an antidote I concocted myself. I hope it proves effective," Han Li replied nonchalantly. He preferred to keep the name of the Qingling powder discreet, wary of any potential complications it might bring him. After the medicine was ingested, within the span of a meal, the dark aura on Elder Li's face began to fade, and the poisonous spots on his body lightened and shrank. Such evident changes were apparent even to the untrained eye, indicating that the poison was gradually diminishing and things were progressing positively. Witnessing this, the onlookers erupted in joy, their gazes towards Han Li markedly different from before. Only Elder Zhao maintained his pride, snorting in discontent, though his expression had softened considerably. Observing that the poison had started to recede without further action, Han Li felt a twinge of surprise. The Qingling powder proved unexpectedly effective, defying his expectations. Perhaps the poison was not as formidable as he had presumed. Yet, as he witnessed the situation improving, Han Li's mood soured for two reasons. First, he had previously mentioned the risks involved in the detoxification process, but if the poison dissipated so easily, it would seem as if he had misled everyone. Second, if the Qingling powder worked so splendidly on others' ailments, why did it fail to alleviate his own lingering affliction? This thought continued to trouble him. Chapter 72. Extracting the poison. Han Li grumbled internally, yet to maintain his image as a miraculous healer, he donned a calm demeanor, smiling in silence. His composed presence reassured those present, leading them to believe that the efficacy of the pill was within his expectations, thereby deepening their admiration for him. Master Ma laughed joyfully, a hint of smugness in his smile, as if Han Li were already his subordinate. Perhaps he believed himself the most likely candidate to gain Han Li's allegiance, hence his exuberance. However, the situation soon shifted. "Oh no," Zhang Xiu'er exclaimed. "Uncle's dark aura seems to be returning." Her words startled everyone, prompting several anxious individuals to crowd closer for a better look, Elder Zhao among them. Han Li, upon hearing this, felt a slight jolt but refrained from joining the throng. Yet, Li, being perceptive and attentive, quickly instructed the younger ones to step back, allowing Dr. Han to assess the situation. Once a space cleared before the bed, Han Li approached calmly, examining Elder Li closely. After about half a stick of incense's time, he deduced that this was not a resurgence of dark energy, but merely residual poison that had not been entirely eradicated, lingering faintly on his face. After reaching this conclusion, Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiu'er. Finding her reaction somewhat excessive, Zhang Xiu'er's startled demeanor did not go unnoticed by Li Feiyu, who shot a glare at Han Li. Clearly displeased that Han Li had offended his beloved, Han Li remained indifferent, recognizing that Li Feiyu, blinded by infatuation, had become rather simple-minded. He chose not to engage further with this love-struck fool and returned his focus to Elder Li's condition. Aside from the lingering dark aura on Elder Li's face, the poisonous spots had stabilized at the size of soybeans, ceasing to diminish further. The residual toxicity rendered him still unconscious. Realizing that he would need to employ the subsequent measures he had prepared, Han Li felt relieved, no longer burdened by the need to justify his prior statements, which would now serve to showcase his foresight. Fetch a basin filled with clean water, Han Li commanded authoritatively. This time, it was not Zhang Xiu'er who took on this task. Master Ma, quick to respond, dashed out. Han Li turned to Elder Qian and Master Ma earnestly, stating, I need both of your assistance. Employ your inner strength to push the residual poison in Elder Li to specific acupoints, after which I will use golden needles to draw out the toxic blood. Are you both capable of this? Master Ma's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet he acquiesced. Elder Qian nodded coolly, accepting without hesitation. Why must you seek their help? Am I not capable? Elder Zhao interjected, feeling slighted by Han Li's implication. Han Li sighed inwardly, recognizing that he needed to clarify matters for this stubborn individual. Elder Zhao, your training in the mixed circle palm primarily relies on external techniques. In terms of the purity of inner strength, I believe Master Ma and Elder Qian are more suitable, Han Li explained gently. This left Elder Zhao at a loss for words, caught off guard by Han Li's subtle rebuke. Ignoring his disgruntlement, Han Li addressed the others in the room with an authoritative tone. Everyone else, please step outside. The method for detoxifying Elder Li should not be witnessed by all, and the process requires absolute tranquility, free from disturbances. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, but Li was the first to understand. She respectfully bowed deeply and said, I must take my leave, before gracefully exiting the room. With Li taking the lead, the others, whether willing or reluctant, had no choice but to return to the living room one by one. Once Ma Rong brought in a basin of clear water, Han Li promptly dismissed him, then firmly closed the door, leaving the crowd outside exchanging glances. Time passed slowly, a quarter of an hour at a time, and it was unclear how long had gone by. The bedroom door remained shut, and not a sound could be heard from within. This unusual silence filled the waiting crowd with restlessness, a shadow creeping into their hearts. Even Li, who had initially maintained a composed demeanor, began to exhibit signs of unease. Let alone the fiery Elder Zhao, who had already paced the living room countless times. Just as the people in the living room were about to lose all patience, the bedroom door creaked open. Instinctively, all eyes turned towards the door, the atmosphere instantly tense and heavy. Han Li emerged from within, displaying a weary expression. Upon seeing the serious faces of the crowd, he smiled faintly, assuring them, it is all well. The residual poison has been completely expelled. Elder Li will rest for one more night and awaken on his own tomorrow. Han Li spoke with such confidence that even he had not anticipated the process of eradicating the poison to proceed so smoothly without any setbacks. Hearing these words, Li and the others beamed with joy, their earlier gloom dispelled. A few impatient souls were eager to rush inside, but Han Li raised a hand to stop them. Elder Li is currently very weak, and it is best to avoid a crowd. It would be preferable for only Madam to enter. Han Li advised Li seriously. Upon hearing this good news, Li had no objections and quickly nodded in agreement, hastily entering the bedroom alone. Chapter 73. The thoughts of Li Feiyu. As soon as Li entered the room, she was met with a pungent odor. She saw Ma and Elder Qian seated cross-legged on either side of the bed, eyes closed and meditating. In the space between them lay a basin of pitch-black blood, the source of the foul smell. Their faces appeared somewhat pale, evidently having exhausted considerable energy, just as Han Li had described. Gratitude welled up in Li's heart for the two of them. Although she was not skilled in martial arts, she understood the importance of not disturbing them at this moment. She tiptoed to the bedside and gazed at Elder Li, who was sweetly asleep. The anguish that had previously marred his brow had vanished without a trace. Though his complexion still bore a hint of pallor, the dark aura had dissipated entirely, and the toxic marks on his body had faded to mere water-like imprints, almost unnoticeable. It seemed the poison had indeed been completely eradicated, causing Li to shed tears of joy. After a while, she wiped her tear-streaked cheeks, recalling that she should return to express her profound gratitude to Han Li. She gently exited the bedroom, only to be immediately surrounded by the others outside, bombarded with questions. Yet Han Li was nowhere to be found among them. Surprised, she inquired about Ma Rong and the others. After hearing their responses, Li learned that Han Li had left after providing a prescription for recuperation, departing without delay. After a moment of silence, Li resolved that once elderly recovered, she and her husband would certainly visit to express their heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving assistance. Unbeknownst to her, in addition to the esteemed Han physician, there was one other absence in the room, Li Feiyu, who had been inseparable from Zhang Xiao'er. Nearby, under a lush tree along a secluded path, Han Li lay on the grass, his head resting on his hands, idly inspecting a green leaf on a branch. Just as he reached nearly 1,000, a shadow swooped down from the sky, pouncing upon him with the ferocity of an eagle seizing its prey, as though harboring a deep-seated grudge. Hey, stop fooling around. Why does every encounter seem to end in a scuffle? I'm not that Zhang Xiao'er, Han Li exclaimed. At his words, the shadow deftly twisted midair and gracefully landed beside him. It was none other than the following Li Feiyu. With your dark appearance, how could you possibly compare to Miss Zhang? That would simply be an affront to her, Li Feiyu retorted sharply. Upon hearing this, she lightly tapped the tip of her right foot against Han Li's rear as a form of reprimand. Han Li rolled his eyes in response, then sprang up with a sudden movement. It seems our esteemed senior brother Li is indeed prioritizing beauty over friendship. I truly regret my choice of companions. Cut the nonsense. Why did you summon me? I had finally found a chance to get closer to Miss Zhang, and now it's all gone to waste. Unless you provide a reasonable explanation, you won't escape unscathed. Li Feiyu expressed her frustration regarding Han Li's inexplicable invitation. Did I actually invite you out? I was unaware. Did I explicitly state it? Han Li feigned surprise, acting exaggeratedly. Your gestures when you left were evident to anyone with eyes. Stop beating around the bush. If there's nothing urgent, I really must return. Li Feiyu turned to leave, her demeanor making it difficult for Han Li to discern her sincerity. Han Li decided against continuing to tease her. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he said earnestly to Li Feiyu, "Don't blame me for prying. As a friend, I must ask, does Zhang Xiao'er know that you have consumed the marrow-extracting pill, leaving you with but a few years of life?" Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's face turned ashen, devoid of color, and she remained silent for a long moment. Han Li sighed inwardly, realizing no further inquiry was necessary. Her expression conveyed everything. Why did you have to awaken me to this reality? Li Feiyu's demeanor was one of sorrow, and after a while, she spoke with anguish. Han Li offered no response to her inquiry, but gently patted her shoulder in comfort. You must have heard that the more you invest in emotions, the greater your pain will be. Han Li finally imparted a nugget of wisdom when her emotions had somewhat stabilized, leaving Li Feiyu momentarily stunned. I pulled you out before you became too deeply entangled to spare you some future suffering. Han Li added slowly. Li Feiyu stared at Han Li, her expression a mix of curiosity and confusion. What? Is there a problem? Han Li felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly assessed himself. How old are you? Why do you speak as if you possess the wisdom of a seasoned romantic? Have you already experienced the throes of love? Li Feiyu suddenly inquired. Of course not. These words are merely gleaned from books I've read. I found them quite insightful, so I thought to share them with you. Oh, so that's it. I was wondering how, with my dashing and elegant demeanor, I could possibly fall behind you in this regard. I see now that you're merely a theoretical dreamer. Li Feiyu exhaled deeply, repeatedly patting her chest as if recovering from a fright. Han Li was left speechless. Her recovery seemed excessively swift. Just moments ago, she was in despair, yet in the blink of an eye, she was back to her playful self, a truly emotional being. However, Han Li remained persistent, pressing for clarity as he inquired, have you truly decided to give up on Miss Zhang Xiao'er? Are you truly indifferent to seeing her in another's embrace? Li Feiyu's initially playful demeanor shifted to one of chilling severity. His voice, laced with menace, echoed, whoever dares to lay a hand on Miss Zhang shall find their fingers severed. Once I am gone, I shall not concern myself with what follows. But while I draw breath, she belongs solely to me. His words seemed to freeze the air around them. Chapter 74. The wind control technique. Han Li regarded the suddenly domineering countenance of Li Feiyu, left speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Abruptly, Li Feiyu's imposing aura receded, reverting to his earlier jovial self. He winked at Han Li and exclaimed, how was that? My previous display was quite impressive, wasn't he it? A true hero in spirit, inspiring you to pledge your loyalty. Han Li could only manage a wry smile at this. He had felt momentarily moved by Li Feiyu's earlier statements. Yet the latter's words swiftly returned him to reality. Han Li glared at him for a moment before gritting his teeth and retorting, "A hero? You resemble more of a bear." Li Feiyu laughed heartily, clearly delighted by his ability to momentarily subdue Han Li. However, Han Li gradually regained his composure and interjected amidst the laughter, "I have already warned you before. You are well aware of your situation. Hence, I shall ask you once more. If you were to disperse your power, I could extend your life by many years, allowing you to spend more time with Miss Zhang. Would you reconsider?" The laughter abruptly ceased, and Li Feiyu's expression darkened as he fixed Han Li with a penetrating gaze, choosing silence. Yet Han Li maintained his calm demeanor, returning the look with clear, unwavering eyes. After what felt like an eternity, Li Feiyu finally withdrew the intensity in his gaze, his expression softening slightly. "You know I will never consider relinquishing my power. I appreciate your concern, but please do not bring it up again, all right?" He forced a smile, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. "Moreover, do you believe that if I were to become a feeble, powerless man, Miss Zhang would still hold me in regard?" There was a trace of self-deprecation in his words. Han Li fell silent, turning his gaze toward the path from which Li Feiyu had approached, quietly observing for a moment before solemnly stating, "Since you have made your decision, I shall no longer press you. You may return now. I sincerely hope you and Miss Zhang achieve happiness together." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Li Feiyu's face instantly lit up with joy, and he clapped Han Li on the shoulder several times. "Good brother, those words are music to my ears, truly the happiest I have heard today. I will take my leave now." With that, he leapt away, vanishing into the distance. Ouch! Han Li suddenly clutched his shoulder. Li Feiyu's playful slaps had been laced with internal energy, leaving his shoulders swollen and painful, resembling a small red bond. This was indeed quite a trial. That rascal. In retaliation for my exposing his vulnerabilities, he resorted to such methods. Han Li thought, grimacing as he hurriedly retrieved healing ointment from his robe, removing his clothing to apply it to his shoulder. Cough. What a misfortune for my moment of kindness to result in this. Clearly, I am not suited for good deeds. Perhaps I should return to my studies of magic. He mused, feeling somewhat begrudging. As time passed, Han Li turned 18. During this period, the Seven Mystics Sect, pressured by the relentless encroachment of the Wolf Gang, finally declared war. Consequently, numerous conflicts erupted along the borders of these two forces, claiming the lives of many companions who had ventured into the mountains with Han Li, leaving him deeply contemplative. The great bell outside the valley rang more frequently due to the increasing number of injuries, allowing Han Li to hone a plethora of advanced healing techniques, significantly enhancing his medical skills. However, despite his adeptness, many mid to high-ranking members still fell, either perishing on the battlefield or succumbing to their injuries before Han Li could offer assistance. As a result, numerous young talents emerged, ascending to the positions vacated by the fallen. Among them were the renowned figures of the Wolf Gang's 5 fiends, 3 eagles, and 2 leopards, as well as the Seven Mystics Sect's 7 heroes, with Li Feiyu being one of the illustrious duo. He had earned the rank of vice leader of the Outer Blade Hall after personally slaying an enemy commander, establishing himself as a figure of considerable power, and his relationship with Zhang Xiao'er was rapidly progressing towards marriage. Upon learning of this, Han Li could only sigh softly, uncertain if Li Feiyu's choices were right or wrong. He was not Li Feiyu and had not experienced the events firsthand. Thus, he could not discern the nuances of right and wrong. However, if it were him, watching his beloved with another, he questioned whether he could bear it, yet the thought of marrying her knowing he was to die soon seemed an even greater challenge. Therefore, Han Li chose to remain silent, recognizing the nuances in human relationships. As Li Feiyu was his friend, he felt justified in leaning slightly in his favor. Additionally, an equally significant event had recently captured most of Han Li's attention, leaving him little mental space to dwell on other matters. After countless failures, he finally mastered the wind control technique. Similar to the Eye of Heaven technique, it was also an auxiliary spell, usable solely on oneself and not on others. However, its practical applications far surpassed those of the Eye of Heaven. Once Han Li employed the wind control technique, he felt as light as a swallow, able to leap several zhang with ease, and the exhilarating sensation of sprinting effortlessly across the ground was addictive, compelling him to race through the valley 5 or 6 times daily. It indulged his desire for the prowess of a light-footed master. Of course, the acceleration effects differed significantly from the smoke step technique, which emphasized exploiting every opportunity to achieve the impossible through intense exertion over short distances, making it most effective in confined spaces. In contrast, the wind control technique required only minimal magical energy, placing no physical burden on the practitioner, allowing for unrestrained speed without fatigue. Furthermore, the acceleration persisted until the magical energy was depleted or the spell was terminated, making it a staple for lower-tier practitioners on long journeys. Chapter 75. The integration of magic and martial arts since mastering the wind control technique. Han Li's interest in the other two spells, Spirit Binding Talisman and Object Control, has intensified. He devoted considerable time and effort to them, hoping to achieve sudden enlightenment akin to that experienced with the wind control technique. However, after numerous attempts, Han Li unexpectedly discovered that his inability to cast these two spells might not stem from his own limitations, but rather from the absence of suitable external conditions for their execution. According to the book, the Spirit Conjuring Talisman is a type of incantation that necessitates the use of pre-prepared talismans. Consequently, Han Li had always employed yellow paper purchased from a nearby town, meticulously replicating the talisman designs with a brush. Although the text did not specify the type of pigment required for the talisman, he recalled the silver symbols on the talismans crafted by Dr. Mo and instinctively chose luxurious silver powder as his medium. Han Li was uncertain of the efficacy of this pigment, yet at least aesthetically, his homemade talismans bore a striking resemblance to the examples within the tome. Unfortunately, mere appearance proved insufficient. When Han Li recited the incantation to activate these talismans, the symbols did not emit the dazzling silver light observed during Dr. Mo's usage, nor did any other extraordinary phenomena occur, leading to a complete failure of his attempt and placing him in a perplexing predicament. He was left wondering whether his failure stemmed from an error in the incantation or hand gestures, or if it was due to the inadequacy of the talismans themselves. However, after this research, his understanding evolved. Through extensive inquiry into various relevant materials and texts regarding spells, Han Li ultimately discerned that the talismans utilized by cultivators were not mere ordinary paper and pigments, but rather crafted from specific materials unique to practitioners, possibly requiring a special method of creation. Thus, even if his incantation and gestures were flawless, success in casting these spells remained elusive. The same reasoning applied to the object manipulation technique. Han Li had previously believed that any object could serve as a target for this spell, utilizing commonplace items like furniture or swords, which, unsurprisingly, yielded no results. However, the reminder regarding talisman paper enlightened him. It became evident that the objects manipulated by this technique were not ordinary items, but rather specific artifacts employed by cultivators. Consequently, Han Li experimented with the peculiar items he had obtained from Dr. Mo, including the soul-calling bell and the 7 silver blades used in the 7 ghosts' soul-devouring art. Regrettably, none of these attempts proved successful, leaving Han Li profoundly disappointed. It appeared that the objects suitable for this technique were of an entirely different nature. Recognizing the fundamental source of his predicament, understanding that without the appropriate items he could not successfully cast the Spirit Conjuring Talisman or the object manipulation technique, Han Li shifted his focus away from these spells. Instead, he contemplated the fusion of martial arts secrets with various spells, intending to rapidly enhance his own capabilities and elevate himself to new heights in a short span of time. With this whimsical notion in mind, Han Li embarked on a rigorous journey of self-discipline, soon achieving minor breakthroughs. After numerous trials, he successfully merged the cloud step and wind control techniques. The fusion involved first performing the wind control technique, followed by utilizing the cloud step, necessitating precise coordination between the two. This required considerable effort and attention from Han Li to avoid errors. Nevertheless, this integration gradually refined the shortcomings of the wind control technique, which was previously inept at agile maneuvers, and mitigated the physical toll of the cloud step. Now, his movements were as swift and elusive as lightning, rendering him nearly invisible during transitions. Shortly thereafter, Han Li made an innovative modification to the fireball technique. Traditionally, upon conjuring a small fireball, the practitioner would propel it towards a target using their own magical energy to vanquish foes. Han Li, however, found this method lacking. He believed the speed of the fireball, reliant on magical energy, was too slow, easily evaded by any adept practitioner, thus limiting its effectiveness in combat. Therefore, he opted to only partially execute the fireball technique. Upon its manifestation, he refrained from launching it, instead wielding it as a formidable weapon, harnessing its destructive potential directly in his grasp. With his enhanced agility and the high-temperature fireball at his disposal, Han Li felt confident in his ability to easily eliminate any formidable opponent. With these newfound capabilities, Han Li finally exhaled in relief, no longer troubled by his previous inadequacies, and felt emboldened to venture into the realm of detoxification in Lanzhou. At this juncture, Han Li's long spring technique had quietly ascended to the 8th tier, bolstering his magical prowess significantly. In terms of magical depth, Han Li had now surpassed Yu Zitong, whose physical form had once existed. However, regarding the breadth of spell mastery and practical combat skills, he still fell short of Yu Zitong's level. After all, Yu Zitong had the advantage of guidance from elders during family training and peers for sparring, far surpassing Han Li's solitary efforts. Unaware of these dynamics, or indifferent to them even if he were, Han Li did not possess the hubris to believe that a mere grasp of rudimentary spells could position him against true cultivators. His adversaries remained primarily mundane martial artists. Therefore, Han Li felt quite optimistic, and as he was preparing to seek an excuse to depart from the Seven Mysterious Sect, the Wolf Pack suddenly proposed negotiations with the Seven Mysterious Sect. This announcement sent a wave of astonishment through the ranks of the Seven Mysterious Sect. Recently, the Wolf Pack had held the upper hand in conflicts, consistently pressing the Seven Mysterious Sect. Thus, why would they suddenly seek negotiations? Suspicion arose regarding potential deceptions. In the ensuing tumult, voices both for and against the negotiations echoed throughout the Seven Mysterious Sect, with various high-ranking members holding differing opinions, among whom Li Feiyu was a staunch opponent. Due to the equal strength of both factions' arguments, an impasse was reached, ultimately leading sect leader Wang to decisively conclude that they would engage in negotiations first. If terms were acceptable, they would reach an amicable agreement. Otherwise, they would continue the struggle. Although this compromise might not satisfy both parties, it was the only reasonable course of action available. Chapter 76. Negotiations and the outbreak of fire. Following several rounds of discussions between the Seven Mysterious Sect and the Wolf Pack, a location known as Sandfall Slope was mutually recognized as the site for negotiations. As for the negotiating participants, the Wolf Pack firmly insisted that a leader from both sides must be present to demonstrate mutual sincerity. Otherwise, the meeting would be deemed unnecessary. This demand did not incite unrest within the Seven Mysterious Sect, as it was a standard negotiation requirement. Naturally, the true leader would not expose themselves to danger. The Seven Mysterious Sect would likely send a deputy leader, while the Wolf Pack would dispatch a corresponding deputy to maintain appearances, thus making this condition acceptable. Consequently, both parties agreed upon a specific date for the negotiations, each dispatching a contingent of over 100 individuals to partake in this meeting. To mitigate any potential ambush from the adversary during the talks, the Seven Mysterious Sect undertook meticulous preparations regarding the personnel involved in the negotiations and their backup. Not only was the negotiating team led by Deputy Sect Leader Wu, the second strongest in their ranks, but the nearly 100 members consisted of the sect's elite, primarily comprising protectors and core personnel, along with several elders and high-ranking officials, forming an impressive assembly. A team composed of numerous skilled individuals. Even if the entire elite of the Wild Wolf Gang were to emerge in full force, would likely find it impossible to hinder their progress. The Seven Shin Sect was brimming with confidence regarding this matter. In such circumstances, should any unforeseen events occur, the negotiators could rely on their formidable martial prowess to swiftly break through the encirclement and return to their territory, where several elite disciples from the Bloodblade Hall would be responsible for their safe retreat. Li Feiyu also volunteered to join the ranks, for he, with a life that was drawing to a close, yearned to venture into the most perilous places. Thus, the team, nearly half composed of the Seven Shin Sect's top experts, set off from the mountain as the day of negotiation approached. Their journey would take at least half a month, marking a truly lengthy passage of time. Han Li, however, remained indifferent. To him, whether the negotiations succeeded or failed was of no consequence. He was on the verge of departing this place to explore the outer world, and the rise or fall of the Seven Shin Sect held little significance for him. As long as he was not personally involved, he was disinclined to concern himself with such matters. Therefore, in the days following the departure of the negotiation team, he continued to leisurely cultivate the medicinal herbs he required and began collecting seeds of rare plants for future use. Han Li had resolved that once the negotiation team returned to the mountain, he would formally bid farewell to the sect leaders. Should the higher-ups prove obstinate and refuse to grant him permission, he would not hesitate to reveal a glimpse of his true strength, ensuring they would abandon any hopes of retaining him. In truth, leaving discreetly would have been the simplest course of action. However, Han Li was apprehensive that they might seek to trouble his family if they were unable to locate him. So he deemed it necessary to openly inform the higher-ups of his departure and demonstrate a bit of his prowess to dissuade them. As for the pretext for his departure, he had already devised a suitable excuse. He wished to visit Dr. Mo, his mentor. Whether they believed him or not was of little concern to Han Li. With absolute strength as his backing, He had no fear of their ulterior motives. Whenever he contemplated this, a faint, cold smile would play at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, if he desired to take the lives of the sect leaders, it would be as effortless as a mere flick of his hand. Of course, he merely entertained such thoughts and had no intention of acting upon them. Yet, Hanli could never have anticipated that on the fourth night after the negotiation team had departed, a ragged figure, covered in dust and with disheveled hair, would suddenly burst into his abode. With bloodshot eyes and cracked lips, this individual rasped a chilling message. The negotiation team has perished. Master Wu is dead. Along with the protector and the elders, nearly all have met their end. Taken aback by these words, Hanli was about to inquire further when, suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded from somewhere on the mountain. A series of muffled clanging noises followed, accompanied by a cacophony of battle cries echoing through the peaks. The sounds of clashing weapons reverberated, as if in an instant, the entire Aishi mountain had transformed into a vast battleground. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer heed the words of the individual before him. In a flash, he exited his dwelling and surveyed his surroundings. Spotting the highest building, he leapt atop its roof and gazed outward into the valley. His countenance grew grim, revealing his unease. For not far ahead, flames surged skyward, shadows of figures flickered, and the air was thick with the sounds of slaughter, alarm bells, and anguished shouts. Hearing a rush of wind behind him, he turned without hesitation to ask, Li Feiyu, is it the Wild Wolf Gang? Indeed. Who would have thought they had plotted so meticulously? They nearly annihilated our negotiation team and immediately pursued us survivors to the mountain. The messenger, none other than Li Feiyu, replied, his voice laced with anger and bitterness. But how did they breach the outer sentries? We had clearly instructed the guards to heighten their vigilance upon our return to the mountain, Li Feiyu muttered, puzzled. There is nothing strange about it. The Wild Wolf Gang must have long orchestrated this large-scale assault. Infiltrating a few peripheral spies would be child's play, with these traitors guiding them. It is not surprising they silently overran the watchtowers, Hanli replied nonchalantly. However, it is impossible for the Wild Wolf Gang to easily take all the branch halls. I surmise they intend to encircle each mountain peak without direct assault, concentrating their elite forces to focus on attacking the main hall at Sunset Peak. If they can capture or eliminate the key figures of our sect, the remaining branch halls will surely crumble, he continued. What shall we do now? Should we head to Sunset Peak? Li Feiyu pressed anxiously. Hanli fell silent for a moment, then turned to Li Feiyu with a solemn tone. You have yet to explain how so many experts in the negotiation team could have been entirely wiped out. Logically, the Wild Wolf Gang should not possess such overwhelming strength. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's facial muscles twitched slightly. He instinctively licked his cracked lips, revealing a bitter smile as he explained. They deployed a large number of repeating crossbows, all of which were enhanced military-grade weapons. Military-grade repeating crossbows? Hanli echoed. Indeed, just 2 days after we left the mountain, while traversing a grassy expanse, we were still within our territory and thus had let our guard down. At that moment, countless members of the Wild Wolf Gang emerged from the ground, each armed with a crossbow, and a hail of bolts rained down upon us. The density of their fire was such that nearly all our less skilled disciples fell victim to the onslaught. Only a handful of the exceptionally skilled or fortunate managed to evade the attack, yet even they were left severely wounded. I was among the lucky few. Otherwise, I would not have returned. Li Feiyu's voice trembled as he recounted the harrowing experience, his gaze betraying a flicker of fear. It was evident that the terrifying sight of the crossbow barrage had left a profound impact on him. After the arrows were spent, their opponents surged forth, and the remaining members were thrust into a fierce battle. To increase their chances of survival, they scattered and attempted to break through individually. By sheer luck, I was deemed of little consequence to the enemy and thus faced less pursuit, allowing me to escape. However, when I hurried back, I discovered that the various outposts where we should have stationed ourselves along the way had been overtaken by the Wild Wolf Gang, lying in wait for us stragglers. After falling into their traps a couple of times, I no longer dared to seek assistance. Desperate to learn the fate of others, I resolved to ambush a blue-clad enforcer from the Wild Wolf Gang. From him, I learned that Master Wu and several elders had perished in battle against the numerous adversaries. Only a few, like me, who were not deemed significant targets but possessed decent skills managed to escape. Upon receiving this news, I dared not linger any longer and hurriedly made my way back to the mountain. On the way, I fortuitously encountered 2 other survivors, and together we fled for a day and night before finally returning to the mountain. Once back, the 2 survivors proceeded to Sunset Peak to inform Master Wang of the total annihilation of the negotiation team. I concocted an excuse for healing and stealthily sought your counsel regarding our response strategy. It must be noted that Master Wu and so many others perished in the ambush, while only a handful of us, neither of high nor low standing, managed to escape, in a bid to evade responsibility. Who can say whether those above might unleash their wrath upon us, casting us as scapegoats? Now, as luck would have it, before I could even explain this matter to you, the members of the wolf pack have already come charging in. What do you suggest we do now? Li Feiyu expressed a torrent of thoughts, his countenance shifting to one of helplessness. After listening, Han Li frowned and tilted his head in contemplation. The cacophony of battle cries grew fiercer from the mountains, interspersed with the chilling cries of the dying, sending shivers down one's spine. Do you still have subordinates on the mountain? Han Li's voice turned somber. Yes, I have over 20 subordinates, stationed in several houses near Elder Li's residence. I had originally planned to bring them down the mountain after negotiations, Li Feiyu replied. Very well, let us first proceed to Elder Li's abode, gather these individuals, and also meet with Ms. Zhang Xiu'er and Elder Li. As for our next steps, we shall deliberate once we ascertain the specific situation, Han Li stated calmly, exuding a sense of rationality. All right, I shall heed your advice. Given the chaos outside, I am genuinely worried for Xiu'er's safety, Li Feiyu admitted, anxiety creeping into his tone. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Li Feiyu, bemused by his conflicting emotions. On one hand, he was exceedingly concerned for Zhang Xiu'er. On the other, he was acutely aware of his own impending demise, yet still insisted on marrying her, effectively ensuring she would be left in mourning. Truly, he was a contradictory character. Han Li silently judged his friend. Han Li leapt gently from the rooftop, followed closely by Li Feiyu. I'll gather my belongings, and we shall depart at once. Please be quick. I am genuinely anxious about Xiu'er's safety, Li Feiyu urged. At this, Han Li could only remain speechless. The way Li Feiyu incessantly referred to Xiu'er was somewhat grating, evoking both disdain and jealousy in Han Li. Choosing to ignore his friend's sudden infatuation, Han Li busied himself inside the house, swiftly packing essential items. Chapter 78. Carnage in the Forest, are you ready? As soon as Han Li emerged from the house, Li Feiyu impatiently pressed him. Han Li shot Li Feiyu a scornful glance before approaching a smaller house. Standing before the tightly shut door, he coldly called out, Chu Han, come forth. We shall require your services tonight. No sooner had Han Li finished speaking than the wooden door burst open with a resounding crash, as if made of paper, and a colossal figure emerged from within the splintered wood. Li Feiyu's eyes widened as he beheld the imposing figure, cloaked in shadows, exuding an aura of dread. The giant silently positioned himself behind Han Li. Let us proceed, Han Li said with a smile, this time urging the dazed Li Feiyu. Oh, Li Feiyu finally regained his senses. He cast an odd glance at Han Li and then at the giant before sealing his lips and leading the way out of the valley. Han Li observed Li Feiyu's retreating figure, smiling faintly, and quickened his pace to catch up. The giant Chu Han followed closely behind, never straying from Han Li's side. Han Li felt great satisfaction in their mutual respect for one another's privacy, which had fostered their strong bond of friendship. The group moved swiftly, soon arriving near the valley's entrance. Just as Li Feiyu prepared to step into the woods, Han Li suddenly extended his right hand, gripping his shoulder to halt his advance. What is it? Li Feiyu inquired, perplexed and slightly irked, for he was burning with impatience. Someone is approaching, and not just one, Han Li replied coolly. Li Feiyu was taken aback and strained to listen, but after a considerable time, he heard nothing. He shot a questioning glance at Han Li, who remained composed, offering no further explanation. As Li Feiyu was about to speak, Han Li abruptly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Li Feiyu frowned, reluctant but instinctively obeying Han Li's gesture, refraining from speaking further. Before long, Li Feiyu's expression turned grave as he turned to Han Li, astonished. He had finally heard the unmistakable sound of numerous footsteps approaching from the valley's exterior. Sun Gfa. There's a large bell at the forest's edge and a small path. This must be the Divine Hand Valley mentioned by the deputy commander. A robust voice echoed from the opposite side of the woods. Indeed, judging by the map and this bell, it must be the right location. Remember, the commander has issued a strict order. Only the divine physician within the valley is to be captured alive. No harm is to come to him, or else we shall face the consequences according to the guild's rules. Understood? Another voice, sharp and commanding, ordered. Yes, yes. A chorus of affirmations followed, revealing that there were at least a dozen individuals, each with robust voices, suggesting they possessed considerable martial prowess. Aside from one figure in blue, the rest were elite members of the wolf pack. The blue-robed enforcers serve as protectors of our sect, while the elite members are akin to our inner disciples. Li Feiyu whispered, leaning closer to Han Li to explain. Understanding Li Feiyu's intention to inform him of their adversaries' identities, Han Li chuckled softly, not appearing overly concerned. However, Li Feiyu grew anxious. With my current strength, I could contend with that blue-robed enforcer alone, but against the others, I would surely be outmatched. I know you are clever. Please devise a plan quickly, or it may be too late. Li Feiyu spoke hurriedly, for the enemies were now entering the thicket, drawing nearer to their position. Perhaps we should hide and evade the enemy's advance. Li Feiyu proposed a seemingly sensible idea, but regrettably, Han Li had no intention of following it. Chu Han. Aside from capturing the blue-robed individual alive, eliminate all others in the woods. Han Li suddenly commanded the giant with an icy demeanor. What? Li Feiyu exclaimed, taken aback. Before he could fully process Han Li's order, the giant behind him transformed into a whirlwind, rushing into the woods, and soon. The air was filled with the anguished cries and shouts of the wolf pack members. Ah, who's there? This is bad. We are being ambushed. What manner of beast is this? Run. Ah. The forest echoed with screams and desperate cries, which quickly began to dwindle until, not long after, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Li Feiyu stared at the woods in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Chapter 79. Interrogation. The giant strode forth from the woods, effortlessly clutching a bewildered man in blue, akin to a child in his grasp. His figure was splattered with blood, the crimson droplets contrasting vividly against his green robe, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Li Feiyu inhaled sharply, taken aback. The giant approached the two, casually tossing the blue-clad man to the ground. And a pungent wave of blood enveloped Li Feiyu. His complexion paled, instinctively retreating a half-step, adopting a defensive stance. The giant, however, paid no heed to his subtle movements, stepping back to stand behind Han Li, remaining silent and still, as if he had never left that spot. Li Feiyu exhaled deeply, relaxing his stance. He glanced at the man in blue on the ground, then at the composed Han Li, and suddenly chuckled. How is it that you remain so calm? It appears you have a formidable ally by your side. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I've been anxious for no reason. Though his words were light-hearted, his mind was abuzz with speculation about the connection between Han Li and the giant. Han Li, discerning his thoughts, chose not to clarify, wearing a half-smile as he leisurely remarked, this blue-clad enforcer likely possesses considerable intelligence. Who among us should conduct the interrogation? I believe you, esteemed Li, would excel far beyond me. Let us delegate this task to you. Li Feiyu, slightly perturbed by Han Li's evasion of introducing the giant, nevertheless found himself intrigued by the prospect of interrogating the enforcer. Thus, he acquiesced. He swiftly lifted the unconscious blue-clad man and vanished into the woods to commence his interrogation, while Han Li settled down on the grassy ground, leisurely observing. Before long, Li Feiyu emerged from the thicket, his expression grim. Why are you back so soon? Did you glean any useful information? Han Li inquired without raising an eyebrow at him. Humph. He is a coward, fearing for his life. I barely laid a hand on him, and he spilled everything. There are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? Li Feiyu replied, visibly frustrated. Let us begin with the good news. Perhaps it will lift my spirits, Han Li said nonchalantly. The good news is that you accurately predicted the Wild Wolf Gang's strategy. They have indeed confined their attacks to other peaks without launching an offensive, concentrating their main forces at Sunset Peak, where they are relentlessly assaulting and have reportedly captured several checkpoints. Li Feiyu delivered this information with a dispassionate tone, seemingly unconcerned about the high-ranking official's safety. Given the nature of the good news, I shudder to think what the bad news entails, Han Li mused, rubbing his nose thoughtfully. Your ominous predictions ring true. The bad news is that the assailants include not only the Wild Wolf Gang, but also the Iron Spear Society, the Watercut Sect, and several other minor factions. It seems our sect is indeed facing dire straits. Li Feiyu's words struck Han Li with unexpected gravity. Regardless of the number of attackers, our immediate concern should be reuniting with your companions and subordinates. Given the current chaos outside, we must make haste. Han Li swiftly assessed the situation. Li Feiyu nodded in agreement, finding this suggestion most agreeable. What became of that man? Han Li suddenly inquired. I silenced him. What else could I do? Li Feiyu replied nonchalantly. Han Li smiled faintly, rising gracefully from the ground. Let us proceed cautiously to evade our enemies. If escape proves impossible, we shall eliminate anyone who discovers our presence without mercy. Otherwise, their numbers will only swell. His words, though lightly spoken, were laced with a palpable sense of menace. Chapter 80. Encountering the enemy in the courtyard of Elderly, situated several miles from Shinsho Valley, a throng of people gathered. Among them were men and women of various ages, all seemingly devoid of martial prowess, yet engaged in hushed discussions, their faces etched with concern. Nearby, a group of over 20 young men clad in black, armed with swords and knives, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, their presence starkly contrasting with the unarmed populace within the courtyard. Within the main hall of the residence, two individuals were embroiled in a heated debate. I oppose sending anyone outside. Our defenses are already weak. And dispatching more people would only exacerbate our vulnerability. Absolutely not. A rotund middle-aged man exclaimed, spitting as he vehemently shook his head in objection. But we remain ignorant of the events unfolding outside. If we do not send someone to investigate, we will remain completely in the dark, which is far too passive, argued Ma Rong, Elder Li's prized disciple. Being passive is preferable. What transpires outside holds no significance for me. Here, our safety is paramount. Do you dare defy my orders? The stout man blinked several times and brandished a golden token from his bosom, flaunting it before Ma Rong with an air of arrogance. Ma Rong glanced at the rotund figure and the token, sighed, and bowed respectfully. I would not dare. I shall adhere strictly to your commands. This token served as the personal insignia of the sect leader, granting its bearer temporary authority to issue orders to disciples below the rank of elder. This man, a close confidant of the sect leader and reportedly a distant relative, had been sent hastily with the token to summon Elderly for an urgent meeting. However, after delivering the command, the man deemed it too arduous to return immediately to Sunset Peak, relying on his privileged status to linger at Elderly's residence for a brief respite before resuming his journey. Faced with no other option, Elderly acquiesced, while he himself hurriedly led Zhang Xiu'er and several disciples to the peak. Before long, chaos erupted on the mountain, and the cowardly man was even less inclined to return alone. The individuals in the courtyard were primarily families of the Seven Mystics Sect's members, most of whom lacked any martial skills, leaving them in a state of panic and confusion as the tumult ensued. Fortunately, Ma Rong, possessing a clear mind, quickly requested assistance from the 20 or so subordinates left by Li Feiyu to gather and secure the frightened populace, preventing them from scattering in the darkness and potentially facing dire consequences. Given the remote location of the residence, built in a secluded valley, while the sounds of alarms and cries of battle echoed, the inhabitants remained oblivious to the specifics of the turmoil outside. Once Ma Rong completed this task, he resolved to send some individuals to gather intelligence. Yet, at that moment, the rotund man re-emerged, not only obstructing the reconnaissance efforts, but also leveraging the token to usurp Ma Rong's authority over the outer disciples, intending to remain sheltered and inactive, effectively burying his head in the sand. Ma Rong understood the critical importance of intelligence gathering. He attempted to contest the stout man's decisions multiple times, but the cowardice of this individual, bolstered by the sect leader's token, repeatedly suppressed his objections. The stout man even forbade Ma Rong from undertaking any personal reconnaissance, clearly viewing the disciple as merely a tool for his own survival. In this manner, Ma Rong paced anxiously within the living room, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, utterly perplexed by the ineptitude of the rotund figure before him. It is essential to understand that within the Seven Mysteries Sect, defying orders and acting independently is a grave offense. The consequences can range from the forfeiture of martial skills and expulsion from the sect to the peril of losing one's life, facing execution by blade. Thus, despite his awareness of the earth-shattering events unfolding outside, likely placing the sect in a life-and-death crisis, he found himself paralyzed with inaction. At that moment, as Ma Rong lamented the existence of this so-called superior, Han Li and Li Feiyu remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil, hastening towards the scene. Along their journey, they encountered signs of foes. They evaded where possible and concealed their tracks, striving to remain undetected. It was only when they approached the dwelling of Elder Li, a mere mile away, that they were met head-on by a group of individuals clad in green, rendering further concealment impossible. Thus, they found themselves in their first direct confrontation with the enemy. The dozen or so individuals wielding steel blades surrounded them from all sides, trapping them in the center. Upon observing their movements, it became evident that most of those with a single white line embroidered on their sleeves possessed inferior martial skills. In contrast, two individuals adorned with two white lines displayed significantly greater prowess. However, the most formidable among them was a man marked by 3 white lines and a scar across his face. He was clearly the leader of this band. The scarred leader scrutinized the captives before him, feeling a sense of oddity at their appearance. It was no surprise, for among the group, Li Feiyu appeared disheveled, dirty, and tattered, resembling a cook from the mountains. Meanwhile, Han Li's vacant gaze and dark complexion made him look like a simple farmer devoid of martial skill. The only one who exuded any pressure was the tall figure of Chu Han, whose blood-stained attire and straw hat set him apart. The incongruity of this trio left even the seasoned leader somewhat bemused. He exchanged wary glances with his subordinates and called out loudly, "Regardless of who you are, the Seven Mysteries Sect is finished. Surrender now, and you may yet be spared." Han Li chuckled softly and turned to Li Feiyu, asking, "Who will strike first? Are you Chu Han?" Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's eyes glinted with ferocity, and he declared, "These individuals, judging by their attire, appear to be low-ranking disciples of the Waterbreak sect. I have endured relentless pursuit by the wolf pack for too long. Allow me to vent my frustrations upon them first. Their weapons are quite suitable for my use." With that, he leapt forward like a streak of light, closing the distance to the nearest green-clad individual in an instant. The man, taken aback, attempted to swing his steel blade, only to feel it suddenly lifted from his grasp, now wielded by his adversary. He hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. A flash of white light flickered before him, and he was severed in twain. Li Feiyu's series of actions were swift and decisive, akin to lightning, leaving the remaining disciples of the Waterbreak sect unable to react before he had claimed a life. The expressions of the others began to shift dramatically, particularly that of the scarred leader, whose superior martial prowess only deepened his sense of dread. He recognized that they had encountered a formidable opponent, one far beyond their capacity to contend with, and thus commanded decisively, "Retreat. Every man for himself. Signal for reinforcements." This prompted a chaotic retreat among the green-clad individuals, who scattered in all directions, some reaching for what appeared to be signaling devices concealed within their garments. One such individual, adorned with 2 white lines, fled the fastest, covering several paces in mere moments. Just as he felt a surge of hope for his escape, he suddenly sensed a chill at his nape. A sword tip, half an inch long, protruded from his throat, vanishing just as swiftly as it appeared. In a moment of horror, he attempted to scream, but found himself utterly drained of strength, collapsing slowly to the ground, unable to move. At that instant, the realization dawned upon him that he had been struck down from behind. Filled with bitterness, he pondered how he could have perished so swiftly despite his earlier distance. With great effort, he turned his head to glimpse the final scene of his life, a shadow flickering behind another fleeing green-clad figure, delivering a swift, ethereal strike before vanishing once more, only to reappear behind another comrade, with the same flash of white light marking their demise. As he witnessed this unfolding tragedy, the green-clad man smiled gently as he succumbed to death, for he understood that he would not be alone. Soon, many others would join him, as that ghostly shadow would spare none among them. As the narrative reached its peak, the author reminded readers that, to ensure quality, updates might be somewhat slower. However, he assured his audience that they could expect daily posts and encouraged continued support for the work. Chapter 81. Jia Tianlong. At this moment, the ambitious Jia Tianlong radiated confidence. His typically pale countenance flushed with excitement. It was not surprising given that the long-standing adversary of the wolf pack, the Seven Mysteries Sect, was on the verge of collapse under his meticulous scheming, a fact that filled him with immense pride as the leader of the wolf pack. He now stood on the mountainside of Sunset Peak, at a certain outpost of the Seven Mysteries Sect, surrounded by a throng of red-clad iron guards from the wolf pack. These 50 or 60 elite soldiers were the fruits of his labor, each one skilled in martial arts and fiercely loyal, harboring no ulterior motives towards him. He had always regarded these individuals as treasures, reluctant to deploy them in minor conflicts. Yet, today, he had them all at his side, intent on completely intimidating the small and medium-sized factions that might be tempted to rise against him. Otherwise, the leaders of the Iron Spear Society and the Waterbreak sect would never have been so compliant. After all, these factions were loath to see the wolf pack dominate alone. They desired a perpetual state of conflict or balance between the two major powers, allowing them to survive in the cracks. Were it not for Jia Tianlong's swift and decisive action in capturing the families of these leaders and offering them substantial rewards, these smaller factions would have likely turned against him long ago. Reflecting on this, he cast a glance back at the several leaders of the smaller factions who stood disheartened behind him. Each one appeared dejected, some glaring defiantly, while others averted their gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Observing this scene, Jia Tianlong could not suppress a cold smile as he turned back, his mind already plotting how to absorb these smaller factions after the downfall of the Seven Mysteries Sect. Before Jia Tianlong, nearly 1,000 individuals clad in various colors and armed with an assortment of weapons surged towards a checkpoint of the Seven Mysteries Sect, their formation chaotic and lacking coordination, resulting in significant casualties. Yet, Jia Tianlong remained unconcerned. For the attackers were not members of the Wolf Pack, but rather affiliates of the Iron Spear Society and the Waterbreak Sect. He had never expected them to seize the treacherous Sunset Peak. Instead, he aimed for them to expend the energy of the defenders, paving the way for his elite troops to strike with crossbows from above. The mere thought of those military crossbows brought a glimmer of joy to Jia Tianlong's refined visage. To articulate the ease with which the Wild Wolf Gang has gained the upper hand, it is undeniable that the lethal weaponry within their ranks has played a pivotal role. Without such advantages, not only would the complete annihilation of the opposing negotiation team have been implausible, but the numerous outposts they previously secured at Sunset Peak would have also drained the Wild Wolf Gang's vitality significantly, hindering their future plans to assimilate smaller factions. This batch of military crossbows had not cost Jia Tianlong a single effort. They had seemingly descended from the heavens while he remained at home. Whenever he reflects on this incident, a wave of elation washes over him. 3 months prior, as he was devising the operational strategy at headquarters, an officer claiming to be a relative sought an audience with him. Surprised, he met this individual, who indeed turned out to be a cousin. Years ago, when the Wild Wolf Gang was merely a band of marauders, a group had accepted amnesty from the imperial authorities, and this cousin was among them. Over the years, he had ascended to the rank of deputy general. Currently, this cousin was escorting a convoy of supplies to a border region in Jingzhou, fortuitously passing through the area. Upon hearing of Jia Tianlong's reputation as the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, he decided to pay a visit to his younger kin. Their meeting was filled with heartfelt exchanges, and when Jia Tianlong recounted the recent clashes with the Qishuan sect, his cousin, with a dismissive smirk, boasted that with just over 100 repeating crossbows, he could obliterate the entire sect. The speaker may have been oblivious, but Jia Tianlong's interest was piqued, prompting him to cautiously inquire if his cousin could procure some crossbows. The cousin, smiling slightly, candidly replied that the supplies he was transporting included a number of repeating crossbows. He could indeed provide them, but a modest sum of silver was required to ensure the authorities remained silent, and there was a limit to how many he could spare. Delighted, Jia Tianlong promptly exchanged over 20,000 taels of silver for more than 300 crossbows, which he entrusted to his loyal subordinates for careful use, resulting in a series of recent victories. Suddenly, a cacophony of exclamations jolted Jia from his reverie. Astonished, he lifted his gaze to the mountaintop, where the outpost that had once displayed the Qishuan sect's banner was now teeming with members from various minor factions, having indeed been breached. Furrowing his brow, he found this perplexing. Given the formidable defenses of the earlier checkpoints, the final outpost should have proven even more challenging to conquer. Was there some hidden scheme at play? A shadow of displeasure crossed his face, a telltale sign of his discontent. And anyone familiar with Jia Tianlong knew that inciting his ire at this moment could spell disaster for the offender. Hey, if it's breached, why aren't we advancing? A voice, grating like a rusty bell, rang out, devoid of any respect for the esteemed leader. Ordinarily, Jia Tianlong would have been incensed, yet he turned to the source, replying with unexpected deference, Master Zhang. I find the circumstances surrounding this breach rather suspicious. It would be prudent to exercise caution. What are you afraid of? With me by your side, can these mere mortals truly harm you? Hurry up. I've been here nearly all night, and I'm about to drop from exhaustion. Let us deal with these Qishuan sect fellows so I can get some rest. The voice, though not aged, carried an air of condescension that was quite irksome. Chapter 82. The Golden Light Immortal standing beside Jia Tianlong was a diminutive figure, barely 3 feet tall. This gnome, in his 40s, was lean and clad in a red robe adorned with golden embroidery. His fingers and neck gleamed with gold rings and thick chains, while bells jingled at his waist, and his words sparkled with the glint of gold teeth, giving him the unmistakable appearance of a nouveau riche. His expression was one of impatience, clearly dissatisfied with Jia Tianlong's hesitance. Such a grotesquely arrogant figure, dressed like a rural tycoon, dared to show such disrespect to Jia Tianlong, inciting the ire of his devoted iron guards. The gnome, noticing their displeasure, merely chuckled disdainfully, addressing Jia Tianlong with insolent pride. Chief Jia, you have spent 3,000 taels of gold to summon me from the distant Golden Light Temple. Surely, you do not intend to have me merely wait here for the night? If there are adversaries you wish me to confront, now is the time to voice them. Surely, you do not expect me to deal with the sect leader of the Qishuan sect, a foe so feeble you could handle them yourself? The leader of the Qishuan sect is not my concern. I seek your assistance against his 3 uncles. Though they have publicly declared their demise, they have secretly dwelled in a hidden chamber at Sunset Peak, engaged in a life and death trial. Their prowess has likely reached a transcendent level, beyond the capability of ordinary masters to contend with. They are the sect's greatest reliance, and only you can confront them, Master Immortal, Jia Tianlong spoke humbly, devoid of any hint of disdain. It is worth noting that this red-robed gnome had been introduced to him at a temple near the barbarian territories, claiming to be the Golden Light Immortal, a being of boundless power. Jia Tianlong had witnessed firsthand the might of his flying sword technique and indestructible mastery, leaving him deeply impressed. Understanding the gnome's obsession with gold, he had lavished him with riches and flattery, ultimately securing a promise of assistance. Thus, Jia Tianlong treated this gnome with the utmost respect, suppressing any feelings of disdain for his arrogance. He was acutely aware that the Golden Light Immortal was not someone his modest wild wolf gang could afford to antagonize. Upon hearing Jia's request, the Golden Light Immortal erupted into boisterous laughter. Once his mirth subsided, he haughtily declared, "A few mere mortals? Leave them to me, regardless of their skill or martial prowess. They are no match for my sword technique. You need not worry. Then I shall entrust this task to you, Master Immortal. I assure you my promised remuneration shall not falter, and upon completion, I am willing to offer an additional 2,000 taels of gold as a reward." Jia Tianlong exclaimed with delight, hastily enhancing the promised compensation. He understood that the gnome was not a benevolent being, and it was wise to speak in the language of gold. The Golden Light Immortal's face, as parched as an orange peel, cracked a smile, revealing his satisfaction with Jia Tianlong's perceptiveness. With the assurance of such a formidable ally, Jia Tianlong wasted no further time, commanding his wild wolf gang members to ascend to the peak of Sunset Peak, preparing to assault the Qishuan sect's main hall, the Qishuan Palace. As throngs of individuals surged up the mountain, Jia Tianlong and his iron guards exerted considerable effort to reach the stone hall. This marked Jia Tianlong's first encounter with the main hall of his adversary, and he was struck by the grandeur of the Qishuan Palace, which made his own wild wolf gang as headquarters appear as little more than a doghouse, a pitiful sight indeed. Before him, atop the peak of Sunset Peak, stood several imposing stone halls, constructed from massive green stones, with one grand hall and 6 smaller ones rising majestically from the ground, though obscured by the dim glow of torches in the night. The imposing and magnificent stone edifices nonetheless instilled a sense of trepidation in the members of the Wild Wolf Gang and other smaller factions upon their arrival. For a moment, they refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead encircling the stone temples, sealing them off completely. After all, the opposing faction had a lineage spanning over 2 centuries, their financial resources vastly surpassing those of a gang that had only risen to prominence in the last decade. A display of opulence indeed. Jia Tianlong mused to himself, having resolved that once he annihilated the Seven Mystics Sect, he would promptly relocate his headquarters to this very site, for such grandeur befitted a ruler of his stature. Casting a glance at the darkened entrance of the main hall before him, and then surveying his subordinates, Jia Tianlong slowly raised his right hand. In that instant, the entire Sunset Peak fell silent, all eyes fixated on his hand, fully aware that the moment it descended, a fierce battle to obliterate the Seven Mystics Sect would ensue. Yet, just then, a chilling voice emanated from the shadowy entrance of the main hall. Following this, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from within, growing increasingly distinct. Finally, a middle-aged man clad in white emerged at the entrance, a wooden hairpin adorning his head and a long sword sheathed at his side. His complexion was ghostly pale, yet his eyes shone with a piercing intensity, as if they could thrust straight into the hearts of those who met his gaze, inciting shivers of fear. He halted a few paces from the entrance, scrutinizing the crowd before him without a trace of trepidation. His gaze ultimately settled on Jia Tianlong's raised hand before shifting to his face. "Jia de Bangzhu," the middle-aged man uttered, calling out his name. "Wang Juechu," Jia Tianlong retorted, equally unyielding in his acknowledgement of the other's identity. "Remarkably, it is our first encounter face-to-face, is it not, my esteemed Wang de Zhangzhu?" Jia Tianlong remarked in a tone laced with casual disdain, a hint of mockery gracing his lips as he slowly lowered his hand. Wang Juechu returned Jia Tianlong's gaze with an impassive expression, the atmosphere thickening with tension. "Has the Wang sect leader come here to discuss the prospect of surrender?" Jia Tianlong inquired with a teasing inflection, a smile playing upon his lips. "Indeed, I wish to deliberate the matter of surrender," Wang Juechu replied coldly, akin to an ice statue. "Do you truly intend to surrender?" Jia Tianlong asked, somewhat taken aback. "Surrender is one matter, but which of us will capitulate remains to be seen," Wang Juechu remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly as his hand casually rested upon the hilt of his sword. "What do you imply?" Jia Tianlong's expression darkened, and he gestured for his men to encircle Wang Juechu. Immediately, his ironclad guards surged forward, forming a semicircular formation around Wang Juechu, wielding crossbows with glistening bolts aimed directly at him. It was evident that at Jia Tianlong's command, they would unleash a flurry of bolts, striking Wang Juechu down without hesitation. Do you believe our sect has relocated its headquarters to Sunset Peak without considering the possibility of external threats? Wang Juechu remarked, seemingly unfazed by the crossbows, though his tone carried an undercurrent of ominous threat. Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong felt a slight unease creep into his heart, sensing an ominous premonition. Yet he refrained from interrupting Wang Juechu, maintaining a sullen demeanor to discern what the latter would divulge. It was the 7th-generation sect leader, Li Minju, who orchestrated our relocation here. He was not only a man of great vision but also possessed an exceptional mastery of architectural mechanisms, a true genius of his era. At this point, Wang Juechu paused momentarily, a flicker of admiration crossing his face. Li Minju chose Sunset Peak as our sect's headquarters for 2 reasons. First, its treacherous terrain makes it easily defensible and difficult to assault, rendering it an ideal stronghold. Second, within the mountain lies a vast, naturally formed stone cavern, a magnificent site that occupies 2/3 of the peak's interior. Recognizing the potential, Li Minju devised a plan to utilize his knowledge of mechanics in conjunction with the cavern's topography, transforming the entire mountain into a colossal trap. Should anyone activate the predetermined mechanisms, the mountain will collapse, entombing all upon it. After delivering these words, Wang Juechu fell silent, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd before him. Jia Tianlong, taken aback, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. While he did not believe Wang Juechu's assertions, he struggled to formulate a counterargument against such a threat. The others atop the peak, having overheard, began to stir restlessly, murmuring amongst themselves. Some of the more astute individuals instinctively moved toward the sole path down the mountain, preparing to flee at the slightest sign of danger. Silence. Any further movement or commotion will be met with merciless retribution. Jia Tianlong swiftly regained his composure, his irritation mounting as he witnessed the disarray among his ranks. Prompted solely by Wang Juechu's words, understanding that immediate action was necessary to restore order, he issued a stern command. His order was executed flawlessly by his loyal subordinates, who swiftly dealt with several timid souls attempting to escape. Their swift actions instilled a sense of fear, halting the unrest. However, Jia Tianlong was acutely aware that this calm was merely superficial and temporary. If he could not swiftly disprove Wang Juechu's claims, neither his men nor those from other factions would remain composed. A single misstep could result in a hasty retreat. Surely, you do not expect us to believe your words solely based on your assertions? Jia Tianlong, suppressing his rising anger, prepared to expose Wang Juechu's deception. Of course not. I possess ample evidence for you to witness firsthand. However, heed my warning. Should anyone attempt to flee or continue the assault after witnessing my proof, I shall activate the mechanisms, ensuring our mutual destruction. Wang Juechu's words dripped with menace, unmistakably threatening. Jia Tianlong scrutinized Wang Juechu's expression, seeking any signs of deceit. Unfortunately, the man's countenance remained cold and expressionless, offering no indication of insincerity or fear. This left Jia Tianlong pondering whether perhaps Wang Juechu's claims were not mere fabrications, but rather a legitimate contingency plan. Activate the second mechanism. Wang Juechu suddenly turned toward the main hall, issuing a loud command. He then averted his gaze, focusing intently on a smaller stone temple, disregarding Jia Tianlong entirely. The blatant dismissal ignited a fury within Jia Tianlong. He struggled to contain his anger, resolutely determining that should Wang Juechu's evidence prove unsatisfactory, he would swiftly command his men to turn the sect leader into a pincushion of bolts. However, Wang Juechu's peculiar behavior of fixating on the stone temple drew the attention of the members of the Wolf Gang, who could not help but turn their gaze towards the scene, eager to witness any unusual occurrences. Amidst the palpable tension among the Wolf Gang members, no one noticed that on the outskirts of the dark crowd, 2 individuals clad in the attire of the Broken Water sect were whispering quietly to one another. Hanli, do you think what our leader said is true or false? Could it be that such a vast Sunset Peak is indeed hollow? I've been here several times and never sensed anything amiss. Could it be that Leader Wang is deceiving us to buy time? One youthful man incessantly pressed the silent companion, seemingly desperate for clarification regarding his doubts. These 2 were none other than Han Li and Li Feiyu, who had originally set out for Elder Li's residence. Chapter 84. The earth trembles initially. To prevent the disciples of the Broken Water sect from fleeing and alerting other enemies, Han Li had to intervene personally, employing both the Luo Yin step and the wind control technique. In a mere moment, he effortlessly annihilated all adversaries, leaving Li Feiyu, who had intended to join the fray, utterly astounded. It was at this moment that he comprehended Han Li's true prowess. Once recovered, Li Feiyu attributed Han Li's astonishing skill solely to his mastery of the blinking sword technique. This notion nearly drove him to madness, prompting thoughts of self-dismantling his own cultivation to adapt to the blinking sword technique. Fortunately, a remnant of rationality reminded him that, given his time constraints and innate capabilities, such a transformation was impossible. Thus, as they journeyed onward, Li Feiyu could not help but lament Han Li's fortuitous acquisition of such a remarkable skill, expressing his envy vocally. Meanwhile, Han Li paid little heed to his increasingly bitter companion and began to ruthlessly eliminate any foes they encountered along the way, no longer concealing his abilities. Before Han Li's enigmatic movements, all enemies appeared feeble, unable to withstand even a single strike before meeting their demise, including several formidable figures of notable status. Thus, under Han Li's display of might, the duo effortlessly arrived at Elder Li's residence, where they met Ma Rong and learned that Elder Li and Zhang Xiaoer had already ascended Sunset Peak. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Li Feiyu's face turned pale. He understood that the present Sunset Peak was indeed a den of peril. Zhang Xiaoer's venture there was akin to stepping into the gates of death. Left with no choice, the two conferred and departed from Elder Li's residence, heading towards Sunset Peak, only to encounter a minor commotion before their exit. That detestable, rotund confidant of Leader Wang, in a commanding tone, brandished a token and threatened them to stay or face the consequences of sect regulations. With his mind consumed by concern for Zhang Xiaoer's safety, Li Feiyu disregarded any thoughts of regulations, striking the loquacious fat man unconscious and instructing his subordinates to remain and protect the others, while he and Han Li swiftly departed. Upon nearing Sunset Peak, they were taken aback by the sheer number of adversaries. Realizing that a frontal assault would be futile, the duo devised a clever plan. They incapacitated two disciples of the Broken Water sect, donned their garments, and, amidst the chaos of the darkening skies, stealthily blended into the attacking crowd, easily making their way to the summit, where they overheard Leader Wang's current declaration. As for Chu Han, due to his conspicuous appearance, he was hidden away in a secluded spot at the mountain's base, unable to contain his curiosity about the potential existence of such a deadly weapon against their foes. Li Feiyu incessantly questioned Han Li, seeking reassurance from his friend, regardless of the truth behind his words. Our immediate priority is to enter the main hall and rendezvous with your beloved, then discreetly make our escape down the mountain. We must recognize that, whether true or false, remaining here is exceedingly perilous. Han Li finally responded in a hushed tone. This was indeed a stark truth, yet amidst the throng, how could they possibly infiltrate? Li Feiyu lowered his head, his brow furrowed in distress. Alas, we can only wait and see if an opportunity presents itself, Han Li replied, equally at a loss. Just as the two anxiously concealed themselves among the crowd, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Initially faint, the tremors intensified, causing many to lose their footing and tumble to the ground, while several stones cascaded down the mountainside. Not good. The mountain is collapsing. That one character intends to perish with us. An impulsive voice cried out amidst the panicked crowd. Upon hearing this, fear escalated among the masses. Some even disregarded Wang Juechu's prior warnings, scrambling towards the exit, desperate to flee what they believed to be an impending disaster. A resounding crash reverberated, and the earth quaked violently once more. The sound led everyone to believe that the mountain's collapse had commenced, plunging them into despair, as they realized that even if they wished to escape, it was likely too late. At that moment, Jia Tianlong was both alarmed and enraged. Though still surrounded by his loyal iron guards, he felt a profound sense of confusion and helplessness. Turning his gaze towards the golden-robed figure he relied on, he was met with a visage of panic, causing him to bitterly smile. It turned out that even this esteemed figure was not immune to peril. In that instant, Jia Tianlong's admiration for the man diminished significantly. I had thought the Wolf Gang members to be fearless warriors, but it appears they are merely a disorganized rabble. Suddenly, Wang Juechu's mocking voice pierced through the chaos, resonating clearly in every ear, a testament to his refined skill. With his words, the ground's trembling miraculously ceased, as if the entire mountain had quieted its fury and returned to tranquility. It was then that the onlookers realized the stone temple, previously the focal point of their attention, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an astonishingly large pit. Those with a bit of courage stepped forward, peering over the edge, only to draw in a sharp breath. For the depths of the chasm were obscured by darkness, unfathomably deep. Leader Jia, do you believe this evidence can validate my words? Wang Juechu inquired coldly. Jia Tianlong's complexion turned ashen. He did not respond immediately, but surveyed his surroundings. He noted that every individual on his side bore expressions of sheer terror, including not only the ordinary members and rival gangs, but even his iron guards, whose faces appeared particularly grim. Understanding the implications, Jia Tianlong realized that his objective of annihilating the Seven Mysterious Sect that night was unattainable. It seemed the only course was to retreat and deliberate further. You may present your conditions, but keep in mind that even under these circumstances, we remain at an impasse. Do not push your luck, he replied, a hint of resentment lacing his tone. Chapter 85. The Blood Pact Duel. The conditions were few and straightforward, merely two. Wang Juechu stated expressionlessly. First, your people must withdraw from our sect's territory, and this withdrawal must occur in batches, all under the supervision of our disciples. His tone was quite stern. Understood, no problem. Jia Tianlong readily agreed, without hesitation. Noticing the other party's swift compliance, Wang Juechu smirked coldly before presenting the next condition, which took Jia Tianlong by surprise. Secondly, both of us must engage in a blood pact duel here, after which you may leave. A blood pact duel? Is this for real? Has the other party lost their mind? Wang Juechu's declaration immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd opposite, with expressions ranging from horror to exhilaration. Some looked as if they had seen a venomous scorpion, while others appeared eager for the challenge. Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong's expression shifted, though he soon regained his composure. Did I hear correctly? A blood pact whereby only one party is allowed to leave the duel arena? He chuckled, seemingly casual in his inquiry. Absolutely correct. This duel is necessary to settle the blood debts owed to Master Wu and others, and both you and I must participate, Wang Juechu said. Hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze icy. Jia Tianlong chuckled softly, not immediately responding, instead contemplating the gravity of the blood pact duel. It was clear he did not take the matter lightly and would require careful consideration before replying. Nearby, Han Li, oblivious to the implications of the blood pact duel, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Li Feiyu, what exactly is a blood pact duel? It sounds rather significant. What? You don't know what a blood pact duel is? That's hard to believe. It's the most notorious and bloody method for resolving disputes in the martial world. Li Feiyu's face displayed shock, as if he had encountered a ghost. Come on. You've always known I am not well versed in these matters of the martial world. What is so extraordinary about it? Han Li retorted, somewhat irritated. Oh, I almost forgot that, Li Feiyu admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. A blood pact duel refers to a fierce confrontation between parties with deep-seated enmity, where both must sign a death contract prior to the duel, declaring that only one may leave the arena alive. Should anyone attempt to leave the duel prematurely, they would not only face public disgrace, but also be hunted down by the entire martial community. All in the martial world consider the blood pact duel to be sacred, and those who tarnish its sanctity deserve death as a warning. Moreover, such duels are typically employed in multi-combat scenarios, rendering them particularly brutal and bloody. In recent years, it has become increasingly rare to hear of anyone resorting to such dueling methods, Li Feiyu elaborated in detail. After absorbing this information, Han Li frowned, finding the sudden proposal for a death duel by Wang Juechu rather unconvincing. In his view, such a duel was clearly a recipe for mutual destruction. Why engage in it at all? It would be far more prudent to allow the enemy to depart swiftly, avoiding unnecessary complications. Very well. I agree to the blood pact duel, Jia Tianlong declared after much deliberation, casting a glance at the golden-clad individuals around him, ultimately committing to his decision. He understood that his opponents sought to use this opportunity to eliminate him, yet he too aspired to seize this chance to eradicate the remaining elite of the Qishuan sect. Wang Juechu's intentions were clear to Jia Tianlong. He wished to rely on 3 unknown masters as support. However, Jia Tianlong had already learned of their details through his hidden informants and had taken precautions. With a cultivator skilled in flying swords on his side, he felt confident of at least a 90% chance of victory in the blood pact duel. Eliminating Wang Juechu and the remaining experts of the Qishuan sect would significantly weaken their resistance in any future confrontations. Master Wang, according to the rules of the blood pact duel, since you proposed the time and place, and I did not object, then the number and method of combatants should be determined by me, correct? Jia Tianlong asked with a veneer of politeness. Indeed, Wang Juechu replied somewhat reluctantly. Then I request that 100 participants be involved, 50 from each side, in a melee format, Jia Tianlong boldly stipulated. 50? A melee? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Juechu's usually icy countenance. Typically, in blood duels, both sides limit themselves to 20 or 30 participants to avoid excessive depletion of their strength, with one-on-one dueling being the most common approach. Nevertheless, since he had initiated the duel, he could not backtrack, and he held firm confidence in his three masters, believing they would prevail even in a melee. Moreover, if they could eliminate Jia Tianlong, the cost would be worth it. Once the cunning leader of the wolf pack was dead, his unruly subordinates would likely descend into infighting over the leadership, leaving the diminished Qishuan sect with an opportunity to breathe. With this in mind, Wang Juechu nodded in agreement to Jia Tianlong's demands. Bring forth the duel arena. Prepare the death contracts, he commanded sternly to those behind him. Chapter 86. A sudden turn with this command. Over 30 disciples clad in fine garments rushed out from the main hall. They silently and swiftly began to delineate the duel arena with wooden stakes and ropes, their efficient movements revealing their rigorous training, distinguishing them from the ordinary low-ranking disciples of the Qishuan sect. As the duel ground was being prepared, Li Feiyu, feeling increasingly anxious, turned to Han Li and asked, "Are we really just going to hide here and do nothing while they duel? That seems rather inappropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? Your beloved is currently in no danger. She is quite safe. Once the duel concludes, we can take advantage of the chaos during the wolf pack's retreat to secretly extract Miss Zhang. Then, the two of you can escape to a place where they cannot find you, saving you from being mistaken for a scapegoat and bearing the heavy burden of their crimes." Han Li replied nonchalantly, indicating a lack of deep allegiance to the Qishuan sect. "Isn't that akin to eloping? No way, Shoer won't agree to that." Li Feiyu shook his head vehemently. "Then just knock her out, forcibly take her away, and then make it work," Han Li suggested casually. Li Feiyu was left speechless, staring in disbelief at Han Li's words. At that moment, Wang Juechu solemnly accepted 2 blood-red documents, the death contracts, from one of his disciples. He retained one for himself while passing the other to Jia Tianlong, who, upon receiving it, assumed a serious demeanor. He cautiously opened the document and meticulously scanned it, confirming there were no issues before nodding and closing it again. He then began selecting his death warriors. After a thorough selection process, he chose 13 elite masters from the Wild Wolf gang. To minimize losses, he also included a dozen capable members from smaller factions, knowing that regardless of their willingness to fight, once they signed the death contract, they would fight desperately for their own lives. The remaining candidates were all composed of his trusted iron guards, with the esteemed Master Jingguang also expected to participate, as he was counting on the formidable prowess of this individual's swordsmanship. Amidst Jia Tianlong's busy preparations, Wang Juechu had returned to the stone hall at some point, yet he had not yet emerged, presumably deeply engrossed in deliberating over the selection of fighters for the deadly confrontation. When the arena for the death battle was finally completed, Master Wang stepped out of the hall, accompanied by 300 to 400 individuals. These were men and women of various ages, all exuding a vigorous aura, clearly the elite of the Seven Mystics Sect. Among them, 3 individuals especially caught Jia Tianlong's attention, closely following Wang Juechu. One was clad in scholarly robes, emanating an air of erudition. Another was a towering figure with a rugged appearance, complemented by a fierce beard. The last was a stoic individual dressed in gray, bearing a long sword. At first glance, they appeared to be middle-aged, but upon closer inspection, their features bore the profound weariness characteristic of those in their 70s or 80s, suggesting their true age surpassed their youthful appearances. Jia Tianlong understood that these 3 must be Wang Juechu's esteemed uncles, indicating that the opponent was indeed determined to leave no stone unturned in this endeavor. With this realization, he turned to Jingguang and pointed at the trio, inquiring, "Master, what are your thoughts on those 3? Do you believe you can handle them?" "Merely a few ordinary mortals. Once my flying sword is unleashed, their lives will be forfeit. What is there to worry about? Do you doubt my capabilities?" Jingguang retorted, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. "Not at all. I merely asked out of curiosity. Please do not take it to heart," Jia Tianlong quickly replied with a smile, fearing to offend his most formidable ally at that moment. Humph. Upon hearing this, Jingguang's anger began to dissipate. Jia Tianlong felt relieved, realizing how challenging it was to please this powerful figure. He stifled a silent chuckle and turned to bellow, "Are we ready? Commence signing the death contracts." With his command, the participants from the Wild Wolf gang solemnly inscribed their names upon the death contracts, signaling their resolve to fight. Simultaneously, Wang Juechu coldly declared, sign the death contracts. Instantly, dozens of pre-selected warriors from the Seven Mysteries Sect stepped forward to sign their own contracts. As these individuals emerged, Han Li's gaze naturally fell upon the crowd. Hoping to spot any familiar faces, he indeed noticed the three uncles of Master Wang, but paid them little mind, quickly shifting his attention to an elderly man clad in green robes. Upon recognizing the elder, Han Li involuntarily gasped, "Elderly." This man was none other than Elderly, the mentor of Ma Rong, whom Han Li had once saved. To his astonishment, he too was among those participating in the deadly confrontation. Snapping back to reality, Han Li swiftly turned to Li Feiyu, giving his shoulder a firm pat, and exclaimed, "Did you see that? Elderly is here too. He is about to sign the death contract." Li Feiyu stood still, staring into the distance with a seemingly vacant expression, as if he had heard nothing. "What is going on?" Han Li asked, bewildered. Even if Elderly intends to sign the death contract, there is no need for such a reaction. Finally, Li Feiyu returned his gaze to Han Li, uttering a statement that left Han Li momentarily stunned. "Xiu'er is here too. She will also participate in the death match." Upon speaking those words, Li Feiyu's expression darkened considerably. "Where?" Han Li, regaining his senses, urgently inquired. "There." Following Li Feiyu's line of sight, Han Li finally spotted Zhang Xiu'er in a corner of the crowd, her face pale, standing alongside two other female companions preparing for the deadly contest. Dressed in a delicate white gown, her lips gently pursed, she resembled a fragile white flower, exuding an air of vulnerability. How could someone as delicate as Miss Zhang participate in such a bloody duel? Is Wang truly out of his mind? Han Li expressed his disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Xiu'er is a core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall. Did I not inform you?" Li Feiyu replied with a wry smile, revealing unexpected news that astonished Han Li. Silence enveloped Han Li as he processed this revelation. It was evident that the remaining experts of the Seven Mysteries Sect were few, and Master Wang showed no mercy, even dispatching someone as gentle as Zhang Xiu'er into the fray, suggesting a desperate gamble for victory. "Brother, I shall not waste words. I must be with Xiu'er. Take care of yourself." Li Feiyu gently grasped Han Li's shoulder before turning to merge into the crowd. As he took only a couple of steps, he heard a soft sigh behind him, followed by a rustle of wind, and suddenly, Han Li stood beside him. "What is the big deal? Is it just a death contract duel? Such a minor event cannot intimidate me. We are friends. I will assist you in this small matter." Han Li smiled reassuringly. Without a second thought, Li Feiyu gave Han Li a hearty thump on the chest, murmuring, "Good brother." "Thank you." Han Li smiled in silence. As he had mentioned, his reasons for following were twofold: a deep-seated bond with Li Feiyu, not wishing to watch his friend embark on a perilous journey alone, and an eagerness to test his own current prowess against the so-called experts of the Wild Wolf Gang, whom he did not believe posed a significant threat. The two strode confidently out of the crowd, making their way toward Wang Juechu. Along the way, they tore off their disconnected water sect attire, revealing the garments of the Seven Mysteries Sect. Their sudden appearance and shift in allegiance astonished both sides, leaving them momentarily speechless, allowing Han Li and Li Feiyu to approach Wang Juechu unimpeded. "Master Wang, Dr. Han." Many disciples from the Seven Mysteries Sect recognized the two prominent figures and exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Xiu'er, upon spotting Li Feiyu, radiated joy, her fair face lighting up with delight. Had it not been for the throng of people, she might have rushed into her beloved's embrace to pour out her heart. Master Wang recognized the two and displayed a flicker of surprise, taken aback by their abrupt appearance. "Vice Leader Li Feiyu, I greet you, Master." Li Feiyu called out loudly. "We wish to sign the death contracts and participate in the blood duel. We hope for your approval," he stated directly, without waiting for an inquiry from Wang Juechu, while Han Li stood silently beside him, appearing as Li Feiyu's loyal companion. After listening to Li Feiyu's words, the leader Wang, who had previously been ready to reprimand, swallowed his words and a hint of a smile appeared on his icy face. He spoke gently, "Excellent. It is no surprise that our loyal disciple of the Seven Mystics Sect is so devoted. With Hall Master Li joining the duel, our chances of victory have undoubtedly increased. However, Dr. Han should refrain from participating, for his medical skills are of great value to our sect. Should an accident occur during this deadly confrontation, it would be a loss we cannot afford." Upon hearing this, Han Li smiled faintly. Before Li Feiyu could explain further, he swayed his body and suddenly vanished from under Wang's gaze. Startled, Wang turned to search for him, only to hear Han Li's languid voice from behind. "I wonder if my skills are worthy of the leader's recognition. Even if I were to participate in this deadly duel, I possess sufficient means to protect myself. I kindly ask the leader to grant me the opportunity to demonstrate my loyalty." Wang's heart sank in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Han Li renowned for his medical expertise, would possess such terrifying agility, silently appearing behind him without his notice. What a fearsome skill. Who is this person? What intentions does he harbor within our sect? A series of horrifying thoughts flooded Wang Juechu's mind. He turned to observe Han Li, who still appeared harmless, and his gaze shifted to his three masters. The expressions of his three masters shifted slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment in their eyes, clearly indicating that Han Li's capabilities were a cause for concern. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Wang's mind before he ultimately made a decision. He suddenly laughed heartily and said, "Since Dr. Han has shown such sincere dedication to our sect, how could I, as the leader, refuse?" He then pointed to the two weakest disciples slated to participate in the duel, instructing them to withdraw from the ranks, allowing Han Li and Li Feiyu to join instead. He had them both sign the death contract first with black ink on the blood-red parchment, marking them as the initial participants in this deadly contest. Naturally, the farce unfolding on the side of the Seven Mystics Sect was witnessed clearly by Jia Tianlong. Although he was somewhat surprised by the addition of two formidable opponents, he did not dwell on it, for he believed that mere mortals could not withstand the sword techniques of the Golden Light Master. Thus, once both sides had completed the death contracts and exchanged the documents, this blood-soaked duel, where only one side would emerge alive, finally commenced. Chapter 88. The Golden Light Shield. The Golden Light Master stood in the center of the arena, his expression one of arrogance, with the members of the Wild Wolf Gang behind him. Prior to entering the arena, he had assured Jia Tianlong that he alone could handle all the participants from the Seven Mystics Sect. Of course, as compensation for his comprehensive guarantee, the originally promised 5,000 taels of gold had now increased to 8,000 taels. The thought of acquiring such a fortune afterward ignited a fervor within him, and he cast a disdainful glance at the opposing crowd, eager to eliminate them all. Han Li positioned himself on the opposite side of the crowd, deliberately keeping his distance from Li Feiyu, who was engaged in intimate conversation with Zhang Xiu'er, sharing whispers of romance. Han Li had no intention of intruding upon their little world. How curious that this pair of young lovers could find time for affection in such a life-and-death scenario. A hint of sourness crept into Han Li's heart. Returning to his senses, Han Li, like the others, gazed curiously at the dwarf across the field. The members of the Wild Wolf Gang cowered behind, allowing this poorly dressed short man to take the lead, which was utterly astonishing. Could this dwarf possess some extraordinary skill? Han Li blinked, pondering this. Evidently, Wang shared Han Li's sentiments. He did not permit the others to rush forward en masse, but instead sent forth a knife-wielding protector to engage this individual, seemingly wishing to ascertain his capabilities before formulating further plans to avoid unnecessary casualties. Although the duel was a chaotic free-for-all, it was reasonable for both sides to engage one-on-one initially. Wang thought this way and acted accordingly, seeing that only one person approached him from the opposing side. The Golden Light Master understood their intentions. He let out a strange laugh, his voice grating like a rusty bell, causing discomfort to all who heard it. The protector sent forth was a robust man in his 30s, exuding a fierce demeanor. The veins in his hand, gripping the knife, bulged prominently, indicating his prowess in close combat. Despite the unsettling laughter, he remained calm and collected, evidently experienced in combat. As the brawny man closed in, the Golden Light Master ceased his eerie laughter, nonchalantly retrieving a yellow talisman from within his garments. This talisman shimmered with golden light, adorned with intricate characters and patterns, signifying its considerable value. The dwarf ignored the approaching warrior, holding the talisman in one hand while reciting an incantation. Although the protector from the Seven Mystics Sect was baffled by the dwarf's bizarre behavior, his extensive combat experience told him that he must not allow the dwarf to complete whatever he was attempting, lest it turn against him. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, closing the distance to the Golden Light Master in a few swift strides. He swung his steel blade, its edge gleaming coldly, delivering a powerful downward strike, as if putting all his strength into it. Just as the blade was about to strike the Golden Light Master's head, the incantation reached its conclusion. In a sudden motion, the dwarf slapped the talisman against himself, and a blinding golden light erupted from where his hand made contact. This dazzling radiance blinded the brawny warrior, rendering him unable to discern his surroundings. Nonetheless, he remained composed, and his blade continued its unforgiving descent. A resounding clang echoed throughout the arena as metal met metal. The warrior felt a surge of warmth in his hands, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Startled, he recognized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, even as his vision remained obscured. With a quick push off the ground, he retreated several yards before halting, readying his blade defensively. At that moment, he heard gasps of astonishment from the crowd inside and outside the arena. Hearing such reactions only heightened his anxiety. He was desperate to understand what had transpired, what had caused such a peculiar occurrence. Fortunately, his vision finally returned to normal, and he quickly focused his gaze. Before him, several paces away, stood the dwarf, unmoving, yet enveloped in a layer of golden light that appeared as thick as armor, rendering him impervious to harm. It seemed the earlier blade had merely struck the golden shield, failing to make contact with the dwarf himself. This mysterious golden light was as solid as steel, rendering the warrior's strike utterly futile. Though the brawny protector had seen much in his time, he was still taken aback by this unprecedented spectacle. Gripping his steel blade, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. He was not the only one left in shock. Everyone on Sunset Peak was equally astounded. It is worth noting that tales of cultivators were scarce in the martial world, especially in such a remote locale, where knowledge of such matters was even more limited. Thus, most people regarded this magical talisman phenomenon with profound mystique and a sense of the unfathomable. As Jia Tianlong secretly rejoiced, the Seven Mysterious Sect members exchanged glances, while Hanli, standing at the back of the crowd, was far more astonished than the others. Hanli was perhaps the only individual on the entire peak, aside from the dwarf, who possessed any understanding of magical arts. It was evident that the opponent was employing a spell similar to the spirit-binding talisman, albeit of a more advanced nature. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, Hanli discreetly recited the incantation for the heavenly eye technique, surreptitiously applying the spell upon himself, and then hurriedly gazed at the dwarf. Beneath the golden radiance, he observed a faint white light swirling around the dwarf, which was exceedingly tenuous compared to the golden glow. Had he not been intentionally searching for it, he might have overlooked it entirely. To his astonishment, the dwarf was a cultivator with significantly lesser magical prowess than Hanli, a revelation that filled him with mixed emotions. Joy that as a novice, his own power surpassed that of the dwarf, indicating that the dwarf was merely a half-hearted practitioner, and concern over how many spells the dwarf might possess and their potential ferocity, leaving Hanli uncertain of his ability to counter them. Chapter 89. The Spear and the Shield. Hanli turned to glance at sect leader Wang, who wore a grim expression, engaging in hushed discussions with three weathered-looking individuals beside him. They seemed to regard the golden light emanating from the dwarf with trepidation. The golden light master erupted in laughter, tilting his head back with an arrogant flair, proclaiming, "I shall remain here unmoved, allowing you to attack at will. If anyone can breach my indestructible golden barrier, I may just spare your insignificant lives." With that, he resumed his mocking laughter. The golden light master's taunts incensed the disciples of the Seven Mysterious Sect, who had previously harbored some fear of the golden barrier. Several formidable warriors surged forth, intent on confronting the dwarf, but were halted by sect leader Wang. With a wave of his hand, he summoned back the protective elder present and spoke quietly to the burly man among the trio. The man nodded and strode confidently toward the dwarf. The dwarf regarded the bearded man before him with a glint of malice in his eyes. Having been ridiculed since childhood for his diminutive stature, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who were tall and imposing, and this man fit that description perfectly. He began contemplating the cruel methods he might employ to torment his opponent. The burly man was one of sect leader Wang's three uncles. Despite his rough exterior, his actual age exceeded 60 years. Once a renowned warrior of the Seven Mysterious Sect, famed for vanquishing countless foes, he approached the peculiar golden barrier with caution. Observing the golden radiance and the golden light master within, he smiled broadly and suddenly flicked two fingers against the barrier, producing a resonant sound. Enraged by this casual affront, the golden light master hissed, "You brutish fool, do you wish for me to expedite your journey to the afterlife?" The burly man, undeterred, stepped to the side of the dwarf, then moved behind him. In this manner, he circled the golden light master, gradually increasing his pace until his form became a blur, rendering him nearly invisible. Dizzy from the relentless circling, the golden light master felt his anger intensify. Without a moment's thought, he reached into his robe, seemingly to retrieve some item. The bearded man, still circling, took note of this action. Suddenly, he let out a powerful roar, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's cry or a tiger's roar, resonant and prolonged, causing the ears of all present on Sunset Peak to ring, while nearby leaves trembled. The golden light master, overwhelmed by the roar, found his limbs weakened and was unable to withdraw his hand from his robe. A series of sharp cracking sounds erupted from the burly man's joints, crisp and loud, increasing in rapidity until they drowned out the roaring. Upon once more arriving before the dwarf, the burly man halted, and the roar, along with the cracking sounds, ceased abruptly. Those who had regained their senses soon realized that the man's physique had inexplicably swollen, with muscles on his chest and arms bulging like iron. He now towered over the dwarf, resembling a giant. Taking advantage of this moment, the Golden Light Master finally extracted a long, dark wooden box from his robe, covered with a sealing talisman. Before the dwarf could tear off the talisman, the giant man unleashed a tremendous punch upon the golden barrier, causing it to quiver and distort, disrupting the dwarf's attempts to remove the talisman. The Golden Light Master, now alarmed, understood the barrier's formidable power. That the man could distort it required immense strength. His previous dismissive attitude faded, and he hastened to tear away the talisman. With a ripping sound, the talisman was finally removed, revealing a flicker of delight on the Golden Light Master's face. However, this was swiftly followed by the sound of relentless impacts against the barrier, causing him to stagger and ultimately collapse to the ground. In that moment, he realized that the burly man was launching a furious assault against the barrier, with his strikes resembling a tempest. The golden barrier, akin to dough being kneaded, was buckling and contorting under the relentless blows, threatening to shatter at any moment. Witnessing this spectacle, the Golden Light Master's expression turned pale. He could no longer maintain the composure befitting a master. In a frantic attempt, he began to chant spells. But in his panic, he faltered, achieving no effect, and the dark box remained untouched. Watching this unfold, Jia Tianlong was taken aback. He found himself at a loss for words, both at the Golden Light Master's foolishness and the astounding prowess of Wang's uncle. Having personally tested the barrier's resilience, he knew it was impervious to blades and fire, as hard as adamantine. Yet now, it trembled under the man's blows, easily manipulated. This was truly astonishing. The man's abilities were unfathomable. Considering that two other similarly formidable foes remained, Jia Tianlong for the first time felt a twinge of regret for hastily agreeing to the duel. He began to understand the source of his adversary's confidence in demanding a life-or-death battle. With such monstrous talents as allies, he too would be eager for bloodshed. Reflecting on this, Jia Tianlong glanced at the beleaguered dwarf, contemplating whether he should send assistance to the esteemed master to prevent him from meeting a haphazard demise without even deploying his signature sword techniques. Chapter 90. The Flying Sword from a Distance. It appeared that the burly man, in the throes of his ferocious assault, held an undeniable advantage. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, this seemingly invincible figure was inwardly lamenting his plight. Although each of his punches caused the golden light to dent, shaking the entire golden barrier, it seemed inevitable that he would eventually shatter this layer of protection. Yet, who could have known that every time his hands and feet made contact with the golden light, he would be met with a resilient rebounding force? As he intensified his strikes, the backlash became increasingly severe, leaving his hands and feet in excruciating pain, and it was likely that he would swell immediately upon ceasing his efforts. Moreover, this layer of golden light possessed remarkable toughness. The areas he had struck would instantly revert to their original form as if they had never been hit. Even when he relentlessly assaulted the same spot, all that remained was a sustained indentation, with no further penetration possible. Thus, the imposing man's onslaught continued for quite some time, the golden barrier still trembling as if it could break at any moment. However, at this juncture, everyone's thoughts took a dramatic turn. They realized that this man could not breach the protective barrier, and his immense strength could at best cause mere vibrations without obliterating it. Consequently, not only did Jia Tianlong abandon the idea of sending someone forward, but even the dwarf himself became composed. Nevertheless, due to his earlier humiliation, the Golden Light Master's expression turned to one of indignation, his gaze towards the man becoming increasingly venomous. Yet, having been continuously attacked, he struggled to maintain his footing, and during this time, his incantations repeatedly faltered. Thus, he decided to cease his gestures and focused intently on his opponent, muttering an incomprehensible dialect as he cursed under his breath. The man, seemingly oblivious to all that transpired, continued his frenzied assault on the golden barrier, even as onlookers believed he would not relent until he was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, after exerting all his strength with a powerful combination of 2 punches and a kick, the man abruptly turned and fled, his massive form surprisingly swift. This unexpected action astonished the spectators, only to be followed by an uproar. The Golden Light Master was momentarily taken aback, but quickly erupted in fury. He hastily settled into a cross-legged position, placing the black box across his lap, and began to chant fervently. His fingers rose before his chest, contorted into an unusual posture, trembling as if each digit were under immense strain. At that moment, the man was merely a few steps away from the main formation of the Seven Profound Sect, on the verge of rejoining the crowd. Suddenly, A tremendous shout erupted behind him, and he noticed the faces of Wang Juechu and the others change dramatically, their simultaneous warning of caution filling the air. Startled, the man swiftly darted to the left and glanced back, only to see a grayish light flash by, zipping past the spot where he had just stood. A jolt of fear coursed through him, yet he soon relaxed, thinking that having evaded the hidden weapon, he could finally reunite with his fellow disciples. However, before he could complete this thought, a searing pain shot through his right arm. Lowering his gaze, he was still processing the situation when a chorus of gasps erupted, including the anxious voices of his two brothers. The man was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered, when suddenly a flash of light surged through his chest. Unmistakably the same projectile he had just dodged. Enraged and astonished, he attempted to speak, but his body collapsed to the ground instead. In that moment, he realized that his right arm had been severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. What had transpired? Confused and indignant, he felt darkness envelop him and lost consciousness. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend the events that had unfolded. Yet the onlookers from the Wild Wolf Gang and the Seven Profound Sect witnessed everything with crystal clarity. They saw that as the dwarf completed his spell, a bar-shaped gray light shot forth from the black box, circling above his head before darting towards the man as directed by the dwarf's finger. Although the man had cleverly tilted his body to evade the initial piercing strike, the gray light grazed his shoulder, causing his arm to silently detach without his awareness. Subsequently, a more astonishing event occurred. After narrowly avoiding the initial strike, the gray light, guided by the dwarf's finger, made a sudden turn and charged back toward the man, resulting in his untimely demise. All present were left dumbfounded, their gazes fixated on the gray light that returned to hover ominously above the dwarf's head. The term flying sword involuntarily surfaced in the minds of many. Though they were unaware of the existence of cultivators, they had heard tales of legendary flying swords. This gray light bore an uncanny resemblance to the flying swords wielded by the sword immortals of lore, nearly identical in nature. Could it be that this unassuming dwarf was indeed a legendary sword immortal? Many turned their awestruck eyes toward the Golden Light Master, for the title of sword immortal commanded considerable respect among mortals. At that moment, the Golden Light Master held his head high, exuding an air of invincibility as he skillfully manipulated the gray light, causing it to dance above him like a long, serpentine shadow, eliciting gasps of admiration from the Wild Wolf Gang. While the Seven Profound Sect fell into a hushed silence, their fighting spirit extinguished. If the members of Jia Tianlong's faction were buoyed by the support of a sword immortal, the Seven Profound Sect found themselves in disarray, their morale significantly diminished by this unforeseen turn of events. Yet, Hanli stood as the sole individual in the crowd who felt exhilarated by the sight of the gray light. He recognized that the incantations and gestures employed by the Golden Light Master to manipulate the gray light were identical to the techniques he had learned for controlling objects. Although he was uncertain if the gray light was indeed a flying sword, it was undoubtedly the same as the objects he could manipulate. At that moment, Han Li's mind brimmed with thoughts of seizing treasures, realizing his fascination with cultivators was only growing stronger. Chapter 91. Seizing treasures. Just as the dwarf reveled in his triumph, and Han Li contemplated his ambitions, two figures leapt forth from the Seven Profound Sect. Without uttering a word, they surged through the crowd like the wind, heading straight for the dwarf. These were the remaining two uncles of Wang Juechu. Their faces were etched with grief, clearly devastated by the death of the imposing man, their hearts filled with intense hatred for the Golden Light Master. They paid no heed to the dwarf's status as a sword immortal, fixated solely on avenging their fallen comrade. Wang Minmaster initially intended to dissuade their reckless actions, but reconsidered, realizing that this dwarf with magical abilities would ultimately need to be confronted, and his two uncles were the only ones capable of posing a threat. Instead of intervening now, it was better to let them confront each other in a decisive battle fueled by vengeance. With this thought, Wang Juechu swallowed back the words he had intended to call them back. Having learned from recent events, the Golden Light Master was not about to underestimate his adversaries. He directed the gray light toward the two men with a flick of his finger, transforming it into a swift projectile that raced toward them. Observing the approaching gray light, one of the scholars among the two men raised an eyebrow and, with a flick of his hand, shot forth a slender silver thread from his sleeve. The thread met the gray light head-on, momentarily halting its advance, yet the gray light continued its relentless approach, evidently undeterred by the silver thread. Unbeknownst to others, Han Li, endowed with the extraordinary vision bestowed by the Spring Eternal technique, discerned the nature of the silver thread with remarkable clarity. It was unmistakably a series of silver needles, dozens in number, aligned in a single line. The means by which the scholar had propelled such delicate needles with such force piqued Han Li's interest immensely. Noticing the silver line had not achieved its intended effect, the scholar remained unperturbed. He bent his body and began to spin like a top, from which erupted countless gleaming shards, both large and small. These shards split into two paths. One transformed into a silver torrent that collided with the gray light, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Momentarily restraining the gray light in midair, the other surged toward the dwarf, striking the golden shield with a resounding clamor, creating a spectacular display. The cold stream, engaging with the gray light, shed fragments that fell like debris, yet their incomplete forms rendered them unrecognizable. In contrast, the projectiles that rebounded from the golden shield remained intact. Various hidden weapons such as flying daggers, bodhi seeds, iron lotus seeds, and golden coins, alongside an assortment of unfamiliar objects. The golden-clad figure paused momentarily, then sneered, dismissing the notion that such mundane materials could withstand his treasures for long. A thunderous shout akin to a spring thunderclap reverberated throughout the arena, startling everyone present. It was then that they noticed the gray-clad figure, who had initially rushed out alongside the scholar, had drawn a sword from his back and was steadily advancing towards the gray light. The sword's tip emanated a white glow exceeding 2 inches in length, its intensity fluctuating ominously. The sword's gleam was a name most sword-wielders dreamt of. Echoing through the crowd, the arena erupted in fervor. If the flying sword was merely a legend, then the sword's gleam was the myth of the martial world, the aspiration of all sword practitioners. The simultaneous emergence of both the flying sword and the sword's gleam, followed by an imminent clash, ignited an exhilarating fervor among the onlookers, a sense of living life to the fullest. At this moment, Jia Tianlong felt not the thrill but an overwhelming chill, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He realized, with a sense of dread, what it meant to be caught off guard. Although he had known of the 3 great masters hidden within the Seven Mystics Sect, he had never anticipated that one could wield such formidable sword gleam. Had he not summoned the golden-clad figure to intervene, it was likely that the gray-clad figure alone could have decimated all present. As Jia Tianlong's complexion turned pale with fear, the gray-clad figure approached the gray light. At this juncture, it was unclear whether the scholar had intentionally ceased his spinning or if his projectiles had indeed been exhausted. Nonetheless, the scholar's figure abruptly halted, and the silver torrent that had been resisting the gray light came to an end. Without resistance, the gray light descended unceremoniously upon the gray-clad figure. With sword in hand, the gray-clad figure leaped into the air, unflinching. He swung his sword's gleam downward with fierce intent. A sharp sound echoed as he fell to the ground, staggering several steps backward, before spitting blood, his expression waning. The tip of his long sword had vanished, leaving a blunt end. The gray light, having endured the strike, plummeted to the ground like a wounded bird. Yet, even in its fallen state, it retained its brilliance, pulsating with vitality upon the earth. Witnessing this scene, both Jia Tianlong and the members of the Seven Mystics Sect gasped in astonishment. However, the Seven Mystics Sect members rejoiced, while Jia Tianlong was engulfed in anxiety. The scholar, elated, glanced at the slumped gray-clad figure and then at the dwarf. After a moment's hesitation, he soared towards the dwarf, intent on eliminating the greatest threat first. Just as he had taken a few steps, a shout from the gray-clad figure urged him to dodge. Startled, the scholar sought to react, only to feel a chill at his neck as a gray light zipped past him. He then witnessed a headless body sprint a few steps forward before collapsing, the silhouette strikingly familiar. Before he could process this, the scholar lost consciousness. The golden-clad figure, brimming with arrogance, directed the gray light, which had once again soared from the ground, towards the last surviving gray-clad figure among the 3 masters. He reveled in his slight maneuver that had dispatched the scholar and felt triumphant. Just as he contemplated exterminating the remaining members of the Seven Mystics Sect after dealing with the gray-clad figure, he suddenly heard a voice from the crowd. "I quite fancy that flying thing of yours. How about you let me play with it?" No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped the gray light, severing the connection the golden-clad figure held over it and wresting control away. The gray light, initially aimed at the gray-clad figure, veered off course, spiraling chaotically into the crowd. Panic ensued among those in its path as they scrambled for safety. Yet, one seemingly ordinary youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18, stood his ground, smiling at the golden-clad figure, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that starkly contrasted with his dark complexion. He then pointed at the gray light, which obediently settled into his hand. A chill coursed through the dwarf's heart, rendering his face ghostly pale. Chapter 92. the sword symbol. All who witnessed this spectacle questioned their own vision. Initially, they believed the gray light had turned to attack the less skilled disciples of the Seven Mystics Sect before returning to confront the gray-clad figure. However, the gray light, upon entering the throng, was effortlessly seized by an unremarkable disciple with a mere flick of his hand, an occurrence that defied belief. The members of the Seven Mystics Sect, including the sect leader Wang and the gray-clad figure, reveled in their unexpected reprieve. In his elation, Wang Juechu felt immensely grateful for his foresight in allowing Han Li to participate in the deadly contest. He understood that the survival of all present, as well as the future of the Seven Mystics Sect, hinged upon the suddenly enigmatic Han Li. Li Feiyu, who had some understanding of Han Li, was left speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. While he knew his friend was extraordinary, the ability to retrieve a legendary immortal flying sword on the spot was beyond his wildest dreams, leaving him dazed. As for Zhang Xiu'er, elderly, and the opposing Jia Tianlong, their expressions were a tapestry of shock and awe. All eyes, filled with fear, confusion, and astonishment, converged upon Han Li, who maintained his composure, smiling serenely, seemingly unfazed by the scrutiny. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath Han Li's calm facade lay a tempest of frustration. He had never intended to intervene at this moment. His original plan was to wait for the dwarf to lower his guard and retract the golden shield before launching a surprise attack. At that moment, he would stealthily approach from behind and finish him off with a small fireball. Yet, fate had other designs, compelled by the sight of the gray light flitting about. He found himself unable to resist the urge to employ the long-practiced object control technique, effortlessly seizing the object with astonishing ease. The simplicity of the acquisition had far surpassed his expectations. By merely extending his spiritual energy over the gray light, he had seamlessly erased the dwarf's influence and established a connection of his own. Under his command, the gray light flew unsteadily to his side, akin to a toddler just learning to walk, and he successfully captured it. Presently, Han Li felt a sense of clandestine joy at having effortlessly seized the opponent's treasure. Yet he was also somewhat apprehensive about confronting the gnome. He was acutely aware that he lacked substantial confidence in forcibly breaking through the gnome's defenses. The only source of assurance he possessed was the profound depth of his magical power, which was several times greater than that of his adversary. Nevertheless, no trace of anxiety could be discerned on Han Li's face, for he understood that maintaining a psychological upper hand would grant him significant advantages in actual combat, thereby enhancing his odds of victory. This was a strategy he had gleaned from the Blink Sword manual. Thus, upon witnessing the gnome's demeanor filled with trepidation, Han Li exhibited an air of confidence, leisurely toying with the newly acquired treasure. The gray light in his hands remained lively, shifting and shimmering, obscuring its true form. Han Li glanced at the gnome, whose face had paled, and smiled faintly. Enveloping his hands with magical energy, he gently rubbed the gray light between his palms, causing the radiance to dissipate and reveal its true identity, a talisman, one that depicted a small gray sword. The small sword illustrated on the talisman was rendered with such vividness that it seemed almost real. Even without the aid of magical energy, it emitted a faint luminescence, exuding an aura of an extraordinary weapon, chilling in its presence. Upon seeing this, Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment. It was evidently not a flying sword or any similar magical artifact. While it was peculiar, it remained merely a piece of talisman paper. However, recalling the talisman's prowess when unleashed, he felt a measure of solace, for he had witnessed its formidable capabilities firsthand, and it would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Han Li tucked the talisman into his pocket, cautious not to brazenly use it in front of its original owner, uncertain of any potential modifications made to it. And given his lack of practical experience with the materialization technique, he estimated that even if he were to employ it now, it would be difficult to harm the gnome. The golden light figure could only watch in rage as Han Li stowed away his treasure, yet he lacked the courage to confront him. After all, the ease with which Han Li had dispelled the talisman's energy indicated that his magical power was at least several times greater than his own, leaving him too intimidated to engage in combat. Observing the gnome's hesitant and fearful demeanor, Han Li realized he had completely subdued his opponent, who remained unaware of his true capabilities, which emboldened him further. Deciding to capitalize on this psychological advantage, Han Li employed the wind control technique and swiftly appeared before the gnome. The golden light figure, witnessing Han Li's sudden and elusive movement, felt an even greater surge of fear and instinctively took a few steps back, timidly murmuring, "What do you intend to do? I have not encroached upon the local mines nor harvested any spiritual herbs. I merely collected a few mundane coins and have not infringed upon your family's interests." You have no reason to harm me. Han Li, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight, realizing the gnome mistook him for a member of a certain cultivation family, which bolstered his confidence. He feigned a nonchalant smile and, adopting an air of mystery, quietly inquired, "Might I ask who you are? Why would you involve yourself in the affairs of mortals and disrupt the local order? This complicates matters for our family." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the gnome's spirits lifted, interpreting the gentle tone as a lack of intent to attack. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly replied, "I am a disciple of the Yi family from the Qin Yi Ridge. I am merely passing through and was compelled to assist due to a prior acquaintance with the leader of the Wild Wolf gang. I had no intention of offending your family, and I hope you can forgive me. May I ask the name of your esteemed family? I will certainly come to apologize in person later." Chapter 93. The Flames of War. When the gnome mentioned his affiliation with the Yi family, he instinctively puffed out his chest, seeming to find newfound confidence in his words. His tone grew steadier, suggesting he took pride in the Yi family's reputation. Observing the gnome's sudden surge of courage, Han Li deduced that the Yi family of Qin Yi Ridge must indeed be a well-known cultivation clan. However, the fact that he had displayed such panic initially indicated that either he was not lying or that he was merely an inconsequential pawn within his family, whose fate was of little concern to anyone. In a brief span, Han Li arrived at the conclusion that eliminating this gnome would not pose significant repercussions. This deduction dispelled the last remnants of his hesitation, and his murderous intent grew stronger. After all, it was rare to encounter a cultivator whose magical power fell short of his own and whose behavior was rather foolish. Even without this deadly confrontation, Han Li would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Furthermore, judging by the gnome's words and actions, he was not of a benevolent nature. Leaving Han Li with no reservations about taking action, the Yi family, that illustrious clan? Han Li feigned surprise, appearing incredulous. If the gnome dared to invoke such a name as his shield, he likely held a considerable reputation among cultivators, Han Li mused. Indeed, it is the Yi family. Since you are aware of our name, I trust you will not deliberately make things difficult for me, the gnome said, his voice growing bolder as he sensed the effectiveness of his ruse. The Yi family? Han Li pretended to deliberate, scratching his head with an expression of uncertainty. The gnome, noticing Han Li's apparent indecision, felt a surge of triumph and urgently sought to appease him, clattering the nearby percussion instrument in a frantic attempt to prevent the situation from turning against him. "Let us do this. I shall take you to meet the elders of my clan and let them decide how to handle this matter. How does that sound?" Han Li feigned difficulty in his response. "There is no need for such trouble. This is merely a trivial matter. If you require the elders' intervention, it may leave a poor impression and hinder your future endeavors." The gnome exclaimed, alarmed, and quickly adopted a facade of concern, attempting to dissuade Han Li. At this moment, the golden light figure had completely relegated Han Li to the status of an inexperienced youth. He believed Han Li to be a sheltered disciple who had only recently ventured into the secular world after years of diligent cultivation within his family, which explained his profound magical prowess at such a young age. "Thank you for your kind reminder." Han Li appeared genuinely touched. After a moment of contemplation, he produced the talisman depicting the small sword from his pocket. "As we meet for the first time, your consideration for me is greatly appreciated. Therefore, I shall return this treasure to you," Han Li stated earnestly, with a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. The gnome was overjoyed, not expecting the seemingly naive youth to return the coveted artifact. Without a moment to ponder, fearing Han Li might change his mind, he quickly performed a hand gesture, causing the golden barrier surrounding him to shatter and vanish entirely. He eagerly reached out to receive the talisman, shamelessly exclaiming, "Since you are so sincere, I shall not be polite." As the diminutive figure's hand reached for the talisman, Han Li's expression suddenly shifted drastically. His countenance filled with astonishment as he called out towards the back of the gnome, "Elder, why have you come personally?" Upon hearing these words, the gnome trembled, momentarily disregarding the precious item, and swiftly turned to look behind him. He was taken aback to find nothing but silence and emptiness. Alarmed, even the gnome, despite his foolishness, realized he had been deceived. Before he could fully turn around, a sudden warmth surged in his chest, followed by a blinding flash of red in his vision, and his body erupted into flames, reducing him to mere ashes in an instant. At that moment, Han Li exhaled a long breath, retracting the hand that had just unleashed the tiny fireball. The seemingly simple act of dispatching his foe with a mere fireball had indeed required considerable thought and exertion, and the pressure had been quite substantial. Now, with the ambush having succeeded so smoothly, a sense of relief washed over Han Li, and a hint of joy graced his features. Jia Tianlong and Wang Juechu, along with their companions, witnessed the events unfold clearly. Yet they remained utterly perplexed about what had transpired. The conversation between Han Li and the gnome had been conducted in hushed tones to avoid eavesdropping, leaving the onlookers too far away to discern their words. They only knew that the gnome appeared fearful upon seeing Han Li, exchanged a few words, and then began pleading with him. Ultimately, they saw Han Li take advantage of the gnome's distraction, conjuring a small fireball that effortlessly incinerated the formidable ally of the Wild Wolf gang, the Golden Light Elder. Jia Tianlong felt an overwhelming bitterness in his mouth, a sensation that seemed to penetrate his very soul. How had the situation so drastically deteriorated with the appearance of this seemingly insignificant disciple from the Seven Mystics Sect? The once favorable circumstances had spiraled into chaos, culminating in the death of the Golden Light Elder by flames. In stark contrast, Wang Juechu's emotions were entirely opposite. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Han Li, who was squatting on the ground in an undignified manner, rummaging through the remnants of the gnome. Han Li, too, was filled with exhilaration, though not out of joy. Rather, he was pleased to uncover several items amidst the ashes that had escaped destruction. There were not many: a talisman, a token, and a book. The talisman was one that the gnome had previously utilized, capable of emitting golden light to form a protective barrier. Although Han Li was yet to learn its incantation, the mere prospect of acquiring a means of defense filled him with elation, for it was precisely what he lacked at present. The token, a black triangular plaque, bore ancient golden inscriptions of ascend to immortality on one side and a silver character for command on the other. It appeared not to be metallic, yet it was surprisingly weighty, leaving Han Li curious about its purpose. As for the book, initially assumed to be an ordinary text due to its survival of the fireball, he soon discovered it was a genealogy, a record of the Qin clan. It was perplexing, considering the gnome had claimed to belong to the Yi family, yet carried a tome belonging to the Qin lineage. Could it be that he was an illegitimate child of someone from the Yi family? This thought left Han Li feeling somewhat disillusioned. Chapter 94. Complete victory. Though none of the three items could be employed immediately, Han Li unreservedly collected them all. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the ashes from his clothing and cast a sidelong glance at Jia Tianlong and the members of the Wild Wolf gang, a smirk playing on his lips. Will you choose to sever your own meridians, or shall I assist you on your way? His tone was courteous, yet the implication left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong felt an icy chill envelop him, rendering his face stiff with fear. He repeatedly urged himself to remain calm, convinced there must be a way to deal with this man, yet he could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow. A bitter smile crept across his face, for he knew he need not look in a mirror to realize his complexion must be ghastly. He strained to turn his head, surveying the expressions of those around him, only to find them pale and filled with panic, devoid of any fighting spirit. In his despair, Jia Tianlong glanced towards the Seven Mystics Sect, where he caught sight of his adversary, Wang Juechu, casting a cold, triumphant gaze in his direction, while others wore expressions of vindication. Confusion gripped Jia Tianlong as his eyes inadvertently drifted beyond the arena, landing on his erstwhile loyal subordinates. Their expressions varied. Some were anxious, others indifferent, but a significant number appeared gleeful, whispering among themselves with an air of schadenfreude. No, I cannot perish here. I must survive and continue my quest for dominance. The sight of one individual ignited a spark of madness in Jia Tianlong's eyes. Men, iron guards, prepare the crossbows. Others, stand by, he roared, channeling his inner strength. As the leader of a gang, Jia Tianlong's voice imbued the onlookers in the arena with renewed vigor, awakening them from their stupor. Whether they were members of the Wild Wolf gang or skilled fighters from other smaller factions, they all suddenly found resolve, rolling up their sleeves and readying themselves for a fight to the death. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a soft hum before casually strolling towards Jia Tianlong with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed he would need to exert a bit more effort. Fire! As soon as the youth stepped within the range of the crossbows, Jia Tianlong licked his parched lips and issued the command without hesitation. Hundreds of azure steel bolts rained down upon Han Li, saturating the small space before him with lethal intent. An astonishing scene unfolded as Jia Tianlong observed the young man, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught of crossbow bolts, instead offering him an enigmatic smile. Then, his form began to blur, and the bolts passed through him without resistance, flying into the distance as if he were intangible. In an instant, the youth swayed and vanished without a trace beneath the broad daylight. Jia Tianlong's complexion turned ashen as he intended to caution his subordinates to exercise caution, but Han Li suddenly reappeared mere steps away from them. This time, before Jia Tianlong could issue a command, the Iron Guards unleashed another volley of arrows, this time accompanied by throwing daggers and other concealed weapons, all aimed at Han Li. The result left the onlookers bewildered, for once again, the opponent disappeared before their very eyes. As fear and confusion gripped Jia Tianlong, two piercing screams suddenly echoed from behind him, startling him into turning around. He beheld two of his Iron Guards, standing side by side, suddenly engulfed in flames, while the vanished youth withdrew his hands from their charred remains. In that fleeting moment, the two guards were reduced to ashes. From the youth's outstretched palms, Jia Tianlong discerned a flickering red light, the nature of which was unknown to him. What Jia Tianlong witnessed was a flawless demonstration of the synergy between magic and martial prowess, the red glow in Han Li's palm being the manifestation of his fireball technique. Han Li's mana flowed gently within him, restoring the fireball that had diminished in size due to consumption back to its original form. Once again, he vanished from sight, only to reappear at the opposite end of the crowd, transforming another individual into a blazing inferno. Thus, Han Li flickered in and out of the masses, each appearance heralding a new victim. No matter where his hand made contact, that person would instantly ignite, vanishing entirely from this world. Jia Tianlong stared blankly ahead, devoid of any spark in his eyes, his complexion turning a ghostly shade of gray. In that fleeting moment, more than half of his subordinates had perished, and the remaining ones were gripped by terror, desperately seeking refuge. Yet, before Han Li's ghostly movements, each of them was reduced to ashes one by one. When the last of his followers succumbed to the flames, Jia Tianlong was left numb. He understood that his continued survival was by design, but now he stood alone, likely destined to face the same fiery fate. Without allowing Jia Tianlong any further delay, Han Li, having dispatched the final subordinate, immediately flashed behind him. With a complete fireball technique as a final courtesy, he sent the leader of the gang on his way. After Jia Tianlong's demise, Han Li clapped his hands together and murmured to himself, "It seems that taking lives is not as difficult as I once thought. How much better it would have been if you had ended it yourselves, sparing yourselves the agony. Now, to feel the flames firsthand is indeed no pleasant experience." Chapter 95. The name of the demon echoes. Han Li lifted his gaze towards the crowd outside, observing that whether they were from the Seven Mysterious Sect, the Wolf Gang, or other factions, all wore expressions of terror as they regarded him with fearful eyes. It was evident that his actions, collecting flying swords, slaying the Golden Light Master, and reducing dozens of skilled fighters, including Jia Tianlong, to ash in mere moments, demonstrated that he was not only a transcendent figure akin to a celestial being, but also possessed a ruthless demeanor, far from merciful. As his gaze swept across the assembly, everyone averted their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. In that moment, Han Li truly embodied the essence of fear. "Why are you still here? Do you wish to remain on the mountain, so I may escort you as well?" Han Li suddenly addressed the Wolf Gang with a chilling tone. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder among the thousands present, igniting a panic. "Run. If we don't leave, he may set us ablaze again," someone shouted, triggering chaos as members of the Wolf Gang and other smaller factions scrambled down the mountain in a frenzy, their numbers creating a bottleneck on the narrow path below, trampling many in their haste. In moments, the Sunset Peak fell silent, save for the disciples of the Seven Mysterious Sect, with no other factions remaining. Wang Juechu felt a mixture of shock and joy. He had not anticipated that the crisis facing their sect would be resolved in such a manner, especially with Jia Tianlong being so forcefully eliminated. This brought him not only elation, but also a sense of unease. He realized that since Han Li had so easily aided the Seven Mysterious Sect through this ordeal, he could just as easily suppress them, potentially leaving their situation worse than that of the Wolf Gang. With this thought, Wang Juechu's previously calmed heart began to race again, and his gaze instinctively drifted to the center of the area. "Where's Han the physician?" he exclaimed in astonishment. To his dismay, the enigmatic figure he had regarded as a crucial element had vanished from sight. "Has anyone seen Dr. Han?" Wang Juechu inquired urgently, looking around. "I don't know. I didn't notice." Almost everyone shook their heads, perplexed. It was hardly surprising, as the others had been paralyzed by Han Li's display of fiery wrath. Who would dare to keep a close watch on such a harbinger of doom? With his ghostly movements, it was effortless for him to disappear without a trace. "Do not search any longer. I just saw him mingling with the crowd descending the mountain. He has left Sunset Peak." A gray-clad figure, looking considerably better, suddenly spoke up. "Down the mountain? Where could he possibly go?" Wang Juechu sighed with a complex expression, murmuring to himself. As he scanned the surroundings, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon someone. Wang Juechu's eyes lit up, and a sly smile crept across his lips, revealing a shrewd expression. At that moment, Li Feiyu, exhilarated by his friend's transformation into a reclusive master, was engrossed in conversation with Zhang Xiu'er, blissfully unaware that someone had set their sights on him. Thus, the members of the Wolf Gang and other factions hastily retreated from Caixia Mountain, making a swift exit from the territory of the Seven Mysterious Sect. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Seven Mysterious Sect, led by Wang Juechu, did not pursue them, as they were already weakened. For a considerable time thereafter, both the Wolf Gang and the Seven Mysterious Sect refrained from conflict, recuperating in silence. The tumultuous battle between the two factions soon spread across the land, becoming a local legend infused with elements of the supernatural. It was discussed widely among both the righteous and the wicked, even capturing the interest of ordinary folk, who recounted it as a tale that would endure through the ages. In the stories, the conflict began with a peerless swordsman wielding sword light, facing off against a sword immortal who commanded flying swords. Ultimately, the immortal's flying swords proved to be more arcane than the swordsman's technique, leading to a decisive victory. At that moment, the antagonist, the fire demon, appeared unexpectedly. Taking advantage of the weakened state of both sides, he killed the sword immortal who sought to vanquish him, unleashing a fiery wrath that consumed nearly 1,000 members of the factions present, including the unfortunate leader of the Wolf Gang. Ultimately, the fire demon, burdened by his excessive bloodshed, incurred the wrath of heaven and was struck down by celestial lightning, leaving no trace behind. When Hanli, residing in the Valley of Divine Hands, heard this fully demonized rumor from Li Feiyu, he stood in stunned silence, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was doubled over in laughter, unable to straighten up. This was now midday on the 5th day following the end of the battle. That night, amidst the chaos, Han Li had discreetly descended Sunset Peak with the crowd, locating Chu Han and returning to the valley together. Upon his return, he hung a sign at the valley entrance declaring his unavailability to visitors, refusing to see anyone, including several high-ranking members of the Seven Mysterious Sect who had hurried to meet him. Given Han Li's current renown, these individuals dared not express any discontent, nor would they attempt to enter the valley uninvited, so they eventually retreated in disappointment. In the days that followed, Han Li began practicing the object manipulation technique using a talisman inscribed with a small sword. He understood that time was of the essence. Thus, each day before dawn, he transformed the talisman into a gray light, causing it to swirl and dance within the valley until his mana was entirely expended. He would then quietly close his eyes, allowing his mana to gradually recover. Once it returned to normal levels, he would once again activate the talisman for practice. In this manner, Han Li tirelessly repeated the training, engaging in this monotonous exercise for 3 days. Only after he believed he had grasped the fundamental principles of the object manipulation technique did he finally conclude his practice. Chapter 96. Flaws. As Han Li deftly manipulated the swirling gray light, he discerned the considerable limitations of employing the object manipulation technique to command the gray radiance emanating from the talisman. Although this light was remarkably sharp, capable of cutting through nearly anything and launching itself at foes with a mere gesture, it nonetheless demanded an exorbitant amount of magical energy. A practitioner like Han Li, who had cultivated the Eternal Spring technique to the 8th level, could effortlessly cast the complete version of the fireball technique hundreds of times. Yet, when wielding this gray light, his magical energy would be depleted within a mere quarter of an hour. Reflecting on this, Han Li realized that the Golden Light Master had not initially refrained from utilizing the gray light due to reluctance, but rather because his magical reserves were woefully limited. The considerable exhaustion of his energy during the initial attempts to wield the gray light likely explained the feeble resistance Han Li faced when seizing it. The opponent must have spent the majority of their magical power prior to their encounter with Han Li, whose energy far surpassed that of their meager forces, leading to an inevitable defeat. Moreover, another drawback of this gray light was its restricted range. It could only be manipulated freely within a 20 zhang radius centered around Han Li. Beyond this distance, it would become sluggish and occasionally falter. Once it ventured beyond 30 zhang, the gray light would revert entirely to its talismanic form and fall to the ground. Han Li believed that, as his magical prowess improved, the first two limitations would gradually diminish. However, the final flaw was a critical one. After using the talisman several times, he noticed that the cold light emitted by the depicted gray sword diminished in intensity with each utilization, suggesting a gradual depletion of its lifespan. In essence, the talisman was bound by a finite number of uses and a time constraint. Once its uses were exhausted, it would lose its sentience and cease to function. This realization was one of the reasons Han Li ceased his practice after only a few attempts to wield the gray light. He wished to reserve such a formidable item for a critical moment, as it might very well save his life in a future crisis. Similarly, he surmised that the golden talisman capable of transforming into a protective barrier must also have analogous limitations. However, lacking the incantation for its use, he carefully stored it away for future necessity. During his rest, Han Li also examined the triangular token and the Qin clan genealogy, but regrettably yielded no significant insights. On the fifth day, just as Han Li removed the sign indicating his absence, Li Feiyu bounced in, eagerly recounting the rumors surrounding Han Li's alleged transformation into a demon. These whispers elicited both amusement and exasperation from Han Li, who regarded Li Feiyu with a stern expression, unable to suppress his irritation at the mocking tone of his friend. Eventually, as Li Feiyu's laughter subsided, he adopted a more serious demeanor and addressed Han Li, suggesting that he could guess the reason for his visit. It's simply that those prominent figures are concerned about me and have sent you to gauge my stance, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Exactly. You understand, Li Feiyu sighed, as if relieved of a burden. However, how do you intend for me, your friend, to report back to them? They have promised to elevate me to the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Outer Blade Hall in exchange for my allegiance, he added with a playful grin. Han Li furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. It seems that unless I meet with the likes of Lord Wang and clarify certain issues, they will remain uneasy. Tell him that I will personally visit Sunset Peak tomorrow at noon, so he need not fret, Han Li smiled. Excellent. With your assurance, I can report back. Li Feiyu replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Following this, Han Li and Li Feiyu engaged in light-hearted banter, even demonstrating the fireball technique up close, much to Li Feiyu's admiration. Shortly thereafter, Li Feiyu took his leave to report back to Wang Juechu and the others. Han Li stood at the door, watching Li Feiyu's departing figure, lost in thought until a mysterious smile crept across his face, and he joyfully closed the door behind him. The next morning, as dawn broke, Li Feiyu stealthily ascended Sunset Peak and quietly infiltrated Wang Juechu's chamber. Upon awakening and seeing a figure standing at the foot of his bed, Wang Juechu's expression darkened considerably. Nonetheless, he managed to muster a strained smile, awkwardly inquiring, "What brings you here, Dr. Han? I beg your forgiveness for not welcoming you properly. Was it not agreed that we would meet at noon? Why have you arrived so early?" Han Li cast a cold glance at Wang Juechu, whose body stiffened in trepidation. His face contorted in discomfort. Han Li felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing the flicker of fear in Wang Juechu's eyes. The penetrating gaze he directed at the Lord was enhanced by the Eye of Heaven technique he had recently discovered, which could induce psychological intimidation in ordinary individuals, akin to the reputed soul-capturing techniques of the martial world. "It is nothing. I merely thought that arriving in the morning might allow us to converse more clearly without any unpleasantness," Han Li replied, his expression inscrutable, though his tone was laced with a hint of menace. Chapter 97. Underhanded transactions. Wang Juechu's heart sank at these words, and he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. The previous day, after receiving Li Feiyu's announcement that Han Li would arrive at noon, some high-ranking officials had proposed taking advantage of the meeting to eliminate Han Li, citing his perceived danger and uncontrollability. However, this suggestion faced vehement opposition from others who deemed it too perilous, fearing a severe backlash should their plot fail. They insisted that a dialogue with Han Li should precede any decisions. Those eager to act immediately argued that prolonging the meeting risked leaking information and created further complications. Yet, it was evident to all that the claim of Han Li being too dangerous was merely a pretext. Certain individuals were coveting his cultivation methods, hoping to extract benefits from him. Even those who opposed direct action likely harbored similar intentions, though they opted for more subtle and discreet approaches. As the two factions bickered heatedly before Wang Juechu, neither side managed to sway the other, and the debate continued until the meeting was nearly adjourned. Ultimately, it was the lone surviving gray-clad elder who intervened, delivering a chilling statement that silenced the room. "Do you not fear the repercussions of killing this Dr. Han? He is still young and remarkably powerful. Surely, he has formidable elders backing him. If you were to recklessly end his life, would you not invite doom upon yourselves when they come seeking retribution?" His words acted like a bucket of cold water, awakening the fevered minds of the high-ranking officials. Indeed, a young man so powerful must have celestial beings among his kin. If they were to harm him, what would happen when his elders sought vengeance? Realizing that harming Han Li would equate to sealing their own fates, those who had advocated for violence quickly changed their stance. Even if one or two greedy individuals attempted to persist, the consensus to treat Han Li with caution was ultimately established. as Wang, the leader of the sect, encountered Han Li, who suddenly uttered a remark laden with significance, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Suspecting that the other possessed profound abilities and had somehow gleaned the details of their dispute from the previous day, prompting this warning. However, Wang Juechu, having been a leader for many years, was not easily shaken. He quickly regained his composure, dispelling the effects of the heavenly eye technique, and returned to a state of normalcy. Why does the esteemed Han physician speak such words? The entirety of our sect holds you in immense gratitude, he pondered internally, deciding to further gauge Han Li's intentions. Yet, I have heard whispers of someone wishing me harm, Han Li remarked with a cold smirk, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Wang was initially taken aback, but noticing no signs of anger from Han, he relaxed slightly. The fact that Han had not expressed his words with fury and had approached him alone indicated that he might merely be aware of some rumors, rather than possessing detailed knowledge of the meeting's contents. There seemed to be room to mend their relationship. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding, esteemed Han. Indeed, a few miscreants emerged from our ranks yesterday, attempting to act ungratefully. However, rest assured, they have already been subdued and are under strict supervision. Most of our members still hold you in high regard and would never act in a manner that brings joy to your enemies. Wang Juechu articulated with a righteous air after careful consideration. Han Li, upon hearing these words, scoffed internally. Ever since revealing his strength and aiding the Seven Mysteries Sect through a crisis, he had adhered to the adage of once the bird is hunted, the bough is hidden, reminding himself to remain vigilant. One should not presume that kindness would be met with gratitude. Human hearts are notoriously unpredictable. For those who consider themselves significant figures, forsaking gratitude in the face of greater interests is merely routine, as ordinary as drinking water. This was one of the reasons Han had secluded himself upon returning to the valley. He deliberately allowed the higher-ups to cool their ardor, ensuring their greed did not consume their reason entirely. Later, after sending Li Feiyu with a message for the higher-ups, Han had no intention of meeting them at the designated time. Despite his considerable strength compared to ordinary martial artists, if they resorted to unscrupulous means, there were countless ways to end his life. Thus, for his own safety, he chose to meet the esteemed Wang alone a half-day earlier, under the guise of secrecy. Just a brief probe revealed Wang's true intentions. It appeared that the prominent figures of the Seven Mysteries Sect had indeed contemplated taking action against him. Yet, this did not perturb Han. Whether their plans were genuine or merely speculative, he felt no anger. After concluding his dealings with the foremost individual of the sect, he would depart and sever ties entirely. I shall not mince words, Wang. To be frank, after this meeting, I will leave this place and venture far away. Possibly never to return to Caixia Mountain, Han Li declared, fixing Wang with a steady gaze before unexpectedly adding, before I depart, I wish to propose a mutually beneficial transaction. Wang, taken aback by the prospect of Han's departure, was momentarily stunned but then intrigued by the mention of a transaction. What business could he possibly have with Han? He felt a mix of apprehension and curiosity. When noon arrived, the time agreed upon for their meeting, Han Li did not appear at the Sunsetting Peak's main hall. Instead, it was Wang, invigorated, who was the last to enter the assembly. He promptly announced that there was no need to wait any longer since Han had already departed from Caixia Mountain and was now untraceable. It was speculated that he would leave Jingzhou, perhaps even Gua, thus eliminating all potential troubles. The attendees, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging glances as silence enveloped the hall. With Han gone, what could they possibly plot? They lamented their circumstances. Chapter 98. Returning to the village shortly after Han Li's departure from Caixia Mountain, Wang announced Li Feiyu as his closed-door disciple, formally elevating him to the position of Hall Master of the Outer Blade. He would henceforth be granted Wang's favor. Years later, when Han's uncle inadvertently committed a grave error that could have cost him his life, Wang intervened against the majority's opinion, ensuring his safety. As for Wang, in subsequent sect conflicts, he faced formidable foes and sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Each time the consensus was that he would not last long. He miraculously survived, relying on a pill from a jade bottle, quickly regaining his vigor. This incident sparked envy among others, who inquired about the name and origin of the medicine, but Wang evaded their questions, never revealing the truth. Those who sought the pill returned empty-handed. It was not until many years later, upon Wang's passing, that he disclosed the name of the pill, Nourishing Essence Pill, by which time only 3 remained in the jade bottle. Yet, these remaining pills would incite a storm of bloodshed, bringing considerable trouble to Wang's descendants. However, that was a matter for another time. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was lost in thought. holding several small vials and a note he had received from Zhang Xiu'er upon his return that morning. The note, penned by Han Li, simply informed him of his departure from the Seven Mysteries Sect, possibly never to return. The contents of the vials, meticulously concocted, were meant to extend Li Feiyu's life, accompanied by a hope that he would not refuse them. The signature bore a drawing of Han Li's smiling face, alongside a wish for Li Feiyu and Zhang Xiu'er to wed soon and bear many children. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feiyu dashed out of the house, racing to the summit of the nearest small peak. From that vantage point, he gazed eagerly towards the entrance of the Seven Mysteries Sect, met only with verdant vistas, devoid of any sign of life. After remaining motionless for some time, he sighed deeply and murmured, "Take care of yourself. Safe travels." He then descended the mountain slowly, his solitary figure appearing desolate and melancholic. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage traversed the ancient road, heading eastward. Han Li and Chu Han occupied the carriage, which, though spacious, was currently home to just the two of them. Han had rented the entire vehicle for a few pieces of silver. The wooden carriage, appearing somewhat dilapidated, was surprisingly well kept inside, and the two robust horses pulling it galloped swiftly, propelling the carriage forward with great speed. Han had chosen this carriage for its cleanliness and the vigor of the horses, knowing that typically such a carriage would earn just a few pieces of silver over several days. The driver, a nondescript, lean middle-aged man, was not talkative. He would only speak if Han initiated conversation, a fact that pleased Han. Accompanying him was Chu Han, an unusually tall figure cloaked in a hood, exuding an air of mystery. A yellow-feathered cloud-winged bird perched on Han's shoulder, its eyes half closed, seemingly enjoying a moment of repose. At the far end of the carriage sat Chu Han, burdened with a sizable package. Aside from a few changes of clothes, it was filled with precious metals and various items of considerable weight. As for the smaller yet significant artifacts, letters, and books obtained from Dr. Mo, Han Li kept them close, fearing their loss due to their importance. Now, he sat quietly within the carriage, listening to the creaking of the wooden wheels, his expression serene and undisturbed, unaffected by any sense of sadness at leaving the Seven Mysteries Sect. The only semblance of longing he felt was for his dear friend, Li Feiyu. However, he trusted that she would have received his message and the carefully crafted elixir he had prepared for her. He hoped these remedies would be effective, allowing her to savor the joys of life a little longer. With such thoughts, Han Li stretched and leaned against the carriage wall, drifting into a light slumber. He had instructed the driver to take them to the small village by the mountains where he was born. Although he knew it was unlikely, he still wished to awaken and see the faces of his parents and siblings once more. It had been so many years since he had left them. Even their faces had become somewhat indistinct in his memories. Thus, before venturing far from home, he felt it essential to lay eyes upon his parents. Otherwise, he would never find peace in his departure. He wondered how his younger sister was faring. She must be around 16 or 17 now, blossoming into a young woman. The last letter he received from home mentioned that she had been promised to someone, with betrothal gifts already exchanged. As he drifted into a hazy sleep, the image of a small, frail figure emerged in his mind, the owner of which had always followed closely behind him, calling out in a sweet voice, "Fourth brother. Fourth brother." Time indeed passes swiftly. Han Li eventually succumbed to a deep and tranquil slumber, reminiscent of his childhood, when his parents would watch over him, shooing away mosquitoes, allowing him to sleep soundly. 5 days later, along the dusty road, Han Li caught sight of the familiar village from afar. The low mud walls, the rows of straw piles, and the uneven paths, all of these had once filled his dreams with longing, and now they appeared vividly before his eyes. Suppressing his excitement, he instructed the driver to stop the carriage a distance from the village, leaving Chu Han behind as he hurried toward the village entrance. With each step closer to the village, his heart raced with increasing fervor. This overwhelming feeling was one he had not experienced in a long time. Chapter 99. Departure. Ultimately, Han Li stepped cautiously into the village. As he crossed the threshold, the joyous sound of musical instruments reached his ears. Yet he saw not a single villager on the small paths. Intrigued, he realized this scene and sound were familiar to him. It was clearly a wedding celebration, and the villagers had gathered to partake in the festivities. Han Li focused his spirit and extended his senses, discovering that indeed, the villagers of all ages were congregated in one particular spot. The location was strikingly familiar. It was his own home. Astonished, Han Li quickened his pace, swiftly maneuvering around a few houses and turning several corners. Suddenly, the scene before him illuminated his senses. Hundreds of villagers surrounded a courtyard, where several well-constructed tile-roofed houses stood, adorned with large red double happiness characters on either side of the doors. A small band of musicians played with vigor, creating a lively atmosphere. The villagers stood, squatted, or even sat on the ground, mingling in groups, whispering to one another, and some gazing enviously toward the courtyard. Nearby, a multitude of children chased and played amidst the adults. Witnessing this familiar sight, Hanli felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In that moment, he felt transported back to his childhood, joining the other children in their playful antics. How fortunate the fourth daughter of the Han family is. He overheard. I hear the groom is a scholar from the city, a man of great learning. Not only will she be the main wife, but she will also soon hold the esteemed title of scholar's wife. Word has it that the dowry from the Han family is astonishing, amounting to dozens of taels of silver. Such wealth. The villagers' gossip jolted Han Li from his reverie. The fourth daughter of the Han family. Was that not his younger sister? Could it truly be her wedding day? A surge of indescribable emotions flooded through him, tumultuous and relentless. Driven by an impulse he could not comprehend, he took refuge behind a nearby tree, fixating his gaze on the courtyard entrance. Suddenly, a shout echoed from afar. The bridal procession is here. The groom has come to fetch the bride. At this proclamation, the villagers erupted into a flurry of excitement. The voices crescendoed. The bride is coming out. The new bride is about to appear. Come and see. Even the children joined in the clamor. Han Li's spirits lifted, his gaze eagerly fixed on the courtyard entrance. With a creak, the wooden gate swung open, revealing a group of men and women emerging. Among them was a young girl adorned in vibrant bridal attire. She had a delicate chin and a charming appearance, likely around 16 or 17, her face flushed with shyness. Han Li opened his eyes wide, scrutinizing her features in search of familiar traces of his sister. Apart from a glimmer of recognition in her eyes, he found it difficult to connect her to the sister he remembered. The saying a girl changes greatly by the age of 18 holds true indeed. Han Li managed a bitter smile before shifting his gaze to those surrounding her. The stout figure was unmistakably his third uncle, still as rotund as ever. The tall, dark fellow beside him was his elder brother Han Tai, and the woman next to him must surely be his sister-in-law, as he mentally named each family member. Murmuring to himself, he suddenly froze when his gaze fell upon a pair of elderly figures with white hair. He stood behind the tree, motionless, his expression shifting to one of profound complexity. Joy, trepidation, and a hint of confusion mingled within him. The aging of his parents surpassed anything he had anticipated. He remembered his mother with her dark hair when he had ascended the mountain, yet now, streaks of gray adorned her temples, while his father's once straight posture had bent with time. Speechless, Han Li's mind became a muddled haze. He was unaware of the events unfolding before him. When he finally regained his senses, his sister was already seated in a brightly decorated bridal carriage, departing into the distance, accompanied by a scholar riding a fine steed. Han Li strained to catch a final glimpse of the receding carriage before turning back to gaze once more at his parents amidst the crowd. He then closed his eyes, imprinting their faces deeply within his heart. With renewed determination, he turned away, a resolute expression gracing his features as he strode purposefully toward the village exit. He understood that upon his departure from this village, his connection with these people might very well reach its conclusion. Since learning the art of Changchun and becoming aware of the existence of cultivators, he knew he was destined for a path entirely different from that of ordinary folk. Regardless of whether the future brings fortune or misfortune, auspiciousness or adversity, he shall never regret his choice.